Science and Technology Library Chapter 1 to Chapter 76. Lightning illuminated the rain, passing through the transparent window, causing the bookshelves in the library to flicker along with the lightning. The mournful sound of the rain drove away the stuffy heat, adding a hint of coolness to this season of white. Xianxia shuttled back and forth between the bookshelves in the library, his eyes constantly searching for the books he was looking for. At the corner, Xianxia suddenly felt pain in his nose. A faint fragrance entered the tip of his nose, causing Xianxia to be slightly stunned. Covering his nose and taking a few steps back, Xianxia finally saw the person he bumped into. It was a girl. Dark green hair, a simple low ponytail, and 2 dragon fringe on her forehead, a combination of gentleness and elegance. White t-shirt and super short jeans, her slender legs were exposed to the air. Combined with the faint wildness exuding from her aura, one would never get tired of looking at her. Her eyes were bright and soft, and her skin was white. She was not a beauty, but she was definitely the most comfortable-looking girl he had ever seen. Delicate and pretty. This was the first thought that popped into Xianxia's mind. Realizing that his thoughts were off track, Xianxia came back to his senses. Sorry. It's okay. The girl rubbed her forehead, smiled at Xianxia, and turned to leave. Looking at the girl's back, Xianxia rubbed his nose that was sore from the collision. However, the faint fragrance that remained on the tip of his nose made Xianxia involuntarily think of the girl's appearance. Shaking his head, Xianxia continued to search among the bookshelves. Not long after, he saw the girl again. The two smiled at each other and brushed past each other. The fragrance that entered the tip of his nose made Xianxia involuntarily turn around to look at her back. Rumble. A huge bolt of lightning smashed down from the sky above the library, accompanied by an undulating scream. The girl was also startled by the sudden loud noise, and her back shook violently. Xianxia also felt his heart twitch, and his neck involuntarily shrank back. As soon as the scream ended, there was a noisy crashing sound from the bookshelf next to them. Suddenly, Xianxia's pupils shrank. He saw that the bookshelf above her head was slowly tilting and falling down. Be careful. Without another word, Xianxia rushed forward and pounced on the girl. Bang! Xianxia felt something hit him hard on the head. He grabbed the girl with both hands and threw her away. Then, he smelled the familiar fragrance again. Someone knocked over the bookshelf, a classmate is being held down. Come and help. Call an ambulance. A swelling pain came from his head, causing Xianxia's consciousness to become somewhat absent-minded. Before he lost consciousness, he could still hear the noise coming from the library. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia gradually regained consciousness. As soon as he looked up, he saw a golden door that was over 100 meters tall. There were all sorts of indecipherable words and symbols on the door. It was thick and simple. However, in Xianxia's eyes, it was very strange. Wasn't it hit by a bookshelf? Where was this? Was this the gates of hell? A series of questions filled his head. Xianxia stared blankly at the door. As soon as his hand touched the door, it suddenly opened. Rays of white light burst out from inside, drowning him in endless light. When the light dissipated, Xianxia looked around. With him as the center, hundreds of meters tall bookshelves were arranged in layers. He couldn't see the end of them. On the bookshelves, books of different thickness were neatly arranged. Looking at the tall bookshelves, Xianxia's eyes were blank. He was like an ant standing in the middle of a huge library, lost. Where was this? Was this the library of hell or the library of heaven? Could it be that if he was killed in the library, he would appear in the library of heaven? Xianxia thought sadly. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the huge library. Even the library of the giants was not so big. Is anyone there? Xianxia called softly, but he didn't get any response. Is anyone there? Xianxia mustered up his courage and shouted at the library. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? No one responded. Only the echoes gradually faded away. His eyes fell on the center of the library. In the middle of the library, there was an ordinary mahogany table with a book on it. The cover of the book was dark red, simple, and heavy. Upon closer inspection, dense formulas, symbols, and letters were arranged to form complex dark lines. On the cover of the book, there were 3 big golden words, Scientific Library. Scientific Library? Xianxia hesitated and opened the title page of the book. It was blank. Buzz, Xianxia wanted to continue to explore, but a light curtain fell from the top of the library, and a figure appeared in the open space behind him. An old man, wearing a gray robe, with white hair and wrinkles on his face. His eyes were full of wisdom, and he had a smile on his face. He was kind and amiable, like the grandfather next door. "Hello, old man. Where is this?" Xianxia hesitated and asked. This old man didn't look like a bad person. "Isn't it written here?" "Lucky child." The old man opened his mouth and smiled at Xianxia. "Scientific Library?" Xianxia pointed at the cover of the book. "Yes, the technology of countless civilizations is collected here. It's called Scientific Library." The old man looked at the endless bookshelves behind him. Xianxia hesitated and walked to the bookshelves. After seeing the books on the bookshelves, his eyes flashed with disbelief. Quantum portal, super alloy, gene editing and cyborgs, artificial intelligence, super-dimensional mathematics, antimatter extraction technology, God's particle stability and use technology, human potential development drug, superpower awakening methods and technology. The bookshelves were hundreds of meters high, and they were all filled with various technical books. They covered physics, chemistry, biology, computer science, mathematics, information technology, medicine, military, and other high-tech fields. In here, every book was a technology. Any technology that he saw, if put into the real world, would definitely bring him both fame and fortune. Endless wealth would be at his fingertips. How many technologies were in this scientific library? Xianxia turned his head and looked at the endless depths of the library. He was shocked. After coming back to his senses, Xianxia reached out to grab the book, but he grabbed nothing. Only then did he realize that these bookshelves didn't seem to be in his spacetime and couldn't be touched. He grabbed a few more times, but he still grabbed nothing. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch any of the bookshelves. He could only walk through them. "Old man, am I dreaming? Why can't I get these books?" Xianxia smiled bitterly. This was a mountain of gold in front of him, but he could only look at it and couldn't take it. The furthest distance in the world was this. "Child, it's not a dream." The old man pointed at the dark red book on the table. "Write your name on it, and you will become the new owner of the scientific library." Xianxia walked back to the table, hesitated for a few seconds, picked up the black feather pen next to the book, and wrote his name on the title page. As soon as he wrote his name, the words flashed a golden light and then dimmed. "Xianxia," a loud voice sounded above the library. Xianxia couldn't help but look up, but found that there was nothing above. "No need to look, this is the library verifying your identity." The old man saw Xianxia's appearance and smiled. "From now on, you are the owner of the library." The old man's words made Xianxia smile. He realized that there might be a fortuitous encounter. "Old man, how should I address you?" Xianxia asked. "I am the keeper of the scientific library. I don't have a name. You can call me administrator, or you can call me whatever you want." The old man looked at Xianxia, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. "How can that be? You are the administrator here, so you must be well read. Books are like shoe, I will call you Elder Shoe. I didn't expect that I also have a name." The old man laughed heartily. "Suit yourself. Elder Shoe, I am the owner of the library now. Can I get the books?" Xianxia couldn't wait to walk to the bookshelf. "Try it." Elder Shoe smiled. Xianxia's hand grabbed the bookshelf, and his face became gloomy. He still couldn't get the books. "Why can't I get these books?" "You don't have enough authority." Elder Shoe shook his head. "You just got the library, and your authority is only apprentice. You can't get the high-level technology." "Can I get the low-level technology?" Xianxia immediately grasped the key point. "Yes, your authority is apprentice. You can only get one book here every month, and it is at the apprentice level." "Which ones are at the apprentice level?" Xianxia looked at the dark red book on the table. He walked over and opened it. As expected, the second page of the dark red book could be opened. Before Feng Yu signed his name, he could not even open the book. Looking at the records in the book, Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. Every page had a simple introduction to a particular technique, causing Chen Mo's eyes to be dazzled. Domain, computer. Authorization level, trainee. Product introduction, kill most of the computer viruses, malicious codes, and malicious programs. Soft ceramic material formula and process. Field, chemistry, physics. Authorization level, trainee. Product introduction, lightweight, non-conductive, heat-resistant, ductile ceramic material. Suitable for ordinary car casing, mobile phone casing, computer casing, etc. Domain, biology, chemistry. Authorization level, trainee. Product introduction, external use, whitening skin. Suitable for cosmetics. Suitable for pregnant women. Not edible. Domain, physics, chemistry. Authorization level, trainee. Product introduction, an ordinary lithium-ion rechargeable battery. There were all kinds of technologies in the book. But the authorization level was only trainee. Feng Yu could not see any more advanced technologies. Even so, it was enough to shock him. If the technologies in the book were released, it would be enough to refurbish the world's technology. Seeing so many technologies, Chen Mo was in a dilemma. He did not know which one to choose. Any one of the technologies in the book could bring him a lot of wealth. There were too many dishes, and Feng Yu did not know which one to eat. Elder Shu, do you have any suggestions? Chen Mo looked at Elder Shu. You want me to give you some suggestions? Elder Shu asked. Many of the technologies here can bring you a lot of wealth, right? Yes. A lot of wealth. Chen Mo nodded. Which do you think is more important? Money or your health? Elder Shu asked again. My health. Chen Mo replied without any hesitation. No matter how much money you have, if you do not have a healthy body, everything will be meaningless. Everyone knew this logic. Elder Shu, are you asking me to stop choosing and go out to exercise? Feng Yu asked. Ha ha ha. What you said is interesting. Elder Shu laughed. Let me ask you this. Take out a technology and release it to the market. For example, this lithium battery technology. You have not researched it before, right? If you suddenly released it and people asked you where you got your skills, what would you say? Stolen? Chen Mo nodded slightly at Elder Shu's words. Also, the human heart is sinister. If you take out the technology, others will ban it and steal it. On the other hand, if you stole the technology, what would you do? You're just an ordinary person with no power or influence. Can you keep it? Elder Shu said. No. Chen Mo shook his head. He really didn't doubt Elder Shu's words. Sometimes, life was more melodramatic than TV dramas. Therefore, keep a low profile and bide your time. Elder Shu said earnestly, this should be the cultural accumulation of your country, right? Then what should we do? How should I choose? Chen Mo asked. There are two ways. First, you choose a technology that can make money. Don't release it in the short term. Learn the technology in this area and settle down for a period of time. Then, find an opportunity to release it. Secondly, choose a technology that you can use now. Which one works? Chen Mo flipped through the book. His expression was gloomy. There were too many similar techniques. He had no idea which one was the best. The one that's beneficial to the body. Elder Shu said mysteriously, choose the biological technology. There's a book called Elementary Human Potential Development Technology. Following Elder Shu's guidance, Chen Mo quickly flipped to the biological category and found the technology that Elder Shu was talking about. Elementary Human Potential Development Technology, Domain, Biology, Authorization Level, Trainee, Product Introduction, Develop the basic potential of the human body. Improve the human body's vitality, immunity, strength, agility, endurance, and toughness. I don't need to tell you about the development of the human body's potential, right? This is the most advanced version of this technology. When it's at its strongest, it can develop the human body's greatest potential and possess superpowers. The most powerful person can destroy a planet or even more terrifying. Elder Shu said. Hiss. Chen Mo's eyes widened. He was shocked by Elder Shu's words. Isn't that a little mystical? No, it's not mystical. It can travel through space, be immortal, fly, and move mountains. These myths and legends can be realized by science. Elder Shu looked at the deepest part of the library. The highest realm of science is theology. Is there such technology in the scientific library? Chen Mo glanced at the bookshelves with fanaticism in his eyes. These things were almost everyone's dream since they were born. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many myths and legends in history. Myths and legends were fabricated by humans because of their desire for immortality and power. Yes. Elder Shu nodded. If you want to take it, you must have the highest authorization level in the scientific library. But you don't have to think about it for now. I'm just drawing a picture for you. Those things are still thousands of miles away from you. Think about your current situation. Elementary human potential exploitation technology. This is what you can use immediately. Chen Mo thought for a moment. Just as Elder Shu said, this potential development technology was indeed the book that he could use the most at the moment. Develop the body's potential and learn some martial arts. He wouldn't have to suffer the consequences of being knocked unconscious by the bookshelves like in the library. A hero saving a beauty wouldn't be as lucky as this time every time. I'll choose this. Are you sure? Elder Shu asked. I'm sure. The body is the foundation. Chen Mo said, I'll have the technology to make money sooner or later. I'm not in a hurry. Elder Shu nodded in satisfaction. He opened his palm and a ray of light fell from the top of the library. A book appeared in his hand. The book emitted a faint light. It was a bit like a holographic projection. Elder Shu gently patted the book in his hand on Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo's head shook. A huge amount of information appeared in his mind and was engraved in his memory. After this, will I only be able to get the technology next month? Chen Mo asked as he thought about the human potential development technology that he had obtained. Not necessarily. You can go out and learn science and technology books. For every 100 books you learn, you can get a technology. Until you read 1,000 books, you can be promoted to the next level of authorization, Elder Shu said. 1,000 books. Chen Mo almost vomited blood. What was the concept of 1,000 science and technology books? An ordinary person wouldn't be able to read 200 books in their lifetime. 1,000 books? Wasn't that asking for his life? Will the requirements for promotion be a bit difficult? It's not as difficult as you think. Your brain is different from ordinary people. It's considered a superbrain. Scientific library isn't for you to sit around and eat. You have to keep learning to get a higher level of authorization, Elder Shu said earnestly. I understand. Chen Mo nodded heavily. Okay, you've been unconscious for a while. It's time to go out. It's not good for your body to be unconscious for a long time. Elder Shu said, when you come in and open the book, I'll come out. How do I go out? Chen Mo looked around and didn't see the exit. Close the book. Elder Shu pointed at the dark red book and said. Chen Mo reached out and closed the dark red book. Elder Shu's body also slowly disappeared. In the center of the library, in front of the table, a 3-meter-tall door emitting golden light appeared. Binhai City People's Hospital. Chen Mo's body shook, and he opened his eyes on the bed. His eyes were blank. Was everything just a dream? Chen Mo felt a slight pain in his head. He found that there seemed to be an additional memory in his mind. It was the information of the elementary human potential exploitation technology. The scientific library is real? Chen Mo was happy and closed his eyes again. The 100-meter-tall door appeared in front of him again. The white light drowned him, and Chen Mo appeared in the familiar library. There were endless bookshelves, mountains of books, and seas of books. It was not a dream. Exiting the scientific library, Chen Mo's face was full of joy. The smell of disinfectant entered his nose, and Chen Mo came back to his senses. He turned his head and looked around. This was the ward. His head was still a little painful. He touched it and found that there was a bump on it. He pressed it, and the pain made Chen Mo gasp. Suddenly, Chen Mo felt a heavy feeling coming from his right hand. Looking at his arm, he saw a girl lying on his arm, fast asleep. The girl in the library? Chen Mo recognized her at a glance. She was the girl he had rushed over to hug in the library. He did not move for fear of waking the girl, so he let her lie on his arm. Listening to the girl's figure, at this moment, his heart that had been closed for a long time began to throb. After a while, Chen Mo felt movement from his arm. He looked at his arm and saw the girl looking up at him. "You're awake." The girl hurriedly let go of Chen Mo's arm, and a trace of shyness appeared on her face. "Yes." Chen Mo smiled and nodded. "How long have I been unconscious?" "Almost 3 days. The doctor said that you have a slight concussion and are fine. Thank you for saving me in the library." "You're welcome." Chen Mo glanced at the girl's tired face and felt slightly distressed. "Have you been taking care of me here for the past 3 days?" "Yes." The girl nodded her head shyly. "Your teacher came to visit you, and the doctor said that you're fine. You'll wake up after some time, so he didn't inform your family in case they worry. He asked me to take care of you." "Thank you." Chen Mo's gaze softened. "That's what I should do." "You saved me once," the girl said. "My name is Xiaoyu. You can call me Xiaoyu." "My name is Chen Mo," Mo as in silence. Their eyes met, and Xiaoyu's cheeks became even redder. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Goo goo, the sound of his stomach protesting broke the delicate atmosphere. Xiaoyu giggled, and Chen Mo's face turned red. He was a little embarrassed. "You've been injecting glucose for the past 2 days and haven't eaten anything. I'll go buy you something to eat." Xiaoyu got up and left. Chen Mo looked at his disappointing stomach. He was exasperated. "I won't starve you to death later." Not long after, Xiaoyu came back with a bag. "You just woke up, so you shouldn't eat too greasy things. I bought you a bowl of porridge. If it's not enough, I'll buy more." "Thank you." Chen Mo reached out to take it, but found that his left hand was still on an 4 drip. "Let me feed you." Xiaoyu picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful of porridge to Chen Mo's mouth. Her gentle action made people feel as if a girlfriend was taking care of her boyfriend. It made people envious. Chen Mo was overjoyed. He didn't expect to be treated like this. Xiaoyu fed him the porridge spoonful by spoonful. Chen Mo saw the guy in the next bed looking at him enviously. He was secretly happy. Their eyes met from time to time. Xiaoyu's face blushed. This was the first time she took care of someone of the opposite sex, and for 3 consecutive days. She wiped his body and massaged him herself. That was why she was so tired. Those nurses all thought that there was something going on between them. But Chen Mo saved her, and her family didn't come, so she had to take care of him. Thinking of how she touched Chen Mo's body in the past 3 days, Xiaoyu didn't dare to look him in the eye. After feeding Chen Mo the porridge, Xiaoyu took out a stack of money from her bag and gave it to him. What happened in the library was a girl who was frightened by the thunder and accidentally knocked down the bookshelf. That girl came to apologize. "This is the medical fee she paid you. It's 10,000 yuan. Okay, put it down. You're so tired. Go back and rest." Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu's tired eyes and felt a little sorry for her. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo. He didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, she nodded and stood up with her bag. "Are you coming in the afternoon?" "Okay." Xiaoyu stopped. Her ears were a little red. Finally, she answered softly and left quickly. Seeing Xiaoyu's back, Chen Mo was absent-minded. A smile appeared on his face. He wanted to jump up from the bed. From Xiaoyu's reaction just now, he knew that he had a chance. He hadn't had this feeling for a long time. Xiaoyu made him feel this way. The hero saved the beauty and won the beauty's favor. Such an old-fashioned scene happened to him. After being happy, Chen Mo lay back on the bed and thought about the development of the human body's potential. That afternoon, Xiaoyu came as promised. Chen Mo had also recovered. After checking his body and making sure that there was no problem, he went through the procedures and left the hospital. Let's go for a meal. I haven't eaten for 3 days. I need to reward myself. Chen Mo touched his stomach and said. I'll treat you. You saved me. It's a small reward. Xiaoyu stood beside Chen Mo. She was a little reserved. Thinking of the scenes of taking care of Chen Mo for the past few days, she felt guilty. No, it's my treat. Thank you for taking care of me for 3 days. Chen Mo took out the money from lunch. That girl's compensation is a little too much. You can return the money to her later. She's also a student. She's spending her family's money. Since it's an accident, it's enough to pay for the medical expenses. Chen Mo handed the rest of the money to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked up at Chen Mo. She took the money in his hand. The way she looked at him changed slightly. After a simple meal, Chen Mo invited Xiaoyu to watch a movie. Even Chen Mo could feel that the distance between the two of them was slowly closing. After sending Xiaoyu back to the dormitory, Chen Mo rushed back to the dormitory alone. He was lucky today. He got the scientific library and met a good girl. He felt that his future was bright. After returning to the dormitory, he found that the wolves in the dormitory didn't come back. He directly lay on the bed. Not long after he lay down, his phone rang. It was Xiaoyu's message. Chen Mo couldn't wait to open it. He felt that his life had become exciting from today onwards. I've returned the money to that girl. She asked me to apologize to you. It's okay. Maybe I should thank her for making my life more exciting. Chen Mo immediately replied. Are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow is the weekend. I'm going to the library. I'm taking 3 days off to catch up on my homework. Good. I also want to go to the library. Let's go together. Chen Mo smiled. But he really wanted to go. Elder Shu said that if he studied science and engineering books and techniques, he could get a technique with 100 books. He had to learn. He had to improve himself. Only then could he get higher authority. Okay, I'll go there at 8 in the morning. You've just been discharged today. Rest early. In the female dormitory, Xiaoyu put down her phone. Her eyes were blushing, but there was still a trace of joy on her face. Suddenly, the phone in her hand was snatched away. A face with a sinister smile stretched out in front of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, your eyes are watery and your face is flushed. Is it a good thing to take 3 days off to take care of the hero who saved you? No. Xiaoyu was a little guilty. Give me back my phone. Hee, you're guilty. The girl laughed. The hero saves the beauty. It's very classic. Let me see your message. Li Ruashi, give me back my phone. Xiaoyu immediately grabbed the girl and tried to snatch the phone back. I should thank her for making my life more exciting. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, the library. Rest early. The best cabbage in our house is going to be taken away. Ah, stupid Ruashi, give me back my phone. Binhai University's male dormitory. Chen Mo put down his phone with a smile on his face. Today would be the luckiest day of his life. Chen Mo put down his phone and picked up an advanced mathematics book. Suddenly, his eyes froze. The obscure formulas in the book quickly became clear in his head. After flipping through 10 pages, he could still clearly remember the formulas, theorems, and even the solving process of the examples on each page. What's going on? Retentive memory? Chen Mo suddenly remembered Elder Shu's words. His brain was now different from ordinary people. It was already a super brain. Chen Mo quickly flipped back to the first page of the book and could not wait to continue reading. His reading speed was very fast. He could read 10 lines at a glance and finished a page in less than half a minute. The formulas, theorems, and various explanations and analyses were all engraved in his mind. Even if the book was closed, it was still very clear. Chen Mo pinched his arm. It really hurt. It was not a dream. Chen Mo was ecstatic. He continued to flip through the book. He was very fast. In less than half an hour, he had already read half of the book. Leibniz formula, Lagrange's mean value theorem, Cauchy's mean value theorem, Gauss formula, even if he had only read it once, the formulas, theorems, and standards in the book were all clear. Not only that, but the variations of the formulas could also quickly appear in his mind. He had never felt that learning advanced mathematics was so easy. Chen Mo was happy and continued to flip through the book. An hour later, Chen Mo flipped to the last page and closed the book. The dense formulas and theorems flashed through his mind. He even remembered which page the formula was on. Chen Mo was ecstatic. Mathematics, which had once made him suffer, was not as difficult to understand as he had imagined. He realized that learning was not that difficult. Chen Mo put away the advanced mathematics book and picked up the general physics book next to him. He continued to work hard. Chen Mo seemed to have opened the door of learning desire. He was immersed in learning and could not extricate himself. While Chen Mo was engrossed in reading, a few people walked in from outside the dormitory. When they saw Chen Mo, their expressions became strange. When they saw that he was reading a book, their expressions became interesting. Did this kid get smashed by the bookshelf? The leader of the group, a fat man, said. I think so, Lu De, who was wearing glasses, said. The other three also nodded their heads as if they were serious. The five of them whispered to each other as they pulled Chen Mo out of the book. When they saw Fatty and the others, they closed the book. When did you come back? Fatty said, Zhu Gang heard that there was a beauty taking care of you. Since you didn't wake up, we didn't want to disturb you. Are you all right? It's all right. Chen Mo felt warmth in his heart. Chen Mo, what are you reading? Zhu Gang, who was tall and thin and looked like a bamboo pole, walked to his side. After seeing the physics book in his hand, he had a strange expression on his face. Chen Mo, did something happen to you? Bamboo pole is right. Don't hold it in when you're upset. Let me know and I'll enlighten you. It's not good for your health to hold it in. The smallest boy in the dormitory said. His name was Pu Yuan, and people called him Master Pu Yuan. What? What could happen to me? You should go enlighten your benefactor. Ha 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 ha, the few of them burst into laughter. Since he could say that, it meant that Chen Mo was indeed fine. Chen Mo, I heard that the girl you saved took care of you for 3 days. Did you get such a good girl? Fatty leaned over to Chen Mo's ear with a gossipy expression on his face. Thinking of Xiao Yu's appearance, Chen Mo's lips curled into a smile. Okay, I understand. Fatty patted Chen Mo's shoulder meaningfully. He smiled and sat back in his seat. Comrades, in order to celebrate the safe return of our dormitory's hero, let's play a game. Shouldn't we order supper? We'll order chicken next time. We just went out and had fun. We can't eat anymore. Why does it sound a little weird? The five of them turned on their computers and logged into the game. Chen Mo also continued to focus on his books. The next day, Chen Mo dragged the corpse out of bed early in the morning. After washing up, he went to the library. He was too engrossed in reading last night. He read all the university courses once and only went to bed after 2 o'clock. Today was his first date with Xiao Yu. If he didn't go because he slept in, he was afraid that he wouldn't have a chance. Arriving at the library, Chen Mo looked at the bookshelf where the incident happened. It had been cleaned up and restored to its original state. He picked up a few Chinese medicine illustration and pharmacological analysis books from the bookshelf and walked to the self-study area. There weren't many people in the library on weekend mornings. Most of them were sleeping in. After looking around the self-study area, Chen Mo chose a seat in a corner and sat down, entering into a state of study. Not long after, Chen Mo felt movement beside him. He turned around and saw that Xiao Yu had already sat down beside him. The two of them didn't agree on which floor to go to. Unexpectedly, they both chose the floor where they first met. Is there anything wrong with your body? Xiao Yu glanced at him. No. Chen Mo shook his head slightly. Do you study medicine? Xiao Yu pointed at the stack of Chinese medicine illustration and pharmacological analysis books. I just wanted to know more. Chen Mo's answer made Xiao Yu's eyes twinkle. She suddenly thought of something. Her cheeks blushed slightly and she focused on the books. The library fell into silence again. Chen Mo's attention was on the books. His eyes were focused. Various medicine illustration flashed through his mind. He remembered all the introductions and effects of the medicine in his mind. The reason why he wanted the medicine illustration was simple. He wanted to clarify the types of medicine in the potential exploitation technology. If he wanted to use the medicine, he had to know the name of the medicine. This was because the description of the technology was different from the name here. He had obtained the potential exploitation technology. If he wanted to stimulate his potential, he had to use the potential medicine. However, he didn't have the technology and equipment now. It was impossible to extract the medicine. He could only use the most primitive method. Chen Mo's reading speed was also increasing. He read 1 page every 10 seconds. However, he remembered the names and effects of the medicine in his mind. In the dead silent library, other than the soft murmurs coming from outside, there was only the sound of him flipping the books. Not long later, Chen Mo felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. He raised his head and saw that there was another girl opposite him. The girl was wearing a short skirt. Her skin was fair and she could be considered a beauty. However, she lacked the delicate aura of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's face was flushed. She looked at the girl nervously. "Hello, I'm Li Ruoxi. I'm Xiaoyu's best friend." Li Ruoxi smiled and extended her small hand in front of Chen Mo. "Hello, I'm Chen Mo." After a gentle handshake, Li Ruoxi retracted her hand and stared at him. "You didn't look like you were studying. Are you trying to woo our Xiaoyu?" Sweat, Chen Mo was sweating profusely. He didn't expect this girl to be so straightforward. Even if she didn't expose him, they could still be friends. Moreover, he was indeed studying. "If you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes." Li Ruoxi's eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon. "Since you risked your life to save Xiaoyu last time, you've passed my test. I'll tell you some important information now. Do you want to hear it?" Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu and realized that her face was flushed. She was reading as if nothing had happened. However, she didn't know what she was reading. "Yes." Chen Mo turned around and nodded. "Our Xiaoyu's nickname is Kitten. She likes kitten because her personality is like a kitten. When she's quiet, she's docile and obedient. Sometimes, she's a little wild. Kitten also has a hidden personality. She knows how to act coquettishly. I've never seen it before. Let's see if you're lucky enough," Li Ruoxi said meaningfully. Xiaoyu's face was red from the tips of her ears to her neck. She wanted to stop Li Ruoxi, but she didn't dare to speak loudly in the library. Li Ruoxi also pretended not to see her, leaving her helpless. Her nickname is Kitten. Naturally, she likes to eat fish. She's also a fisherwoman. She grew up by the sea and likes the color of the ocean. Height 165, weight 49, measurements and leg length. Do you want to know? Come, I'll tell you secretly. Just as Li Ruoxi was about to speak, Xiaoyu had already sat beside her. At this moment, Xiaoyu wished she could find a hole to hide in. She met a cheating best friend who sold her out without giving her any benefits. Was she worried that no one would want her? "I'm going to the toilet with Ruoxi." Xiaoyu didn't dare to look at Chen Mo. She dragged Li Ruoxi out of the self-study area. "Xiaoyu, why do I feel like you're going to kill me?" Li Ruoxi felt her hair stand on end when Xiaoyu grabbed her. She looked at Chen Mo. "You'll have to find out the answer just now. Otherwise, someone will kill me. Remember, you owe me a favor." Chen Mo didn't expect this to happen. However, with Li Ruoxi's words, he had a preliminary understanding of Xiaoyu. After sorting out his emotions, Chen Mo continued to read the book in his hand. Right now, he was a low-class person who only excelled in reading. Not long after, Xiaoyu returned to her seat alone. Her face was still a little flushed. "Ruoxi was talking nonsense just now. Don't mind her. She's pretty good. It's just a pity that she didn't tell me the last bit of information." As soon as he said this, Xiaoyu's flushed face, which hadn't receded, instantly reappeared. She turned her head and continued reading. Chen Mo smiled and shifted his gaze back to the book. In the morning, he read 10 books on medicine and pharmacology. This was a good result. In addition to the 6 books he read last night, he had already read 16 books. Elder Shu said that he could get a technology by studying 100 science and technology books. This was definitely a huge temptation for him. He also found all the drugs needed for the potential development technology. After lunch, Chen sent Xiaoyu back to the dormitory. He didn't go back to the dormitory. Instead, he left the school. He didn't get the beginner human potential development technology just to read it. There was a method to develop human potential, a prescription, and how to use it. It sounded a little mysterious. However, the matter of unlocking one's potential couldn't be done in the dormitory. They had to rent a room outside the school before they could carry it out. Otherwise, many things would be exposed. Renting a house near Binhai University was really expensive. One room, one living room, and one bathroom cost 1,300 yuan a month. However, there was one advantage. This was someone else's spare room. It was fully furnished, and there was even a bathtub in the bathroom. It was convenient for him to take a medicinal bath. After paying the rent and deposit for 2 months, Chen Mo's face fell when he saw that he only had a small amount of money left in his bank account. He had to think of ways to make money in the future. Otherwise, he would be letting down his powerful brain and scientific library. After tidying up the room, Chen Mo went to the nearby Chinese medicine market to buy the herbs he needed. The rent made his heart ache, and the medicinal herbs made his heart ache again. His originally pitiful balance became even more miserable. For low-level human potential development, if it was a potion, it would only require 1 dose. However, an ordinary medicinal bath would require 3 times. This was just the beginning, so he didn't need many herbs, and they were all common herbs. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find enough herbs. He bought 2 bags of medicinal herbs, containing 32 types of medicinal herbs, weighing more than 5 kilograms. All of them were ground into powder according to the recorded quantities and requirements. More than 5 kilograms of medicinal powder cost more than 1,500 yuan. This was also the reason why his heart ached. After returning to the rented room, he boiled some of the medicinal herbs according to the requirements, and put the rest into the bathtub and added hot water. After going back and forth for more than an hour, the medicinal soup was finally ready. Looking at the black oily and steaming medicinal soup, Chen Mo swallowed his saliva as if he had swallowed a cockroach alive. This medicinal soup looked a bit scary. If it wasn't made in the scientific library, he really wouldn't know what the hell it was. After taking off his clothes, Chen Mo hesitated for a moment and stepped into the bathtub. Hiss, the boiling hot medicinal soup made his eyes widen. He took a deep breath and almost jumped out of the bathtub. According to the records, if this medicinal soup was refined, it could be refined into a substance that could activate the human potential and form a medicine. Without the equipment to refine the substance, he could only suffer. What kind of science was this? Resisting the burning heat, Chen Mo quickly got into the bathtub. His skin was red from the heat. On his forehead, beads of sweat formed into a stream and dripped into the medicinal soup. Not long after, a huge wave of tiredness hit him. He leaned against the bathtub and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Mo regained consciousness. The huge door of the scientific library was in front of him. Without hesitation, Chen Mo pushed the door open and entered. After Chen Mo saw Elder Shu, he had a bitter expression. Elder Shu, is this thing effective? I feel like I fell into a boiling pool of sewage. Of course it is. Good medicine is bitter. It's not like shower gel. How can it be comfortable and fragrant? Elder Shu said, the heat will relax your pores and accelerate the absorption of the substance that activates the potential of your skin. It can also promote blood circulation and transport it to the whole body to increase the medicinal effect. What you said makes sense. Chen Mo scratched his head. After waking up, there were some changes, right? It's done now. You can see the effect when you go out. Elder Shu said, next, you need to use the equipment to adapt to your strength. Just do it according to the requirements. Understood. After chatting with Elder Shu, Chen Mo closed the book and left the scientific library. After walking through the light door, Chen Mo, who was lying in the bathtub, slowly opened his eyes. The strong smell of medicine entered his nostrils and woke him up instantly. He sat up in the bathtub and found that the medicinal soup was still black, but the heat had disappeared. After washing the remaining medicinal soup in his body with water, Chen Mo's body changed. Walking to the mirror, Chen Mo's eyes flashed with disbelief. His body grew a little taller. There were no explosive muscles on his body. The lines were even and smooth, and it looked very comfortable. He tightened his body and the muscles hidden under the skin quickly burst out, full of the beauty of strength. At this time, Chen Mo felt that his body had endless power. He was not used to this power yet. According to the book, he still had to train to learn to control and adapt to this power. I've become more handsome. After putting on his clothes, Chen Mo touched his chin in the mirror with a narcissistic smile on his face. After cleaning the bathroom, Chen Mo left the rented house. He got a membership card at the fitness center near the school. After eating, he rushed to the library. On a weekend night, the library was a little crowded. Chen Mo chose a few computer science books and walked to the self-study area. He sat down next to Xiaoyu. Feeling the person beside her, Xiaoyu turned her head. After seeing Chen Mo, her eyes lit up. She found that Chen Mo seemed to be different. Do you feel that I've become more handsome? Chen Mo lowered his voice and whispered in Xiaoyu's ear. Hearing this, Xiaoyu chuckled. Ignoring his narcissism, she turned her head and continued to study. When Xiaoyu smiled, Chen Mo felt the envious and jealous eyes around him fell on him. This was not the place to talk. Chen Mo put his eyes on the computer programming language. He had spent most of his money. He had to find a way to make more money. With a strong brain, learning things easier and faster than others. This was his advantage. As he flipped through the pages of the book, the knowledge of computer programming quickly appeared in his mind. He was like a greedy sponge, quickly absorbing computer knowledge and technology. During this period of time, he finished reading 100 books and then took a software technology from the scientific library to make money. Unknowingly, it was already time for the library to close. Almost all the people around him had left, leaving only a few people. Chen Mo put the book back to its original position and left the library with Xiaoyu. Are you still coming tomorrow? Tomorrow is Monday, I have classes. I should be there tomorrow night, I'm taking the accountant exam. Xiaoyu looked at him with a strange expression. Do you feel that I've become more handsome? Seeing Xiaoyu's gaze, Chen Mo joked. Xiaoyu laughed. Just now in the library, she felt the change in Chen Mo, but she didn't dare to ask in the library. Now that she took a closer look, he had indeed changed a lot. Yes, I feel different from this afternoon. Xiaoyu nodded. Then walking next to me, do you feel more secure? Xiaoyu smiled like a flower, but in her heart, she really felt that way. Chen Mo now looked more confident than he did in the afternoon, and his breathing was more stable. Let's go, I'll take you back. Chen Mo picked up Xiaoyu's hand and felt her hand tremble. After a slight struggle, she acquiesced to his action. Her cheeks were rosy and she had a shy smile, but it was not so obvious in the night. After a while, Xiaoyu's face flashed with a trace of pain. She looked down at Chen Mo's hand that was holding hers, and her body also tensed up. Chen Mo looked down and saw Xiaoyu's strange expression. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? My hand hurts. Xiaoyu pointed at the hand that was held by Chen Mo. The strength from his hand was a bit too much for her to bear. Ah? Chen Mo reacted and immediately let go of her hand. Due to the unlocking of his potential this afternoon, he wasn't able to fully control the strength in his body. Furthermore, he had used a little too much strength in his subconscious state. I'm sorry. I was a little nervous just now and used too much force. Let me take a look. Chen Mo grabbed Xiaoyu's hand. This time, his movements were as slow and gentle as possible. Under the light, Chen Mo could see a few dark red fingerprints on the back of her fair hand. Looking at Chen Mo gently rubbing the back of her hand, afraid that he would hurt her again, Xiaoyu blushed and her face quickly spread to her ears. It should be bruised. I'm sorry. Chen Mo smiled bitterly and apologized. The two of them walked side by side towards the dormitory area. Chen Mo was extremely depressed. He had messed up such a good thing. On the way, he was thinking that he had to start learning how to control his body's strength tomorrow. Otherwise, he might cause trouble in the future. Just as he was thinking about how to control the power in his body, he suddenly felt something soft on his palm. Turning his head, he saw Xiaoyu lowering her head and taking the initiative to hold his hand. "I'm sorry for just now." Chen Mo held her hand gently. "Be my girlfriend." "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded slightly and leaned her body closer to Chen Mo. They wandered around the campus until the dormitory was about to close. Then, he sent Xiaoyu back and left with light steps. Binhai City was a second-tier city in the country. It wasn't as prosperous as Donghai City, but the environment was very good. The morning on campus was refreshing and quiet, without the hustle and bustle of the city. On the road around the university, the old people exercising in the morning, teachers and students jogging in the morning announced the quietness of the morning. On the road, there were sanitation workers who were calmly sweeping the fallen leaves. Chen Mo rode his bicycle along the university road and left the campus. He stopped in front of a fitness center not far from the school. He had already started the initial unlocking of his human potential, so he didn't dare to make any big movements. Simple adaptation and doing normal things was fine. Last night, when he held Xiaoyu's hand, he made a scene. If he didn't learn to control his strength in a fight, he was afraid that he would accidentally kill someone. Unlocking the human potential, drugs were to activate the body's strength, and equipment was to allow people to quickly adapt to the body's strength so that the strength could be used perfectly. As soon as he walked into the fitness center, a male fitness coach wearing a sports vest and explosive muscles walked towards him. "Hello, my name is Dongli. I'm a professional coach here." Dongli greeted him. "Brother, you don't look familiar. Is this your first time here?" "This area is for aerobic equipment, this is for strength equipment, and there is a fitness center next to it. Which part of your body do you want to train? I can give you some advice or make a training plan." "Can I train any part of my body?" Chen Mo asked playfully. "Huh?" Dongli was slightly surprised, but he instantly understood and laughed. He didn't expect to get such an answer and didn't know how to answer. "I've become stronger recently. I want to adapt," Chen Mo said. "Where's the comprehensive training machine?" "Over there." Dongli pointed at the edge of the fitness center. "Follow me." The two walked to the comprehensive training machine. Dongli said, "This is the big flying bird, butterfly arm, gantry, and high-tension bar. You go ahead." "I'll do it myself," Chen Mo said. "Okay, call me if you need anything." After Dongli left, Chen Mo adjusted the weights to the maximum. He sat on the training machine and opened his arms to hold the armrests. He had never come into contact with fitness before. This was the first time he saw it, and he was a little excited. The maximum weight was 256 kilograms. This number made him eager to try. He wanted to see how strong he was after his potential was unlocked. 1, 2, 3, Chen Mo slowly pushed the butterfly arm. His body was tense, and the muscles on his body bulged, full of the beauty of strength. Chen Mo didn't stop until he reached 10. Sweat appeared on his forehead. He felt that he could do more. It was just that he wasn't here to train his muscles, but to adapt to his strength. He was shocked. The development of the human body's potential was more terrifying than he imagined. It made him, an ordinary person, quickly become a person with such great strength. Even fitness trainers couldn't do it as horrifying as him. If this kind of potential development technology fell into the hands of foreign countries or terrorists, could they create a super special force? As he thought about it, Chen Mo's body turned cold. That medicine formula shouldn't appear on the market at the moment. After a simple test, Chen Mo began to train according to the records. Hands, legs, and every muscle on the body had to be trained according to the requirements. Only with comprehensive development could the human body's greatest potential be unleashed. This was recorded in the development technology. Not only did it adapt to the strength, but it also increased the toughness and endurance of the muscles. The comprehensive training machine had a complete set of functions, just enough to meet his requirements. An hour later, Chen Mo left the training machine and walked to the sandbag not far away. He began to learn how to control the strength of his fists. In the records of the potential development technology, there were a few sets of professional fighting techniques, all of which were used for self-defense and adaptation to strength. Chen Mo understood why Elder Shu suggested to choose the human body's potential development technology, and not other money-making technologies. The body was the capital of the revolution. Other than strengthening the body and increasing the body's immunity, those fighting techniques would also allow him to have the ability to protect himself in the event of an accident. Otherwise, when he took out the technology from the scientific library in the future, it would be a pity if some people coveted it and accidents happened midway. Money was just a worldly possession. Personal strength was the most important. After training his boxing, Chen Mo was like a cockroach that didn't know fatigue. He continued to train on the treadmill. Everyone in the dormitory had already gone to class. Chen Mo didn't go because he had already understood all the major courses. There was not much use for him to go to the classroom. After taking a shower, Chen Mo walked to the counselor's office. The counselor and head teacher was a female teacher named Li Hong. She was not very beautiful, but not ugly either. The best thing about her was that she had a gentle personality. After knocking on the door and entering the office, Chen Mo sat down opposite her. "Chen Mo, are you all right?" Li Hong asked. "Isn't it time for class?" "What are you doing here?" "Teacher, I want to apply for exemption and..." "Apply for a night out," Chen Mo said. "Are you going to take the postgraduate entrance exam?" "No." Chen Mo shook his head. "I have already learned all the major courses this semester. It's not very useful in class. You can't be exempted from classes even if you don't take the postgraduate entrance exam. The internship will only start in the second semester." Li Hong said, "Don't tell me you don't want to go to class because you have a girlfriend? When you were in a coma, I went to the hospital. Your girlfriend is good. She asked for a few days off to take care of you. Otherwise, I would have informed your parents." Chen Mo smiled bitterly. "This has nothing to do with my girlfriend. Besides, she was not my girlfriend at that time." "You mean she is now?" "Teacher, this is not the point." Chen Mo was helpless. "The point is that I want to apply for exemption from classes and a night out." "Reason?" Li Hong said, "The school is very strict about the style of study. If you apply casually, other students will follow suit. That won't do. I'm going to start a business." Chen Mo could only come up with one reason. "Really?" Li Hong looked at Chen Mo hesitantly. These days, there were many students who did not listen to classes under the guise of starting a business. She had been there. "What are you going to do?" "Internet, software development." Chen Mo said, "I'm preparing for it. I have finished my major courses. I'm studying software development. I'm busy and have no time to attend classes. The school has praised you for saving people in the library. There's nothing wrong with your character." Li Hong said, "I'll believe you this time. Go back and write the application form and hand it in." After leaving the counselor's office, Chen Mo went directly to print out 2 application forms. He finished the application forms and asked the teacher to sign before handing them to Li Hong. Chen Mo took his laptop and plunged into the library. He grabbed a dozen or so computer programming, software engineering, and hacking books and buried himself in them. From now on, he only had one goal, which was to read books. After reading 100 books, he would obtain the next technology and make money. Money was the most important thing. With the passage of time, nearly 10 days had passed. He had been reading computer programming books every day, and the computer knowledge in his mind had increased. His computer skills had changed from a layman to an expert. After a long period of hard work, the rewards were not just computer technology. He was getting closer and closer to his goal of learning 100 science and engineering books. During this time, in order to adapt to his power, fitness training had become an indispensable thing for him. The rest of the time, he accompanied Xiaoyu to the library. In addition to reading books, he practiced computer programming. In the self-study area of the library, Chen Mo buried his head and quickly flipped through the books. Countless words flashed in his mind. Not long after, Chen Mo closed the book in his hand and showed a knowing smile. Success. 100 books. Chen Mo wanted to enter the scientific library to choose technology, but it was a bit inconvenient here. Then he turned to look at Xiaoyu beside him. Xiaoyu, rest early today. Come back tomorrow. Okay. Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. She did not ask any more questions. She put away the books and left with Chen Mo. After returning to the dormitory area and saying goodbye to Chen Mo, Xiaoyu rushed back to the dormitory with light steps. As soon as she entered the door, she was stared at by several roommates. The news of her relationship had spread in the dormitory. In the past 10 days, Chen Mo held her hand and sent her back to the dormitory every day. It was impossible to hide from her roommates who were gossiping. Xiaoyu, you're back so early. Aren't you going to accompany your boyfriend? Li Ruoxi showed a gossipy smile. He had something to do, so he sent me back first, Xiaoyu said. Your boyfriend risked his life to save you. He has a good character and is ambitious. He meets the best requirements for a partner. Wang Xiaolan, who was wearing glasses, looked at her body in the full-body mirror. Why am I not so lucky? Take off those old-fashioned glasses and change into a more refreshing pair. Change your clothes, put on some makeup, and do your hair. I guarantee that in a few days, you'll have all kinds of wild bees and butterflies, Li Ruoxi said jokingly. I'm only concerned about the best cabbage in our house. Has it been eaten? Zhou Tongtong, who was wearing a nightgown and eating snacks, looked at Xiaoyu. Her eyes flashed with the light of gossip. The other two girls also looked at Xiaoyu, waiting for her answer. No. Xiaoyu's face was red. She walked back to her seat and turned on the computer. The careless roommates were a bit too much for her. Why are you asking this? Li Ruoxi said, you little perverts. Li Ruoxi grabbed the USB and climbed down from the bed. She ran to Xiaoyu's back and hugged her. Li Ruoxi's actions gave her a bad feeling. Xiaoyu, you'll definitely do something happy in the future, right? Li Ruoxi smiled evilly. I've saved an action movie in the USB. I'll let you broaden your horizons and learn some techniques first. Pfft, Li Ruoxi's words almost made the three girls vomit blood. Li Ruoxi, you hooligan. Don't teach Xiaoyu bad things. Zhou Tongtong immediately stopped the TV and ran to Xiaoyu's back. Let go of her. Let me do it. Everyone is responsible for teaching Xiaoyu bad things. Wang Xiaolan also put on her nightgown and ran behind Xiaoyu. Don't. Xiaoyu's arms were held by Zhou Tongtong and Wang Xiaolan. She couldn't move. The computer was also controlled by Li Ruoxi. I'm copying it. I'll have it soon. Will it be a virus? Wang Xiaolan asked. Impossible. Li Ruoxi said, this is my USB. I only put it in after watching the action movie once. Little you don't be anxious. Big sister will show you something good. Can I not watch it? Thinking about what might happen next, Xiaoyu's face was as red as blood. These roommates were a bit tricky, but they couldn't escape from the claws of the devil. We're all adults. Learn these techniques and I'll guarantee you a happy life in the future. Li Ruoxi said meaningfully. Can I learn it later? Xiaoyu wanted to break free from the claws of the devil, but she was held by the two girls. She could only sit in her seat obediently. It's the same sooner or later. You have time today. I didn't ask you to give it to him now. Men nowadays need to think carefully. It's best if you give it to him after marriage. Li Ruoxi smiled evilly. Your computer is a bit laggy. It'll be soon. A minute later, the copy was completed. Li Ruoxi opened the video and played it. It's starting. You two grab Xiaoyu. Don't let her run away. Put the earphones on her. Don't play it. Xiaoyu's face was so red that it looked like blood was going to drip out. What's this FBI thing? It's all in English. Will it be a virus? Zhou Tongtong blinked cutely. It should be a movie description. Let me play it quickly. Kitty, don't be anxious. Li Ruoxi smiled and clicked on the mouse. Click, as soon as the voice fell, the dorm room fell into dead silence. Li Ruoxi looked at the computer screen in a daze. Wang Xiaolan and Zhou Tongtong were also in disbelief. Realizing that the earphones weren't working and the three of them weren't talking, Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the computer screen, she was stunned. Xiaoyu's computer screen had turned black. The screen showed a shiny black iron door with a huge iron lock, giving off a heavy and mysterious feeling. Above the door was a blood-red countdown, and below it was a message in Chinese. After reading the Chinese message, the four girls' faces fell. "It seems like we've been infected," Zhou Tongtong said blankly. "It's similar to the ransomware virus last time. The message is the same. Restart it, try restarting it." Li Ruoxi hurriedly restarted the computer. Half a minute later, the computer was turned on again, but the screen was still the same. Could it be a virus from an action movie? Wang Xiaolan asked. The three girls looked at Li Ruoxi. "Impossible, I've seen it. It can't be a virus." Li Ruoxi smiled bitterly. She was a little uncertain now. "I have friends from the Engineering Institute in my circle of friends. I'll ask for help." Zhou Tongtong reacted. "I'll check what kind of virus it is." Wang Xiaolan didn't hesitate. Xiaoyu and Li Ruoxi looked at each other. "I'll use my computer to open the movie." Li Ruoxi walked back to her seat, turned on her computer, plugged in a USB drive, and started copying the movie. Found it, found it." Wang Xiaolan's voice sounded just as Li Ruoxi turned on her computer. The three girls hurriedly surrounded her. A variant of the ransomware virus. The first case was found in Europe at 6:30 p.m. Beijing time. It has infected more than 80,000 computers. It broke out in North America at around 7 p.m. According to incomplete statistics, there are more than 50,000 infected computers in North America, and the number is still increasing. The virus spread through email attachments, phishing websites, and other methods, and quickly infected the local network. "I have news here too." Zhou Tongtong showed her phone to them. "Many people in our school have been infected with the virus. Look, this is what I just updated my WeChat moments. It said that it became like this when I logged into the school network." *CK Li Ruoxi hurriedly ran back to her seat and unplugged the network cable. She was still in shock. Fortunately, she didn't log into the school network in time, or she would be in trouble. The three girls reacted and looked at Zhou Tongtong. Zhou Tongtong blinked and looked at her computer. The screen was the same as the one on Xiaoyu's computer, turning into a mysterious iron door. "I think I've been poisoned too," Zhou Tongtong said blankly. "Ah? I'm infected with a virus. I'm infected with a virus. What should I do?" Zhou Tongtong jumped up and ran back to the computer to press a bunch of buttons. "What should we do? I haven't finished watching the drama." The three girls covered their foreheads as they watched Zhou Tongtong jump up and down. This girl's reaction was half a beat slower, and she was still concerned about the TV series. "It's the same as the previous ransomware virus. This time, it didn't lock the document but the computer. The computer system is locked." The hacker's goal was still money. Bitcoin transaction. Send the money in Bitcoin within a week. Otherwise, destroy all the files on the computer's hard drive. Li Ruoxi heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the notification on the computer screen. Luckily, it wasn't caused by her video. Otherwise, she would die of guilt. "I have the revision materials for the accountant exam on my computer. What should I do?" Xiaoyu asked anxiously. "In my circle of friends, the students from the University of Engineering and Technology all said that before there's an antivirus method, the only way is to reinstall the system." In the next moment, Chen Mo's confident figure appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. She took out her phone and was about to call him. Just as she was about to dial the number, she saw three faces with evil smiles on their faces. Chen Mo was on his way back to his rented apartment. His footsteps were a bit hurried. He couldn't wait to get back to his apartment. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Xiaoyu, seeing that it was Xiaoyu, Chen Mo smiled knowingly and immediately answered the call. "Xiaoyu." Chen Mo little you blushed and called out. This was because at this moment, there were three female squid beside her who were listening to their conversation. "Did you miss me?" Chen Mo smiled. The three girls immediately covered their mouths. Their eyes turned into crescents. Xiaoyu didn't dare to answer directly. Her face was red. "My computer is infected with a virus." "Virus?" Chen Mo stopped in his tracks. What happened? This is a variant of the ransomware virus. Xiaoyu told Chen Mo about the virus in full detail. During this period, she saw Chen Mo looking at computer programming and hacking techniques every day. So she had a feeling that maybe Chen Mo would have a way. I'm going to find you now. Give me your computer and I'll help you take a look. After Chen Mo hung up the phone, he rushed back to the dormitory area while using his phone to check the news about the ransomware virus variant. When he opened the browser, he didn't need to look for the news headlines. The ransomware virus news was already at the top. Chen Mo clicked on it without hesitation. In the girls' dormitory, after Xiaoyu hung up the phone, the three girls burst into laughter. Little cat, did you miss me? Momo, my computer is infected with a virus. Come over quickly. I'm going to find you now, sweetheart, moi. Wang Xiaolan and Zhou Tongtong used a very coquettish tone to imitate their conversation. Everyone in the dormitory burst into laughter, which made Xiaoyu blush. Hey, enough is enough. Li Ruoxi stopped laughing. Are you really going to give him the computer later? What else? Xiaoyu asked. You forgot that there's an action movie on the desktop. If he really unlocks it and clicks on it, Li Ruoxi winked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu imagined the scene and her face turned red. She instantly became nervous. If that was the case, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. How about we give him mine? Zhou Tongtong said. Give him both computers. I believe he won't look at it randomly. Xiaoyu hesitated and said, even if he accidentally clicks on it, we'll explain it to him later. Not long after, Chen Mo returned to the dormitory area. Xiaoyu and her three roommates were already waiting downstairs. They all wanted to see who this pig that stole the best cabbage in their dormitory was. This is Wang Xiaolan, this is Zhou Tongtong. Ruoxi, you know them. Hello. Chen Mo greeted the three of them politely. Hello. The three girls greeted Chen Mo. Wang Xiaolan and Zhou Tongtong looked at him in a daze. Chen Mo wasn't a handsome guy, but his confidence and calm temperament were mesmerizing. Not many people had this kind of temperament. At this moment, they were a bit envious of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu handed the two computers to Chen Mo. This one is mine, and this one is Tongtong's. My accountant's information is inside. If it can be restored, then restore it. If not, then forget it. Help me reinstall a system. If it's completely restored, there'll be a reward. Li Ruoxi smiled. I'll tell you the last piece of information from last time. Don't listen to her. Xiaoyu immediately stopped Li Ruoxi. She was worried that she would be betrayed again. I've seen the ransomware virus. Chen Mo said. I'll try my best. I'll give it to you as soon as possible. After taking over Xiaoyu's computer, Chen Mo looked at the three girls. Please take care of Xiaoyu in the dormitory. If she needs anything, feel free to contact me. We will. We'll leave first. You can continue whispering. Li Ruoxi pulled the two girls back to the dormitory, leaving Xiaoyu and Chen Mo alone. Is there a reward? Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu with a half-smile. He couldn't say anything in front of Li Ruoxi and the others, but he didn't have to worry about it now. Let's talk about it when you're done. Xiaoyu said and hurried back to the dormitory. Chen Mo brought the two computers back to the rented room. The computer screen was still black. There was a huge lock on the door. It looked mysterious. The bookshelves were still hundreds of meters high, and the end couldn't be seen. Only in this kind of scene would one feel that knowledge was endless. Chen Mo walked to the desk and opened the dark red book. Elder Shu's figure instantly appeared in the library. Elder Shu looked at Chen Mo and nodded slightly. You're quite hardworking. You finished 100 books in such a short time. Now you have a chance to draw a technology. Do you want to draw it now? Elder Shu, I want to ask if there's any antivirus software here that can detect and kill the ransomware virus? Chen Mo asked. If he were to research it, he would definitely be able to develop an antivirus software. However, it would take too long. If he had the energy, he might as well use this time to read books and exchange it for technology. Which ransomware virus? Elder Shu asked. It's outside, on the two computers on my desk. Chen Mo said. Elder Shu closed his eyes. After a while, he pointed his finger. In the sky above the Science and Technology Library, a huge screen of light descended. On the screen was the lock screen of the ransomware virus. This is it? Elder Shu asked. Yes. It's easy to detect and kill this virus. You can solve it. Elder Shu said, now I'll give you two choices. First, you can freely choose an antivirus software technology. Second, I'll give you the virus's code, and you can design your own antivirus program. In exchange for the virus's code, your right to freely choose the technology will be changed to random. Elder Shu, are you testing me? You can think of it this way. Elder Shu said, I've said from the beginning that the scientific library is not for you to use up. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many books. Elder Shu pointed at the endless bookshelves. Then I'll choose the second option. Chen Mo said resolutely. After reading nearly 100 books on computer technology and hacking, coupled with the ransomware virus's source code, he believed that it wouldn't take him too long to design an antivirus program. However, this random technology was a bit mysterious. He didn't have anything now. If he was randomly given a technology that he couldn't use or was useless, then he could only wait for the next time. Now, it was time to rely on luck. Not bad. Elder Shu nodded and tapped his finger on the screen. Dense lines of code appeared on the screen. Then, the light screen shrank and turned into a book that fell into Elder Shu's hand. He pressed the book on Chen Mo's head. The dense code was engraved in Chen Mo's mind. The root of the ransomware virus was also clear in Chen Mo's mind. Various thoughts intertwined in his mind. Wait until you design the program to kill the virus, then come back to choose the technology. Perhaps there will be an unexpected gain at that time. Elder Shu said meaningfully. After exiting the scientific library, Chen Mo sat in front of the computer. With the source code of the virus, the next step was much simpler. He already had an idea, but this idea had yet to be verified by his program design. After turning on the computer, Chen Mo began to type in the code. The news of Binhai University being attacked by the ransomware virus was quickly spread on the internet. In this information age, the incident spread throughout the country in the shortest time possible. The appearance of this news was like a bugle call to attack. All the major universities in the country were also attacked by the ransomware virus. The universities that were attacked were wailing in their circle of friends and on the forums. The virus was called Eternal Heart, a variant of the ransomware virus Eternal Blue. It was the same as last time. It was mainly spread through email attachments, phishing websites, group download links, users downloading virus files from malicious websites, and web pages. The difference was that if one clicked on it, the virus would infect the local network of the computer and then spread throughout the entire region. Its spreadability was greatly enhanced. The last time the ransomware virus appeared, it only locked documents, videos, and hard drive data. This time, it directly locked the entire computer system, making it impossible to log into the computer desktop. The ransomware virus variant Eternal Heart mainly attacked the major universities and companies. It spread through the university's local network and company network. Many universities shut down the campus network to prevent the campus network from being infected with Eternal Heart. The virus was still spreading and could not be stopped at all. More and more viruses appeared on the computer, and the internet was in a frenzy. Worry and relief coexisted. People became cautious when surfing the internet. They did not dare to casually click on websites or unknown software. This was a variant of the ransomware virus, and it was more complete than the previous one. The loopholes had been patched, and the speed of its spread was much faster than the previous one. After the previous ransomware virus crisis, another computer virus crisis engulfed the world. All the news media put the ransomware virus on the front page. Xianxia has shut down virtual currency transactions. How to solve the computer virus? Eternal Blue variant, Eternal Heart? It has infected nearly 1 million computers. Affected by Eternal Heart, the price of Bitcoin continues to rise. On the internet, all kinds of reports were overwhelming. Europe, which was the first to discover the new ransomware virus variant of Eternal Heart, was affected. The whole of Europe was gloomy. The main areas that were attacked this time were stock trading centers, banks, government departments, universities, energy companies, subway systems, corporate companies, supermarkets, and so on. The European Stock Exchange was forced to stop trading, causing the stock market to be in chaos. Many banks' computers were also attacked. ATM machines could not withdraw money, and banks could not conduct normal business. The National Health Service in England was affected again. All the hospital's computer systems were infected, causing some rescue teams and ambulances to be unable to be dispatched. In just one day, Eternal Heart had affected the Middle East, South America, Oceania, and Southeast Asia. With the spread of Eternal Heart, the ransomware virus became a global virus crisis. This ransomware virus variant was several times scarier than the previous virus crisis. Globally, more than 1 million computers were infected with the virus, and their screens were locked. If the system was reinstalled, all the information in the computers would be lost. Many people's important information is still in the computers, and they cannot reinstall the system. Now, they are still waiting for a solution. Microsoft's shares fell by 2% due to Eternal Heart, and nearly $11 billion of market value was wiped off. The FBI also started a global search for the hacker group that created the ransomware virus variant. After finding the source of the spread of Eternal Heart, the FBI quickly found out that this was the result of an advanced hacker's meticulous planning a few months in advance. Many internet security companies also issued warnings to remind users not to open suspicious emails. All kinds of measures and reports were everywhere. 5 days had passed, and the number of computers infected by Eternal Heart had exceeded 1 million. Many internet security companies could only provide precautionary advice, but they do not have a real antivirus software that can detect and kill the ransomware virus. There are only 2 days left before the first batch of infected computers. If the hackers cannot find a way to kill the virus in 2 days, all the information in the computers will be destroyed. Many people were desperate and started to pay the hackers Bitcoin and other virtual currencies to unlock their computers. Since the ransomware virus outbreak, people noticed the loopholes in Bitcoin and other virtual currencies. This loophole is used for money laundering, transferring funds, tax evasion, and other crimes. After the first virus crisis, Huaxia's market regulator started to shut down all virtual currency trading platforms. This virus crisis made it impossible for the infected computers in China to redeem themselves. In the library, Xianxia stopped typing on the keyboard with a relaxed smile on his face. After 5 days of hard work, he failed 3 times. In the end, he had to ask Elder Shu some questions. Elder Shu was not stingy with his answers to his questions. Under Elder Shu's guidance, Xianxia quickly found the key points. He knew that the antivirus program was only now perfected. It had been 5 days since the outbreak of the Heart of Eternity, and today it was finally completed. Xianxia couldn't wait to put the antivirus program into the USB drive and inserted it into Xiaoyu's computer. It was still the mysterious iron door and big lock. The countdown on it was still 40 hours. After 40 hours, if it was not unlocked, all the information in the computer would be destroyed. Seeing the USB drive's prompt light flashing, Xianxia typed a few times on the keyboard. Searching for viruses, completed, 1%, a prompt popped up on the screen, making Xianxia happy. 2 minutes later, after the value jumped to 100%, the computer screen lit up, and the familiar Windows desktop was restored. No one knew that in the library of Binhai University, Xianxia had solved the global threat of the ransomware virus. It's a bit laggy. Xianxia refreshed the desktop with the mouse. However, thinking that Xiaoyu was not proficient in computers and put everything on the C drive, it was normal for the computer to lag. However, Xiaoyu's computer desktop was very clean. It's really a bit laggy. I'll ask Xiaoyu's opinion later and help her clean up the computer. Xianxia thought, and the mouse clicked a few times on the desktop, but the mouse stopped on a video and didn't move at all. Yamit. Iku. Suddenly, the sound of panting and screaming resounded throughout the self-study area of the library. The source of the sound was the computer in front of Xianxia. Qianmo's eyes widened, and his face was full of shock. When he saw the picture on the computer screen, he almost vomited blood. Everyone in the self-study area looked at him, dumbfounded. Some girls' faces were red, and the way they looked at Chen Mo was very strange. Without saying a word, Chen Mo hurriedly closed the computer screen, his face flushed red. This guy is awesome. He came to the library to watch an island state action movie. I don't even want to help him. I'm convinced by him. Brother 666, ha ha ha, many people in the self-study area held back their laughter. Their faces turned red, and in the end they held back their laughter until their stomachs hurt. The entire self-study area was filled with laughter and all kinds of weird looks. Chen Mo almost hit his head on the table. This time, he lost a lot of face. He never dreamed that Xiaoyu would have such a movie on her desktop. I can't stay here anymore. Chen Mo hurriedly put the two computers back into his backpack, got up, and left. Just as he walked out of the library, Xiaoyu happened to be outside the library. Without another word, he grabbed Xiaoyu's hand and quickly left. What happened? Xiaoyu asked. I'll tell you later. Chen Mo wanted to laugh. He didn't think that killing the virus would cause such a thing. This was the most embarrassing thing he had ever encountered. The two of them came to the pavilion by the lake, and Chen Mo stopped. The computer virus has been eliminated. Chen Mo took out the computer and handed it to Xiaoyu with a faint smile. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and opened the computer. The sound of moaning and panting came from the computer. Before seeing the image, Xiaoyu's face instantly turned red. It spread from her ears to her neck, and she almost threw the computer in her hand. She hurriedly closed the computer. Xiaoyu's face was red, and she didn't dare to look at Chen Mo. The thing she was most worried about still happened. That movie, that night, Ruashi and the others. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoyu told Chen Mo everything about the movie. She knew that Chen Mo had found out. She had to explain. Otherwise, she would be too embarrassed to raise her head in front of Chen Mo. You didn't see it. I suffered. Hearing Xiaoyu's explanation, Chen Mo's face fell. You saw it? Are you okay? Xiaoyu asked with a red face. It was the first time she talked about such an explicit topic in front of the opposite sex, although the person in front of her was her boyfriend. I was in the self-study area in the library just now. The computer froze, and I accidentally opened it. The sound was so loud that people in the self-study area heard it. Many of them had internal injuries from laughing. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyu laughed without caring about her image. That kind of scene was funny just by imagining it. You're still laughing. I lost a lot. How are you going to compensate me? Xiaoyu held back her laughter and looked at Chen Mo with a red face. She bit her lips, kissed him on the cheek, and quickly pulled back. Chen Mo's mood was refreshed. All the depression disappeared in an instant. One more time. Chen Mo chuckled and pointed to his face. Don't make trouble. Xiaoyu blushed and patted Chen Mo. This was the first time she took the initiative to kiss a man. When that kind of thing happened in the library just now, the computer was not turned off. It was just closed. The movie was still playing. As soon as the lid was opened, there was a sound. Chen Mo knocked on Xiaoyu's computer. If you want to see it, just open the lid. But remember to wear headphones. Otherwise, people will hear it. Xiaoyu's face instantly turned red. She threw the computer back to Chen Mo. Delete it for me. Delete it is okay. Let's do it again. Chen Mo laughed. Delete it first. Chen Mo took the computer and opened the screen. The sound of ecstasy came from the computer again. Fortunately, there was no one here. Otherwise, it would be awkward. Xiaoyu turned her face away. Her face was as red as blood. I am worried that Ruashi will lead you astray in the dormitory. Chen Mo closed the video and deleted it. Then, he returned the computer to Xiaoyu. Thank you. Xiaoyu took the computer. She was relieved when she saw that all the files were intact. Let's do something practical. He also checked the virus on Zhou Tongtong's computer. After helping Xiaoyu tidy up the computer, he sent Xiaoyu back to the dormitory. After returning to the rented house, Chen Mo put away his things and entered the scientific library. Elder Shu said that as long as he created the killing program, he could go in and randomly choose a technology. Now, the program was completed. He opened the dark red book. Elder Shu appeared again. Finished? Finished. Not bad. It was faster than expected. Now, you want to randomly choose a technology? Elder Shu asked. Yes. Chen Mo nodded. This was the purpose of him coming in. Then, let's begin. Elder Shu pointed. A circle of light fell from the sky above the library. It covered the central area. On the light screen, books that were arranged like tiles began to rotate. Seeing so many books spinning, Chen Mo's heart tightened. He couldn't take his eyes off them. In the end, only one book was left floating in the air. It slowly fell into Elder Shu's hand. Ultra-thin sanitary pad production process. Seeing the book in Elder Shu's hand, Chen Mo's face turned red. He almost vomited blood. He wanted to cry. He didn't expect to choose such a technology. Random selection was a trap. He had already made a fool of himself in the library today. Why was he so unlucky today? Elder Shu saw through Chen Mo's thoughts. Congratulations. Ha ha ha. After seeing the book, Elder Shu laughed heartily. Hearing Elder Shu's laughter, Chen Mo was like a frosted eggplant. He didn't feel good. There were thousands of technologies. Why did he choose this one? It was fine even if he didn't need it for the time being. But how was he going to do this? Chen Mo covered his face. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Elder Shu, can I change it? No. Elder Shu shook his head. You don't want it? Yes, why not? Chen Mo immediately jumped up. It would be a waste if he didn't want it. Even if he didn't need it, he could sell this information to a company that specialized in manufacturing. He could also make money. After passing the technology to Chen Mo, Elder Shu spoke again. Remember what I said last time? Design the killing program and come to me. You will have unexpected gains. Seeing Chen Mo's expression, Elder Shu wasn't anxious. He turned his head and pointed at the endless giant bookshelf. Where do you think these technologies came from? Chen Mo pondered for a moment. It should be the accumulation of the previous library owners. You are half right. Indeed, many of them were created by the previous owners. They all put the technology they created into the library. This method is technology sharing. You mean, I also have to put the technology one created into the scientific library? For example, the program to kill the ransomware virus? Wrong, it's not about whether you want to or not. It's about whether you want to or not. Are you willing to share your technology with the library? Elder Shu said. Technology sharing? I'm willing. Chen Mo nodded without hesitation. Even if it was forced, he wouldn't complain. He was now the owner of the scientific library. Well, not bad. Elder Shu pointed at the light screen in midair. Like ants, a code quickly appeared on the light screen. Chen Mo saw it clearly. It was the program he designed to kill the ransomware virus. Under his gaze, the light screen turned into a book and flew into the depths of the scientific library. Then, a light screen landed in Elder Shu's hand and formed a book. This is your reward for sharing the technology. Elder Shu put the book in front of Chen Mo. Smartphone operating system source code and development. After seeing the book, Chen Mo was ecstatic. It was indeed an unexpected gain. He didn't expect sharing the technology would have such a reward. He could almost see another smartphone operating system appearing in his hand. After seeing this technology, all of Chen Mo's gloominess disappeared without a trace. What a lucky boy. Elder Shu said, in order to encourage technology sharing, generally, the technology obtained from technology sharing will be better than the shared technology. You are a little lucky to get this. It's just right for you to use it. It's even better. Of course, of course. Since I met Elder Shu, my luck has been very good. Chen Mo laughed. You want to talk about your little girlfriend? Elder Shu saw through Chen Mo's thoughts at a glance. Didn't you say that you were lucky when you got the technology? It's the same, it's about the same time. Chen Mo smiled awkwardly. Take it. Elder Shu slapped the book in his hand into Chen Mo's head. After exiting the scientific library, Chen Mo still had a surprised smile on his face. He had made a huge profit this time. He had obtained the source code of the mobile phone system. As long as he operated it properly, money was basically just a number. But he had no money now. After thinking about it, Xianxia walked to the computer and opened Weibo. He found the official Weibo of Seven Tigers Company. After a moment of hesitation, he wrote a message and sent it to her via email. He didn't have the email addresses of the people in charge of those companies, so he could only use this method to contact them. He couldn't hack into the network security company, and that would be awesome. Now was the peak period of the Eternal Heart's rampage. No one in the world had developed a software to kill the Eternal Heart, but he had it here. He wasn't a philanthropist. This was exchanged with the right to freely choose the technology. From the beginning, he was prepared to use the antivirus software to make his first bucket of gold. Now, he could use it. After sending the message, Xianxia started to type the code. The source code of the smartphone system. This would be his next product, and it would be able to enter the internet industry. There were a few Weibo operators in Seven Tigers Company, and Lang Yuming was one of them. The booming development of Weibo was also a channel for some companies to release news to the outside world. With demand, this new profession was born. At this time, Lang Yuming was leaning over the computer and browsing the Weibo news. As the Weibo operator, she was the cute girl behind the official Weibo. The netizens summed up their work as follows: they were good at designing, writing copywriting, and catching the hot topics. They were good at talking about current affairs and talking about tidbits. They were good at posting content, replying to comments, and acting cute. Sometimes, when they saw interesting comments, they would reply. Recently, after the outbreak of the Eternal Heart ransomware virus, their internet security company became the focus of attention. The comments on Weibo were more than 10 times more than usual. As the Weibo operator, they were exhausted during this period. As cute girls, they even had dark circles under their eyes. Suddenly, Lang Yuming stopped moving the mouse and her gaze fell on a message. Silent Ant? Lang Yuming looked at the message and immediately became alert. She looked hesitant. She saw the office director walking over and immediately made up her mind. Director, come and take a look at this Weibo message. Lang Yuming pointed at the computer screen. When Wang Yu heard Lang Yuming's voice, he stopped and walked toward her. The Weibo operator usually wouldn't bother him, the office director, unless it was a big matter. When he walked to the computer and saw the message Lang Yuming was pointing at, Wang Yu's gaze focused and his expression became serious. Take a screenshot of this message and print it out. Not long after, Wang Yu took the printed paper and walked into the CEO's office. If this message was true, then it was a big matter. Director Zhou, this is the message on Weibo. I feel that it's a big matter, so I'm reporting it to you. After Wang Yu entered the CEO's office, he passed the printed paper to Zhou Hongwei. After seeing the content, Zhou Hongwei's gaze focused and then flickered. After hesitating for a while, he opened the email and entered the email address. Now that the Eternal Heart was at its peak, their company's internet security team was looking for a way to kill the ransomware virus day and night. He was also paying attention to the progress. So far, there was some progress, but there was still a long way to go before they could crack the Eternal Heart. After all, something that was painstakingly planned by a high-level hacker wasn't so easy to solve. But now, a person suddenly appeared and said that he had developed a program to crack the Eternal Heart. He couldn't help but take this seriously. The other party obviously contacted him to sell the program to him for a deal. If he could get the method to crack the ransomware virus, then his company would definitely gain both fame and fortune. Hello, I'm the CEO of Seven Tigers, Zhou Hongwei. I've already seen your message. Is the program to crack the Eternal Heart true? I want to see it in person. After sending the edited email, Zhou Hongwei began to stare at the email and wait. Xianxia, who was typing the code, saw the email notification and immediately stopped what he was doing. After reading the content, he revealed a knowing smile. He didn't expect to receive a response so soon. After opening the email, Xianxia directly entered his phone number and sent it back to Zhou Hongwei. Zhou Hongwei, who was guarding the computer, was overjoyed when he saw the phone number in the email. He immediately dialed the number on the email. Hello, I'm Zhou Hongwei. After the phone was connected, Zhou Hongwei spoke. Hello, Mr. Zhou, I'm Chen Mo. Are you interested in the software I developed? Chen Mo smiled after answering the phone. Of course I'm interested. Zhou Hongwei said, can you send the program installation package over for us to test? Test it in person. Come to the coffee shop 800 meters away from the front door of Binhai University. Contact me when you arrive. I'll go over and talk face to face. If you're afraid that I'll cheat you, you don't have to come. I can contact Chengdu or Penguin. Chen Mo said. Zhou Hongwei was very fast. He arrived at the coffee shop Chen Mo mentioned at around 5 in the afternoon. After receiving the call, Chen Mo took his computer and documents and went to the coffee shop immediately. His apartment was not far from the coffee shop. It was only a 5-minute walk. After entering the coffee shop, Chen Mo looked around. There were not many people in the coffee shop. Chen Mo immediately recognized Zhou Hongwei and the other sitting in the corner. Mr. Zhou, nice to meet you. Chen Mo walked over and extended his right hand with a smile. Seeing Chen Mo, Zhou Hongwei's eyes were filled with shock. The voice was familiar. It was Chen Mo, but he was a bit too young. Nice to meet you, Mr. Chen. After exchanging some pleasantries with Chen Mo, Zhou Hongwei sat back down with him. Mr. Chen, I want to see the program you mentioned in person. Zhou Hongwei went straight to the point. He could not wait. Sure, but I don't have a computer with a virus, Chen Mo said. We're ready. Zhou Hongwei nodded to his assistant. The assistant took out 2 computers from his backpack and placed them on the table. Both computers were showing images of being locked by the iron door. Chen Mo did not hesitate. He took out a USB drive, inserted it into the computer, and typed a few times. 2 minutes later, the loading bar finished. The computer screen changed back to the familiar Windows desktop. Seeing this, Zhou Hongwei was overjoyed. It was real. The infected computers were all prepared by them. It could not be fake. Holding back his anxiety, Zhou Hongwei continued to watch Chen Mo check the second computer. Seeing that the second computer also returned to normal, Zhou Hongwei heaved a sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair. This meant that the heart of eternity that had swept across the world had been broken, and it was broken by this ridiculously young man in front of him. Mr. Chen, you're so young. Are you still studying? Are you a student at Binhai University? Zhou Hongwei asked. That's not important, is it? Chen Mo smiled. It's not important. Zhou Hongwei smiled. This program was developed by you, right? You're so young and promising. Are you interested in working in our company? I don't have such plans for the time being, Chen Mo said, neither haughty nor humble. Let's get to the point. Zhou Hongwei carefully sized up Chen Mo. This young man's bearing and manner of speech were much better than the young people he had seen before. He was definitely a rare talent. Then let's get to the point. Mr. Chen, you're preparing to sell the program, right? How much? Not much, just 80 million. Hiss, as soon as Chen Mo's price was announced, everyone who heard it sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at him in surprise. Mr. Chen, isn't this price a little too high? Zhou Hongwei asked with a smile. If you think it's too high, forget it. Chen Mo shrugged and put the USB drive back into his backpack. I'll contact the people from Penguin. Maybe they'll be interested. Mr. Chen, don't be so hasty. Zhou Hongwei stopped Chen Mo. Your price is a bit high. Contact Penguin, they won't give you this price. How do you know if you don't try? Chen Mo said, the heart of eternity has indirectly caused tens of billions of losses worldwide. How about this, Zhou Hongwei said. 10 million. Transfer the technology to me and we'll sign the contract now. Then forget it. Chen Mo said, currently, there's no antivirus in the world. If your company is the first to release the software that can kill the heart of eternity, you'll gain both fame and fortune. I'm already at a disadvantage with this price 30 million. That's the bottom line. Zhou Hongwei said, there are only about 1 million infected computers worldwide. Our company won't make any money. Reputation and reputation are the key. Mr. Zhou, you can't be so shallow, right? Chen Mo said. If you don't want it, I'll contact other companies. This program should increase the market value of Penguin or Chandu by a lot. Zhou Hongwei did not expect Chen Mo to be so cunning at such a young age. But this antivirus program could indeed increase their company's fame and fortune, especially during the global virus crisis. If they gave up the program to their competitors, their company would lose an opportunity. To be honest, we may not make 80 million from your program, 70 million, no less. Chen Mo said. Wait, 60 million. Zhou Hongwei said, we're releasing a free program. We can't make much profit. You're doing it for free. It has nothing to do with me. You can also charge for it. Chen Mo got up and was ready to leave. Wait, 70 million. Deal. Zhou Hongwei said immediately. This is the contract and the technical information. Chen Mo sat back in his seat and took out a USB drive and 2 contracts from his computer bag. He placed them in front of Zhou Hongwei. Zhou Hongwei was stunned when he saw the things that were prepared. This young man seemed to have guessed that they would give in from the beginning. He asked the lawyer next to him to look at the contract carefully. After confirming that there was no problem, he looked at Chen Mo. I didn't expect such a good young man to come out of China. You're flattering me. This program was created by chance. It's all luck. Huh? Zhou Hongwei did not expect Chen Mo to say such a thing. He was speechless. No one would believe that a virus with no cure in the world fell into his hands by luck. If there's no problem, let's sign the contract. Chen Mo said. Okay. After signing the contract, Zhou Hongwei also asked someone to transfer the money to Chen Mo on the spot. After seeing the transfer was successful, Chen Mo laughed. This was his first bucket of gold. He earned it with his own hands. Even after deducting the income tax, there was still more than 56 million. Chen Mo was still thinking about how to spend the money. Happy cooperation. Chen Mo shook hands with Zhou Hongwei. I deleted the program data. Your data is unique. Remember to make a backup. I'll go first. Don't you want to eat? No, I'll contact you later. After saying goodbye to Zhou Hongwei, Chen Mo left the coffee shop with his book. Send the program back to the technical department. Call them and tell them to bind the antivirus program code to Guardian. Prepare to update Guardian. After instructing his assistant, Zhou Hongwei looked at the door where Chen Mo left and fell into deep thought. At 7 p.m. that night, 7 Tigers posted a message on Weibo. 7 Tigers had developed a program to kill the Eternal Heart. It was currently undergoing the final emergency processing. After it was completed, it would be released immediately. As always, it was free and free. Once the news came out, it immediately caused a stir in the online world. 7 Tigers Weibo also attracted countless likes and recognition from netizens. History is shockingly similar. 7 Tigers have found the program to kill the Eternal Heart. A certain computer butler is still posting news about playing games. A company with a conscience. I'll change to the antivirus program now. I support 7 Tigers this time. This incident naturally made the headlines of all the major media outlets. Everything happened without warning. Currently, the matter of the Heart of Eternity was a hot topic. This time, 7 Tigers news was quickly discovered by the media and spread throughout the country in a very short period of time. When the news was released, some TV stations that were broadcasting the news also urgently cut in to broadcast the latest news. This news was also posted on foreign social media sites in the shortest time possible. The entire online world was in an uproar. The Eternal Heart ransomware incident this time was practically the biggest kidnapping incident in the online world. Globally, there were close to 1 million computers infected with the virus. It was mainly concentrated in government departments, energy companies, railway companies, banks, hospitals, universities, trading places, and other important areas. It had been almost 7 days since the incident. Unless the system was reinstalled, there was no way to get rid of the Eternal Heart. However, reinstalling the system meant that all the data in the computer would be lost. For some people, this was unacceptable. The next day, in the expectation of many people, Qihu's official website updated the security guard. Users only needed to download the security guard, and when they found the Eternal Heart virus, they would be immediately alerted and killed. For locked computers, users only needed to download the antivirus software to the USB drive, insert it into the infected computer, and run it, then the computer screen would be automatically unlocked. This news made all the media excited, and they spread the news immediately. Seeing the news, Xianxia was ecstatic. Yesterday, he heard that Qihoo had developed an antivirus program. He didn't sleep last night, just waiting for today's update from Qihoo. His engineering design drawings were in his computer. When he was infected with the virus, he couldn't finish the design. Today, he had to hand in the draft. If he couldn't do it, his job would be difficult. Now that his wife had just given birth, he needed money everywhere. Losing his job at this time would be a huge blow to him. After a night of waiting, the update was finally updated. Xianxia felt like crying. With trembling hands, he logged into Qihoo's official website and downloaded the security guard. As soon as the download was finished, he couldn't wait to insert the USB drive with the security guard into a computer locked by an iron door. According to the instructions, he typed a few times on the keyboard. Seeing the scene of the investigation, Xianxia couldn't hide his excitement. 2 minutes later, seeing the familiar computer screen, Xianxia laughed wildly. It really worked. A few days of fear and trepidation had finally passed. After putting the engineering design drawings into the USB drive, Xianxia rushed to the company. This scene played out in every corner. Many people's important manuscripts were saved because of the security guard update of Qihoo. Many people cried with joy. Some people put their important documents and research materials on the computer. Half a day before they were destroyed, the security guard of Qihoo pulled them back from despair. After the update of Qihoo's security guard, there were hundreds of thousands of users in just half an hour. Not long after, the process of killing the Eternal Heart was exposed on Weibo. Qihoo's antivirus software once again appeared on the hot search and dominated the headlines of major news. The name of Qihoo spread all over Xianxia. With the exposure of major news media, the number of users of the security guard was steadily increasing. The updated 7 Tigers safety guard appeared on some foreign websites and forums in less than half an hour. Within an hour, the software had been downloaded over 1 million times. Antivirus software was also on the headlines of various countries' media. It was almost free advertising. Not long after, on social media such as Facebook and Twitter, the major companies, exchanges, and hospitals that had been infected by the virus all expressed their gratitude to 7 Tigers. The 7 Tigers company earned a lot of attention, and their reputation rose. The number of users also rose rapidly. In the area of computer antivirus software, their market share was also increasing. 7 Tigers' other software, browsers, and other products were also increasing. This situation made the 7 Tigers executives rejoice that it was a wise decision to spend money to buy the antivirus program. The virus crisis that had engulfed the entire world came to an end in just one day. The virus crisis had been resolved, but security personnel from various countries were still investigating the hacker organization. The first outbreak of the ransomware virus had swept across the world. Now, the second outbreak was even more terrifying than the previous one. Before the hacker was found, no one could say when the third ransomware crisis would break out. Although the scale of this virus crisis was larger than the previous one, the hacker organization behind it was more miserable than the previous one. The scale was large, but the companies did not compromise with them. Last time, they had earned more than $100,000. This time, it was even less, only $100,000. In this virus incident, the biggest beneficiary was 7 Tigers company. But there was another beneficiary. 7 Tigers used it as a cover and deliberately concealed it. Only a few insiders knew that the person who had really solved the virus crisis was a young man in Binhai City. In the gym, Chen Mo was wearing boxing gloves and sweating profusely. The sandbag in front of him seemed to be wailing under his fists. The virus crisis seemed to have nothing to do with him. He didn't want to be in the limelight on this matter, so he chose to sell the program to 7 Tigers quietly. During this time, going to the gym was a must for him every day. After his potential was unlocked, he adapted to his strength here. It had been almost half a month, and now he had adapted to the strength of his body. Chen Mo had also practiced the fighting skills recorded in the Human Potential Development technology for a period of time. He had a preliminary mastery of those fighting skills. He felt very strong now, but he didn't know how strong he was since no one was fighting. After training for a while, he stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at the time, Chen Mo raised his eyebrows, hurriedly packed his things, and rushed back to the rented apartment. After taking a simple shower, Chen Mo put on a more comfortable t-shirt and casual pants, and rode his bicycle quickly to the school dormitory area. It was the weekend, and he had an appointment with Xiaoyu to go shopping. He had been in a relationship with Xiaoyu for a long time, but this was the first time they had a more formal date. They used to spend time in the library, and it made him feel a little guilty toward Xiaoyu. Now that things had just come to an end, Chen Mo was also ready to relax and spend some time with Xiaoyu. Just as he rode his bicycle to the dormitory area, he bumped into Xiaoyu downstairs. "I was almost late." Chen Mo stopped in front of Xiaoyu. His eyes fell on Xiaoyu, and his eyes lit up. Xiaoyu was obviously dressed up today. Light makeup, an elegant floral dress, long hair tied up, and 2 bangs in front of her forehead. Perhaps because she grew up by the sea, Xiaoyu had a touch of wildness that other girls didn't have. This wild temperament and her unique gentleness were a perfect combination of the 2 temperaments on her. She was quiet and elegant, and her temperament was delicate, and people would never get tired of looking at her. Noticing that Chen Mo was staring at her, Xiaoyu's cheeks were a little red. This was their first real date, and although they had been together for a while, she was still a little nervous. For this reason, she took out her treasured dress and was teased by Ruashi and the others. But seeing Chen Mo's reaction, she was also secretly happy. "I'll go put the bicycle away, wait for me here," Chen Mo said. "You don't have to." Xiaoyu stopped Chen Mo, "You can take me out with a bicycle." "That's not good, right?" Chen Mo said. "It's okay, I want to see the night view of Binhai City," Xiaoyu said. "Can I?" "Yes," Chen Mo agreed immediately. Xiaoyu walked to the back seat of the bicycle and sat down horizontally, reaching out her right hand to hug his waist. Feeling the hand on his waist and the warmth on his back, Chen Mo smiled knowingly. "Are you seated?" Chen Mo said. "Yes," Xiaoyu said as she gathered her skirt. "Then let's go." In Binhai University, where the night had just fallen, there were 2 more figures showing off. "Damn, it's not fair. I have a bicycle too, why don't I have such a beautiful girl sitting behind me? Winner in life, why didn't I meet such a good girl? Even losers have their spring." This is the legendary smile on the back of the bicycle. Look at that girl, she's very happy and satisfied. On the school road, looking at the 2 figures, many people looked at them with envy and jealousy. It was mainly because Xiaoyu sitting behind the bicycle was too eye-catching and attracted a lot of attention. At night in Binhai City, the sky was gray and bright. Under the illumination of the neon lights, the night sky seemed to flash with colorful colors. All kinds of glorious plaques on the streets were particularly eye-catching under the colorful light. A faintly discernible, elegant melody came from the clubhouse on the street, filling the street with romantic colors under the night sky. Xiaoyu hugged Chen Mo's waist and leaned on him with a sweet smile on her lips. This was a feeling she had never felt before. When Chen Mo protected her in the library, her heart had throbbed a little. Until Chen Mo boldly grabbed her hand, she acquiesced to all of this and finally mustered the courage to hold Chen Mo's hand. The 2 had confirmed their relationship for more than half a month, and most of the time was spent in the library. They only held hands and never hugged. Chen Mo did not take the initiative, so she naturally had to be reserved. The most intimate action was the last time she took the initiative to kiss Chen Mo. That time, she still mustered the greatest courage. This was the first time she leaned on Chen Mo's body, and she felt at ease. It was as if even if the sky fell, there would be a shoulder to carry it for her. "Chen Mo, tell me about your past," Xiaoyu said. "Past?" "Yes, have you been in love before?" Xiaoyu asked. "I want to know more about you." It's all in the past." "Do you really want to talk about it?" Chen Mo asked uncertainly. "Say it. Don't worry about me being jealous. I'm not a vinegar jar." Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Tell me about your glorious history and let me, your girlfriend, know more about you." There was a period, Xianxia said. Then we broke up. How long? 2 years. Xianxia's eyes became deep, and there was a trace of emotion in his tone. We broke up and got back together a few times. The last time she broke up, we never saw each other again. It's been almost 4 years since then. You still remember her? Xiaoyu's tone was a little sour. I've let it go a long time ago. Xianxia felt goosebumps on his back. The woman must be lying if she said she wasn't jealous. Ever since I saw you, I felt that you were destined to be with me. You used to coax your girlfriend like this too? Absolutely not. This is the first time I've said this. The last time I met you in the library, I had the same feeling. Later, when I saw the bookshelf falling down, I didn't hesitate to jump on it. It was because I had the urge to protect you. I thought I was dead for sure. You pass. Hearing Xianxia talk about the library, Xiaoyu's gaze became gentle. The process of the two of them meeting was indeed quite dramatic. Perhaps it was fate in the underworld. What about you? Have you ever been in love before? Upon hearing Xianxia's question, Xiaoyu revealed a mischievous smile. Yes, I've dated 3 times. No way. Xianxia's tone was sour. Don't you see that I'm a natural beauty? The people chasing me in school can line up from the podium to the back of the classroom. Xiaoyu still had a smile on her face. Can you tell me more about yourself? Xianxia asked jealously. I lied to you, stingy. Xiaoyu laughed. There are many people chasing me, but I rejected them all. This is my first time in love. You actually learned how to lie. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Did Ruashi and the others teach you bad things? Didn't she tell you? My nickname is Kitten. My personality is a little wild. There will be many unexpected things in the future. Don't be fooled by my gentle appearance. Xiaoyu smiled. It's over. I feel like I've fallen into a trap. What did you say? A gentle trap. Xianxia hurriedly said, Ruashi said you know how to act coquettishly. Show it to me. In your dreams. They laughed and chatted all the way. Unknowingly, the two had arrived at the street near the shopping mall. After parking the bicycle, Xianxia and Xiaoyu strolled around the street near the shopping mall. Let's go and have a look. What do you want to buy? I'll give it to you. Xianxia said. No. Xiaoyu shook her head. Just strolling around is enough. You can give it to me with your family's money. When you know how to make money, you can give it to me. You don't have to say that. If you give me a gift again in the future, I promise that I won't be polite to you. I will buy you everything you have. Xiaoyu interrupted Xianxia's words and held his hand, walking slowly on the shopping street. Looking at Xiaoyu's appearance, Xianxia's gaze softened. Xiaoyu, I have something to tell you. Go ahead. Robbery. Catch him. Xianxia was just about to speak when a woman's scream interrupted him. The shopping crowd was in chaos and quickly separated from the middle. A flustered man carrying a bag rushed towards the two of them with a dagger that emitted a cold light. Get out of the way, or I'll kill you. The criminal shouted at the crowd. Seeing the criminal rushing toward them, Xianxia pulled Xiaoyu behind him and hurriedly retreated. Before he could reach them, a person suddenly stretched out his foot. Ah! A scream was heard. The criminal lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. What happened? Why did the criminal fall? Just now the crowd was in a panic, so no one paid attention. But Xianxia saw very clearly that it was the dark-skinned man who tripped the criminal. At this time, the criminal's dagger and bag had already fallen out of his hands and landed in front of Xianxia and Xiaoyu. Before the man could react, the criminal quickly got up and looked at him in panic. The next moment, he rushed into the crowd of onlookers and grabbed a baby in his arms. Let go of my daughter. The woman who was pushed looked at the criminal in horror. Don't come over, or I'll strangle her. The criminal's face was ferocious as he kept retreating. The crowd also quickly dispersed. Friend, calm down. The man's expression became serious. You're only robbing now. The crime isn't serious. At most, you'll be out after a few months. If you're impulsive and hurt her, you'll be sentenced to death. Don't come over. The criminal shouted at the man. If you come over again, I'll strangle her. Don't think I'm afraid of death. Anyway, I'll die if I can't pay my gambling debt. At most, I'll drag someone down with me. Don't force me. Calm down, I won't go over. The man raised his hands and stopped. Calm down, we can talk. You want money, I'll give it to you. Don't hurt the baby. She doesn't know anything. Save my child. The young woman looked at the man pleadingly. Save my daughter, please. She's only 9 months old. Ma'am, don't be agitated. The man turned to look at the criminal. I'm not a police officer. If you let the child go, I won't arrest you. That bag, throw it to me. Hurry up. The criminal looked at the man with resentment. If it weren't for him, he would have escaped successfully. Here you go. Xianxia picked up the bag at his feet and threw it in front of the criminal. Then, he looked at the crowd. All of you, disperse. Don't watch the show. Disperse. Hearing Xianxia's words, the crowd dispersed a lot, but they still stood in the distance to watch. I'll give you the bag now. Put the child down gently, and I won't arrest you. I'm not a police officer. The man glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia pulled Xiaoyu behind him. He wasn't sure what this crazy gambler would do. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing when he finally went out on a date with Xiaoyu. Go to hell. The criminal sneered and threw the baby in his hand to the side of the road. He quickly picked up the bag and ran away. F***ck your grandpa. The moment he threw the baby, Xianxia's face changed. His body exploded with the fastest speed. Before the crowd could react, he had already jumped towards the baby. Amidst the crowd's exclamation, Xianxia hugged the baby and fell heavily on the road. He rolled a few times before stopping. Seeing that Xianxia was about to be hit by the car, the crowd screamed. The onlookers hurriedly covered their eyes, not daring to look directly. The sound of the tires rubbing against the ground resounded in everyone's heart. The car didn't stop until it was more than 10 meters away. The crowd was dead silent. The young woman stared blankly at the empty road. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted on the ground. Xiaoyu was stunned. The scene of Xianxia jumping out replayed in her mind. Looking at the dead and empty road, her face was filled with fear and tears kept pouring out. Xianxia, Xiaoyu's voice was filled with panic and fear. She rushed out desperately. Just as she ran on the road, Xiaoyu felt her body tighten and she bumped into someone's arms. Xiaoyu was stunned when she smelled the familiar scent. Looking up and seeing the familiar face, she couldn't stop crying. She cried and laughed at the same time. Finally, she buried her head in his shoulder. Don't cry. Xianxia comforted Xiaoyu. Unlocking his potential gave his body a powerful explosive force and speed. Just now, at the critical moment, he relied on that explosive force to avoid the car. When he felt the car brush past him, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing Xianxia appear, the crowd cheered thunderously. Don't cry. Look, this little guy is laughing at you. Xianxia patted Xiaoyu's shoulder and put the baby in his arms in front of her. At this time, the baby opened his pure eyes and smiled at Xiaoyu. Seeing the baby's happy face, Xiaoyu also smiled through her tears. The criminal is caught. The crowd cheered. Several men carried a person and threw him to the ground. His hands and feet were tied with a belt. At this time, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. The bag was still hanging on his body. This woman fainted. Who is the doctor here? A cry attracted everyone's attention. At this time, the mother of the baby had fallen to the ground. I am. A middle-aged man with glasses came out and pressed a few times on the woman's heart. Not long after, the woman woke up. My child, my child. The woman's voice was filled with fear as she looked around. Madam, your child. Xianxia carried the baby back to the woman and placed it in her arms. Seeing that her child was safe and sound, the woman hugged him tightly, crying and laughing. Amid the applause of the crowd, a police car stopped by the roadside. From the beginning to the end, it did not take more than 5 minutes. When the man who intercepted the criminal saw the police arrive, he turned and walked into the crowd. Chen Mo also disappeared into the crowd with Xiaoyu. However, when Chen Mo left, many people in the crowd paid attention to them. Not far from the shopping street was the beach. Xiaoyu helped Chen Mo deal with the bruises on his cheeks and elbows. Her movements were very gentle. My poor handsome face is going to become ugly. You're still so narcissistic. You almost scared me to death. Xiaoyu was a little angry. Her voice carried a hint of reprimand, but her movements were still careful. I didn't think too much about it. If she was you, I would have jumped on her without hesitation. You want to wait 18 years for me, right? I find that you've become humorous. After the wounds were treated, both of them fell into silence. The river breeze blew, making the atmosphere subtle. Chen Mo lowered his head to look at her. Xiaoyu's cheeks immediately became rosy, and her eyes were somewhat evasive. Chen Mo put his arm around Xiaoyu's waist and slowly lowered his head. Xiaoyu closed her eyes tightly as if she had accepted her fate. Her long eyelashes were trembling slightly. She knew what was going to happen next, and her body was somewhat tense. She felt a warmth on her lips, her teeth were softly pried open, and a strange sensation on the tip of her tongue gave her a strange feeling. Her face became even redder, and her body was pressed against Chen Mo's body. The first kiss that she had cherished for more than 20 years was finally given to this narcissistic bastard. A feeling of joy and happiness filled her body and mind. Xiaoyu slowly began to cater to Chen Mo. Her movements were shaky at the beginning, but slowly became natural. Under the illumination of the night and the reflection of the lights, the sound of the wandering singers and the sound of the river flowing echoed. The river breeze blew Xiaoyu's skirt and hair, making them rise slightly. The boat on the sea, the sparkling waves, and the colorful neon lights on the beach formed a beautiful picture. After a minute, Chen Mo finally let go of Xiaoyu. With this kiss, the distance between the two of them was completely open to each other. Perfect, perfect, it's too perfect. Before the two of them came back to their senses, an exclamation of surprise interrupted their tenderness. Both of them looked at the source of the sound with astonishment. It's too perfect. A photographer holding a camera excitedly walked towards them. Hello, my name is Xianxia. I'm a photography enthusiast. Hello, my name is Chen Mo. Seeing the photographer's introduction, Chen Mo politely replied. I came to the beach to look for inspiration for my work. I happened to meet you and took a picture of you kissing just now. It's too perfect. I'm going to use this set of photos to submit for the National Photography Competition. I hope to get your permission. Liang Zhihong excitedly opened the camera in his hand and showed the photos to Chen Mo. Xiaoyu did not expect that someone would take a picture of them kissing just now. She shyly hid behind Chen Mo. She wanted to find a hole to hide in. This was her first kiss. I just had a flash of inspiration. This set of photos is called Night Light. Liang Zhihong was so excited that he did not notice the difference between the two of them. The natural movements of the two just now, as well as that indescribable feeling, were not something that could be expressed through posing. That kiss vividly showed all the love between the two of them. Reflected in the sea view and the night sky, it was simply perfect. Seeing the photos, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. It was indeed beautiful. It is quite beautiful. Chen Mo said. Chen Mo had just finished speaking when he felt a slight pain in his waist. Xiaoyu had already buried her face in his back and pinched the flesh of his waist. Liang Zhihong's face was filled with joy. This moment gave me the inspiration to write a poem. This was his most perfect work among all his works. Send the photos to us and we will agree to let you use them for the competition. Chen Mo looked at the photos and said. Okay, I will add you on WeChat. After I organize the photos, I will send them to you. Liang Zhihong immediately agreed and took out his phone to add Chen Mo on WeChat. After Liang Zhihong left, Xiaoyu's face was still red as she snuggled up to Chen Mo. Why did you agree to let him use the photos for the competition? He is creating art. It is a rare inspiration. Moreover, he helped us to capture that important moment in the photos. I will use that photo as the theme in my phone in the future. Come, let's do it again. Xiaoyu shyly lowered her head and did not resist. The two looked at the beautiful seaside scenery and strolled on the seawall. What happened just now had long been thrown to the back of their minds. This was their first real date. There were some flaws, but it was perfect. The happy time was short. When Xianxia took out his phone to look at the time again, his face became strange. What's wrong? I have to tell you a piece of bad news. It is already 11:30 and the dorm is closed. You can't go back tonight. Xianxia laughed. I don't think it is that long. Xiaoyu grabbed the phone in disbelief. Then what should I do? You have two choices. Spend the night at a hotel or go to my rented apartment. Xianxia laughed heartily. You did it on purpose. Xiaoyu blushed and pinched Qianmo's waist. I swear, it's definitely not. Qianmo sucked in a breath of cold air and raised 4 fingers. I am not going to the hotel. Then come back with me. It was already 12 o'clock when they arrived at the apartment. Xiaoyu immediately became nervous when she walked into Qianmo's apartment. Thinking about how she was going to stay with Qianmo tonight, her heart was racing. I'm going to the bathroom. Qianmo looked at Xiaoyu's back and chuckled. He sat in front of the computer and started to process the photos sent by Liang Zhihong. He had to admit that this photo was really beautiful. Moreover, he was the protagonist. After a while, Xiaoyu came out of the bathroom with a red face. She hesitated for a long time before lying down on the bed and saying, I'm going to sleep first. Go to sleep. He knew that tonight was going to be a sad night. Turning his attention to the computer, Qianmo forced himself to calm down and continued to code. The code of the phone system gradually elongated in his hands. Lying on the bed, Xiaoyu couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard she tried. She could only turn over and look at Qianmo, who was typing the code attentively. Recalling what happened tonight, a shy and sweet smile appeared on her face. After some time, Qianmo, who was sitting in front of the computer, moved. Xiaoyu quickly closed her eyes and became nervous. Looking at Xiaoyu, who had her eyes closed, Qianmo's face fell. He walked into the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face before gently climbing onto the bed. God gave him a choice, but he couldn't be impulsive. Impulsiveness could easily kill him. Xiaoyu's heart was in her mouth. Her body was tense and she didn't dare to move. The lights were turned off and the room was plunged into darkness. Xiaoyu became even more nervous. After a few minutes, she realized that Qianmo wasn't touching her. Her nervousness slowly relaxed. She opened her eyes and was about to peek at Qianmo, but she found that Qianmo's bright eyes reflected a glimmer of light in the darkness. So you were pretending to be asleep? Qianmo laughed. Xiaoyu also laughed. Can't I? Sure. What if I can't fall asleep with a beauty sleeping beside me? You have to sleep even if you can't. At this moment, I think of a joke. A man and a woman were sleeping on the bed. The woman said that he was not allowed to touch her at night, or else he would be a beast. The next day, the woman slapped the man and said that he was worse than a beast. Don't think too much. Xiaoyu's cheeks were burning. When I'm mentally prepared, I'll give you everything I have. Is that okay? Really? Really? I'll remember what you said. Qianmo smiled. Do you want to know the final answer? Tell you what, when benefits. Xiaoyu whispered into Qianmo's ear and kissed him on the cheek. Blushing, she turned over and covered herself with the quilt. Ruoxin said that you have a wild nature. I didn't believe her, but now I do. Qianmo hugged Xiaoyu's waist and adjusted his posture. He tried his best to remain calm and closed his eyes. Xiaoyu's body was tense. Seeing that he didn't move, she relaxed and fell asleep in Qianmo's arms with a smile. The night was silent. The next morning, Xiaoyu woke up. Feeling the warmth of the big hand on her waist, her face blushed slightly. She slept very well last night. The insomnia she had before had disappeared without a trace. Sleeping in Qianmo's arms, she felt very safe. She slowly took away Qianmo's hand and kissed him on the cheek before tiptoeing up. Qianmo didn't know how he fell asleep in the end. When he opened his eyes, Xiaoyu was no longer beside him. Only a faint fragrance remained on the pillow. She sneaked away? Qianmo looked at the empty bed and thought of Xiaoyu's shy look. He smiled. As soon as he finished washing up, he saw Xiaoyu coming back with breakfast. Come and eat, Xiaoyu said, there's nothing in your small kitchen. I can only go out to buy breakfast. Did you wash the clothes I changed out of yesterday? Chen Mo sat down beside Xiaoyu. Yes. You found a girlfriend. You've earned a lot. Chen Mo took the porridge from Xiaoyu and smiled. You can stay with me in the future. Buy breakfast for me every day. You want me to wash your smelly socks every day, right? You found out. I'll have to catch you more in the future. Chen Mo laughed. You dare? Xiaoyu blushed. If you live outside, you can cook something yourself. Don't always eat takeout. I saw that the pot in the small kitchen has never been touched. You'll cook for me? In your dreams. I usually don't eat breakfast. Chen Mo finished the porridge and picked up the bread next to him. Lunch is at the school cafeteria or outside. Dinner is after working out. Xiaoyu's chopsticks paused. No one knew what she was thinking. I'll go back after breakfast. I have to study for the accountant exam and go back to the dorm. Thinking about what happened last night, Xiaoyu's cheeks burned. This was the first time she stayed out all night, and it was a date with Chen Moruashi and the others must have misunderstood. It's the weekend. I'll take you out for a day. We played last night. It's not good to play too much. It's a waste of money, Xiaoyu said. We'll go again next week. Take me with you to do chivalrous deeds. Yes, heroine. Cheeky. After breakfast, Chen Mo drove Xiaoyu back to the dorm. The video of Chen Mo saving the baby girl last night had been posted online. However, it was too dark that they couldn't see Chen Mo's face, so they weren't disturbed. After leaving school, Chen Mo went to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to register a company nearby. Now that things had come to an end and he had sold the antivirus program, he had the money. If he registered the company now, the phone system should be ready by the time he got the business license. Hello, sir. How can I help you? As soon as Chen Mo walked into the company, a female salesperson came up to him. Our company is a registered company, patent and trademark agent. We have professionals to follow up on everything. The company can also pay for the registration and provide the registration address. I want to register a company, Chen Mo said. Okay, sir. Please take a seat. The salesperson smiled and invited Chen Mo to sit. What kind of company do you want to register? A corporate one, Chen Mo said. If it's a corporate one, it will be troublesome to get loans and get listed. Are you sure? Yes. Chen Mo nodded. This was his company, and he didn't want to give the shares to anyone. How much is the company's registered capital? Our company can pay for it. The salesperson smiled. The registered capital is 50 million. You don't have to pay for it. Hearing Chen Mo's words, the salesperson's eyes lit up. 50 million. You don't have to pay for it. This sentence revealed too much. This handsome young man in front of her was a tycoon. Such a young tycoon, and so handsome. If she could get him, she wouldn't have to work so hard all day. The salesperson's smile became brighter, and her movements became gentler. She looked at Chen Mo, intentionally or unintentionally. Sir, prepare a few company names, preferably 3 to 5. I'll help you search and see if any of them are taken. This way, it will be easier to register. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if the company name is taken. Chen Mo turned a blind eye to her little movements. Okay. Chen Mo thought for a while and wrote down 3 names on the paper the salesperson handed over. After entrusting the registration of the company to the agent, Chen Mo left. Next, he could focus on the source code of the phone system. As long as the phone system was released, his company would be a hit. However, there was no one in the company. He didn't know how to manage it. This was also a problem. He had to find a professional manager. At this time, Chen Mo was sitting in front of the computer. On the screen, the dense code continued to elongate with the movements of his hands. As time passed, his fingers on the keyboard became faster and faster. Click, when the mouse was pressed to run, Chen Mo's hand stopped. A smile appeared on his face, and finally, he laughed out loud. It was finally completed. In half a month, he went to buy herbs and carried out the second development of his body's potential. His strength was becoming stronger, but he didn't have a chance to use it. Other than exercising and reading, the rest of the time was focused on typing the code of the mobile phone system. After continuous efforts, the source code of the mobile phone system was finally completed. This mobile phone system wasn't completely the source code of the scientific library. He only made some changes in the source code according to the architecture of the mobile phone system, and also deleted some unique functions. Because this system wasn't from his world, there were many functions that were missing, and there were also many functions that were superfluous. For this, Chen Mo also consulted Elder Shu. Under Elder Shu's guidance, coupled with the mobile phone system development technology and the programming knowledge he learned, Chen Mo also successfully modified his mobile phone system. After being happy and saving the source code, Chen Mo lay on the bed and entered the scientific library. The familiar bookshelf, he came here at least once a day. Before going to bed, he would come here to chat with Elder Shu, or listen to Elder Shu talk about the stories of other worlds or the stories of the previous owners. This could also increase his knowledge. After opening the dark red book, Elder Shu appeared behind him. He still had that kind look, like a grandpa next door. Elder Shu, the smartphone operating system is completed, Chen Mo said. Not bad, not bad. Elder Shu nodded. It's faster than I thought. Will you share the modified mobile phone system with the library? Of course. Chen Mo nodded. But this time, you can't get the technology. Because this mobile phone system is an improvement of the original technology. In essence, it doesn't belong to you, Elder Shu said. Share. Chen Mo said, the scientific library has given me so much without any return. I have nothing to say. Moreover, I have nothing to lose. Well, very good. Elder Shu nodded with a smile. With a tap of his finger, a huge screen of light descended. Countless numbers of codes were arranged on the screen, floating, and finally shrunk into a book, flying into the depths of the library. Although the phone system doesn't belong to you in essence, it has been modified by you. Some of its functions have changed, so it can be considered half of your work. In return for sharing, the scientific library can help you optimize the mobile phone system. Do you need it? Of course. Chen Mo's face lit up. Only a fool would refuse such a good thing. Elder Shu nodded. With a light tap of his finger, the screen of light appeared once more. On the screen, the source code of the mobile phone system was constantly changing its position and structure, being deleted and supplemented. This change made Chen Mo feel incredulous. He could see that some of the loopholes were being fixed and perfected in the process of optimization. The screen suddenly stopped changing as a new set of source code appeared. It turned into a book and fell into Elder Shu's hands. This is the optimized mobile phone system's source code. Elder Shu placed the book in front of Chen Mo and said, Are you asking me to hit my head against it? Chen Mo looked at the book and smiled. If I hit the book, can I grab it? Elder Shu laughed. You rascal, you're always so sly. Walking to Chen Mo's side, Elder Shu directly slammed the book in his hand into his head. Countless numbers of codes flashed through his head. Chen Mo was ecstatic. If the previous mobile phone system was a child, then the current army ant system was a mature young man in all aspects. With his understanding of computer languages, he couldn't see any flaws in the current system's source code. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. If this mobile phone system was released, it would definitely become a strong competitor to Android and Apple. After exiting the library, Chen Mo began to modify the original mobile phone system's source code according to the optimized source code. He was the one who modified the mobile phone system, so he was very familiar with the basic structure of the source code. The scientific library's optimization was also based on this structure, so the modification was very fast. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh at the power of the scientific library. All the small loopholes were fixed. If it wasn't for the modifications, he wouldn't have been able to see it. This was a perfect product. After modifying the source code, Chen Mo took out Huawei's latest M10 mobile phone and started to browse the system. He had already named this mobile phone system, Army Ant System. When he registered the company, he put the name Army Ant first. If there were no accidents, his company would be called Army Ant. 10 minutes later, seeing that the progress bar was completed, Xianxia picked up the Huawei M10 next to the computer. His face was filled with joy and anticipation. Buzz, after a small vibration, an animation of a cartoon army ant appeared on the screen. Boot time, 10 seconds, Xianxia remembered that when he was designing, he estimated that the boot time would be at least 1 minute. He didn't expect the boot time to be reduced so much after the scientific library's optimization. The operation of the Army Ant system was different from the Android system and the Apple system. However, he only needed a little experience to get used to it. He didn't even need to test the security. When he was looking at the source code, the idea of writing a mobile phone virus floated in his mind. However, he didn't know where to start with the Army Ant system's source code. It could be said that the possibility of cracking the mobile phone system was not high. It would take a lot of effort. The problem was the smoothness. The Army Ant system was definitely the best mobile phone operating system. With the addition of the smart chip, Xianxia believed that the M10 in his hands was definitely the best mobile phone on the market. After putting away the mobile phone, Xianxia packed up his things and saved the source code file of the mobile phone system before leaving the house. This morning, the company's agent informed him that the company's registration was successful. The business license was issued and he was asked to collect the company's materials. "Mr. Xianxia, please follow me." As soon as Xianxia walked into the agency, the female salesperson came up to him and stared at him with a smile on her face. Her gaze was very invasive. The procedures were completed quickly. After receiving the company's business license and other materials, Xianxia smiled after confirming that there were no problems. "Mr. Xianxia, congratulations. I'm free today. Do you want to have a meal together?" The female salesperson leaned her body against Xianxia. The front of her open collar was exposed in front of Xianxia. Her deep cleavage was in full view. "No need. I have an appointment." Xianxia's eyelids twitched. "I have some urgent matters to attend to." Before the female salesperson could react, Xianxia got up and left. After he walked out of the agency, he let out a sigh of relief. Army Ant Technology Company, Limited. Looking at the name of the registered company, Xianxia smiled. Army Ant was a synonym for invasion. It was also what he wanted to do next. Invade the various business sectors. Let the name Army Ant change this era. After the company's registration, the next problem was the development of the company. He didn't know how to manage the company and couldn't spend the time to manage the company's affairs. The best way was to find a senior manager to help him manage the company. "Handsome, wait." Xianxia stopped in his tracks. He turned around and saw a woman walking towards him. He let out a sigh of relief. He thought it was the saleswoman from the agency who had chased after him. The woman had shoulder-length blue hair. She looked simple and capable. She was dressed like a strong career woman. But Xianxia was sure that he didn't know this woman. But this beauty looked familiar. Had he seen her before? With his photographic memory, he would definitely have an impression of such a capable short-haired beauty if he had met her face to face. Maybe it was just because he saw her in the crowd. "Are you calling me?" Xianxia looked around and found that there was no one around. Then he was sure that she was calling him. "It's you." Zhao Min stopped in front of him and looked him up and down. She only saw Xianxia's back. Now she saw his face. The more she looked, the more familiar he was. She was sure. "Are you the young man who saved the baby on the shopping street half a month ago?" Zhao Min said with certainty. What's the matter?" Xianxia didn't deny it. Back then, it had caused quite a stir. Even the news was on the hot search list. Many people were looking for him in Xiaoyu. Because the light was not good, the photos on the internet couldn't see his face. Later, when news of a celebrity cheating broke out, the popularity of this matter was overshadowed, and his life was no longer disturbed. He didn't expect that someone would remember and recognize him. "I was there that night. The robber stole my bag," Zhao Min said. When Xianxia jumped out to save the baby girl, her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Xianxia's agility had left a deep impression on him. "Let's have dinner together. It's my treat. Consider it a small thank you." It wasn't me who got your bag back for you. You saved someone. It's the same. It's rare that we meet again. Let's have dinner together. Consider it a small thank you. Zhao Men looked at Chen Mo. This young man didn't look like an ordinary person. The depth and confidence in his eyes were very attractive. Okay. Chen Mo said without hesitation. Since there was a free dinner, he would be a bastard if he didn't eat it. Furthermore, it was a treat from a beauty. On the way, Zhao Men was sizing up this big boy who looked a few years younger than her. She seemed to be very curious about Chen Mo. My name is Zhao Men from Zhongwuji. May I know your name? Little hero. Zhao Men broke the silence. Chen Mo's act of saving people gave her a good first impression. Eh? My name is Chen Mo. Chen Mo rubbed his nose. I don't deserve to be called a little hero. Where are you currently working? No job. You don't look like a jobless person. Do you want me to introduce you to a job? Zhao Men said. No need. Prepare to start your own business. Chen Mo smiled at Zhao Men and turned his gaze to the cars on the side of the road. Start a business? It was not a bad idea to start a business now. What are you planning to do? I have managed a company before, so I might be able to give you some advice. If there is a suitable opportunity, I can introduce some partners to you. Zhao Men had a good impression of Chen Mo. If she could help him, she would not be stingy. High-tech products and technology research and development. Seeing that Zhao Men was so enthusiastic, Chen Mo did not hide it. High-tech products? Technology research and development? Zhao Men looked at Chen Mo in surprise. She looked up at the restaurant on the side of the road and let him in. The field of science and technology is the most difficult field for a novice entrepreneur to enter. Do you have enough funds, technology, or a research and development team in this field? Zhao Men chose a seat by the window and sat down. Chen Mo also sat down opposite her. I have the funds and the products, but I don't have a team. The company has just been registered. Chen Mo said as he picked up the menu and opened it. He casually ordered a few dishes that could fill their stomachs and handed them to the waiter. The two chatted and got to know each other. They opened up a lot of topics. Zhao Men had a good impression of Chen Mo, so she took the initiative. A young man risked his life to save people. If she could help, she would not mind returning the favor. Let's not talk about me. What are you doing now? Chen Mo changed the topic to Zhao Men, the former vice president of Wanbao Group in China. I have resigned and am currently unemployed. Chen Mo looked at Zhao Men in surprise. He quickly took out his phone and searched for her information and photos. After seeing her information and photos, he smiled happily. What he lacked now was a capable person who could manage the company. This was simply a pillow given to him by God when he was about to doze off. At this moment, Chen Mo was staring at Zhao Men like a wolf who had seen meat. His eyes were shining. I have a bold idea. Chen Mo cleared his throat. After chatting for so long, he had relaxed a lot. At least, he was not as restrained as before. Tell me about it. I want you. I don't have any thoughts about you, little brother. Zhao Men looked at Chen Mo and smiled gently. I haven't finished yet. I want you to help me manage the company. The company has been registered and I'm just looking for a manager. We are also fated. Let's just follow God's arrangement. Zhao Men was a high-level talent. She graduated with a master's degree in business administration and served as the vice president of Wanbao Group in China for 2 years. He would never let go of such a good opportunity. The idea is quite bold. You want to gain something without risking anything. Zhao Men looked at Chen Mo with a slight smile. What's the name of your company? How many people are there? What are the products? How much are the funds? The company has just been registered, little brother. Although I am grateful for your courage, I don't have the time to start a business with you. Remove the word little. Chen Mo looked depressed. I have both the funds and the products. I just want you to help me recruit people and manage the company. Of course, I won't pay you less. How much are the funds? Little brother. Zhao Men grabbed the water on the table and said playfully. How am I little? The veins on Chen Mo's forehead jumped. The funds are only tens of millions, what? Cough cough. Zhao Min was drinking water. As a result, she choked and coughed violently. Seeing her like this, Chen Mo was in a good mood. He handed her the tissue on the table. Don't you know how to brag? Look at this. Chen Mo put the bank balance information in front of Zhao Min. Did you rob someone? Little brother. Seeing the numbers above, Zhao Min's eyes were full of surprise. She couldn't tell that Chen Mo was a little rich. Little brother? Chen Mo was speechless. This is the legal income after tax. My salary is very high. If you are a playboy with your parents' money to play, it's better to go home and eat, drink, and play. Have you ever seen such a handsome playboy? Zhao Min laughed. This Chen Mo was a bit interesting. Then you said you have a product. What is it? A new smartphone operating system. You found that you have two advantages. In addition to doing good deeds without leaving a name, you can also lie without blushing. Zhao Min laughed. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet. Let's bet on whether I really have a smartphone operating system. What's the bet? You want my money or my sex? Zhao Min said jokingly. I want your people. Chen Mo ignored Zhao Min's teasing. He took out the Huawei phone that had been successfully refreshed and put it in front of Zhao Min. This is the new system I developed. You can find a professional to verify it. If it's a new system, you can join my company and help me manage it. If it's not, this phone is the price of a joke. Zhao Min looked at Chen Mo with a slight smile. Chen Mo's calm and confident appearance made her hesitate. Chen Mo didn't look like he was lying. Lying at this time wouldn't do him any good. If it's true, I can join you. Maybe I can become the richest woman in the future, right? Zhao Min picked up the phone and glanced at it. What surprised her was that it was indeed not the Android system. Although she didn't know much about technology, she had changed many Android phones. This interface was definitely not the Android system, nor was it Huawei's system. But it couldn't be ruled out that this was a counterfeit. But she already believed some of Chen Mo's words. Zhao Min put the phone away and looked at Chen Mo again. What's the name of your company? By the time they finished dinner, it was already evening. Coming out of the restaurant and saying goodbye to Chen Mo, Zhao Min dialed a number. After talking with him, Chen Mo gave her a good feeling. He didn't seem like a pompous young man. If what Chen Mo said about the phone system was true, then things were going to be interesting. President Zhao, you're calling me so late? How rare. As soon as the phone was connected, a teasing female voice came through. Female engineer, I want to ask you some technical questions. I don't think you'll refuse. Zhao Min said, also, don't call me President Zhao. I've already resigned. I'm all alone. You want to discuss technical questions with me? That's strange. Then I'll go to your house to sleep with you tonight. I'm bored at home. Okay, I'll go back now. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Min drove away. She drove all the way to a villa in Binhai City. Night had already fallen. After parking the car, Zhao Min walked to the door of the villa. Sister, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? What technical questions do you want to ask me? Techniques in bed? I can teach you 108 positions and let you bid farewell to the title of Monkey King. Just as she walked into the villa, a beautiful woman sitting on the sofa playing games looked at Zhao Min with a teasing face. Don't shoot your mouth off. Zhao Min rolled her eyes at her, took off her shoes, and lay comfortably on the sofa. I met a handsome guy and treated him to a meal. Hee hee, there's a situation. What's the situation? He helped me last time. Today I met him by chance and chatted with him. Then you two are really fated. Next is exchanging contact information, then going on a date to watch a movie, then hugging, kissing, and finally rolling in the sheets. It's all the same. Do you want me to teach you 108 positions in advance? It's definitely useful to conquer men. Go away, I want you to help me see what's different about this phone. Zhao Min almost laughed. She took out Chen Mo's phone and threw it at her. She was helpless against her cousin's imagination. Sis, your phone is a little strange. The operating system isn't from Huawei. Is it a knockoff? The pretty girl picked up the phone and looked at it. She frowned and continued to look at it. That handsome guy gave it to me. He said that he had developed a mobile phone system. I didn't believe it, so he made a bet with me. Zhao Min collapsed on the sofa and didn't want to move. Is picking up girls so advanced now? Develop a mobile phone system? Are you kidding me? I don't believe it either, so I asked you to help me take a look. I'm a little curious. What are the stakes? Don't tell me she's offering herself to you? Get lost, Xianxia. Is your brain filled with these things? Zhao Min said snappily. Xianxia smiled mockingly, but her fingers moved a few times on the phone. As her finger slid, the woman's teasing smile disappeared, and her expression became serious. Xianxia? Are you okay? Noticing Xianxia's strange behavior, Zhao Min waved her hand in front of her eyes. Sis. Xianxia put away the phone, blinked and looked at Zhao Min. Is that handsome guy single now? Xianxia, are you crazy? I asked you to look at the mobile phone system, not to find me a man. Zhao Min touched her forehead and sat up. She picked up the cup next to her. I'm not looking for you, I'm looking for him. Pfft, cough cough, Zhao Min spat out all the water in her mouth on Xianxia's face. She patted her chest and coughed. After a while, she recovered and stared at her. Are you afraid that I won't die so quickly? Are you serious? Is he single? You're really crazy, no. Sis, why are you so fast? You just met him for the first time. Xianxia jumped up and pointed at Zhao Min. Women should be reserved. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. You immediately took action. Get lost, he has a girlfriend. I asked you to look at the mobile phone system. Why are you talking about this? Zhao Min was so angry that she almost vomited blood. After saying that, she found that something was wrong with Xianxia. Xianxia, why do you look like you've been abandoned by an old man? Sis, another high-quality man is gone. What do you mean? This mobile phone system is real? Zhao Min pointed at the mobile phone in Xianxia's hand. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. This system is called Army. Ant means army ant. It should be called the Army Ant system. This is a new system. The operating interface is the same as the current Android, Apple, and Yuan. The OS is different. Sis, do you think I can make him abandon his girlfriend and fall in love with me with my beauty? You're always thinking about Mr. Perfect. Zhao Min grabbed the mobile phone in Xianxia's hand and ignored her question. You're not lying to me? Is it really a new system? It's a new system. Xianxia nodded. The app on the mobile phone is Android. I don't know if it was developed based on Linux. The programming language should be Java, so it can be compatible with the Android app. Let me give it a running score. Xianxia grabbed the mobile phone in Zhao Min's hand again and found the cable in Zhao Min's bag to connect it to the computer. After turning on the phone, Xianxia's finger clicked on the mouse a few times and looked at the computer screen carefully. Not long after, Xianxia opened her mouth wide and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Xianxia? Are you okay? Sis, I want to marry him. Xianxia screamed. It's hopeless. Zhao Min covered her face and didn't know what to say. Her only thought was that this girl was crazy, but she was already used to it. Sis, its running score is more than 300,000 points. The latest Apple S is installed with the latest iOS and has a unique bionic chip, but its running score is only 250,000 points. Do you know what this means? What means? This mobile phone uses the first smart chip. The system is optimized based on Android, but the overall performance is just a little bit lower than the Apple S. Now that its performance is better than the Apple S, it means that this system is better than the Apple system. If this system is made public, I believe that it will definitely become the biggest rival of Android and Apple. Xianxia became more and more excited as she spoke, as if this phone system was hers. Finally, Xianxia thought of something and sat on the sofa dispiritedly. The high-quality man is not mine. Why should I be happy? You're hopeless. Zhao Min grabbed the mobile phone in Wang Xijia's hand and sat on the sofa speechlessly. She was also starting to worry about the bet she made with Chen Mo. Help me check again. Is it real? Zhao Min said worriedly. The next day, Chen Mo woke up early. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he carried his laptop bag and rode his bicycle to school. Not long after he went out, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Chen Mo raised his eyebrows. Zhao Min, the woman who had dinner with him yesterday. Are you free? As soon as the call connected, Zhao Min's magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes. Let's meet at the usual place. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo turned his bike around and left. At the restaurant where they had dinner last night, Zhao Min was sitting quietly drinking coffee. Only when Chen Mo sat down across from her, did she retract her gaze from outside and look at Chen Mo. How is it? Did you get a professional to check the phone? Chen Mo asked. Yes. Zhao Min took out the phone and handed it back to Chen Mo. It's fake. Okay. Chen Mo shrugged indifferently and took Zhao Min's phone. Just treat it as a joke. With that, he turned around and left. He didn't force an explanation because there was no need. Zhao Min didn't believe him. It was useless to force an explanation. Wait, you still owe me something. Just as he turned around, Zhao Min's voice sounded again. The two of them looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. No one spoke. Chen Mo's brain was thinking quickly. What did he owe Zhao Min? But except for the dinner last night, he didn't seem to have any interaction with Zhao Min. After a few seconds, Zhao Min laughed. Your company's general manager employment contract didn't give me. Chen Mo also laughed. Now I'll give it to you. After drafting and printing the contract and signing it, Zhao Min handed the contract to Chen Mo. Chen Mo also handed the company's materials to Zhao Min. I'll transfer the money to the company's account later. I'll leave the rest to you. Okay, you can be a hands-off shopkeeper. Zhao Min drank the coffee in the cup, took out the new mobile phone from the bag and handed it to Chen Mo. Help me scan the system. Chen Mo took the phone and took out the computer from the backpack. 10 minutes later, seeing the computer screen showing success, Chen Mo unplugged the phone and handed it back to Zhao Min. It's done. So fast. Zhao Min took the phone, blinked her eyes and looked at Chen Mo. I have a cousin, she said she wants to marry you. Zhao Min said unexpectedly. Cough, 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 cough. Chen Mo spat out the juice in his mouth. His face was red, and he kept patting his chest. He didn't know if it was because he was scared, choked, or excited. Do you want to murder for money? Being suddenly asked by Zhao Min, Chen Mo almost choked to death. Seeing his appearance, Zhao Min laughed and was in a good mood. The two of them talked about the company's development. After confirming some of Chen Mo's ideas, Zhao Min left the restaurant and began to prepare the company's office address and recruitment. Sir, please pay the bill. Not long after Zhao Min left, a waiter put the bill in front of Chen Mo. Didn't that lady pay the bill? That lady said she wants you to pay the bill. The waiter smiled politely at Chen Mo. This is the note she gave you. This breakfast is on you, Tycoon Chairman. After seeing the note left by Zhao Min, Chen Mo's face became gloomy. When he picked up the bill, he became even more gloomy. More than 1,000, in the past, this amount of money was enough to cover his living expenses for a month. Extravagance is the biggest sin, Chen Mo thought. After getting the money from 7 tigers, he had never been so extravagant. He ate more than 1,000 yuan for breakfast. I don't have enough cash on me. Pay with your phone. After leaving the restaurant, Chen Mo went straight to the library. Reading was the most important thing. With his hard work during this period of time, he had quickly reached 200 books. After today, he would be able to complete his goal of 200 books. This meant that he could freely choose another technology from the library. Chen Mo was excited at the thought of getting his hands on the technology. When he arrived at the library, he carried a pile of physics books from the bookshelf and walked to the self-study area. Xiaoyu had already finished her class. At this time, she was sitting in the self-study area. When she saw Chen Mo coming over, she smiled slightly. Chen Mo sat beside Xiaoyu and took out the phone that Zhao Min returned to him. Xiaoyu, this thing is a bit special. I'll give it to you. Why are you spending money like this? Chen Mo wanted to continue, but he was interrupted by Xiaoyu. Aren't you starting a business? Where did you get the money to buy a phone? Chen Mo blinked and looked at Xiaoyu blankly. He didn't know what to say. I finished a program and sold it to a company. I made some money. You bought this for me after making money? Xiaoyu said. I have a phone. You can take it back and use it. Seeing Xiaoyu's appearance, Chen Mo laughed. Don't laugh. I'm serious. You have money. Don't buy these things. Xiaoyu saw Chen Mo's playful appearance and her face was slightly annoyed. Chen Mo's smile disappeared. This phone is a bit special. It's the first gift I'm giving to my girlfriend. Accept it. Chen Mo grabbed Xiaoyu's hand and solemnly placed the phone in her hand. Seeing the envious gazes from the self-study area, Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly. I'll accept it for your girlfriend. But your girlfriend said that you're not allowed to buy these things in the future. Xiaoyu let Chen Mo hold her hand. Whatever you say. Chen Mo laughed. Hurry up and read. Many people are watching. After letting go of Xiaoyu, he put his eyes on the book and was quickly engrossed in it. This time, he was reading a physics book. It seemed to be slower than the other books. Why are you reading computer science one moment, mathematics the next, and physics the next? I'm a young man with a high IQ. I can learn anything. I've never seen such a shameless person. Xiaoyu smiled gently. That night. After sending Xiaoyu back to the dormitory, Chen Mo couldn't wait to go back to the rented house and entered the scientific library. After reading for a day, he had already finished reading the second 100 books. It was time to get the technology. You're here. After Elder Shu saw Chen Mo, he smiled and nodded. Reading more than 200 books in a month. Not bad. You're more hardworking than I thought. Now you have two chances. One is the freedom to choose from the books. The other is the right to choose from the trainee. Because it's not the first time, the monthly choice is random. One freedom to choose and one random choice? Chen Mo sighed in his heart. Unknowingly, yes. Elder Shu nodded. Which one do you want to use? Let's use the random choice first. Thinking of the technology he got last time, Chen Mo became nervous. Elder Shu, it won't be the same as last time, right? You really want another one? Elder Shu jokingly said, the breast enhancement technology with no side effects. Do you want it? No, please don't. Let's talk about it after you enter the medical field. Chen Mo shook his head like a rattledrum. If there was another one, he would kill himself on the bookshelves in the scientific library, although he couldn't touch those bookshelves. I can't give it to you even if you want it. It depends on your luck. Elder Shu gently pointed his finger, and a light curtain descended from the library. Countless books were lined up on it. There were at least tens of thousands of books. The book slowly rotated, and Chen Mo prayed in his heart. Last time, he got the technology of ultra-thin sanitary napkin production, which almost made him vomit blood. If there was another random technology that he couldn't use, he would be in trouble. The rotating light curtain slowly turned into a book and fell into Elder Shu's hand. Star Office Software. After seeing the cover of the book, Chen Mo was slightly happy. Although it wasn't a big technology, at least it was something that he could use now. Now that the company was starting, this could be the company's first product. If the smartphone operating system was released rashly, the impact would definitely not be small. Now that the company had nothing, he was just a small ant. He definitely couldn't maintain the operation of such a phone system. It was best to use this office software as the company's starting point. Elder Shu slapped the book in his hand into Chen Mo's head. You still have a free choice. If you want any technology, you can find it in the book. Not for now. Chen Mo thought about it and said. He wasn't short of money now. The phone system had been completed, and now there was an office software. The office software definitely wouldn't be a problem to make money. He would leave a chance to deal with unexpected situations. Just like last time when the Heart of Eternity swept the world without warning. He would leave a chance. As long as there was an unexpected situation, he would have a chance to choose what technology to solve it. And the source code of this office software would be enough for him to work on for a while. He wouldn't bite off more than he could chew. He would take it step by step. The company was slowly getting on track in Zhao Min's hands. After taking over the company from Chen Mo, she began to gather some of her former capable employees. With the addition of some newly recruited employees, the company could barely keep running in 10 days. Zhao Min sat in the office and carefully looked at the documents in her hands. Opposite her was a woman in a business suit with a pretty face. Xiaoli, go and inform Director Li that there will be more recruitment in the job fairs of the major universities, but they must strictly follow the company's standards. Zhao Min handed the documents in her hands back to the white-collared woman. Also, the company is still short of staff, you can temporarily go to the administrative system to help. Yes, President. Xiaoli took the documents and left the office. After Xiaoli left, Zhao Min rubbed her eyebrows, picked up the teacup next to her and took a sip. The company had just started, and now there were many troublesome things to deal with. Chen Mo, the chairman, didn't care at all and left everything to her. Zhao Min was happy and painful. Now there was a lot of work, but now she was in charge of the company's affairs. She was no longer tied down like before. Knock knock knock, not long after, there was a knock on the door. Chen Mo walked into the office with a backpack and a document. It's rare, Chairman. Seeing Chen Mo, Zhao Min's eyes flashed with obvious surprise. When the company rented the office space, Chen Mo came once. These days, Chen Mo was nowhere to be seen. The two of them contacted each other through mobile phones. She didn't expect that today, Chen Mo would come in person. Is the company very busy? As soon as Chen Mo came in, he put the documents in his hands in front of Zhao Min. Nonsense, the company has just started, and the company is short of staff. The company's data center, servers, recruitment, do you think everyone is as free as you? Now we are preparing to go to the major universities to recruit fresh graduates. Zhao Min took the documents from Chen Mo and flipped through a few times. In all honesty, I haven't been idle. I'm working on the second product, Chen Mo said. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Zhao Min immediately perked up. When will it be completed? For the time being, it was impossible to release the mobile phone system. The company was not big enough, and there was a serious lack of manpower. If it was released, it would be easy to be targeted. If you have other products, you can release them first. Once the company has gained a firm foothold and the mobile phone system is released, you can soar to the sky. That's exactly what I thought. That's why I've been working hard these past few days to write out the second product. What's the second product? Zhao Min asked. It's an office software. Chen Mo placed a USB flash drive in front of Zhao Min. It's all completed. The functions are similar to WPS and Office, with the addition of a simple image processing function. All the information is inside. During this period of time, Chen Mo had been hiding away every day to code the Office software and design the interface. Fortunately, it was just copying. If he had to design all the interfaces by himself, it would be a bit troublesome. Really? Zhao Min asked in disbelief. This is my company. Will I get paid if I lie to you? Chen Mo was amused by Zhao Min's reaction. He inserted the USB flash drive into Zhao Min's office computer and directly occupied her position. Not long after, a software appeared on the desktop. The icon was a cartoon ant. Ant Office? Zhao Min looked at the icon, and her eyes lit up. She clicked on the software. The Office software was similar to WPS, but the difference was the interface. The functions were better than WPS. There were more functions. There were PDF and other formats conversion functions. There was also an additional image processing function. It was a simplified version of WPS. It had more functions than beautifying. This function made people's eyes light up. The layout of the interface was very comfortable to look at. Those who had used WPS or Office before could easily get used to it. You created this? Zhao Min pointed to the computer and asked. Yes, praise me. Shikaka, Zhao Min opened the drawer and rummaged through it. Chen Mo blinked. What are you doing? Looking for scissors. Why are you looking for scissors? To praise you. Chen Mo was so scared that his hair stood on end. Calm down. Even if you don't praise me, you don't have to be so excited. Did you really develop this thing? Zhao Min still didn't believe it. Don't be so surprised. There will definitely be more products in the future. Chen Mo said. Let's get down to business. I'll report the company's work and expenses to you now. Zhao Min also sat down on the sofa in the office. No need, I believe you. Chen Mo said, you have the final say in the company. These words are really touching. Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will know that her boyfriend said these words to another woman? Zhao Min said with a faint smile. It's okay if she knows. I'm not here to listen to your report. I'm here to deliver the product. Chen Mo pointed at the USB flash drive on the table. This office software is already mature. There are PC and mobile versions inside. The key is how you market it. Let's use this time to stabilize the company and pave the way for the release of the mobile system. Regarding the Army Ant system, I've already asked an agency to apply for an international patent. Will you choose to authorize it, enter the mobile phone market, or open the source code? No. Chen Mo said. The umbrella company opened the source code of the Android system. Because of the open source agreement, they were now losing control of the Android system. The domestic mobile phone manufacturers were already continuously optimizing the Android system. The umbrella company had already criticized DeMi and other third-party customization systems, saying that they were harming the Android ecosystem. Seeing that Apple was making a lot of money because of the Apple operating system, the umbrella company was now updating the Android system and gradually tightening the control of the Android system. The latest version of the Android system had already integrated the fragmented system and carried out strict modularization. They wanted to gradually take back the control of the Android system. If the Army Ant system was also open source, with the unique structure of the Army Ant system, it would definitely attract the interest of developers. They might even develop a computer operating system based on the Army Ant system. Once the Army Ant ecosystem was dispersed, even if they defeated the Android system, it would be difficult to take it back in the future. So, Chen Mo did not think about opening the source code. Then enter the mobile phone market. Zhao Min said, our mobile phone system is better than the Apple operating system. If we enter the mobile phone market, we will have a certain advantage with high specs and low prices. Okay. Chen Mo thought for a while and said, leave the mobile phone design to me. Can you do it? Zhao Min looked at Chen Mo in disbelief. Can a man say no? It's hard to say. After all, you're the little brother. Zhao Min said playfully. Chen Mo was speechless. He was sure that Zhao Min did it on purpose. Since you said you can do it, then I'll leave the mobile phone design to you. I want to hire people. The company is still too small, and we don't have many talents. Before Chen Mo could say anything, Zhao Min said. After Zhao Min was busy with the company's matters, Chen Mo went back to school alone. He trusted Zhao Min very much. Since Zhao Min was willing to help him manage the company, he would naturally trust Zhao Min 100%. He went all the way back to the library. Xiaoyu was already sitting in the library. It was not long before the accountant exam. Xiaoyu would come here every day when she had time. After wandering around the bookshelves for a while, Chen Mo finally sat down next to Xiaoyu with a pile of books about telecommunications in his arms. You're here. After Chen Mo sat down, Xiaoyu looked up and smiled sweetly at him. I'm here to keep my girlfriend company. Chen Mo smiled. I'm sorry. I have to prepare for the accountant exam, so I don't have much time to keep you company. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo apologetically. Instead of apologizing, why don't you do something? Chen Mo whispered in her ear. Sit down, this is the library. Xiaoyu blushed and did not know whether to laugh or cry. After the exam, I'll give you a surprise. Really? What surprise? You'll know when the time comes. Xiaoyu glanced at the books on Chen Mo's desk. You were reading physics books last time. Why are you reading telecommunications books now? I'll fix your computer when I'm done. Xiaoyu chuckled at the mention of fixing computers. Last time, the computer virus incident was such a big mistake. Thinking about it now, it was funny. For the whole afternoon, Xianxia focused on the books on telecommunications. Even if he wanted to get the phone design from the scientific library, he had to have some knowledge first. Otherwise, he would be confused when he looked at the circuit design. Reading books every day, he didn't know if his head would explode if he kept reading. Now, he was like a man who was full and kept stuffing food into his mouth. If he hadn't developed his potential and had a good physique, he wouldn't have been able to take it. Rubbing his aching eyebrows, Xianxia tidied up the books on the table and left the library with Xiaoyu. On the school road, Xiaoyu sat on the back seat of Qianmo's bicycle with a relaxed smile on her face. Everyone was working hard, so there must be pressure. Only when they were free could they enjoy the rare relaxation. Xiaoyu, how's your revision going? Not bad, but taking the accountant exam is different from getting a certificate. It's still a bit stressful. Xiaoyu said, the exam will be held in a few days. I may be busy these days. I may have to spend all my time revising. It's okay, I'll accompany you. I know how you feel. Aren't you starting a business? Go do your thing. I'm not a kid. You don't have to accompany me every day. Xiaoyu's body leaned on Qianmo's back with a satisfied smile on her face. When I need your company, I'll come to you. You can't say no. I promise I won't say no. My girlfriend is the most important thing. Let's go eat, hee. After dinner, Qianxia drove Xiaoyu back to the dormitory and left the school. Now, he had to design the phone. Many things couldn't be solved by a computer. There had to be a special place to put the equipment and tools. He rented a shop as a temporary laboratory. Because of the existence of the Science and Technology Library, he preferred to do things alone so that there would be less trivial matters. Otherwise, if his secret was discovered, people would look at him strangely. That would be a lot of trouble. Not far from Binhai University, there was a long commercial street. Although it was not the center of Binhai City, it was adjacent to Binhai University. Every night, the commercial street would be lively. Many students liked to go to the milk tea shops in the business district to drink milk tea and chat. Or when classmates and friends gathered for dinner, they would all be here. After strolling for a while, Qianxia found a shop for sale in the commercial district. It was a computer and mobile phone repair shop. Qianxia knew this shop. The cost of repairing computers and phones here was higher than other places. Over time, not many people came here to repair their phones and computers. After contacting the boss, Qianxia walked into the milk tea shop and waited. Not long after, a man in his 30s rushed over. After seeing Qianxia, Wang Jiyu's face immediately filled with smiles. During this period of time, it was difficult to do business. There was no way to collect rent, let alone earn money to support the family. He was getting older and his family was pressuring him. If he didn't get a proper job soon, it would be troublesome for him to get married. The location of this shop was not very good on this commercial street. Not many people were willing to take over. Now that someone had finally come, he couldn't wait to come over. Brother, hello. I'm Wang Jiyu. Wang Jiyu reached out and shook Qianmo's hand. Let's go in and take a look at the shop. Sure. As soon as the door of the shop was opened, a thick smell of dust rushed over. The equipment in the shop had not been moved. They were all placed inside, but there was a layer of dust on them. Mr. Chen, what are you going to do? Do you want these machines? Wang Jiyu said, although the machines are a bit old, they can still be used. There are definitely no hidden problems. There are 3 computers and some other tools and equipment. If Mr. Chen needs them, I can sell them to you at the lowest price. I'm going to change my career. Cheaper. I can take over. Qianxia looked and nodded slightly. There were many things here that were useful to him. With these foundations, he only needed to buy some precision equipment to transform it into a temporary laboratory. Sure. Wang Jiyu's face immediately showed a surprised smile. He was not going to do this anymore. These machines were useless at home. They could only be sold as junk. Now that Qianxia was taking over, it was an unexpected gain for him. Although the price was lower, the loss would not be that big. After discussing the price and signing the shop transfer agreement, Chen Mo cleaned the shop and threw away all the useless things. Chen Mo worked until night time. Then, he rushed back to the rented house and entered the scientific library. He had already gotten used to the environment in the scientific library. When he saw the hundreds of meters tall bookshelves, he was no longer as amazed as before. After opening the dark red book in the middle of the library, Elder Shu appeared again. Elder Shu. You're here. Elder Shu looked at Chen Mo and nodded with satisfaction. Are you here to choose the technology? Yes. Chen Mo nodded. I want a phone design, including the motherboard and the shape. You want me to help you choose? Elder Shu said. There are so many phone designs here. How long will it take me to find them? If I choose the wrong one, I won't be able to cry even if I cry. Chen Mo smiled bitterly. Okay, then I'll list them for you to choose. Elder Shu pointed his finger lightly, and a huge light curtain fell from the sky above the library. It covered the huge open space in the middle of the library. Books appeared one after another. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Chen Mo couldn't count how many books there were here. Every book had a picture of a phone as the cover. Brick-shaped, wristwatch, pendant, spectacle-shaped, helmet-shaped, round-shaped, diamond-shaped. Every shape imaginable was on the cover. If Chen Mo wasn't sure that this was a phone technology, he wouldn't be sure that these strange things were phones. There are still many that can't be listed. Which one do you want? Elder Shu asked. Provide conditions for selection? Chen Mo glanced at the books floating in the air. The normal shape is the shape of our ordinary phones. It's possible with the current technology. As soon as he finished speaking, some books disappeared and new books appeared to fill their original positions. There were still so many books. Chen Mo listed a few conditions in a row, but in the end, the sky was still filled with books. Elder Shu, you can't play like this. There are so many books? Can I choose a few to look at? Chen Mo looked at the sky full of books and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time, he directly felt how many books there were in the scientific library. There were so many just phones, and they were screened under so many conditions. You have the right to choose freely. You can take one book. Elder Shu said. It's really hard to choose. Chen Mo muttered and looked up at the books in the sky. You can take some out. Just a part of them is enough. Okay. Elder Shu pointed again. Hundreds of books appeared in front of Chen Mo. They were arranged neatly. Chen Mo carefully looked at the introduction of the phone's functions in the books. Finally, his eyes fixed on the cover of one of the books. The phone on the cover had soft lines and an exquisite design. It was irresistible to look at. Butterfly Eye Smart Waterproof Phone. Elder Shu, take out the one with butterfly eye. Chen Mo pointed at the book and said. Elder Shu tapped lightly with his finger and the book disappeared instantly. It turned into a light screen and fell into Elder Shu's hand. Seeing the design on the cover up close, Chen Mo immediately liked this phone. This is it. Chen Mo said. The appearance of this phone was very exquisite. He believed that if this phone was released, not to mention the functions, just the appearance alone would definitely have a good response. Okay. Elder Shu nodded and slapped the book in his hand into Chen Mo's head. The motherboard circuit design and the various parameters of the phone flashed in Chen Mo's head. Then, his face bloomed with joy. What surprised him even more was the design of the phone's interface. This was a waterproof phone. Whether it was the earphone interface or the charging interface, it had a unique waterproof structure. This design was very exquisite. The person who designed these two interfaces was simply a genius. Not to mention the phone, just applying for a patent on the structure of these two waterproof interfaces was enough to redefine the phone's interface. This was an unexpected gain. Chen Mo's life returned to normal, but the Army Ant Company was busy. After receiving the office software, Zhao Min ordered the staff to come up with a marketing plan for the office software as soon as possible. The company had 50 million renminbi, but it was a little tight for them to enter the mobile phone industry. Now, they had to use the office software to make money. With Zhao Min's orders, the newly formed army ant nest started to work quickly. Julie walked into Zhao Min's office with a planning document. When the company was set up, she was called over by Xiao Min to help. She knew everything about the company. Xiao Min also trusted her very much and directly let her be in charge of the management of the market system. The office software was the first product they were going to promote after entering the company. Everyone was on high alert and did not dare to slack off. After receiving Xiao Min's orders, the marketing department started to plan the advertising plan as soon as possible. Today, the advertisement was finally released. "How's the data?" Xiao Min asked. According to the backend data, the number of downloads of the free version of the software has exceeded 10,000, and there are more than 300 registered paying users. That's a good start. Xiao Min nodded. The Army Ant company had just been set up. It was just a small company without any fame. It was already a great achievement for the newly launched Office software to have more than 10,000 users in such a short time. The Office software this time was Qianmo's masterpiece. There were 4 versions: home version, small business version, professional version, and free version. The free version could only use the most basic Word documents, Excel, and PowerPoint presentations. It also had a unique image processing function. The price of the software was less than half of the Office software. The purpose of the Office software was to increase the company's popularity, to enter the market at a low price, and to give users a good reputation. Finally, it was to make money. The main market for the Office software was the offices of major companies. As long as they could get the corporate office market, Ant Office would bring them continuous income. Ant Office's functions were much better than Office and WPS. It also had the image processing function. It combined the functions of Office and Meitu. Its functions were unique and powerful, and it did not take up much memory. Xiao Min believed that it wouldn't be long before there would be a steady stream of users entering. Release the mobile version as well. Get people to promote it to major companies. Okay, President Zhao. Julie agreed and left the office. After Julie left, Xiao Min picked up her phone and dialed Chen Mo's number. This chairman had always been elusive, which made her feel helpless. She could only use her phone to contact him every time. "Chairman, the Office software has been promoted. The market response is pretty good." "It's a good start." "That's good." In the shop, Chen Mo stopped his circuit design. "Do you want to come to the company?" Xiao Min asked. "Next time. I'm afraid I'm not free today. I'll send you the design and interface design information later. Get someone to make a sample and apply for a patent." "So fast?" Xiao Min's tone was full of surprise. "Alright, you go ahead. I've already contacted the suppliers for the mobile phone parts. I still have some connections from my previous job. Everything is going smoothly. You don't have to worry." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo looked at the time. He saved the motherboard circuit design file and closed the shop. "Young man? You closed the shop so soon? You're not doing business?" The woman in the grocery store next door asked as soon as Chen Mo walked out. "I'm going out to have some fun." Chen Mo smiled. Today was Xiaoyu's accountant exam. He took the opportunity to take a break. The accountant exam was held at the Accounting Practitioner Exam Service Center. It was not far from Binhai University. It only took 15 minutes by bike. When Chen Mo arrived, he saw people walking out of the entrance. Soon, Xiaoyu appeared in the crowd and ran towards him. She seemed to be in a good mood. He put his arm around Xiaoyu's shoulder and left under the envious eyes of the people around them. After eating the buffet, the two went to the aquarium. Then they went shopping and watched a movie. This was the most unrestrained day. They both knew that this was a rare opportunity, so they tried their best to relax and enjoy themselves. They went to all the places that couples should go. That night, the two stood by the seawall and quietly watched the dark sea. At this moment, Chen Mo's expression was abnormally relaxed. During this period of time, he had been reading and researching every day. When he was with Xiaoyu, the tension in his head completely disappeared. Looking at Xiaoyu's smile, Chen Mo felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Thinking back to how he met and fell in love with Xiaoyu, it all felt like a dream. Suddenly, Chen Mo raised his eyebrows and thought of something. He let Xiaoyu lean on him and secretly took out his phone. His expression became strange. It would be great if this continued forever. Yes, I think so too. Chen Mo smiled softly. It's you? A voice interrupted the two of them. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu just turned their heads and saw Liang Zhiheng holding a camera and looking at them with surprise. It's you. Yes, it's me. Liang Zhiheng hurriedly shook hands with Chen Mo. What a coincidence, your group of photos submitted last time have been shortlisted. This is the first time I've been shortlisted in a national photography competition. I developed that photo, and it's my best work in so many years. I just happen to have it with me, so I'll give you one. Liang Zhiheng took out a photo album from his backpack, pulled out a photo from the album, and handed it to the two. Thank you. Chen Mo took the photo from Liang Zhiheng and nodded to thank him. You're welcome. I should be the one thanking you. I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll contact you later. Goodbye. After that, Liang Zhiheng smiled and said goodbye. He turned and left. You can put it in your bag. You have to treasure this photo. Chen Mo handed the photo to Xiaoyu. Seeing the scene of the two kissing in the photo, Xiaoyu's cheeks blushed. Although the photo was also on her phone, she still felt shy when she thought about how she felt at that time. Xiaoyu, who had just put the photo in her bag, felt something was wrong. When she looked up, she saw Chen Mo staring at her with a smirk. Sob sob, after a slight struggle, Xiaoyu accepted her fate. Her body went limp in Chen Mo's arms. After a minute, Chen Mo let go. Are you satisfied? You only know how to bully me. Xiaoyu breathed heavily and shyly lay in Chen Mo's arms. When the two of them were kissing, someone walked by. Now that she thought about it, she was so embarrassed. This scene seems familiar. Suddenly, Xiaoyu thought of something. She looked at Chen Mo and blinked her eyes. Then, she came to her senses and quickly took out her phone from her bag. When she saw the time displayed on her phone, Xiaoyu's face fell. Just like last time, there were still 5 minutes before the dorm closed. It was too late to go back. Chen Mo laughed heartily. He held Xiaoyu's hand and walked back to the night market. Where are we going? To buy clothes. Why do you want to buy clothes? You can't go back. You haven't showered yet. Buy clothes to change. So you deliberately didn't tell me the time. When they returned to the apartment, it was already past midnight. As soon as they came in, Xiaoyu blushed and walked into the bathroom with her bag and clothes. After a while, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Chen Mo, who was sitting in front of the computer, smiled bitterly and sent the design information of the cell phone's exterior and interface design to Zhao Min's email. After sending the information to Zhao Min, Chen Mo continued to design the circuit. After today's relaxation, his memory of the circuit was clearer in his mind. He got the design of the cell phone's motherboard from the scientific library. Now that he was arranging the circuit, except for deleting some hardware, he was almost copying it. After a long time, the sound of footsteps in the room pulled him out of the circuit diagram. As soon as he turned around, Chen Mo's eyes widened and he froze. Xiaoyu was wearing the spaghetti strap nightgown that he just bought. Her long and slender legs were exposed to the air. Her jade-like skin was white with a hint of red. A light fragrance floated in the air, causing people to be lost in thought. He also didn't expect that Xiaoyu would appear in front of him in a nightgown with her wet hair. What does this mean? In just a moment, Chen Mo's mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts. Realizing that he was thinking too far ahead, Chen Mo woke up and stopped his gaze on Xiaoyu. Where's the hairdryer? Xiaoyu noticed Chen Mo's burning gaze. Her cheeks turned red and she slightly pulled the corner of her nightgown. It was the first time she dressed so boldly in front of a boy. Although this person was her boyfriend, she was still not used to it. It's in the wardrobe. Let me help you. Chen Mo was no longer in the mood to design the cell phone circuit. He turned off the computer, took out the hairdryer from the wardrobe, sat behind Xiaoyu and helped her dry her hair. Xiaoyu didn't refuse. She sat on the sofa with a red face and let Chen Mo dry her hair. You tricked me back again. Xiaoyu said. It's your big head that forgot the time. Chen Mo laughed easily. You knew the time, but you deliberately didn't tell me. I wanted to give you a surprise, but now I've decided to give it to you later. Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose and snorted. Don't, I was wrong, okay? There's no point in admitting your mistake. Xiaoyu's lips curled up slightly as she enjoyed Qianemo drying her hair. After drying her hair, Xiaoyu avoided Qianmo's demonic claws and went into the room. Qianemo looked at Xiaoyu's back and smiled. He took 2 clothes and walked into the bathroom. Not long after, he came out wearing a pair of large underpants. After drying his hair, he walked into the room. At this time, Xiaoyu's cheeks were red. After climbing into bed, she stared at the door of the room, not feeling sleepy at all. When the door to the room opened, Xiaoyu stared at the door in a daze. Qianemo was shirtless, but the lines of his body were very good. Moreover, there were muscles on his abdomen, which looked very comfortable. Realizing that she was thinking too far ahead, Xiaoyu snorted. The redness on her face turned red and spread all the way to her ears. When she came back to her senses, Qianemo lay down beside her. Seeing her dazed eyes, Qianemo laughed. The lights dimmed and the room fell into darkness. Only the faint light from the window came in, so they could see each other's faces clearly. The moment he hugged Xiaoyu, Qianemo could clearly feel her body stiffening. Qianemo, I have bad news for you. What's wrong? I'm on my period. Then why did you play so crazily? You even had the sea breeze and washed your hair? Why didn't you tell me? Are you not feeling well? Hearing Qianmo's series of questions and his slightly nervous voice, Xiaoyu's heart warmed. She snuggled into his arms and said, It's okay. It's not as serious as you think. I sweated and was exposed to the sea breeze, so my hair is salty. Of course, I have to wash it. It's okay once in a while. I don't need to use cold water. Then you should go to sleep. You can't stay up late. Qianemo hugged Xiaoyu and got rid of the unnecessary thoughts. The night was silent. Qianemo didn't know how he fell asleep, but he slept very peacefully. When he woke up, Xiaoyu was no longer by his side. Getting up from the bed, Qianemo knocked on his head and dragged the body out of the room. You're finally awake. Wash your face and eat breakfast, or it'll get cold. As soon as he walked out of the room, Xiaoyu, who was sitting on the sofa and watching a movie on his computer, raised her head and looked at him. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Are you okay? I'm fine. Hearing Qianmo's caring tone, Xiaoyu smiled gently. After washing up, Qianemo sat on the sofa and enjoyed his breakfast. Xiaoyu had already washed his clothes and cleaned the room. These simple days were very relaxing. At this time, Qianemo was thinking about how to trick Xiaoyu into living with him. Then he wouldn't have to worry about food or clothes in the future. Qianemo, I heard you rented a shop on the food street? Xiaoyu spoke and interrupted his thoughts. How did you know? Tong Tong told me. That foodie often goes there to buy food. She said she saw you there, but she wasn't sure. I was preparing for the accountant exam 2 days ago, so I didn't ask you. Can you take me to see your shop today? Okay. After breakfast, Qianemo left the rented house with Xiaoyu. As soon as Qianemo held Xiaoyu's hand and walked to the shop, the auntie from the grocery store next door looked at Xiaoyu up and down. Young man, is this your girlfriend? What a delicate and pretty girl, she's not bad at all. In the future, play less games, work more, and earn more money. She's such a good girl. Don't let her suffer with you. Huh? Qianemo looked at Xiaoyu, who was smiling with pursed lips, and said awkwardly, I will. Come over when you have time. We can chat. The auntie from the grocery store saw that there were customers, so she left the 2 of them and immediately went back to the grocery store. She's such a good girl. Don't let her suffer with you. Xiaoyu teased. Qianemo looked at Xiaoyu, speechless. Are you playing games here? In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyu stared at Qianemo with an unfriendly gaze. No, I sit in front of the computer and type code every day. She thinks I'm playing games. Qianemo shrugged and took out the key to open the door of the shop. This is the shop I rented, good girl. Looking at the equipment and computers in the shop, Xiaoyu blinked. You took over this repair shop? You really do phone repair? Phone repair? That's great. Boss, help me take a look. My phone screen suddenly turned black. I can't turn it on. I need it urgently now. Help me fix it. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, a girl stopped and stuffed the phone in her hand into Chen Mo's hand. Seeing the phone being forced into his hand, Chen Mo's mouth twitched. He looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu blinked her eyes and looked at him too. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and fix it. Don't you know how to do business? Xiaoyu pushed Chen Mo to the workbench. Okay, fix it. Chen Mo smiled and started to dismantle the phone. How much does it cost to fix it? Suddenly thinking of a problem, the girl hurriedly asked. In the past, the owner of this shop charged too much. Many people didn't dare to come here. Now that the owner changed, she was also worried that it would be too expensive. There's no problem with the hardware of your phone. It should be a system problem. Just install a new system. It's not expensive, 5 yuan. Chen Mo thought for a moment before speaking. Okay, sorry to trouble you. Hearing the price, the girl immediately agreed. After receiving the girl's reply, Chen Mo turned on the computer and started to refresh it. 15 minutes later, he pressed the power button. Seeing the phone screen lit up, Chen Mo returned the phone to the girl who was anxiously waiting for him. Thank you. The girl's face lit up. She took out 5 yuan, put it on the table, and left in a hurry. As soon as the girl left, Chen Mo turned around to look for Xiaoyu. At this time, Xiaoyu was wiping the dust on the machine. The sweat on her forehead made Chen Mo's heart ache. He wanted to tell Xiaoyu that this wasn't a place to fix phones. But if he told Xiaoyu now, it would definitely be awkward. After thinking about it, Chen Mo still didn't say it. Leave it, I'll clean it. It's done. Xiaoyu threw away the rag in her hand. You can work here first. I need to go back to the dormitory. The functions of the butterfly iPhone are similar to the current mobile phones, but there are still many functions that are not available now. The cost of implementing some functions is very high. They are just starting out, and it is not good to be too cumbersome. Chen Mo has the complete hardware design of the butterfly iPhone in his mind. He only needs to make some simple modifications and copy all the other common functions. The circuit of the motherboard design is simpler than the current mobile phones. This circuit design uses less energy than the current mobile phones. After a while, Chen Mo is interrupted by the ringtone of his mobile phone. He looks at the caller ID and answers the call. Chairman. Zhao Min is browsing the mobile phone's exterior design and interface design sent to her by Chen Mo. She likes the exterior design of the mobile phone at first glance. Such an exquisite design made people's eyes light up when they looked at it. There is also the interface design. The waterproof interface of the mobile phone is exquisite and unique. The person who designed this is a genius. Well, have you received the exterior design and interface design I sent you? Chen Mo asked. Yes, I have received it. I am looking at it now. The exterior design is very good. The design of the charging and earphone interface is very unique. Did you design all these? Zhao Min asked. Yes. Chen Mo cannot say that he took it from the scientific library. Otherwise, others will think he is crazy. Do you have 2 heads? I want to, but my brain is not enough. I wish I had 3 heads and 6 arms. Next time, don't send such important information to me. You inform me, and I will send someone to get it. It will be troublesome if it is leaked. Zhao Min said as she took the USB flash drive and downloaded the information. Huh? Okay. Chen Mo said. Now, everyone is saying that mobile phones are waterproof. Without an interface, it is troublesome to charge and listen to music. These 2 interface designs can solve this problem. I am impressed by your brain. Why didn't I think of this structure? Zhao Min said. The structural design of the 2 waterproof interfaces can be patented. Even if Fengyu does not sell his mobile phones in the future, he can license it to the mobile phone manufacturer and get a considerable amount of patent fees every year. This structure is called Butterfly Eye. It's a nice name. Zhao Min said, if you have time, come to the company. The response to the office software is pretty good. Currently, there are more than 3,000 paid users and 70,000 free users. The numbers are still rising. That's good. In a few days, there will be a job fair in your school. The company will send someone to inform you in advance. After reporting the company's affairs to Chen Mo, Zhao Min hung up the phone, removed the USB drive, and deleted the email. If such important information was left in the mailbox, it would be troublesome if it was hacked by hackers one day. After getting the USB, Zhao Min printed out all the information. President Zhao, this lady is looking for you. Not long after Zhao Min printed out the information, her assistant, Xiaoli, walked in with someone. Wang Xijiao was carrying a computer bag and wearing casual clothes. As soon as she entered the office, she began to look around. When she saw Zhao Min, Wang Xijiao smiled. Xiaoli, you go out first. Ask Minister Luo to come and find me in 10 minutes. Zhao Min said. After Xiaoli left, Wang Xijiao sat down on the sofa and threw her backpack aside. Sister, your office is a bit small. The company has just started. Do you still want to build a building for the headquarters? This time, I called you here to ask if you want to join the company. The company is lacking a leader now. Zhao Min said. So this is what you want to do when you persuade me to resign? Wang Xijiao looked at Zhao Min in surprise. During this period, Zhao Min asked her to resign and take a break. She didn't expect this cousin to want to poach her. Working in other companies is also work. Come here, we won't treat you badly. The head of the technical research department is in charge of the army ant system. The salary is lower now, but in the future, I promise you will be a rich woman. Zhao Min guided her patiently. She had been coveting Wang Xijia, this female engineer, for a long time. In the past, Wang Xijia was not in the technical company. In addition, this girl's personality was unpredictable, so she couldn't find a chance. This time, she finally found a chance after persuading her to resign. You won't lie to me? Wang Xijia asked in surprise. You are my cousin. Will I get paid if I lie to you? I need some trustworthy people to be in charge of important positions. Now, the house has a foundation and a frame, but it lacks the main load-bearing pillars. Otherwise, when the mobile phone system is launched, there will be problems and it will collapse. Then why me? You are a technical professional. Also, trust. Zhao Min said. Now, the company had just started and there were a lot of important things. The main positions must be guarded by trustworthy people. If there was a problem, there would not be a big problem. Otherwise, she couldn't explain it to Chen Mo. I reluctantly agree. But I want to meet the handsome chairman you mentioned. After all, I have always wanted to meet the guru who independently designed the mobile phone system. If there is a chance next time, I will introduce him to you. President Zhao, do you think my charm can make him like me? Get lost. Zhao Min was so angry at Wang Xijia that she laughed. While the two were chatting, a man wearing glasses knocked on the door and walked in. He was old Luo. He was in his 40s. Because he was older and had a kind personality, many people in the company called him Old Luo. Old Luo was also one of the first people that Zhao Min called over. Although he was older, he was capable and reliable. So, Zhao Min let him be in charge of the management of the R&D system. President Zhao, what's the matter? Let me introduce you. This is Wang Xijia. She used to be a senior engineer in Xuanfei. In the future, she will be your assistant in charge of the army ant system. After the two greeted each other, Zhao Min spoke again. Take a look at this document. Go back and get the sample. Don't leak it. Zhao Min handed the printed document to the two of them. President Zhao, which company designed this mobile phone? Wang Xijia's eyes lit up when she saw the design of the butterfly eye mobile phone. She fell in love with such a beautiful design at first sight. Director Zhao, who designed this charger port? Old Luo's eyes lit up as he asked. This is the mobile phone that the company is going to produce in the future. It's strictly confidential. This is the design of the mobile phone. The design of the earphone port and the charger port were all designed by the chairman. Before the mobile phone is produced, this information must not be leaked to the public. Understood. Old Luo nodded. He knew about the army ant system. Now, with the design of the mobile phone, if the product was produced, it would definitely soar to the sky. President Zhao, I can't wait to meet the chairman, this great god. Wang Xijiao's eyes were shining, and she looked like an idol. She used to think that she was a genius for becoming a senior engineer at such a young age. But in front of the mysterious chairman that he had never seen before, he was nothing. Seeing Wang Xijiao's infatuated look, Zhao Min was speechless. Even old Luo's mouth twitched. But Wang Xijiao said what was on his mind. He also wanted to meet the chairman. Old Luo, take Wang Xijiao to the Human Resources Department to register. I'll give her the employment contract later. She's a jumpy person. Take care of her. Okay. After taking the document, old Luo left Zhao Min's office with Wang Xijiao. After the two of them left, Zhao Min rubbed her temples. She turned to look out of the window and sighed. The company had no talent. It was a little troublesome. In the rented house, Chen Mo put down the book in his hand and lay back on the bed. In order to get the circuit of the phone's motherboard out, he didn't read much recently. He was dismantling the motherboard of the old phone to let him have a deeper understanding of the phone's motherboard. After all, this was a hands-on profession. After a few days of hard work, the design of the phone's motherboard was completed. He didn't choose to make the phone's motherboard. It would take a lot of energy to make a phone's motherboard by hand. The etching of the circuit board, the punching of the holes, and the soldering of the parts were very troublesome. If it was accidentally destroyed, he would have to start all over again. These professional things should be left to the professionals. After handing over the design of the phone's motherboard and battery size to Zhao Min, he didn't care about it anymore. The testing and production of the phone, as well as the phone's system release, were all left to Zhao Min. After finishing the phone's design, he could put his mind on the book again. His days became relaxed again. Sometimes, he would go out on dates with Xiaoyu and have fun. The rest of the time, he would read in the shop. There was still a long way to go before he could reach 1,000 books. It was enough for him to work hard for a while. However, with his hard work during this period, he had finished reading 300 books. Now, he knew that he had rested enough, and there was going to be a period of work to do. After lying on the bed, Chen Mo closed his eyes and entered the scientific library. It was still a huge bookshelf that was 100 meters tall. Chen Mo was already used to it. Sometimes, when he came in and chatted with Elder Shu, he would walk through these bookshelves. Elder Shu told him some stories about the development of other civilizations and introduced the technology on the bookshelves. There were countless technologies that he couldn't imagine or even dare to imagine. There were armor similar to Iron Man here, the development of superpowers, and even the design of super spaceships. There was also a quantum portal. Every technology that could be thought of was here. Chen Mo even saw life-prolonging drug technology on the bookshelves. If he took out the high-level technology of the scientific library and made it into a product, the whole world would go crazy. After looking around the library, Chen Mo walked to the desk and opened the book on the table. The moment he opened the book, Elder Shu's figure appeared in the scientific library on the screen. "Are you here to take the technology?" Elder Shu asked. "Yes." Chen Mo nodded. "You now have a random choice and a free choice. Which one do you want to use first?" Elder Shu said. The random selection was the trainee privilege, and he could receive benefits once a month. The day before yesterday, it had already been 2 months, but Chen Mo had not dared to use it. Randomly selecting this option was toxic. Thinking back to the first time he randomly selected ultra-thin sanitary napkin production technology, he was still a little traumatized. Although there was a random office software at the end, the trauma was still there. Therefore, after having the freedom to choose, he made his choice to avoid returning empty-handed. The uncertainty of random selection was like buying a lottery ticket. You never knew what technology would be randomly given to you. "Let's choose randomly first," Chen Mo said without thinking. As soon as he finished speaking, the air was once again filled with all kinds of books, just like the tiles on the wall. It was a dazzling sight. The book started to spin slowly. Chen Mo's heart clenched. He prayed in his heart that it was a useful technique. Otherwise, he would have wasted another opportunity. After a while, the spinning book stopped. It turned into a book and fell into Elder Shu's hands. After seeing the cover of the book, Chen Mo was stunned. Human reproduction supplement formula? Medicine? Human reproduction supplement? What medicine is this? Is this cover still a technology? The name is a little weird. In an instant, Chen Mo had an ominous feeling. What medicine is this? Chen Mo pointed at the book. You are very lucky. Elder Shu laughed heartily. This is good stuff. I have not entered the medical field yet. Even if you give me this formula, I will not be able to use it for the time being. Tell me, what is this? Hearing Elder Shu's laughter, Chen Mo's ominous feeling became stronger. In layman's terms, this is an aphrodisiac. Chen Mo felt as if he was struck by lightning. His face turned red. What he was afraid of had happened. Here it comes again. He got an unorthodox technique again. Now, he felt that the random selection was a huge trap. You are very lucky. Elder Shu laughed. Lucky? I don't need it for the time being. Chen Mo wanted to cry but had no tears. You are lucky. There are no side effects. After saying that, Elder Shu laughed heartily again. Chen Mo's expression was worse than swallowing a cockroach alive. It's fine if he doesn't need it now, but it's so unorthodox. Even if it's a medicine for the flu, he will not be so depressed. Looking at your expression, you don't want it? Elder Shu asked. Yes, why wouldn't I want it? Chen Mo hurriedly said. Even if he doesn't use it now, he will need it in the future. That thing is extremely expensive, and there are no side effects. These are all shining silver. Elder Shu put the book into Chen Mo's mind and laughed. When he thought of Chen Mo's expression just now, he couldn't help but want to laugh. He forgot how long it has been since he laughed so heartily. Why is the scientific library's random selection so bad? Chen Mo smiled bitterly. Now, he was already traumatized by the random selection. There were countless techniques, but the random selection was given to him. It's not a trap. You are lucky. You still have the right to choose freely. Do you want to use it? Elder Shu laughed. Yes. Chen Mo nodded. But when he thought of the huge number of books, he was a bit embarrassed. What technique should I choose? Elder Shu asked. There are too many things I want to choose. But thinking about the current situation, I don't need these techniques for the time being. Elder Shu, do you have any suggestions? This one. Elder Shu opened his palm, and a book formed in his hand. Computer language creation and application. This is used to create a programming language? Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Yes, this is to teach you how to use your own language to create a computer language. Elder Shu said. This is it. Chen Mo didn't expect the scientific library to have this kind of book. Chinese characters are very ingenious and profound. In terms of logical expression, it is much more flexible and ingenious than English. Whether it is ancient classical Chinese, poems, songs, or the current internet jokes, they all carry the unique expression charm of Chinese characters. But unfortunately, after the development of computers for so long, there is no computer language with Chinese characters. If a set of Chinese programming language is created, it will definitely be shocking. After knowing that there is such a book, Chen Mo decided to choose this book without hesitation. After receiving Chen Mo's confirmation, Elder Shu nodded, study it well. What belongs to you is the best strength. Scientific library, after all, belongs to others. Creation is the foundation of scientific library's existence. After Elder Shu put the book into Chen Mo's head, countless symbols and words flashed in his mind. After getting the computer language creation and application, Chen Mo's face was full of surprise. The gloominess from obtaining the potion formula had completely disappeared. As long as he creates a Chinese programming language, nothing else matters. At the Army Ant Company, Zhao Min was looking at the financial report calmly. The company had made more than 2 million in the past 2 months with the help of the Office software. The feedback from the users of the Office software was also very good. At least in terms of experience, it was more comfortable and smoother than other Office software. The Office software could only be a transitional product. Although the functions were better, there was too much competition. Many people were already used to it and would not change their office software in a short time. Next, the company's profits would be placed on the mobile phone. As long as the mobile phone was selling well, they would not have to worry about money. She was using the newly produced mobile phone now. Even she fell in love with the beautiful design of the mobile phone at first sight. It was soft and elegant. It was attractive to both men and women. She believed that the mobile phone operating system and mobile phone would be popular in the market. The Army Ant system and mobile phone launch had started 5 days ago. It should be completed by today. When Zhao Min was looking at the financial report, her assistant, Xiaoli, knocked on the door and walked in. President Zhao, Department Headley sent a message. The product launch is ready and can start tomorrow. Okay. Zhao Min put down the financial report in her hand and dialed Chen Mo's number. Since she took over the Army Ant company, she had been preparing for the product launch. The new mobile phone operating system was not an ordinary product. As long as it was done well, the company would amaze the world. Now, there was also the Army Ant mobile phone. These two products were enough for the Army Ant to enter the mobile phone market. At first, she did not choose to release the mobile phone operating system immediately. The market was a place where people were eaten up. If she released it without preparation, she might be blocked by the big investors. It would be difficult for her to develop. Chairman. After the call was connected, Zhao Min spoke. What's the matter? In the shop, Chen Mo put down the pen in his hand and stretched. The Army Ant system launch is ready. It will be held at the Marriott Hotel tomorrow. Do you want to go on stage and give a speech? This is a chance to show your face. It won't be an exaggeration to say that you will be famous. Zhao Min said. No need. I will watch you from below the stage. I will leave the launch to you. Chen Mo said. Why? I don't like the attention of so many people. Otherwise, the rhythm will be disrupted. Alright, see you tomorrow, low-key chairman. Zhao Min was not surprised by Chen Mo's answer. During this period of time, she had a general understanding of Chen Mo's style. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo continued to study computer programming languages. 2 months had passed since he received the book on programming language creation. During this time, Chen Mo spent his time researching. Every day, he would come to the shop to design the characters of the Chinese programming language. Someone came over to fix his phone, so he also stopped and moved his hands, balancing work and rest. Studying computer programming languages was not an easy subject. The foundation of any subject might seem simple, but it was actually very complicated, especially for the founder. The design of a keyword had to consider many aspects. Sometimes, one could not even come up with a single keyword in an entire day. What was even more troublesome was that the Chinese characters were exquisite, and their expressions and combinations were also intricate. In order to better design the characters and expressions of the Chinese programming language, Chen Mo also deliberately read the Chinese language and literature books. The design of the keywords, the complete data types and calculation methods, all kinds of complicated settings had to be intertwined in Chen Mo's mind. After entering the state, various keywords, characters, and phrases flashed through Chen Mo's mind. The notebook in his hand was also filled with various complicated lines. It contained various words. It seemed chaotic, but there was a faint pattern. The design of the keywords must first define its meaning and function before it could be included in the list of keywords. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Mo's thoughts were interrupted by Xiaoyu's voice. When he looked up, he saw Xiaoyu walking into the shop with a lunchbox. Seeing Xiaoyu, Chen Mo smiled knowingly. It's time to eat. Why do you not eat every time? Are you made of iron? It's almost 7 o'clock. Xiaoyu's tone had a hint of blame. I know you will send food over. If I don't send food over one day, are you going to starve to death? Can you bear to? Nonsense. Xiaoyu laughed. She couldn't do anything about Chen Mo. She could only sit next to Chen Mo and pick up her chopsticks to eat. Xiaoyu, why don't you move out and live with me? Chen Mo said while eating. He had this idea for a long time and only said it now. You really want me to move out? Xiaoyu laughed. Of course, even in my dreams. I don't know how to order my meals now. I need someone to remind me. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. If Xiaoyu said so, then there was a chance. Seeing Chen Mo's hopeful eyes, Xiaoyu responded with a smile and didn't give him an answer. Chen Mo knew from Xiaoyu's expression that there was no chance for now. However, Xiaoyu didn't directly refuse, so there was still a lot of hope. Maybe one day, she would agree to move out. After eating, Chen Mo packed up his things, closed the door, and left with Xiaoyu. During this period of time, the two of them lived like this. Every time they were seen, they were envied by others. Xiaoyu, I have something to do tomorrow. I'll take a day off. The shop won't be open. Okay. Xiaoyu responded. You're not going to ask me where I'm going? Chen Mo asked. You're not going to rob, kill, or burn, right? How is that possible? With such a smart and virtuous girlfriend, why would I rob? Unless there's something wrong with my brain. Xiaoyu hugged Chen Mo's waist and leaned her body on his back. Nonsense, take me to the beach. Aren't you afraid of forgetting the time again? In your dreams. The next day, Chen Mo studied the Chinese programming language in the rented house. In the afternoon, Chen Mo changed into a casual t-shirt, carried his computer bag, and left the rented house. Today was the official launch day of the Army Ant system. Although he wasn't on stage, he still had to go and take a look. Marriott Hotel, one of the 5-star hotels in Binhai City. The fees here were not low. In order to have a decent press conference, Zhao Min chose to hold it here. The launch of the Army Ant system and mobile phone was not a small matter. It had to be held in a formal setting. Chen Mo took a taxi to Marriott Hotel and looked at the time. The press conference was held at 2 o'clock. There were still 20 minutes to go. Chen Mo saw people entering Marriott Hotel one after another. Many of them were reporters with cameras and bags. Chen Mo followed them in and soon arrived at the venue of the press conference. There weren't many people at the press conference. There were more than 500 seats, but less than half of them were occupied. There were also many staff members. The press conference hadn't officially started yet. Some reporters were adjusting their machines, and some were simply playing mobile games. An awakened army ant, on the screen, a line of big words was written in semi-cursive. The light and dark colors of the words blended together. Coupled with the futuristic background, the combination of calligraphy and technology looked pleasing to the eye. This was the theme of the press conference. Li Taijun leaned on the table drowsily. On the huge screen, the projection that was full of technological feeling made him unable to raise his spirit. If it weren't for his image, he would have fallen asleep on the table. 2 days ago, he had been rushing the manuscript day and night. Today, he had to attend the press conference. Now, he was exhausted and wanted to go back to sleep immediately. But because of the responsibilities of this job, the higher-ups wanted him to come, so he had to come. Now, he only hoped that the weekend would come quickly and he could have a good rest for 2 days. Many companies held press conferences with no news at all. Otherwise, the theme of the press conference was unknown. They didn't know what the focus of the press conference was and just bragged about how awesome their company was. Small companies just wanted to use the media to promote the company's reputation. So, he was no longer interested in the press conferences of small companies. He really didn't understand why, as a well-known media company in the country, the higher-ups wanted him to come to a small company to attend the press conference. Maybe they had connections. Li Taijun thought so. Army Ant Technology Company, Limited. Before coming, he had checked the company's information. What made him desperate was that this was just a company registered in Binhai City a few months ago. What kind of eye-catching news could this kind of newly established company have? Needless to say, it would be another boring press conference. Attending boring meetings and press conferences was simply a waste of life. Not only him, but some of the reporters around him were also sitting in their seats, playing games on their phones or chatting. There was no lack of intern reporters sitting in their seats, seriously preparing the press release for the press conference. In a few minutes, the press conference would begin. Li Taijun could only pick up his phone and play, trying not to fall asleep. How many companies are here? Zhao Min just walked into the backstage and looked at the planner of the press conference. Li Lingfeng's business ability was very strong. Unfortunately, he used to work in the company and was fired because he offended the company's executives. After Zhao Min found him, he didn't ask for his salary. He quit the job he found with great difficulty and came to help Zhao Min 107 companies. People's Daily, Global, Phoenix, Sina, and several other mainstream media are here. There are also some technology media. A few self-media people were introduced by friends to come and support. Li Lingfeng followed Zhao Min closely. It's better than expected. I've used all my connections, but I can only make do with these few, Li Lingfeng said. While they were talking, Zhao Min had already arrived backstage. Zhao Min took the microphone and put it on. Holding the projector pen, she walked onto the stage. As soon as Zhao Min appeared, the press conference immediately quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on her. The mysterious press conference had finally begun. Some of the reporters who were playing with their phones also turned their attention to the stage. Zhao Min's gaze swept across the field. Seeing Chen Mo in the corner, Zhao Min couldn't help but stop for a moment. This boss was a bit of a scammer. He wanted her to do everything. Hello, friends from the media. I am the president of the Army Ant Company. Today was a special press conference. There was no host or pot-bellied leader. The boss said that he wanted to keep a low profile, so he refused to appear. It's also my first time seeing such a low-key boss. The crowd below laughed softly. Chen Mo also touched his nose awkwardly. He didn't expect that Zhao Min would dare to tease him so openly. The heavy atmosphere became relaxed with Zhao Min's teasing. Let's get to the point. You must be guessing what our product is today. What news is there to watch? This is what you are most concerned about. I can tell you that your arrival was definitely not in vain. If you feel that you came in vain, you can ask me for the fare after the press conference. Zhao Min's words made the reporters at the scene immediately perk up and look at her in high spirits. Today's product is this. Zhao Min tapped the projector pen in her hand. The screen behind her changed. Mobile phone. Seeing the mobile phone on the screen, all the reporters were stunned. Today was a mobile phone press conference? In this era, unless it was a mobile phone giant's press conference, a mobile phone press conference was no longer news, especially for such a small company. However, this mobile phone was indeed exquisite. People couldn't help but like it. For a moment, many people's eyes were filled with disappointment. Seeing the reaction of the reporters below the stage, Zhao Min smiled slightly and pressed the projector pen in her hand. The mobile phone on the screen lit up. The company's Army Ant logo appeared. About 10 seconds later, the mobile phone opened and the desktop lit up. Everyone's faces were filled with confusion. They looked at Zhao Min, hoping that she could explain. This is our company's first product. It's a brand new smartphone operating system, Army Ant system. Ant. Zhao Min dropped a bombshell. All the reporters were stunned. They didn't react and stared at the screen in a daze. It wasn't a mobile phone? It was a mobile phone system? The venue became dead silent. Zhao Min didn't speak either. She looked at the reporters below with a professional smile. About 10 seconds later, everyone came to their senses. There was a commotion at the press conference. Even the sleepy Li Taijun was no longer sleepy. He looked at Zhao Min with bright eyes. If the news was true, it meant that besides Unos, the second domestic smartphone operating system had appeared. Mobile phone systems had always been a weakness in the country. The 30% Apple tax incident was a tyrannical regulation implemented by Apple using its monopoly position. Although not long ago, Apple compromised and cancelled the fee, this incident had already reminded the people of the country. Without a core technology, it would be controlled by others. Although Ali had developed Unos, the mobile phone system market had been occupied by Android's open source. There wasn't much of a market for OS, so Ali focused on the car's car system. Another domestic smartphone operating system had been born. This was definitely good news. Li Taijun became excited. He focused his attention on the computer and began to write. As long as the news was confirmed, he would be able to publish it immediately and seize the headlines. Zhao Min saw the doubts on all the reporters' faces. She pressed the projector pen again, and the screen changed. The Army Ant system is a brand new smartphone operating system. It was designed by our company and uses a brand new architecture. It is different from any mobile phone operating system on the current market. It is independent of the major basic systems. Its security and smoothness are better than any mobile phone on the market. The introduction of the first product is complete. Zhao Min's introduction almost made the excited reporters below spit out a mouthful of blood. They had never seen such a sloppy press conference. It had whetted their appetites and thrown them into the air, making them unable to go up or down. This feeling was especially uncomfortable. Shouldn't other companies brag about the advantages of their products when they held a new product conference? Next is the second product of today. Hearing that there was a second product, the reporters perked up again. The advantages of the Army Ant system will be combined with this product for a detailed introduction. Zhao Min seemed to know the reporters' feelings. She pressed the projector pen, and the PowerPoint changed instantly. The moment the butterfly eye appeared, there was an uproar. The press conference became noisy. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen. It was too exquisite. This phone was too exquisite. The lines were soft, but it did not lose its elegance. It was a natural design. Many people believed that this was the most exquisite phone they had ever seen. There were 6 models of phones. There were patterns and pure colors. The patterned exterior was even more perfect. The strange eyes formed by the colorful lines made the phone look more like a work of art. Seeing the patterns on the phone, everyone immediately understood the meaning of the butterfly eye. Ordinary phone companies would not add colored patterns on the exterior of the phone. They would almost always keep the exterior of the phone in pure colors. However, the Army Ant company used a patterned exterior. Moreover, this pattern was incomparably beautiful. It was mainly blue and black for men. It was mainly pink, rose, ice blue and other gorgeous colors for women. If this pattern was a flower, it would definitely be the most beautiful. The reporter in charge of photography picked up the camera and took pictures of the breakthrough on the screen. Not to mention the performance, just the appearance of this phone was enough to attract the interest of countless people. Big news, the reporters present were ecstatic. This was an unexpected gain. They thought that the press conference of a small company would not be too big of a news. They did not expect to suddenly be exposed. A phone operating system, a phone that was incomparably beautiful. It was simply explosive. After the commotion, it was quiet again. On the stage, Zhao Min still maintained her unique confidence. This phone has 4 main characteristics. The Army Ant system, waterproof function, long battery life, and clear photos. The PowerPoint behind Zhao Min changed again. All the advantages of the phone were listed. First of all, the Army Ant system. Its unique design makes it extremely safe. Compared to other systems, its battery-saving function is more powerful than the mainstream phone systems on the market. It never lags and has strong compatibility. We have used existing phones on the market to do experiments. After a certain brand of phone was refreshed with the Army Ant system, we compared it before and after. Its running score was as high as 300,000 points. It was a quarter higher than the original 240,000 points. In terms of battery consumption and battery life, it was nearly 3 hours higher than the original phone. The performance of the phone system is clear at a glance in the simplest test. Zhao Min began to introduce the advantages of the Army Ant system. The reporters below the stage stared blankly at the data comparison on the screen behind them. The reporters who came to their senses began to write articles crazily. The appearance of this phone system meant that another company had entered the mobile phone market. Moreover, this phone system's performance was better than Android. This kind of news would definitely cause a sensation. In the country, there hadn't been any big news for a long time. The hot search list was dominated by some celebrity scandals. This time, it was a new domestic operating system. It was so beautiful that no one could compare to it. Just these 2 things were enough to get the headlines. Xianxia sat in the last row and looked at Zhao Min on the stage. She had been thinking about how to grab the headlines. Such a big thing would definitely cause of the world's attention. However, as self-media, it was impossible for them to compete with those big newspapers and magazines. They could only win by surprise. Turning her head to look at the cameraman behind her, Xiaxue's eyes lit up. She took out her mobile phone, opened Weibo, and opened the live broadcast screen. This time, the release of the phone system and the butterfly eye came without warning. Those media were definitely not prepared for a live broadcast. Hashtag domestic mobile phone system conference hashtag an awakened army ant. After confirming the title, Xiaxue began the live broadcast. She rarely used live broadcasts because there was no big news or interesting things. Today, she was introduced here by a friend to attend the conference. She didn't expect to encounter such a big news scene. As soon as this live broadcast was released, people began to come in to watch. First, the sofa. Look at the beauty, bench, the front row seat was occupied. The anchor was a beauty. In less than a minute, more than 300 people had appeared to watch. The bullet screen slowly appeared, and the number of people was still rising. Xiaxue plugged in her headphones and turned the camera to herself. Hello everyone, I'm Xiaxue. I encountered a big news today. I'm now at a company's conference. I haven't attended a conference before. I want to see it, and I want to see a beauty. I was attracted by the domestic phone system. 2 minutes later, the number of viewers had reached 2,000, and the number was still slowly increasing. This number surprised Xiaxue. This company is called the Army Ant Company. Their conference product is called the Army Ant System. According to the introduction, this is a new domestic phone system. It has better performance than Apple and Android. It combines the advantages of both. And there's a very beautiful phone. This was the conference. Xiaxue could only lie on the table and hold the phone to broadcast in a low voice. However, Zhao Min's introduction of the system's functions had already covered her voice. I don't believe it. The beauty is lying. If it's true, I'll eat sh*t live. I'll chop the diao. Chop the diao while eating sh*t. Looking at the bullet screen, Xiaxue blinked. I also can't believe it. Let me show you the conference. After that, she pointed the phone camera at Zhao Min on the stage. Awoo. A long-legged woman appeared on the scene. Hungry Wolf will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds, Almighty Netizen, asking for the contact information of the beauty on stage. Generous reward. Nuclear warning ahead. The Truth Emperor, Zhao Min, female, 28 years old, 168 centimeters tall, weight unknown, 3 measurements unknown. Former COO of Wanbao Group in China, Vice President, MBA from Gust, currently single. Contact information, apply for a job at this company tomorrow. Don't ask me how I know. 666. I don't understand what COO and Gust mean. Please explain. After the camera was pointed at Zhao Min, the fans watching the live broadcast instantly exploded. The number of viewers watching the live broadcast began to soar. After 4 minutes, the number of viewers had reached 50,000. The popularity was still rising. More and more people were watching the live broadcast. On the stage, Zhao Min was still confident as she introduced the advantages of the Army Ant system. She knew that this was an opportunity to let the Army Ant truly awaken and show it to the world. She had personally experienced the Army Ant system. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to help Chen Mo manage his company. She had been preparing for this press conference for months. After explaining the advantages of the Army Ant system, Zhao Min focused on another important function. Waterproof function. This was the most prominent function of the butterfly eye, the waterproof function of the wired interface. Next is another feature of the butterfly eye, the waterproof function. The phone uses our company's unique wired waterproof interface. This unique interface structure allows the butterfly eye to be waterproof. Zhao Min pressed the PowerPoint and the introduction of the waterproof interface structure of the butterfly eye appeared on the screen behind her. As soon as this structure appeared, the audience became noisy again. Everyone's reaction was not beyond Zhao Min's expectations. She was also very surprised when she saw this strange waterproof interface. Xiaxue's live broadcast once again blew up. Who designed this waterproof structure? What AF * king genius? Why didn't I think of it? It's like I missed out on a few $100 million. Phelps's exclusive waterproof phone. Knockoffs are awesome. This phone is so beautiful. I'm ready to buy one, regardless of the price. I can almost see myself holding the phone and confessing to my crush. The number of fans in Xianxia's live broadcast room was soaring crazily. The number of fans had reached an astonishing 500,000, and it was still rising crazily. The popularity had exploded like an avalanche, and the live broadcast had already appeared on the hot search list. According to the advantages mentioned by Zhao Min, it meant that the performance of the mobile phone system was better than other mobile phone systems. If it was true, this was definitely big news. The mobile phone system had always been the shortcoming of domestic mobile phones. At present, the system used in domestic mobile phones was mainly Android. YunOS was also half dead in the mobile phone market. Now that there was a domestic system out, this was exciting news. Some reporters even thought of the news headlines. The strongest domestic mobile phone system? Shocking. Domestic mobile phone system has these advantages. I believe that a title can attract many people to click. Li Taijun was writing crazily. The mobile phone of the Army Ant Company was too powerful. He now regretted that he didn't prepare well just now. If this news was released, it would definitely be big news. Suddenly, the vibration of the mobile phone interrupted him. Putting on his headset, Li Taijun answered the phone. Editor-in-Chief, what's the matter? Taijun, are you at the Army Ant Company's press conference? Yes. Send the press release back immediately. I will inform Wang Qi to send the video back. What happened? Li Taijun asked softly with his headset covered. Don't you know? Someone is broadcasting the press conference live on Weibo. Now it's on Weibo's hot search. Hurry up and send it back. Publish it as soon as possible and steal the popularity. It's on the hot search so soon? Li Taijun's heart skipped a beat. Hurry up. After hanging up the phone, Li Taijun hurriedly sorted out the almost completed press release and sent it back to the editor-in-chief. Then, he immediately took out his mobile phone and opened Weibo. Sure enough, the keywords domestic mobile phone system were already on the hot search list. Although it was just on the list, the popularity was still rising. Who the F***ck is so smart to broadcast on Weibo? Li Taijun raised his head and began to look around. Not only Li Taijun, but other reporters and media people were also urged to update the news as soon as possible. Xiaoxue glanced at her live broadcast page. After seeing the number of fans, she was shocked. The number of people watching the live broadcast was almost 800,000, and this number was still rising. The number of rewards was also changing. After seeing the number of rewards, Xiaoxue was almost moved to tears. These rewards were probably enough for her to cover for half a year. I've never seen such a crazy number of people, and this is the first time I've experienced it. After the camera panned back to her image, the bullet screen went crazy all of a sudden, full of 666. I want to see the big sister. Give me back my domineering female CEO, I want that phone. Who can tell me when it's on sale? My hands have been starving for a long time. Beautiful streamer, quickly show me the president with long legs. Xiaoxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at the bullet screen. Many of the bullet screen had already been drowned out before she could look at it carefully. Zhao Min didn't know that because of a small live broadcast, the press conference had been pushed to the top of the search list. The introduction of the phone's functions was coming to an end. Next up was the most important price. The first batch of mobile phones will go on sale at 10 o'clock tomorrow. All of them will be sold online. The specific price will be announced on the official website. After introducing the price of the phone, Zhao Min stopped and scanned the room. The product introduction for the product launch has come to an end. Next up is the question. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. As soon as Zhao Min's words fell, more than half of the media raised their hands in an instant. The gentleman wearing black-rimmed glasses in the front row. Zhao Min pointed to Li Taijun under the stage and said. Li Taijun took the microphone and stood up from his position. He smiled and looked at Zhao Min. Hello, Ms. Zhao, I'm a reporter from the global newspaper. After sorting out his thoughts, Li Taijun spoke. How much research and development did your company spend on this mobile phone system? Will your company's waterproof interface be licensed to the public? In the domestic mobile phone market, hundreds of companies contend. What do you think is your company's advantage? Thank you for your question. Your question is very sharp. Zhao Min said. As for the research and development budget, I have no comment for the time being. As for the waterproof interface, we will license it to the public. Any interested company is welcome to come and discuss cooperation. We have mastered the core technology. The technology and the company's hardworking employees are our biggest advantages. Zhao Min was answering, and the reporters below were desperately writing articles. This was first-hand news, and they didn't dare to neglect it. Next, the gentleman in the second row from the right in the third row. Hello, I'm a reporter from IT Home. According to the performance you just introduced, do you mean that the Army Ant system is better than the Android and Apple systems? This question is quite interesting. It's like I put 3 beautiful women in front of you. One of them is your girlfriend, and then I ask you which one is the most beautiful. Which one do you think is the most beautiful? Zhao Min's rhetorical question made the people under the stage laugh softly. Questions were asked one by one. All the content that the reporters wanted to know, and all the content that they could know, were all in Zhao Min's answers. Xianxia looked at the screen of the mobile phone live broadcast and blinked. If I have a chance to ask, what questions do you want to ask? As soon as her words came out, the bullet screen of the live video exploded in an instant. 3 measurements. Long legs. Nonsense, ask her for her contact information. A pack of wolves, get lost. Ask her what are her criteria for choosing a boyfriend. Maintain the formation. I'll reward you with 10,000 yuan for this question. Rich and inhumane, rich and generous, rich and powerful words. As soon as a fan's words came out, a lot of rich and inhumane comments below filled the screen with 666, drowning out all other information. The screen full of boyfriend criteria made Xianxia feel tangled. If she asked on this occasion, it would definitely be abrupt. However, after struggling for a while, Xianxia raised her hand high and waved it a few times in the air. Last question for the last row, the lady waving her hand. Xianxia's waving arm immediately attracted Zhao Min's attention. You really called me. Xianxia's face was overjoyed. Ask the standard boyfriend questions, give me some courage. As soon as Xianxia's words fell, a large number of luxury yachts, Lamborghinis, and Ferraris flooded the screen, as well as flowers and various gifts. Rich and inhumane was instantly flooded the screen. The microphone was quickly passed to Xianxia's hands. After receiving the microphone, Xianxia pointed the mobile phone's live broadcast screen at Zhao Min and stood up from her position. Everyone's eyes were on Xianxia. Seeing the mobile phone in Xianxia's hand, some people who got the news knew that the Weibo live broadcast was this woman. Hello, President Zhao, I'm a self-media person. I'm now live broadcasting the press conference on Weibo. With so many seniors just now, the professional questions have almost been asked. The fans in my live broadcast room asked me to ask a question. Do you currently have a boyfriend or someone you like? What are your criteria for choosing a boyfriend? After asking this question, Xianxia playfully stuck out her tongue and turned her eyes to Zhao Min. Others chuckled and all turned their eyes to Zhao Min. There were many of them. Some people just asked some meaningless questions because they already knew what they should know, and Zhao Min wouldn't say what they shouldn't know. This question made the atmosphere of the press conference instantly relax. On the stage, Zhao Min's eyelids twitched. She smiled and glanced at the corner where Xianxia was. This is a personal question outside of the press conference, but I can also answer you. Some time ago, the handsome man in Binhai City saved the baby. Everyone knows about it, right? I was at the scene at the time. Later, I met him again. Unfortunately, he has a girlfriend. I hope that my future boyfriend is this kind of upright, brave, and motivated man. Xianxia, who was sitting in the corner, covered his face and smiled bitterly. This was obviously teasing him. As soon as this answer came out, the live broadcast room boiled over. I'm talking about me. I'm straight. It's me. I helped an old grandma cross the road last time. My wish is to change from a brick mover to a contractor. I'm definitely motivated. This is my future wife. Don't fight with me. The press conference ended smoothly. After bidding farewell to the reporters, Zhao Min left the press conference. She walked down the stage and dialed Chen Mo's number. Are you satisfied with the press conference? Zhao Min asked as soon as the call was connected. Yes. About the last question, I really wanted to put the five brothers on the big screen for you. They were upright, brave, ambitious, handsome, and alive. It's best to put you on it. Zhao Min laughed. I wonder how the press conference was received. It's already on the hot search list. The influence of the beautiful president is really not to be underestimated. You're now an internet celebrity, Chen Mo joked. So fast? Zhao Min sounded surprised. It's the beautiful woman who asked you the last question. It was live-streamed on Weibo and directly made the press conference to the hot search list, Chen Mo said. Next, I'm going to prepare for the mobile phone sales. Do you want to go to the company? Another day. You're busy. Chen Mo hung up the phone, packed his things, and left the press conference. Not long after the press conference ended, the official Weibo of Global News posted an article titled An Awakened Army Ant. Along with some of the live videos, it immediately attracted a lot of comments and reposts. In just a few minutes, the number of reposts and comments exceeded 10,000. Not long after the Global News came out, the People's Daily also posted with the same title. The two mainstream media's posts immediately attracted more attention. The topic hashtag An Awakened Army Ant hashtag quickly reached the hot search list. What made people dumbfounded was that the topic hashtag Beautiful President hashtag appeared on the hot search list. Its popularity almost overshadowed the first topic. The third hot search was hashtag Domestic Mobile Phone System hashtag. The fourth hot search was hashtag Butterfly I hashtag The snowball effect was still growing. A press conference occupied 4 hot search headlines in a row. It was the biggest hot topic and instantly overshadowed the hot search of a certain celebrity's scandal. There wasn't much news recently. This Army Ant press conference was undoubtedly a big news. The Army Ant system appeared and was claimed to be better than Android and Apple. The most important thing was the Butterfly iPhone. The picture of the phone quickly spread through the circle of friends. Many girls expressed that they wanted one, and the men in their circle of friends were wailing. The Army Ant company would only release 30,000 units in the first batch. Based on the popularity of the units, even if they tried to buy them in the wee hours of the morning, they might not be able to get their hands on them. Moreover, they would only be sold online. Penguin News, Squirrel Headlines, Sina, Phoenix Net, and other publications all reported it. In the absence of major news, almost all of the domestic mainstream media's headlines were dominated by news about the Army Ant system. A beautiful CEO, a domestic operating system, and a phone that was so beautiful that no one had any friends. These 3 main points attracted everyone's attention, and its popularity continued to increase. Ganyu opened the door, threw the briefcase on the sofa, and lay down like a corpse. In this day and age, it was not easy to earn money. Suddenly, the aroma of food wafted into his nose, instantly waking him up. Chiao, is that you? Ganyu called out. That tomboyish girlfriend of hers never knew how to cook. Who came to the house? Hubby. A coquettish voice came from inside. This voice belonged to none other than his tomboyish girlfriend. Immediately after, a woman wearing an apron walked out of the kitchen. There were 2 plates of slightly burnt dishes in her hands. What was going on? Ganyu felt a chill in his heart. This scene was different from usual. It was a little strange. Chiao, are you feeling unwell? Hubby Chiao put down the dishes in her hands, took off her apron, and skipped towards him. Her tone was still a little coquettish. Chiao, are you having a fever? Let me touch you. Ganyu felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard her calling him that. He suspected that his girlfriend, who was usually carefree, had a fever and burned her brain. I'm not sick. What? Ganyu was shocked. He thought about it twice in his mind. He didn't hear wrongly. This tomboyish girl was acting coquettishly towards him, coquettishly. Hubby, I cooked for you today. Chiao, are you feeling unwell? Tell me. Ganyu was so shocked that he almost did a full body check on her. I'm fine. Hubby, I want to buy a mobile phone. So she wanted to buy a mobile phone. Ganyu heaved a sigh of relief instantly. You want to buy a mobile phone again? Didn't you just buy one last month? We're saving money to get married. Can you buy another one later? Hubby, I'll give you my mobile phone. Can you buy another one for me? I promise to cook for you every day in the future. Hubby, her coquettish tone and coquettish look made Ganyu's heart melt. The tiredness from work instantly disappeared without a trace. Okay, I'll buy it for you. Do you want the latest Apple? Hubby, it's the best. It's not Apple. It's half the price of Apple. It's called Butterfly Eye. It's from a company called Army Ant Company. Xiao kissed him on the cheek. She immediately took out her mobile phone, opened Weibo, and showed him the pictures. All kinds of strange scenes were playing out in every corner. On the internet, there was an overwhelming debate about the domestic mobile phone system. And all the strange people gathered under the Army Ant Company's official Weibo. Shocking. Today after work, my manly girl actually cooked for me and acted coquettishly. My heart melted. Just because she's so sensible, I'll buy her a plane, not to mention a mobile phone. Shocking. That's heart-wrenching, buddy. I'm the opposite. My usually gentle and well-behaved girlfriend came out of the kitchen with a kitchen knife and told me that she wanted to buy a mobile phone. I was so scared that I agreed without hesitation. Shocking. My girlfriend said that if I buy this for her, she'll go and get married with me. Shocking. My wife said that if I buy it for her, she'll give birth to a monkey for me. Shocking. My daughter said that if I don't buy it for her, she'll go and find a boyfriend. Shocking. Breaking the formation, ha ha ha. Wait, my mom's calling me. Other than the strange comments on the Army Ant Company's official Weibo, the other online news had both praise and criticism for the Army Ant Company. Most people chose to praise it because it was a good thing to have a domestic mobile phone system, regardless of its performance. However, there were also some discordant voices. The Army Ant Company's sales were too low, and some people couldn't stand it. They thought that it was hunger marketing, and many people started to make a fuss about it. At this time, Zhao Min was in her office, listening to Julie's report. The effect of the launch was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Zhao Min didn't expect the launch to be so successful. At first, she thought that the launch would attract a good response, but she didn't expect it to be so far beyond her expectations. The Army Ant Company quickly became the center of attention. President Zhao, we haven't officially launched yet, but people on the internet are already saying that we're hunger marketing. Some news outlets have already started to smear our reputation. Should we increase the production? How can we increase the production without money? Bank loans and financing. We have the Army Ant system, Ant Office, and the patent for the waterproof interface is also being applied. With these things, do you think we won't be able to get money? Julie said. Have you thought about the consequences if you can't repay the money in time when you get into trouble? To the big capitalists, we are just small ants. Moreover, the chairman will not agree to the financing. Everything in the company belongs to him. Why should he give the profits to the capitalists? Zhao Min knew that they had to be more stable at this time. If they were too aggressive, the capitalists would catch them. And they would be in trouble. After all, the Army Ant system was a huge cake. What's next? Prepare for the online sales tomorrow. Be prepared to increase the production. Also, we have to be more careful about the quality of the spare parts. In the past, no one cared about us, so there wouldn't be any problems. But now, we have to be careful. The most important thing is the batteries. Keep an eye on the batteries in the stock. Don't let anything go wrong. Otherwise, if the batteries explode a few times, we will be finished. Understood. After Julie left, Zhao Min rubbed her temples. She didn't expect that the launch would cause such a sensation. Looking at the situation on the internet, some people were already jealous. The public opinion on the internet was still fermenting. On that night, many articles had already appeared to defame Army Ant Company. The name of hunger marketing was directly placed on the Army Ant Company. Following that, articles about the waterproof interface gradually appeared. However, most of the articles were discussing the performance of the Butterfly Eye. The configuration was similar to the latest Mi phone, but the price was slightly more expensive. However, the main point was whether the performance of the Army Ant system was true. If it was true, the performance would undoubtedly surpass Demi's latest phone. The Butterfly I would become the most cost-effective phone. Moreover, it had a waterproof function. In terms of appearance, it would beat many phones. It would undoubtedly be the most beautiful phone this year. While everyone was waiting, the Army Ant's online sales officially began at 10 a.m. the next day. Zhao Min was backstage, staring at the technician's computer. How many online visits are there on the official website now? More than 10,000, and it's still rising. What about the flagship store Black Cat Mall? More than 130,000, and it's still increasing. Both sides will be on the shelves at the same time. Remember, each account is limited to one. Zhao Min did not want their launch to be ruined by the scalpers. Otherwise, they would be drowned by the comments on the internet. They had already been labeled as hunger marketing. If the scalpers interfered, they would be even worse off. Okay. Watch closely. If there's a problem with the official website, fix it immediately. Bam, as soon as Zhao Min finished speaking, the image of the official website of a staff member beside her instantly collapsed and turned into an error message. The technician instantly became nervous. President Zhao, our official website has just been attacked by traffic. The server has crashed. How long will it take to fix it? It's a little troublesome. Someone is targeting us. Even if it's fixed, we will still be attacked. Don't worry about this. Fix it as soon as possible. President Zhao frowned. The thing she was worried about had happened. Announce that the official website has been attacked and is being urgently repaired. The official website will be cancelled and the phone will be delayed for 15 minutes at the flagship store Black Cat Mall. Understood. After yesterday's launch, the Army Ant's official Weibo account had more than 800,000 fans, and they were all active fans. As soon as the Army Ant's official Weibo account released the news, the comments below exploded. Some people are jealous. Those who are not jealous are mediocre. We're being targeted before we even start. Is something going to happen? When the clouds rise, the sun sinks into the pavilion, serves you right for being attacked for your hunger marketing. Within 10 minutes of the announcement, all kinds of news appeared on the major news platforms. After all, the Army Ant, Butterfly I, which was known as the most beautiful mobile phone, was on sale today. However, just as it was about to start, it was attacked. This made people feel that something was amiss. 15 minutes passed quickly, and the people who had logged onto the Army Ant's official website had all moved to the Black Cat Mall. It's on sale now, Zhao Min said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone turned their attention to the computer. Hackers have attacked the company's computers, the person in charge of the company's network security said. For a moment, everyone became nervous. Zhao Min's face darkened. She hadn't even started selling her phone and she had already been attacked twice. Anyone would be in a bad mood. Are you all right? Zhao Min asked. Don't worry, I'm prepared, Wang Xijia said. The phones are on the shelves. The staff member's voice once again drew everyone's attention back to the computer. The moment the phone was put on the shelves, the stock of 30,000 units was rapidly decreasing. The back-end orders were also being refreshed rapidly. The speed of the orders made the back-end people's eyelids twitch. The response from the press conference yesterday was far beyond their imagination. In every circle of friends, the picture of the Butterfly iPhone had been turned into an emoji pack. It could be said that overnight, the Butterfly iPhone became popular all over the country. However, the speed of the orders was too terrifying. They were mentally prepared, but they didn't expect such an effect. Li Guo looked at the time and suddenly remembered that the Butterfly iPhone was on sale today. Without thinking, he immediately grabbed the phone next to him and opened the Treasure Hunt app. The number of phones released by the Army Ant Company this time was too small. If he didn't grab them in advance, he might miss the first batch. After logging into the Army Ant's flagship store in Black Cat, Li Guo immediately opened the phone's sales page. He kept praying in his heart that it wouldn't be sold out so quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Hurry up, hurry up. Li Guo logged into the page and quickly chose the most expensive Butterfly iPhone. He immediately clicked on it to pay. The product was no longer available. What? Li Guo was stunned and quickly returned to the phone's page. Sold out? F***ck, don't play like this. It's only been a few minutes. Li Guo's face was sad. The most beautiful butterfly iPhone had been sold out in a few minutes. However, if he bought other pure color models, although they were also beautiful, his wife would definitely not like them. Forget it, he would buy other models first. If his wife didn't like them, he would return them. When Li Guo was about to buy other models, he was stunned again. He found that all the phones were sold out. This scene happened in every corner of the country. Those who got it were overjoyed. Those who didn't were depressed. 5 minutes, in just 300 seconds, 30,000 phones were sold out. From the beginning to the end, 300 phones were sold out every second. Even the Bachelor's Day event wasn't so scary. A group of people who didn't get it were screaming in their hearts. They watched the inventory decrease all the way until it was sold out. Everyone was relieved. The whole process was like a roller coaster. In just 5 minutes, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Start the delivery now. Release the news of the orders. Zhao Min breathed a sigh of relief. Julie, ask the factory to increase the production of the phones. Pay attention to the quality of the parts. I don't want there to be a big problem with the quality. Use all of the batteries we ordered. After that, Zhao Min walked back to the office. Although she sold 30,000 phones in 5 minutes, Zhao Min knew that this was just the beginning. She passed the first test safely. The next test was the big test. The butterfly iPhone had just been sold out, and the news was already out. Selling 30,000 phones in 5 minutes, and many people couldn't buy them. If the sales volume was released, it would be even more terrifying. Among the new phones, this sales speed could be described as terrifying. The current mobile phone market was already stiff. There were only a few big brands fighting for it. If other brands wanted to expand, it was impossible unless there was a big change. Xianxia, Jerry, and other companies wanted to enter the market, but they all failed. But this time, the Marching Ant Company had opened a new market in the mobile phone market with the Butterfly Eye. Many people were envious and even jealous of them. However, the sales volume this time was indeed a little small. It seemed a little petty. The Army Ant Company was instantly labeled as hunger marketing. Zhao Min put down the document in her hand and turned to look out the window. The news of the orders had been released. The number of orders was as high as 200,000. For a company that had just entered the mobile phone market, it was definitely great news if there was such a large number of orders. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. We don't have any plans for financing at the moment. I'll contact you if there are any plans in this area. Zhao Min hung up the phone and covered the landline. She leaned back in her chair and heaved a sigh of relief. It had been a week since the Butterfly Eye officially went on sale. During this week, Zhao Min kept receiving calls asking about financing. IDG, Penguin Investment, Sequoia, Nine Cauldron Holdings, and many other top venture capital companies in the country all called her. There were also many independent investors. Over the past few days, she had received so many calls that her hands were sore. In 7 days, she had received more than 70 calls. If it wasn't for work, she would have unplugged the phone line. Chen Mo, the chairman, didn't care at all and left everything to her to handle. She felt that she had fallen into a big hole when she made the bet with Chen Mo. However, she was relieved that the sales of the phones were very smooth. The phones were waterproof, and with the smooth experience of the Army Ant system, there were many good reviews. Many of the newly ordered phones had already been delivered to the users. Because they were cautious in the early stages, everything was going smoothly so far. There were no major problems. There were only some occasional discordant voices on the internet, but it didn't affect them at all. There were already phone companies who contacted them about the waterproof port. Many phone companies had their own unique designs for the charging port. The common earphone port now was the 3.5 mm earphone port. The unique waterproof port design of the Butterfly Eye had attracted the interest of many companies. Zhao Min said at the press conference that they could authorize it to the public, so many phone companies were already talking to them about authorization. After all, not every company could choose wireless charging like Apple. The existence of the waterproof port was not as expensive as wireless charging, and it could make the phone waterproof. Whether it was in terms of cost or practicality, the waterproof port was a good choice. Now that the company was progressing smoothly, it would be stable after a period of time. Just as Zhao Min was looking at the documents, there was a rush of knocking on the door. Li Lingfeng rushed in with the documents. What happened? Seeing Li Lingfeng's expression, Zhao Min frowned. In her impression, Li Lingfeng had always been very calm. President Zhao, there are some articles on the internet attacking us. They say that there is a major security flaw in the army ant system. It has caused a stir on the internet. Security flaw? Zhao Min became serious. It really exists. It's fake. I went to the technical department to look for Old Luo. Old Luo said that the security flaw is fake. Someone hired the internet water ant to attack on us. I also heard from Julie that many users have chosen to return the goods. Zhao Min picked up her phone and clicked on the news. Sure enough, as Li Lingfeng said, many articles were reporting on the security loophole of the marching ants. After reading a few articles, Zhao Min's The Army Ant Systems comments. There was a lot of criticism and abuse. Led by a few trolls, the comments were one-sided and were all attacking the marching ant company. There were a lot of comments, but they were all brainless. Zhao Min glanced at the comments, put down her phone, and rubbed her forehead. What was going to happen had happened. It was obvious that someone did not want to see things go so smoothly. What should we do? Li Lingfeng asked. The army ant system and butterfly I had already touched the big cake of the mobile phone market. Once their company's reputation was ruined, the army ant system would be destroyed. By then, no one would dare to use it. Then, they would swallow them up, repackage them, and push them out again. This method was a bit old-fashioned, but it was very effective. Don't worry. Let me contact the chairman first. Zhao Min gestured for Li Lingfeng to sit down and wait for a while. Then, she dialed Chen Mo's number. After such a big thing happened, she was very busy. She did not know where the chairman was. It made her feel very helpless. Chairman, I have bad news. Zhao Min said as soon as the call went through. Is it about the security flaw of the army ant system? Chen Mo closed the news on his computer and said. He was the one who designed the army ant system. He could not be indifferent to this kind of thing. As for the defamation on the internet, he did not care. Only a mediocre person would not be envied. Every company would go through such trivial things. It's good that you know, Zhao Min said. Even I can't find the flaw in the army ant system. I know it is fake before I even see it. You can't solve it? Chen Mo asked. I can solve it. I just want to ask you if there is a better way. After all, you know the army ant system best. Is that so? Chen Mo thought for a while. I have a bold idea. You have always been bold. Say it. Whoever can find a flaw and crack the mobile phone system will be given 1 million. Chen Mo said. Are you crazy? Don't worry. They won't find it. Chen Mo was full of confidence. This was a mobile phone system that he had obtained from the Science and Technology Library. It was developed as the basic framework. After it was completed, it was optimized by the scientific library. In terms of security, it was not perfect. However, without the source code, it would be very difficult to crack it. This was why he dared to think that the army ant system was better than other mobile phone systems. Alright. Since you are not worried, I don't have anything to worry about. But based on your idea, I am going to use another method. Aren't you worried that someone will find the flaw and increase the reward? Is 2 million RMB okay? If the reward is less than 5 million, you can do whatever you want. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Min looked at Li Lingfeng. Lingfeng, go and release a message. Who can find a flaw in the army ant system and crack the system when the data is intact? Our company will donate 2 million RMB. 1 million RMB will be donated to the Children's Fund and 1 million RMB will be given to the person who finds the flaw. The reward will be valid for 6 months. Zhao Min had more problems with the company than Chen Mo. Now, someone was trying to defame them. If they wanted to restore the company's reputation, charity was the best way. Once this kind of gimmick was released, it would not only increase the sales of mobile phones, but it would also improve the company's reputation. The safety of the army ant system would also be known by the public. Okay. Li Lingfeng nodded and left the office. The topic of the army ant system continued to be popular on the internet. The security flaws of the army ant system were described in various articles. When the topic was at its peak, the army ants official Weibo reposted an article about the security flaws in the army ant system and made a public response. Challenge. The chairman says, one flaw is worth 2 million RMB. If anyone or a team finds a flaw in the army ant system and cracks the phone when the data is intact, the company is willing to give 2 million RMB. 1 million RMB will be donated to the Children's Fund and 1 million RMB will be given to the person or team who cracks the phone. The reward will be valid for 6 months. The final interpretation of this announcement belongs to the company. When this response was released, it was tantamount to pouring a bucket of cold water into a boiling pot of oil. It instantly ignited the discussion and pushed the topic to a new peak. #Army Ant Company's response #this topic instantly took the top spot on the trending search list. The Army Ant Company's official Weibo was quickly filled with all kinds of posts. Me, Mom, give me money. I want to learn computer science. I can make a fortune. 1 million RMB. Mom, you want to go to an internet cafe to play games? Father, hurry up and tie him up. Last time, you tricked me into going to Dubai to beg. After that, you tricked me into going to Ukraine to get married. Last year, you told me that I could make money by playing poker in prison. My butt still hurts. Now, you want to trick me into learning computer science? You're looking for loopholes. I quit. Boss, give me my salary as a laborer. I want to pay my tuition. Oh, yes, I want to learn computer science. Bamboo rat, it's a clearance sale. Under the Army Ant's official Weibo, there were a lot of strange comments. The news of the Army Ant Company's reward of 2 million RMB quickly overshadowed the slandering news. The article that used the Army Ant system's security flaw as an attack point quickly died after the response was released. The reports on the internet all focused on the Army Ant's bounty. This matter was too terrifying. Even Apple didn't dare to say something like this. Who would have thought that an ant that had just left its nest would dare to say something like this? After the news spread, all kinds of tech gurus quickly followed the Army Ant's official Weibo and reposted the news, announcing that they would join the cracking team. The leaders of the famous Penguin Internet Security Team and Seven Tigers Internet Security Team also reposted the news and publicly announced that they would join the cracking team. Once they cracked the code, all the money would be donated to charity. Xianxia walked into the room and placed his briefcase on the sofa. He then sat down on the sofa. During this period of time, the company was in a lot of trouble. The company was being defamed on the internet and the company's servers were being attacked frequently. Although the company managed to avoid the defamation with a 2 million bounty, there were rumors among the colleagues that there was a big investor trying to suppress the company. This small ant would not be able to hold on for long. He thought that he had found a good company, but not long after he started working, he encountered this kind of situation. Some of the new employees were already considering if they should find a way out. After all, if the company was acquired and restructured, they would be laid off and it would be troublesome to find a new job. Xianxia was also thinking about this. He had just joined the company for less than a month and did not have much of a sense of belonging to the Army Ant Company. Now, he was also worried about the rumors. After all, there was no smoke without fire. Buzz buzz buzz, just as he was thinking about resigning, his phone vibrated. Hello, old Joe, what's up? I have joined a new company and they are short of people. Do you want to come over and help? I am a salesperson, just starting out. My salary is a little low, around 4,000. My prospects are good and my salary will definitely increase. I have a lot of room for promotion in the future. Is that so? Xianxia hesitated and his eyes flickered. Then I will contact you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Okay, see you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Xianxia sat up from the sofa and searched in his cupboard. He took out an envelope and a piece of paper and thought for a while before writing. The next day. The atmosphere in the Army Ant Company was gloomy. Even the air was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Many people were not happy because the people around them had already handed in their resignation letters and left the company. "Brother Zhang, are you really going to resign?" Lu Hongyi looked at Zhang Xing, who was packing his things. His eyes were filled with hesitation. Now, the company is being targeted by big investors. It will be acquired and restructured soon. As someone who has been through this before, I advise you to find a way out as soon as possible. Don't be unable to find a job when the time comes. Zhang Xing whispered into Lu Hongyi's ear. After packing his things, he took the resignation letter and walked into the office. Lu Hongyi looked at Zhang Xing's back and hesitated. In the end, he shook his head and continued to work. Li Lingfeng's expression was a little ugly. In the past 2 days, he had received resignation letters from 10 people. These people had just joined the company not long ago. They did not expect that after the company was attacked 2 days ago, there would be a wave of employees leaving now. If this went on, the other employees in the company would definitely panic. What made him even angrier was that the 2 middle-level managers that he had brought into the company also resigned and jumped ship. This was a betrayal to him. Someone was definitely trying to poach him. After thinking for a while, Li Lingfeng picked up the resignation letter and walked to Zhao Min's office. "President Zhao, my boyfriend and I are preparing to get married. We need a stable job, a house, and a car. That's why," in Zhao Min's office, her female assistant, Xiaoli, was standing in front of Zhao Min with an apologetic look on her face. "Have you found a job?" Zhao Min's face was calm. "Yes, a friend introduced her to me. She's working as an assistant manager in a listed company." "I understand. You can go." Zhao Min rubbed her temples and said to the assistant standing in front of her. "I'm sorry, President Zhao." "I'm sorry, Department Headley." With Zhao Min's permission, the female assistant apologized and left the office. "President Zhao, I received 10 resignation letters here." Li Lingfeng put the resignation letter in his hand on the table. His expression was not very good. Julie just came. There were also 5 letters from the marketing system. They were all middle-level managers in important positions. Old Luo's R&D system also had many technicians who resigned. Zhang Yi's financial system also had 2 accountants who resigned. Zhao Min's voice was calm. She turned her head and looked out of the window. Before the first wave subsided, another wave came. "Did someone look for you?" "Yes, after work last night, an old friend asked me to go to his company. He offered me double the salary here." Li Lingfeng said. "And then? You agreed?" "No, I refused." "Why didn't you go?" Zhao Min asked. "In the beginning, I was also promoted and trained by President Zhao. That's why I have today's ability. Moreover, I think the company is very good and the future is very good. I believe President Zhao can lead us out of this predicament." "It's not a predicament. The company has never been in a predicament. We don't lack money and we don't owe debts. This is just a threshold. It's just that some people can't withstand the test." Zhao Min turned her head and looked out of the window. Her expression was calm. "Go back to work as usual. Whoever resigns will be allowed to do so. Those vacant management positions will be filled from among the most capable employees. As long as the main management staff is still there, those people can do whatever they want. Those who can't go through thick and thin together, leave early. It's also good for the company. Prepare for the recruitment." "Okay." Li Lingfeng saw Zhao Min's calm appearance and sighed in relief. Zhao Min was their backbone. As long as Zhao Min did not panic, he also felt slightly relieved. After Li Lingfeng left, Zhao Min picked up her phone and dialed Chen Mo's number. "Chairman, someone is poaching your company's employees." In the shop, Chen Mo stopped designing characters and smiled gently. "You've been poached? They can't afford the price. Then it's okay. You're still here. Others can do whatever they want. Do you think I'm filling the hole for you?" Zhao Min was amused by Chen Mo's words. It seemed that she had to fill the hole that others had poached. This chairman was not an ordinary person. What are you going to do next? Chen Mo asked. Fill the hole for you. Our company's popularity is rising now, but the number and quality of talents can't keep up. To put it bluntly, we're strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The company can't rely on you alone. I'm going to go to your school and recruit some interns. Okay, up to you. Chen Mo said, keep a close eye on the quality of the mobile phones. As for the number of butterfly eyes, do as you see fit. When the time is right, stop production. Now that someone was watching the company and tarnishing its reputation, if someone tampered with the mobile phones, they would be in trouble. The small ant couldn't bear the torment and had to stop. After understanding the company's situation, Chen Mo hung up the phone and continued to study the Chinese programming language. Those keywords, characters, and data types made his brain a little tired. But the good news was that there was progress in the research. In the past 2 months, in order to speed up the research, Chen Mo took a book on the creation of computer programming languages from the scientific library after reading the 400th book. After studying for so long, he had created many keywords and made great progress. He believed that he could perfect the foundation of the Chinese programming language soon. After he entered the state, he was interrupted by Xiaoyu's tired voice in the evening. Chen Mo stopped writing and looked at Xiaoyu, who was walking over. However, Xiaoyu's tired face made Chen Mo's heart ache. What's wrong with you? Didn't sleep well? I couldn't sleep last night and I couldn't sleep at noon. Hurry up and eat. Come out and play with me tonight. Chen Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Xiaoyu's answer. What kind of logic was this? She was as tired as a panda, but she still wanted to go out and play. However, Chen Mo didn't refuse. He let Xiaoyu sit on his computer chair, picked up the lunchbox that Xiaoyu brought over and started to eat. Do you often feel like this? Occasionally. It's a little more serious when it's a few days a month. Xiaoyu leaned on the chair and said. Then why are you still going out? Sleep early tonight. I still can't sleep. Anyway, you are going out with me tonight. Are you going? Xiaoyu said with a tight face. At night in Binhai City, there were colorful neon lights everywhere. In the taxi, Xiaoyu leaned on Chen Mo's shoulder. Soft, slow-paced music entered their ears. Accompanied by the sound of engines, there was a hint of tranquility in the hustle and bustle. Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu's tired face and felt slightly distressed. She hadn't slept for 2 days, and she still wanted to come out to play. However, since Xiaoyu insisted, Chen Mo couldn't refuse. Where are we going later? Chen Mo asked. To the beach. No. Chen Mo refused immediately. It's winter now. The sea breeze is so strong, and your body is so weak. Let's go to the cinema. Watch a movie and rest. Well, whatever you say. Xiaoyu nodded gently and yawned. However, her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked listless. She was completely different from the lively Xiaoyu in the past. Why are you out when you're so tired? It's very painful to not be able to sleep. I want to review, but I can't study. What can I do? Xiaoyu said. Were you like this when you had insomnia before? Chen Mo asked. Yes, but last time I found a way to not have insomnia. Xiaoyu squinted her eyes and smiled. Her face was rosy, but it was covered by the night. However, she looked more energetic. What way? I'm not telling you. Xiaoyu smiled and looked out of the window. Chen Mo, do you think that my listless appearance is very ugly, and you dislike me? No, absolutely not. Chen Mo immediately shook his head. This change of topic was so fast that he almost couldn't keep up. In my heart, you are always so beautiful. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, the taxi was a little unstable. The driver in front held back his laughter and glanced at the two through the rearview mirror. His expression was strange. Don't be so mushy. Xiaoyu giggled and blushed. Nothing was said on the way. Xiaoyu just leaned on Chen Mo's shoulder and looked up at the scenery outside from time to time. Not long after, the two of them arrived outside the commercial plaza. Seeing how tired Xiaoyu was, Chen Mo did not take Xiaoyu shopping. Instead, he took her to buy movie tickets. What movie? My Unruly Girlfriend romantic comedy film, Couples Lounge 3. Chen handed the movie tickets to Xiaoyu and the snacks in his hand to Xiaoyu. Are you saying that I'm unruly? Xiaoyu pulled a long face and looked unhappy. Of course not. My Xiaoyu is smart and well-behaved, Chen said with a smile. Who's yours? Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and followed Chen into the theater with snacks in her arms. What's the main plot of the movie? Xiaoyu just sat down and started eating the snacks while waiting for the movie to start. A spoiled rich girl ran away from home in a fit of pique. Then her wallet and phone were stolen. She did not have money to eat and refused to go home. She was tired and hungry on the street and fainted. She was saved by a poor guy who passed by. In the end, this willful rich girl clung to the poor guy and started a funny love story. What's the ending? Xiaoyu asked. I don't know, Chen said with a shrug. The two of them chatted. After a while, the lights in the theater went off and the whole theater became quiet. Xiaoyu held the snacks in her hands and leaned her head on Chen-mo's shoulder. Her body was relaxed. An hour and a half of the movie passed quickly. After the lights in the theater were turned on, Chen-mo saw Xiaoyu sleeping in his arms and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The movie was so loud just now, and there were chuckles around. It was so noisy, but Xiaoyu could still fall asleep. It was obvious that she did not sleep well for 2 days and was exhausted. These 2 days, he was busy studying the Chinese programming language. Xiaoyu had been bringing him food, but he did not notice Xiaoyu's situation. He felt a little sorry for her. Chen-mo did not wake Xiaoyu up. After taking away the snacks in her hands, he gently carried her. Seeing Chen-mo carrying Xiaoyu in a princess carry, the couples around were stunned. Ignoring the pairs of strange eyes, he carried Xiaoyu and left the seat. Look at other people's boyfriends. Behind Chen-mo, a chubby girl said to her boyfriend. She is asleep, but you are not. The thin and weak boy looked at his girlfriend who was a size bigger than him and smiled bitterly in his heart. Then if I fall asleep, will you hug me? Yes, of course. Then the next time I come to the cinema, I will also sleep. You have to hug me. The chubby girl smiled. Her words scared the thin and weak boy. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Looking at his girlfriend who was a size bigger than him, he secretly swore in his heart that he would not come to the cinema for a date in the future. Chen-mo carried Xiaoyu and walked out of the commercial square. On the way, many people looked at them strangely, but Chen-mo could only brace himself and quickly leave with Xiaoyu. If this PDA continues, they will probably be beaten up. Chen-mo breathed a sigh of relief all the way back to the rented house. Just now in the taxi, the driver looked at them with a particularly ambiguous look. He even showed an I know look. Put me down. When Chen-mo was about to look for the key to open the door, Xiaoyu in his arms suddenly spoke. You're awake? I woke up a long time ago. Xiaoyu said with a red face, I woke up when I took the bus in the square. Then why didn't you say it just now? You didn't ask me. I just wanted to see when you would wake me up. Who told you not to? Xiaoyu laughed. This answer made Chen-mo almost vomit blood. Can I ask? How can I ask? But seeing Xiaoyu become a little more energetic, Chen-mo also felt a little relieved. I'm going to take a shower. Thinking of sleeping together tonight, Xiaoyu's face showed a little shyness. She took the clothes she left here last time from the wardrobe and walked into the bathroom. Not long after, Xiaoyu came out wearing the spaghetti strap nightgown from last time. She looked a lot more energetic. Hurry up and take a shower, you're sweaty. Seeing Chen-mo's gaze, Xiaoyu's face blushed and subconsciously pulled the corner of her nightgown. Okay. Chen-mo nodded. He knew that it would be another difficult night. But he was also happy in his heart. Xiaoyu took the initiative to stay here this time. He was one step closer to making Xiaoyu stay here forever. After taking a shower, when Chen-mo returned to the room, Xiaoyu was already lying in bed playing with her mobile phone. You're so tired, why don't you go to bed early? Chen-mo grabbed Xiaoyu's mobile phone and turned off the light directly. As soon as he lay down, Xiaoyu drilled into his arms. What are you doing? I'm not in a good condition now, you can't touch me. Xiaoyu's shy voice came from the darkness. Then why are you still like this? I've been suffering from insomnia recently. Last time I found that I slept very well in your arms and didn't suffer from insomnia, so I came back with you tonight. Xiaoyu said, I'm still very sleepy now. You win. As long as you sleep well, you can do whatever you want. If you move out, you won't have to suffer from insomnia. Chen Mo said. In your dreams. If you think about it again, the surprise for you will be delayed again. No, I'm wrong. Can you tell me what the surprise is? It won't be a surprise if I tell you. The two chatted in bed. After a while, Chen Mo heard Xiaoyu's slight snoring sound. She was so tired that she made this slight snoring sound. The next morning, Chen Mo woke up. Just like the previous two times, Xiaoyu had already prepared breakfast and was watching a TV series. After breakfast, Chen Mo left the rented apartment with Xiaoyu. This morning, Xiaoyu was no longer as listless as she was last night. Seeing the lively Xiaoyu recover, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoyu, if you're tired in the future, just let me know. It's fine, it's just that it's been a bit worse recently. I'm usually fine. Xiaoyu sat on the back seat of the bicycle, a satisfied smile appearing on her face once again. Last night was the first time she had slept so well in the past few days. She woke up naturally and recovered all the energy she had lost a few days ago. After sending Xiaoyu back to the dorm, Chen Mo left for the shop outside the school. Seeing Chen Mo's back disappear, Xiaoyu turned around and walked back to the dorm. However, as soon as she opened the door, she saw 3 pairs of teasing eyes. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Seeing the 3 pairs of teasing eyes, Xiaoyu felt a bit guilty. You were listless yesterday, but you're glowing today. Looks like this is the nourishment of love. Li Ruoshi smiled mischievously. Xiaoyu's face instantly turned red. She spat and walked back to her bed. Xiaoyu, did you receive the news from the class group? Wang Xiaolan, who was wearing thick glasses, asked. I didn't see it. What news? As expected, you're too happy to think about home. Zhou Tongtong smiled. It's about an internship. The Army Ant Company is coming to our school to recruit interns. Army Ant Company? Xiaoyu was confused. Is it the Army Ant Company that sells butterfly iPhones? She remembered this name. A few days ago, Zhou Tongtong was complaining about changing her phone. She had seen the butterfly iPhone. It was very beautiful and made people fall in love with it at first sight. In addition, the Army Ant Company had been appearing on the news recently, so she had a deep impression of it. Yes, this is the Army Ant. Zhou Tongtong nodded and said, now in Binhai City, the Army Ant Company is a star company. It was established not long ago, but it's already a company with a market value of hundreds of millions. Therefore, the school attaches great importance to the cooperation with the Army Ant Company and has informed all the classes of their recruitment. Xiaoyu, with your qualifications, you should give it a try. Who knows, you might be able to join the Army Ant Company. I heard the benefits are good, Li Ruoshi said. What about you guys? Xiaoyu asked. Xiaolan is taking the postgraduate entrance exam, and Tongtong is going home to help her father manage the company. I'm going to give it a try. Why don't we keep each other company? Li Ruoshi asked. Didn't you apply for a company during the last job fair? Don't mention it. The perverted look of that interviewer made me want to slap him to death. Li Ruoshi's voice was a little angry, but she soon calmed down. I'm going to give the Army Ant Company a try. Although there have been some negative comments on the internet recently, they're all fake. This company has great potential. Do you want to join us? You have an accounting qualification and also took the accountant exam. You have a lot of advantages. Okay, then I'll prepare my resume, Xiaoyu said after thinking for a while. Chen Mo returned to the store and looked at the comments about the Army Ant Company on the internet. Ever since the reward information was posted, people kept saying that they had found loopholes and tried to crack the phone, but all of them ended in failure. The articles about the Army Ant security loopholes had long been drowned in the abuse of the netizens. If there really was a loophole, they would have gone to claim the reward. After this period of experience, the Army Ant system had received initial approval from users. Not to mention the army ant system, the configuration, the appearance, and the waterproof performance, these advantages made the butterfly iPhone completely worth the price. Because of its beautiful appearance, the butterfly iPhone was more popular among female users. Even Xianxia did not expect this. Now that the sales of the butterfly iPhone were steadily increasing, they could be considered to have entered the mobile phone market. However, if they wanted to occupy a larger market share, it was not possible to rely on the butterfly iPhone. They had become famous overnight. In the eyes of many consumers, the butterfly iPhone was only beautiful. The brand was not well recognized and they were worried about the quality. If they wanted to make the brand big, it was obviously impossible to become popular overnight. They still needed to develop in the future. Just as he was about to put down the phone and start researching the Chinese programming language, his phone suddenly rang. Zhao Min was holding the phone by the window of the office and calmly looking at the busy traffic below. There had been a lot of trouble in the company recently. Today, 5 more employees had resigned. She could already confirm that someone was poaching the company's employees. However, she was not sure which company was behind it. After the call went through, Zhao Min breathed a sigh of relief. Although the chairman was young, his calm and steady personality gave her a lot of peace of mind. If she was the backbone of the company, then this young and low-key chairman was her reassurance. Chairman, 5 more employees resigned today, Zhao Min said calmly. You don't have to report to me in such detail, do you? Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. I want to see if you have a sense of urgency. I realized that no matter what happened, you didn't panic at all. Are you not worried that all the employees have been poached? You have not been poached, so there is no sense of urgency. Xianxia laughed. Great waves wash away the sand. This is the choice. Xianxia had heard Elder Shu talk about other civilizations, from their appearance to their destruction. He had even seen the process of civilization destruction on the screen of the scientific library. It looked like a sci-fi movie, but after seeing so many things, he was not surprised by many things. I now feel that the bet with you is a trap. Zhao Min was also helpless against Xianxia. The company has already contacted Binhai University. They will send people over tomorrow to recruit interns. In the future, I plan to cooperate with Binhai University and let them send us talents, especially technical talents. Then I'll also go for an interview later. Do you think I'll pass the interview? Xianxia chuckled. Go ahead. I promise you will pass. I will fire you later. Firing my boss has always been my dream. Zhao Min was also amused by Qianmo's words. This chairman was sometimes a bit evil. Let's talk about business. There is also the problem of the company headquarters. Okay, go ahead. I plan to buy 2 pieces of land to build the company headquarters and the industrial park, Zhao Min said. Now that the company was famous, although there were not many employees, they had to prepare for a rainy day. Otherwise, it would be a bit slow to build these after the company had developed. Yes, it is time to build it, Qianxia said after thinking for a while. Then I will ask Ling Feng to contact the city government. That's all for now. If you have time, come to the company. Zhao Min was helpless against Qianmo's carefree attitude. Anyway, this chairman looked indifferent no matter what happened. She was used to it. After hanging up the phone, Qianxia re-immersed himself in the research of the Chinese programming language. The book about the creation of programming languages was very thorough in terms of keywords, phrases, and sentence definitions. It was just that the expression of Chinese characters was too complicated, so the research was so slow. This was a brand new computer language system, and it was also a field that had never been tried before. It was not as simple as directly translating the C language to use. The research in the first 2 months had made great progress. He believed that it would be completed soon. So during this time, he decided to put all his energy into the research of the Chinese programming language. Time flew by. In the shop, Qianxia looked at the computer screen and laughed. His laughter gradually spread outside the shop. His laughter attracted the attention of many passers-by outside the shop. Young man, are you okay? A questioning voice stopped Qianmo's laughter abruptly. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the auntie of the grocery store next door looking at him with a puzzled look. Chen Mo's smile froze on his face and he looked a little embarrassed. I'm okay. I just finished a game and I'm a little excited. Chen Mo touched his nose awkwardly. Young man, earn more money and get a wife. Play less games, or else you'll be sorry for your girlfriend. I will. Chen Mo nodded awkwardly. After making sure that Chen Mo was okay, the auntie of the grocery store turned around and left. Chen Mo looked at the computer screen again. After the last time, another month had passed. He finally created all the basic grammar of the Chinese programming language. In terms of basic grammar, he borrowed some grammar from C language, B language, and assembly language. Finally, combined with the special expression and grammar of Chinese, he created 18 data types, 108 key phrases, 36 control sentences, constants, variables, operations, characters, and arrays. He spent day and night researching, summarizing, and deleting these basic grammars. Even if he had a super brain and had an understanding and memory that ordinary people could not understand, it still took him more than 3 months to sort out all the basic grammar after he had read the 2 computer language creation and application books he obtained from the Science and Technology Library 3 times over. Looking at the words Universal Compiler Successful on the computer screen, Chen Mo couldn't help but want to laugh. The Universal Compiler Successful was a compiler included in the Computer Language Creation and Application book. Its purpose was to allow the person who created the computer language to solve the incompatibility problem of the compiled code. However, before writing the code, the basic grammar must be defined. God rewards those who work hard. After such a long time, he finally completed the basic grammar. On the compiler, it was the simplest decimal calculator. It showed success, which meant that the definition of the basic grammar was basically complete. If people knew that he only spent 3 months to create a computer language, they would definitely treat him as a monster. After saving all the basic grammar materials, Chen Mo closed the shop. Young man, why are you closing so early? You're not doing business anymore? As soon as he left the shop, the lady next door looked at him in confusion. I've cleared the game. Let's rest for the day. After saying that, Chen Mo rode his bicycle back to the rented house in a hurry. Young people nowadays become neurotic after playing a game. They don't even want to work anymore. How many people have been harmed by the game? I need to discipline that brat when I get back. The woman shook her head as she watched Chen Mo leave. 3 months had passed, and he had finally created the basic grammar of the Chinese programming language. Now, he couldn't wait to enter the scientific library. After returning to the rented apartment, Chen Mo threw his laptop bag aside and lay on the bed. The 100-meter-tall bookshelf, the familiar books with dark red covers, and the table. Chen Mo was in a good mood, and everything became beautiful. After flipping open the book on the table, Elder Shu reappeared in the library. You're here. Elder Shu looked at Chen Mo and nodded slightly. You're here to take the technology, right? You now have 3 chances to choose randomly. Do you want to use it? In the past 3 months, he didn't use the random selection of his trainee-level authority. This time, he came here to share the technology and take the technology. Random selection was a huge trap. Chen Mo already had a psychological shadow when it came to random selection. Therefore, he didn't choose for a period of time so that he could take it all at once. I'll use it. Chen Mo nodded. Good luck for the first one. Elder Shu smiled and pointed his finger. The dense books lined up and began to spin crazily. Finally, a book fell into Elder Shu's hand. Chen Mo blinked his eyes and stared at the book in Elder Shu's hand. Human Chest Development Auxiliary Medicine, External Use, what does it mean? Chen Mo's hands trembled, and his face twitched. He still didn't want to believe this was the truth. It means exactly what it means. Congratulations, this is good stuff. Elder Shu smiled again and laughed softly. I know it's good stuff. Chen Mo wanted to cry but had no tears. Don't want it? Yes, how can I not want it? Chen Mo immediately jumped up. If this medicine was really made, it would definitely not lose to the mobile phone in terms of earning money. Women's money was the easiest to earn, especially women who liked to be beautiful. It was just that he always got this medicine randomly. He didn't know how to describe his luck. Moreover, he didn't have any plans to enter the medical field for the time being. That's right. There's no good or bad in technology. As long as it can bring happiness to people, it's a good technology. Elder Shu slammed the book into Chen Mo's head. This is a low-level medicine. There's a flaw. But for you, it should be an advantage. What do you mean? You have to use it multiple times for it to be effective. Then, you can earn more money. Elder Shu smiled. Again. Chen Mo recalled the medicine he got and said. Elder Shu smiled and pointed at the sky. The light screen descended once again. The book spun again. Not long after, another book stopped in Elder Shu's hand. Production process of carbon crystal-based lithium-ion battery. After Chen Mo saw the book, he immediately smiled. A normal one that could be used temporarily came. This was definitely good news. Again. Chen Mo said. After Elder Shu slammed the book into Chen Mo's head, he pointed to the sky again. After the screen turned into a book and landed in Elder Shu's hand, Chen Mo's face turned black. Production process of ballpoint pen. It's not as good as the first one. It's not that useful. Now that he wants to enter the stationery market, it's better to enter the medical field. This thing can be done by anyone. There's no uniqueness in the technology. After 3 random selections, the battery technology can be used temporarily. It's a small gain. Have you created the computer language? After slamming the book into Chen Mo's head, Elder Shu asked. Yes. Chen Mo nodded. The next part is the highlight. Elder Shu nodded with satisfaction. He pointed to Chen Mo's head and pointed to the sky. The basic grammar of the Chinese programming language was listed on the screen. After seeing the basic grammar of the Chinese programming language, Elder Shu was slightly surprised. Good, very good. Elder Shu's tone was full of certainty. The basic grammar of this computer language is very exquisite. It's more exquisite than many of the computer languages I've seen. Your language is indeed very interesting. After hearing Elder Shu's affirmation, Chen Mo's face lit up. Sometimes, he would ask Elder Shu for advice on problems he didn't understand. Usually, when he had nothing to do before bed, he would come in to chat with Elder Shu. For so long, the two of them were both friends and teacher. Chen Mo knew that Elder Shu's vision was very high. If Elder Shu said it was exquisite, it must be very good. Are you willing to share the technology? Elder Shu asked. Of course. Chen Mo nodded without hesitation. It's a very good basic grammar. Elder Shu was still amazed. This kind of exquisite programming language is very rare. If you share it with the scientific library, you should be able to get a good technology. Low-level artificial intelligence development, a book slowly formed in Elder Shu's hands. When he saw the cover of the book, Chen Mo's smile widened. Artificial intelligence was the hottest research topic nowadays. He had seen books on advanced artificial intelligence on the bookshelves. However, he did not have the authority to touch them now. However, a low-level artificial intelligence was still an artificial intelligence. Chen Mo was overjoyed. He did not expect that by sharing the Chinese programming language, he would be able to obtain the technology to develop a low-level artificial intelligence. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Don't be happy too early. This is just teaching you the development method, not the source code of the artificial intelligence, Elder Shu said. It's the same. Chen Mo smiled. There was a fundamental difference between letting you copy the answer and giving you the solution. However, as long as the solution was correct, it was the same. It's a lot different. Elder Shu shook his head. The source code of artificial intelligence, unless it's copied and pasted, every artificial intelligence created is different. The code and programming language are the genes of artificial intelligence. There's such a thing? Chen Mo was surprised. It's like giving birth to a child. Although the child will be a child, its gender, IQ, and whether it has congenital defects or not are fundamentally different. At the end of the day, it's the genes, the source code, and the programming language that are different. What do you mean by giving birth to a child? Chen Mo was amused. Why did these words sound so weird? Let's make an analogy. However, creating artificial intelligence is similar to giving birth to a child. Elder Shu laughed. The framework of artificial intelligence is here. As for what your genes are, it depends on your own efforts. After saying that, he slammed the book in his hand into Chen Mo's head. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Go ahead. Chen Mo recalled the knowledge of low-level artificial intelligence. The programming language of artificial intelligence determines its height. Although the programming language you developed was just created, it's much better than any computer language you've learned before. Using the programming language you developed to develop an artificial intelligence, you might have unexpected gains. Understood. Chen Mo nodded. One last thing I need to remind you. You must be careful when creating artificial intelligence. I remember that there was a world where people were violent and warlike. When they created artificial intelligence, they connected the consciousness of the people. In the end, the artificial intelligence inherited the personality of the people and that world was destroyed. Understood. Chen Mo's heart turned cold. This was an example of artificial intelligence destroying the world. However, everything was a double-edged sword. It was impossible to not do it because of this worry. He stayed in the scientific library for a long time. After asking Elder Shu's knowledge of artificial intelligence, he came out of the scientific library. He had gained a lot this time. Other than the human chest development supplement, which was temporarily unusable, the carbon crystal lithium-ion battery technology only required the synthesis of carbon crystals to produce batteries. According to the data recorded in the book, carbon-based lithium-ion batteries were not as good as graphene batteries. However, compared to the current polymer lithium-ion batteries, the battery capacity was much higher and the charging speed was much faster. In the future, batteries for electric scooters, mobile phones, laptops, etc. Even Chen Mo was surprised. This kind of technology was only a low-level technology in the science and technology library. But thinking about the things that may appear in the future, these technologies are too low-level. There is not much meaning for a technology company to enter the stationary market. The biggest gain this time was. He had been coveting artificial intelligence technology since the beginning. But his level was not enough. He could not touch the books about artificial intelligence in the scientific library. This time, he shared the Chinese programming language. Even if it was a low-level artificial intelligence, it was still a pleasant surprise. The definition of low-level in the scientific library is not the same as the definition of low-level in the internet. After sitting up from the bed, Chen Mo dialed Zhao Min's phone. Now, he has the technology of carbon crystal-based lithium-ion battery. But he still needs a laboratory to synthesize the carbon crystal. After all, the carbon crystal recorded in the book may be a new material. This must be tested. Chairman, what's the matter? Ask someone to help me build a human laboratory, a physics laboratory, and a chemistry laboratory. I will send the equipment and instruments needed to your email. Chen Mo said. Okay. Zhao Min immediately agreed. I am in a meeting now. I will call you later. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo turned on the computer, made a list of the equipment, instruments, and materials needed, and sent it to Zhao Min's email. Not long after sending it, he received a call from Zhao Min. Chairman, I just finished the meeting and listened to the reports of the various departments. I will report to you about the company's financial problems. Well, you just need to talk about the sales of Butterfly Eye. How much did you sell? Chen Mo asked. 800,000 units, a very good sales volume. In addition to the purchase of spare parts and various patent licensing fees, there are other expenses. The net profit is more than 500 million. No wonder so many people are drooling over the mobile phone market. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. Because of the mobile phone system and waterproof function, the price is higher than other mobile phones. The profit is also much higher. You are now a billionaire. How do you feel? I don't feel much. Chen Mo smiled. Okay, you win. Zhao Min's voice was full of helplessness. It seemed that no matter how big the matter was, it could not shock this young chairman. I bought a piece of land in the Qinghai, more than 300 mu. Because it is a high-tech industrial park, the government gave a great discount. 80 yuan per square meter, and I got it for 170 million. The location is also very good. Okay. Chen Mo said, then let's get someone to plan and design first. Okay. What are you doing in the physics and chemistry laboratory? Zhao Min was sitting in the office at this time, looking at the email sent by Chen Mo. She did not understand the equipment, instruments, and materials in it. Only professionals knew the purpose of this equipment. Preparing to study the battery. I can't understand your brain. Zhao Min smiled bitterly. Now, Chen Mo was supporting the technology of a company alone. She did not know what kind of smart medicine Chen Mo ate. She could not see through this low-key chairman. He looked like an ordinary young man, but when she really tried to understand him, he was bottomless. I will get someone to build the laboratory. I will also prepare the relevant environmental impact assessment procedures for you. After the holidays, it should be ready. The R&D department is developing a computer operating system based on the Army Ant system. That's quite an idea. Tell me their research progress later. Chen Mo was suddenly interested. The company can't be supported by you alone. The people in the R&D department didn't get paid to do nothing. We have opened a gap in the mobile phone market and stirred up this stagnant pool of water. Do you have any bold ideas for the second mobile phone design? Let me think about it later. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo focused on the computer and started to familiarize himself with the use of the Chinese programming language. This was a new field. The Chinese programming language was different from other computer languages. But this programming language was developed by him, so he knew the basic grammar inside out. He only needed to do some simple learning to master it. Chen Mo rode his bicycle all the way to the school's dormitory. There were many students with luggage in their hands, all in a hurry. After the exam yesterday, Binhai University was officially on holiday. Xiaoyu had also booked a ticket for tonight. When they went out last night, he had already promised Xiaoyu that he would send her off today. He almost missed the time. Fortunately, he took a look at the time. The bicycle rushed into the dormitory at high speed. From afar, he saw Xiaoyu waiting in the cold wind. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. I was too busy and almost forgot the time. Chen Mo stopped in front of Xiaoyu. He grabbed Xiaoyu's cold hand and held it in his hand. I'm thinking about how to punish you. Xiaoyu let Chen Mo hold her hand. She was a little angry, but when she saw Chen Mo's distressed look, her anger disappeared instantly. A sweet smile appeared on her face. You can punish me however you want. Chen Mo took the suitcase from Xiaoyu's hand and pulled her out of the school. Send me there on your bicycle. Xiaoyu pointed at Li Ruoxi's little sheep. She took out the key and handed it to Chen Mo. It's cold. You don't have to take a taxi. I'm not cold. I want to punish you by sending me there. When you come back, you have to take the cold wind. Xiaoyu smiled. Okay, I accept the punishment. Chen Mo took the key from Xiaoyu's hand and put Xiaoyu's suitcase in front of him. As soon as he sat down, Xiaoyu sat on him and hugged him tightly from behind. Hurry up. If you miss the time, you're dead. Xiaoyu buried her head in his back. Her voice was threatening, but Chen Mo couldn't see that her eyes were smiling like crescent moons. Sit tight. Chen Mo reminded her. He started the little sheep and left the school. It was already winter, and the cold wind was blowing on the streets. It was already close to night, and the pedestrians on the streets were all wrapped in thick down jackets. Xiaoyu curled up behind Chen Mo, her whole body sticking to him. After I go home, you should go home early too. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. After you go back, call me if you miss me. I won't miss you, narcissist. Xiaoyu hugged Chen Mo's arm tightly. I'll send you a surprise after the new year. I'll remember what you said. Can you tell me in advance what the surprise is? Chen Mo asked. Think about it yourself. When you go home this time, don't get caught by your family for a blind date. Do you want to die or not? Xiaoyu was amused by Chen Mo. She slapped him hard on the back and said, it's best if you go on a blind date. Find someone taller, richer, and more handsome than you. I admit that there are many who are taller than me. I'm afraid it's not easy to find someone more handsome than me. Shameless, Xiaoyu giggled on Chen Mo's back. Then I'll find someone richer than you. I'm afraid it's even harder to find someone richer than me. Then are you a millionaire or a multimillionaire? You're enough. You're priceless. I won't sell you no matter how much money you give me. Chen Mo chuckled. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's face instantly turned red. Lying on Chen Mo's back, she smiled sweetly. I find that you've become smooth-tongued. Even your words are so mushy. Do you say this to other girls? How is that possible? I only say it to you. Shameless. The cold wind on the road made Chen Mo slow down. When they arrived at the station, his face was already frozen. However, Xiao Yu, who was behind him, was fine. Her face was also a little red. After collecting the tickets, the two of them went to the waiting room. There's still 10 minutes before the train starts. You're lucky that you made it in time. Xiao Yu looked at the time and took out a black and white scarf from her bag. She put it on Chen Mo. This is a gift for you. Be careful on the way back. Don't catch a cold. I'll go first. Call me when you get home. After Xiao Yu got on the train, Chen Mo rushed back to the school to send Little Sheep back to Li Ruashi. When he returned to the rented house, it was already night time. He took a quick shower and turned on his computer to continue his research from the afternoon. Many people were worried that the maturity of artificial intelligence would bring chaos to the current world. Many people were worried that the artificial intelligence in the movies would control the world. Some even called for the research of artificial intelligence to stop. However, artificial intelligence was a trend in the development of technology in the future. This trend would not stop because of some people's worries. No country would give up on artificial intelligence research. The next day, Chen Mo dressed neatly and put on the scarf that Xiao Yu gave him. He left the rented house. Zhao Min sat in her office and dealt with some documents. Although the company had encountered some obstacles a while ago, it had been dealt with in time. The remaining small fish and shrimps could not stir up any waves. The end of the year was approaching. Things had calmed down. Now that the company had entered a period of rapid development, the scale of the company was also expanding. There would be more trouble in the future. President Zhao, a gentleman is looking for you. When Zhao Min was dealing with some documents, a staff member knocked on the door and walked in. Let him in. Zhao Min put down the documents in her hand and rubbed her forehead. Just as he raised his head, he saw Chen Mo walking in, dressed in casual attire and wearing a scarf. When she saw Chen Mo, Zhao Min's face was full of surprise. Chairman, did the sun rise from the west today? You also came to the company? Since the establishment of the company, Chen Mo had only come to the company a few times. Until now, the employees in the company did not know what the chairman looked like. Even the management had not seen the chairman before. Zhao Min did not expect that Chen Mo would come today. You look quite handsome in this outfit. Zhao Min sized up Chen Mo. Thank you. Chen Mo sat down on the sofa. I'm going home. Before I leave, I came to the company to take a look. You came at the right time. Zhao Min smiled and handed the documents on the table to Chen Mo, the company's financial statements. Take a look. There's also market feedback and the sales of butterfly eyes. Chen Mo flipped through it briefly and handed the documents back to Zhao Min. The company is on the right track now, right? During the period of rapid development, I have rented the top 10 floors of the Phoenix building as the company's temporary office area. Your office and laboratory are on the top floor. Come over after the new year. It should be settled. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. This time, I came to see the company's situation. It seems to be good now. The new year is coming. Take out 20 million and give it to the employees as year-end bonuses. As for how to distribute it, it's up to you. What a good boss. Zhao Min smiled. Then I thank you on behalf of them. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Call me if you need anything. At noon that day, Chen Mo took his suitcase and went out. After confirming that there were no major issues in the company for the time being, Chen Mo could go home with peace of mind. His hometown was not too far from Binhai City. It was in the same province, only a 5-hour drive. When he returned home, he saw his mother's busy figure. Chen Mo took a deep breath and smiled. Mom. The busy figure stiffened. When she turned around and saw Chen Mo, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Yesterday, her son had called and said that he would be back today. She did not expect it to be so soon. You've lost weight. Go in and wait. Dinner will be ready soon. How have I lost weight? Chen Mo smiled. Every time he came back from outside, he would be told that he had lost weight. Where's Dad? He's not back from work. I'll call your aunt. When Chen Mo heard this, he felt that something was wrong. Why would he call his aunt when he was back from the holidays? However, Chen Mo did not take it to heart. After putting away his luggage, he sat in the living room and watched TV. After being busy for so long, it was only when he returned home that he could truly relax. Not long after, Chen Mo's mother walked in with a smile. Mo, come with me to your aunt's house tomorrow. Xiaoyu dragged her suitcase and looked at the unfamiliar bus stop. She rubbed her aching eyebrows and dialed a number. Xianxia, I'm at my stop. Do you want me to pick you up and bring you to my place for a night? A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. No need. I'm going to stay at my uncle's house tonight. I'll rest tomorrow and go to your wedding the day after tomorrow. Okay, see you then. A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, she was about to call a taxi when her phone rang again. Xiaoming, what's the matter? Sis, I have bad news for you. A gloating voice came from the other end of the phone. What bad news? I'm a little tired now. Tell me quickly. I still have to go to Uncle Zhang's house. I overheard my dad and Uncle Zhang talking on the phone today. Uncle Zhang asked about your situation and knew that you're about to graduate. Then, they talked about your marriage. What do you think happened next? Xiaoming's voice was still gloating. What happened? Xiaoyu had a bad feeling. Hee, Uncle Zhang said that Aunt Zhen has a nephew who just graduated from university this year. He's in your school. He feels that both of you are just right. Then, he wants you to meet tomorrow. If you're suitable, you can be friends. If not, you can just treat it as a familiar face. Xiaoming laughed on the other end of the phone. She was gloating. No way? Xiaoyu was stunned. He wants me to go on a blind date? Almost. Dad and Mom agreed. After all, the person Uncle Zhang introduced must be reliable. Sis, you're on your own. I can only help you to this point. Ha 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 ha, before the laughter ended, it was cut off. Xiaoming had already hung up, leaving Xiaoyu in a mess. This time, she came to Huaqing to attend her high school classmate's wedding. However, her father was worried and asked her to stay at a friend's house for a few days before going back for the new year. She had met Uncle Zhang Yang a few times. He and her father both worked on fishing boats. The two of them had a good relationship. Uncle Zhang was also a good person. Xiaoyu agreed. Now, she was going on a blind date? And she didn't know. What if they really met tomorrow? Thinking of this possibility, Xiaoyu's face fell. She hurriedly stopped a taxi and left for the nearest hotel. She definitely couldn't go to Uncle Zhang's house. Otherwise, it would be awkward. Just as he got into the car, his phone rang again. Aunt Zhen's. After seeing the number, Xiaoyu instantly became nervous. Auntie Zhen. Xiaoyu, have you arrived? I'll ask your uncle to pick you up. We're here, but there's no need to trouble Uncle. I'm going out to eat with my friend now. I might be late tonight, so I'll stay at her place and go to your house tomorrow. Xiaoyu lied, feeling her heart beating faster and faster. Is that so? That's fine too. You can come over earlier tomorrow. Be careful when you go out at night. Don't stay out too late. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, Chen Mo was woken up by his mother early in the morning for breakfast. Mo, go change into something cooler and follow me to your aunt's house. Auntie, it's not like you haven't seen me before. Why do you have to dress so coolly? You just came back. Give people a good impression. Don't be as sloppy as you are at home. You're already so old. Chen Mo felt that something was wrong, but he didn't reject his mother's request. He found a set of comfortable clothes and followed her out. His aunt was his mother's younger sister. Her name was Xiaoxia, and he also called her Aunt Jin. She took care of him when he was young, so Qianemo had a very good impression of her. In the past, she would give him red packets during festivals. Qianemo remembered that when he was young, his father didn't have a job and their family wasn't that well off. When his uncle came to ask for money, it was his uncle's husband who lent him money to repay his uncle. After that incident, his family fell out with his uncle, and his family became closer to his aunt's family. Not long after, Qianemo was led by his mother to his aunt's house. When they reached the door, his aunt came out. When she saw Qianemo, she smiled. "You've grown into a handsome young man." "Thank you, Auntie Jin." "Where's Xianxia?" Qianemo asked. He remembered his cousin who grew up in his house. When his uncle and aunt went out to work, there were no elders to take care of the children, so they sent his cousin to his house to take care of them. So he and his cousin Zhang Xianxia grew up together. They were no different from biological siblings. That girl went out to travel during the holidays. She went to a friend's house and didn't come back. His aunt said. "Imo, sit in the living room. Your mother and I will go to the kitchen to cook." "Jen, where's that girl?" Mother Chen asked as she walked. "She's not here yet. I'll call and ask." Qianemo sat on the sofa and straightened his body. After his body's potential was unlocked, his hearing was very sensitive. He could clearly hear the conversation between the two. "Girl?" In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Qianmo's mind. In the end, they stopped at 2 words. Blind date. When he thought of this possibility, Qianmo almost vomited blood. When he was at school, he teased Xiaoyu that she wouldn't be dragged to a blind date by her family. In the end, he was dragged to a blind date as soon as he got home. Even if the words were the opposite, there was no need to play with him like this. Qianmo was still not sure. He slowly approached the kitchen. "Xiaoyu, why aren't you here yet? Dinner is almost ready." Auntie Zhen, I'm not feeling well. Can we do it another day?" In a hotel room, Xiaoyu looked anxious. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This damn Qianmo. I'll teach him a lesson when I get back. At school, she said that she would be taken to a blind date when she got home. In the end, that bastard was right. She couldn't sleep well the whole night because she was thinking about this. "Not feeling well? Then I'll ask my nephew to pick you up and take you to have a look. Your father told us to take care of you. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to him." Auntie Jean didn't suspect anything. According to Uncle He, his daughter was very obedient. No, there's no need. Auntie Jean, it's just a small matter. It's not that serious. I'm going out with my classmates later. I can't stay at your place for too long. How about I go there later? My classmates are looking for me. I'll contact you later. Goodbye, Auntie Jean. With that, Xiaoyu hung up the phone. Damn Qianmo, you jinx. Xiaoyu was cursing Qianmo in her heart. However, she didn't know how to deal with Auntie Jean. Achoo! Outside the kitchen, Qianmo sneezed. His face was still filled with despair. Even he didn't know what he was feeling right now. He heard what Auntie Jean said just now. She wanted to introduce a girl to him. To put it bluntly, it was a blind date. "Mom, Auntie Jean, I'm not feeling well. I'm going out to buy medicine," Qianmo shouted. Before the two of them could answer, he rushed out of the house. "Mo, where are you going? Aren't you going to eat?" As soon as he ran out of the house, he bumped into Auntie Jean. Auntie Jean was usually a little optimistic and humorous. Every time he saw Qianmo, the two of them would chat very well. "Auntie Jean, that. I'm going out to buy something." Qianmo ran away. Seeing Qianmo's back, Zhang Yang shook his head and smiled. He walked into the house. "Where's little Mo?" Xiao Xuemei asked as soon as Zhang Yang walked into the living room. "He ran away. He probably knew that we were going to introduce a girl to him." Zhang Yang smiled. "Xiaoyu didn't come?" Xiaoyu said that she had an appointment with her classmates. Xiaozhen said. Then let's cook and eat by ourselves. I'll call a few friends to come over and drink. These two probably knew that this was a blind date and found an excuse to run away. Zhang Yang chuckled a few times. We'll find another opportunity next time. This kind of thing can't be forced. They just graduated from college and are still young. They might not be able to adapt in a short time. Chen Mo ran out to the street with a face full of lingering fear. It was too dangerous. He actually tricked him into going on a blind date. If Xiaoyu knew about it, Xiaoyu would probably laugh him to death. Just as he ran out to the street, his phone rang. Seeing that it was Xiaoyu, he immediately felt relieved. If his mother had called him back, he might as well go to the hospital and stay for 2 hours. Xiaoyu, what's the matter? You live in Huaqing, right? Xiaoyu asked. Yes, why? I'm in Huaqing now. Xiaoyu said. You missed me so soon? Are you looking for me? Where are you? Chen Mo immediately smiled. He had nowhere to go now. He definitely couldn't go back to Auntie Zhen's place. If he went home now, his mother would probably skin him alive for standing someone up. A good friend of mine is getting married and I happen to be here. I just got home and they just informed me. In the end, I rushed here. I just came last night and didn't inform you. Since I'm free today, bring me to have some fun. Xiaoyu said. After getting Xiaoyu's address, Chen Mo immediately rushed over. After seeing Xiaoyu, Chen Mo's depression from being tricked into going on a blind date was swept away. However, he definitely couldn't tell Xiaoyu about this. Otherwise, she would laugh at him to death. Where do you want to go? Don't talk first. Let me hit you for a while. When Xiaoyu thought about the blind date, she couldn't help but want to beat Chen Mo up. This crow's mouth really made her almost get tricked into going on a blind date. Luckily, her sister reminded her. Otherwise, it would be awkward. Go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyu hit him wildly. However, it was on his shoulder. She only stopped when her hand hurt. This is the first time I've seen someone hit themselves and hurt themselves. Chen Mo directly grabbed Xiaoyu's hand and laughed. I'm done throwing a tantrum. After saying that, Xiaoyu kissed him on the cheek. This is to make it up to you. Bring me out to have fun. Anywhere is fine. Come to my house and meet my parents. In your dreams. When she heard that she wanted to meet his parents, Xiaoyu's face immediately turned red. You've been wearing the scarf? Xiaoyu started to help Chen Mo tidy up the clothes that she had messed up. Of course. Wearing it is like having you by my side. Chen Mo brought Xiaoyu to visit all the interesting attractions in Huaqing. After sending Xiaoyu back to the hotel, Chen Mo braced himself and went home. As soon as he stepped into the house, he saw his mother's unkind eyes. Chen Mo could only pretend not to see it. Where did you go today? Why did you turn off your phone when you called? Xiao Shuamei spoke in a very bad tone. She wanted to let the two young people meet, but the girl did not come. Chen Mo also ran away and turned off his phone when she called. This made her very anxious. I went to buy medicine and met a friend. I went out to play and my phone ran out of battery. Chen Mo laughed. I don't want to scold you. You just arrived at your aunt's house and you ran away. Isn't that impolite? Mother Chen scolded. Father Chen watched quietly from the side, but he could not hide the smile on his face. Xiaoyu returned to the hotel and turned on her phone anxiously. She said that she would go to Uncle Zhang's place, but she did not go. She did not know if Uncle Zhang was worried. After thinking for a while, Xiaoyu dialed Uncle Zhang's phone number. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Yang's worried voice sounded, Xiaoyu, your phone was turned off. If you didn't call back, I would have called your father. Uncle, I'm sorry. I went out with a friend and my phone ran out of battery. Xiaoyu said apologetically. Where are you? I'll pick you up and stay here. Your father asked me to take care of you. I haven't seen him since you came here. Zhang Yang was relieved when he heard that Xiaoyu was fine. No need, uncle. I'll stay in the hotel. It's not good for a girl to stay in a hotel. Give me the address and I'll pick you up. Your father asked you to stay with me. You don't have to treat me like an outsider. There's no need to trouble you. I'll go to your place now. Xiaoyu could not find an excuse to refuse and could only brace herself. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu directly lay on the bed. She wanted to cry but no tears came out. It seemed that she could not avoid this. At most, she could just refuse. Xiaoyu got up from the bed and began to pack her things to check out. Xiaoyu will be here soon. Zhang Yang put down his phone and said to Xiaozhen. Then I'll inform Xuemei. Xiaozhen immediately took out her phone. You can't force them. The two kids are still too young. Didn't you see them run away today? Xiaoyu almost refused to come over. She must have known about our arrangement. Zhang Yang said. I've seen Xiaoyu twice. She's pretty and well-behaved. She was a perfect match for Xiao Mo, and they were from the same university. They must have a common language. Maybe it would work. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made this suggestion. It's not like I'm forcing them to do anything. Nowadays, free love is the trend. If they don't like each other, they can just recognize each other as friends. The next day, Chen Mo hurriedly slipped out of his room after finishing his breakfast. He was really afraid that his mother would catch him and bring him to his aunt's house again. When he arrived at the appointed place, Chen Mo quietly waited for Xiaoyu to appear. Today was the wedding of Xiaoyu's friend. Since Xiaoyu asked him to accompany her, Chen Mo naturally would not refuse. Not long after he appeared, Xiaoyu appeared in front of him. At this time, Xiaoyu was wearing a slim windbreaker with a tight sweater inside. It was warm and perfectly outlined her figure. With light makeup and a unique temperament, Chen Mo was stunned. Idiot, have you seen enough? Xiaoyu waved her hand in front of Chen Mo's eyes with a shy smile. So beautiful. Of course. Today is a wedding. It's not good to go there casually. Xiaoyu held Chen Mo's arm. Let's go. Chen Mo asked. After that, Chen Mo stopped a taxi and went to the hotel where the wedding was held. Blue Spring Hotel. At this time, wedding cars were lined up outside the hotel. The entrance was dressed a little festively. There were many people coming and going, and everyone had a smile on their faces. After paying the gift and signing, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu walked into the wedding venue. Xiaoyu, you're finally here. The bride who welcomed the guests immediately smiled when she saw Xiaoyu. Xianxia. Xiaoyu and the bride hugged gently. Is this your boyfriend? Xianxia sized up Chen Mo. Yes. Xiaoyu pulled Chen Mo over. His name is Chen Mo. This bride is my high school deskmate. The groom is also my high school classmate, Sunny. Happy wedding. Chen Mo smiled and greeted the bride and groom. Xiaoyu, I'm busy now, so I can't greet you. I'm really sorry. I've arranged it. It's at table 6. My former classmates are all there. Sunny shook Chen Mo's hand and smiled. Okay, you go ahead. Xiaoyu said goodbye and left with Chen Mo. As soon as they sat down at table 6, they felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. The lively atmosphere suddenly stopped. Everyone's eyes were on Xiaoyu. Who is Xiaoyu? A man in formal clothes asked in surprise. Lu Qiwen, long time no see. Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. It's really Xiaoyu. I didn't expect Xiaoyu to become so beautiful after not seeing you for a few years. Lu Qiwen looked at Xiaoyu with joy on his face. He also became lively. Xiaoyu, are you graduating this year? Are you interested in working in my company? I found a job. Thank you. Xiaoyu was still smiling. It should be an internship now. The salary is definitely not high. I heard that you study management. Come to work at my place. My family is going to open the 5th supermarket. We need a manager. The monthly salary is at least 10,000 yuan, and there are dividends. A man sitting next to her said. Thank you, Hua Chong. I can't manage the supermarket. Xiaoyu still had a generous smile. Her temperament made several men at the table pay attention to her. Xiaoyu used to be delicate and pretty, and many people chased after her. But at that time, Xiaoyu did not have the unique temperament now. Xiaoyu, who did you bring? Why don't you introduce him to us? A girl couldn't stand it and directly interrupted them. His name is Chen. He's my boyfriend. Xiaoyu said. Hello, everyone. Chen smiled and said hello, then looked at the phone. He just came to accompany Xiaoyu. This was not his home ground, so he didn't choose to interrupt. It's not nice of you to secretly have a boyfriend and not tell us. I remember that many people chased after you, but you ignored them. The girl who spoke said. Mr. Chen, may I know what's your job? Lu Qiwen asked. Me? I sell mobile phones. I'm now a billionaire. Chen Mo smiled. I'm from Zimbabwe. Xiaoyu chuckled and patted Chen Mo's shoulder. He likes to joke. Don't mind him. He's the same as me. He's preparing to graduate. We're in the same school. He's studying software development now. IT guy? Everyone suddenly realized. Xiaoyu, congratulations. He's Xianxia's now. I believe he'll be yours soon, another girl said. The atmosphere relaxed. There was no showing off or sarcasm. Everyone was just talking about high school and what they had experienced over the years. The friendship between classmates was still simple and pure. Suddenly, the lively scene quieted down. Under the congratulations of the host, a pair of newlyweds also made a grand appearance under the attention of everyone. After a series of ceremonies, it was time to throw the bouquet. I hope that all the unmarried sisters here today can come out and receive my blessings. The bride held the microphone, her face full of joy. Xiaoyu, let's go too. A girl next to her pulled Xiaoyu and walked behind the bride. Xiaoyu's cheeks were a little red. She was at the back of the crowd. Suddenly, there was a scream. The people in front were frantically retreating. Xiaoyu didn't react in time, and a bouquet fell into her arms. As soon as she came back to her senses, she was hit by the retreating crowd. After the scream, Xiaoyu fell back. There was no pain as she imagined. She only felt that she fell into a warm embrace and a familiar smell. After seeing Chen Mo's familiar smile, Xiaoyu also smiled. Seeing Chen Mo hugging Xiaoyu, the scene was more dangerous than dangerous. The crowd immediately applauded. The bride, Xianxia, heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that it was Chen Mo and Xiaoyu. This was an accident. Fortunately, Xiaoyu was hugged by Chen Mo, otherwise, if she really fell, the scene would be very awkward in front of everyone. After thinking for a while, Xianxia hurriedly snatched the host's microphone. Hero, kiss the beauty. At this moment, Xiaoyu was hugging the bouquet and in Chen Mo's arms. Coupled with the bride's words, the crowd immediately erupted in cheers. Kiss her. Kiss her. Xiaoyu's face instantly turned red as she stared. At Chen Mo not here. Only Chen Mo could hear her words, but everyone's eyes were on them at this moment. No. Woo. Woo. The crowd was immediately surrounded by cheers and applause. The scene was jubilant. Until the end of the wedding, Xiaoyu left with Chen Mo. Her face was still red. Just thinking about the scene just now was embarrassing. Even she didn't expect such a thing to happen. Did you do it on purpose? Xiaoyu hugged Chen Mo's arm with an unfriendly gaze. It's not my fault that you fell. If I didn't hug you, wouldn't you be embarrassed to death if you fell in front of so many people? Chen Mo smiled. I'm talking about you kissing me. When Xiaoyu said this, there was still a shy look on her face. It was normal for the two of them to kiss, but she was very uncomfortable with so many people watching this time. The bride knows about our relationship, so she shouted that to resolve the awkwardness of the scene. In addition, the scene was so lively, and today is a joyous day, so I didn't want to be a wet blanket. Scoundrel. Xiaoyu snorted at Chen Mo's words. She felt that what he said made sense. After sending Xiaoyu back, Chen Mo looked around. This seemed to be the neighborhood where his aunt lived. Do you want to go over to little aunt's place? However, when he remembered that his aunt wanted to introduce a girl to him, Chen Mo immediately dismissed the idea. He wasn't so miserable that he had to go on blind dates, and he already had Xiaoyu. If he rejected them directly, it would be hard to explain to little aunt. Therefore, little aunt's house was a forbidden area for the time being. Xiaoyu, did the wedding go well? Xiao Zhen, who was watching TV, asked as soon as Xiaoyu walked in. It went quite well. Quite a few old classmates that I haven't seen for a few years came. Where's Uncle Zhang? Xiaoyu put down her bag and sat down on the sofa. He went out to drink with his friends. Is he doing his internship? Xiao Zhen asked. After the new year, I'll start my internship. Xiaoyu nodded. What do you do? Where is it? I applied for a job in a good company. I should be working in the finance department, but it depends on the arrangements. I'm in Binhai City, Xiaoyu answered truthfully. From Binhai University, right? What a coincidence. I have a nephew who is also from Binhai University. He happens to be in the same batch as you, and he's also in Binhai City. Do you want me to introduce him to you? If you have any problems in work or life in the future, you can take care of him in Binhai City. Is that so? Xiaoyu smiled bitterly in her heart. How could she refuse? Auntie Zhen only said to introduce her to him so that she could take care of her in the future. She didn't say what she wanted. It was a kind gesture, and she couldn't refuse. Since he's Auntie Zhen's nephew and a classmate, it's okay to get to know him. Xiaoyu braced herself and agreed. Okay, then I'll ask him to come over tomorrow. Mo, help me send some pastries to Little Aunt's house tomorrow. Chen Mo had just walked into the house when he was stopped by his mother. No way? Chen Mo knew his mother's plan. How could he refuse to send something over? Countless ideas flashed through Chen Mo's mind, but they were all filtered out in the end. You can't call me now? Okay, I'll go. Chen Mo immediately gave in. The next morning, Chen Mo was woken up by his mother. He took the rice cake and was kicked out of the house by his mother. Before leaving, she didn't forget to let Chen Mo wear a handsome shirt. Walking to Little Aunt's door, Chen Mo thought for a moment and dialed Xiaoyu's phone number. At this time, Xiaoyu was sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV with Auntie Zhen. When the phone rang, it was as if she was grasping at straws. Auntie Zhen, I'm going to take a call. After saying that, she walked into the room. Xiaoyu, call me in 2 minutes. It's an emergency, Chen Mo said as soon as the phone was connected. What happened? Xiaoyu asked in confusion. I'll tell you when I have the chance. Remember, I'm hanging up in 2 minutes. After ending the call, Chen Mo walked to Little Aunt's door and knocked. After a while, the door opened. Chen Mo saw Little Aunt's smiling face at first glance. Auntie Zhen, Mom asked me to bring you some pastries. They're Xianxia's favorite. Come in quickly. Auntie Zhen took the box of pastries from his hand and pulled him in. Auntie Zhen, is Xianxia back? Chen Mo sat on the sofa and turned the phone's volume to the maximum. No, a little niece came. She just entered the room. Wait for her to come out. Xiaoyu, who was about to leave the room, heard someone come in. She stopped and put her head on the door to listen to the situation outside. Suddenly, Xiaoyu blinked. The voice was a bit familiar. She gently opened the door. Through the crack, she saw Chen Mo sitting on the sofa. Xiaoyu was stunned. As if she remembered something, Xiaoyu gently smiled happily. Finally, she climbed onto the bed and laughed loudly on the quilt. Auntie Zhen's nephew from Binhai University was Chen Mo. She suddenly understood why Chen Mo had contacted her and asked her to call him in 2 minutes. It turned out that he also knew what was going to happen next and wanted to take the opportunity to escape. However, Chen Mo didn't know that the person he was about to meet was her. Xiaoyu smiled beautifully. This was too much of a coincidence. This bastard said that she would be caught for a blind date when she went home. In the end, he was caught too. Thinking about Chen Mo's embarrassment, Xiaoyu wanted to laugh. After getting out of bed, Xiaoyu sat in front of the dressing table and looked at the time on her phone. She smiled happily. She wanted to see how he would escape if she didn't call him. I'll call her out. You two can get to know each other. She's also studying and working in Binhai City. After Auntie Zhen finished speaking, she walked into the room. Xiaoyu, my nephew is here. Do you want to go out and chat with him? Auntie Zhen, I'll put on some makeup and change my clothes. It's not good to dress casually like this. Xiaoyu smiled. Oh, okay. Hearing Xiaoyu's answer, Auntie Zhen immediately smiled. After seeing Auntie Zhen leave, Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. She dialed Chen Mo's phone. Outside the hall, Chen Mo was a little uneasy. He didn't have his usual calmness. In his heart, he was praying that Xiaoyu would call quickly. Otherwise, when the servant came out, the scene would be awkward. She's putting on makeup and changing clothes. You can watch TV and wait for a few minutes. Okay. Chen Mo's smile was a little bitter. Suddenly, his phone rang. Chen Mo was shocked and he hurriedly answered the call. Hello, Chen Mo, where are you? What? In the hospital? I'll be there right away. You wait. Chen Mo turned his head and said to Auntie Zhen, my friend has an accident. She's in the hospital. I have to go there right away. I'll come back next time. Goodbye, Auntie Zhen. After saying that, she ran out with her phone in her hand. She looked so anxious that Auntie Zhen was dumbfounded. Not only Auntie Zhen, even Xiaoyu on the other side of the phone was stunned. Xiaoyu, I'm at the place where I sent you back last night. Come down, let's go out and play. After leaving Auntie Zhen's house, Chen Mo was relieved and wiped his sweat. At this time, Xiaoyu was holding back her laughter. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyu changed her clothes and simply tidied herself up before going out of the room. As soon as she went out, she saw an unhappy Auntie Zhen. Xiaoyu, my nephew has something urgent to do, so he just left. I'll introduce him to you next time. It's okay, Auntie Zhen. Give me his contact information. I'll contact him. Oh, okay. Auntie Zhen immediately smiled. This is his phone number. His name is Chen Mo. Also, this is his photo. He's very handsome. I must meet him next time. After seeing Chen Mo's photo, Xiaoyu smiled. He's very good. He's in the same school as you. He's developing in Binhai City. You should keep in touch and take care of each other. Since he has an urgent matter and I have an appointment with a friend, I'll go out for a while. After saying goodbye to Auntie Zhen, Xiaoyu left. After seeing Chen Mo, Xiaoyu smiled. Thinking of Chen Mo's embarrassment when he ran away, she couldn't help it. What are you so happy about? Chen Mo asked. Do you believe in fate? Xiaoyu took Chen Mo's arm and walked toward the street. Of course I believe in it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met you, Chen Mo said. Yes, it's fate. On Chinese New Year's Eve, the flower market was as bright as day. The flashing fireworks ignited the most exciting climax of Chinese New Year's Eve. The city's night was shrouded in festivity. The cars flowed like water. The lights and the firelight intertwined to form a moving picture. The outside world was lively and exciting. Chen Mo looked at the computer in front of him. He was still typing at a high speed on the keyboard. On the computer's compiler, it was not the programming language that people were familiar with. It was Chinese characters. He brought Xiaoyu out to play for 2 days. After catching up with his classmates, Xiaoyu had already said goodbye to him and went home for Chinese New Year. Every time Xiaoyu saw him, the strange smile on her face made him feel very confused. After Xiaoyu went home, Chen Mo did not go out much. He was free for a while. During this period of time, he had nothing to do at home, so he devoted himself to the development of artificial intelligence. So far, more than half a month had passed. D-da. Finally, he clicked the mouse and saw the notification that it was successful. Chen Mo sat on the chair and revealed a relaxed smile. It had been almost a month since the development of artificial intelligence started. He had already read the book, Basic Artificial Intelligence Development, thoroughly. After familiarizing himself with the Chinese programming language, he started to develop artificial intelligence. Finally, on Chinese New Year's Eve, the development of the main framework was completed. The framework of the house was now completed. The next thing was to perfect it. After Chen Mo saved the Chinese character source code of artificial intelligence, he lay on the bed and entered the science and technology library. This time it was not for anything else but for optimization. During technology sharing, the scientific library would help him optimize the details. This way, he could save a lot of effort and let the scientific library help him perfect it. After opening the book, Elder Shu appeared in the scientific library. Elder Shu, Happy Chinese New Year. After seeing Elder Shu, Chen Mo's face relaxed. Chinese New Year? Elder Shu smiled. This is my first time celebrating Chinese New Year. You have the right to choose randomly every month. You still have 5 days before you can use it. This time, are you here to exchange technology or to chat? Sharing technology. Chen Mo said. Elder Shu tapped on Chen Mo's head and pointed to the sky. Densely packed Chinese characters appeared. This time, the programming language was not English, but Chinese characters. Seeing the source code above, Chen Mo's expression relaxed. No matter how he looked at it, he felt a sense of familiarity. After all of this was created by him. Not bad, a very good artificial intelligence. It's very malleable. Elder Shu nodded in satisfaction and exclaimed, I still feel that the programming language you guys created is very exquisite. So it's considered a mature technology now? Can it be shared? It's just a prototype, but it's an artificial intelligence, equivalent to a newborn baby. I don't recommend you to share your technology now. Elder Shu shook his head. Why? Chen Mo asked. This was the first time Elder Shu didn't suggest that he share his technology. It's not that I don't want to share it, but I don't recommend sharing it now. Elder Shu said, this is just the architecture of artificial intelligence. It's equivalent to the framework of a house, but it's just a framework. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. He thought so too. You want to take a framework and then let the scientific library optimize it for you, right? Elder Shu immediately revealed Chen Mo's thoughts. Yes. Chen Mo nodded embarrassedly. I don't recommend you to do that. The source code of this artificial intelligence is like a newborn baby. You didn't define its personality. You have to know that a person's personality is the most important. Just like a house that's built but not renovated, it's just a facade. If you want to renovate the house into a simple style, a luxurious style, or a classic style, it's better for you to define it yourself. Let the scientific library define it for you. I'm afraid you might not like it. Chen Mo nodded. It seemed that he was too impatient. However, he couldn't help but be excited when the artificial intelligence was developed. That was why he couldn't wait to share his technology. Now that Elder Shu reminded him, Chen Mo calmed down. Let's go out first. After it's perfected, we can share it again. The shared technology will be better, Elder Shu said. Okay. Chen Mo nodded and closed the book. After stepping into the light door, Chen Mo opened his eyes and stared at the computer screen in a daze. It seemed that the artificial intelligence was still some time away from success. Haste makes waste. Chen Mo returned to his chair and started to design the artificial intelligence's personality. The next morning, Chen Mo was woken up by his mother. Last night, Feng Yu had been designing the artificial intelligence's personality. He only woke up in the morning. Later, your aunt and the rest will be here. Xianxia will be here too. Don't sleep in. Wake up early. Let's eat together and go out to play. Chen Mo woke up. After washing up, his mother gave him a red packet. This is your New Year's money. Hee hee. Chen Mo took the red packet and laughed. He still remembered how happy he was when he received his New Year's money when he was young. After all, his family was not rich when he was young. The New Year's money was the most he had received in a year. Now, the money in the red packet was not worth mentioning to him. But every time he received his New Year's red packet, he was still happy. Happy New Year. His father looked at Chen Mo and gave him a red packet. Thank you, Dad. Chen Mo took the red packet. Not long after, his aunt's family came. Uncle, Aunt Zhen, and a slender and elegant young lady, Zhang Xinxin. After seeing Chen Mo, Zhang Xinxin immediately showed an excited smile. Brother, I haven't seen you for a year. You've become more handsome. Hee hee, I like to hear that. Your brother has always been handsome. Chen Mo smiled and said, you used to be a follower, but now you've become a beauty. Brother, I heard that Mom introduced you to someone. Zhang Xinxin did not lower her voice. When she said this, Chen Mo almost vomited blood. Looking at this girl's mischievous appearance, Chen Mo was helpless. However, her words made Auntie Zhen immediately perk up. Little Mo, every time I ask you to go over, you find all kinds of connections. The girl didn't even see you, and now she's back home. She's a good girl. Aunt Zhen said. Aunt Zhen, I can't force this. Then you find her yourself. She's young and handsome anyway. If you can't find a satisfactory one, I'll introduce her to you later. But you must be quick. She might have a boyfriend. After all, she's a very good girl. Oh, okay. Hearing Aunt Zhen's words, Emma was relieved. Brother, my intuition tells me that you have a girlfriend. Zhang Xinxin immediately leaned over with a smirk. Shu Chen Mo made a gesture to Zhang Xinxin. This girl's intuition was quite accurate. You're so afraid that your aunt will know? Zhang Xinxin's eyes curved into a crescent moon shape. When she's willing to go home with me, I'll give Mom a surprise. Don't make things worse. Hush, money. Little follower, you're talking about money with me? Chen Mo was amused by Zhang Xinxin's appearance. He took out the red packet his parents gave him just now. As soon as he took it out, it was snatched away by Zhang Xinxin. The red packet is all mine. Graduating from high school this year, where do you want to go? Chen Mo didn't take back the red packet and asked. Same as you, Binhai University. Ambitious. If you get in, I'll give you a gift. You can have anything you want. You said it. It's a deal. I'll go find you and meet my future sister-in-law. Zhang Xinxin smiled. Xiao Mo, have you finished your internship? Have you found a job? Zhang Yang asked at the dinner table. I started my own business last semester and started a company. Now, the company has stabilized. Chen Mo thought for a while and decided to tell his family. After all, this was not a shameful thing. There was no need to hide it from his family. Start a company? Why didn't I know about it? Mother Chen was surprised. You didn't ask. Chen Mo said, I wanted to tell you later, but since Uncle asked, I will tell you now. Starting a business requires a lot of money, right? If it's not enough, we still have some savings. You can use it first. Father Chen, who was sitting beside him, said. His father did not talk much with him. This was because when he was young, his father left early and came home late to make a living. They did not talk much. But whenever Chen Mo needed money, his father would always satisfy him. This kind of silent concern made Chen Mo feel very warm. Dad, it's okay. My company is making money now. I don't lack money. Chen Mo immediately refused. What does the company do? What's its name? Aunt Chen asked hurriedly. It's called Army Ant Technology Company, Limited. It's related to internet technology. Chen Mo said. When Chen Mo said this, Zhang Xinxin, who was sitting on his left, opened her mouth wide and looked at him in surprise. Army Ant Company, this name was not unfamiliar to her. Some time ago, when the butterfly iPhone was released, it caused a lot of commotion. A few of her classmates bought butterfly iPhones. Because it was too beautiful, they often showed it off. Army Ant Company was also known to them. It was a new technology company. In just half a year, its scale had expanded to hundreds of millions and became a well-known company in China. Their parents were just ordinary people and did not pay attention to the news. But it was impossible for Zhang Xinxin not to know about it. No matter how she looked at it, this matter was not reliable. It was more like Chen Mo was bluffing. Zhang Xinxin did not say anything. She stole a few glances at Chen Mo, who was calm and composed. Internet technology? Not bad. You have a bright future. Do well. Aunt Chen nodded with satisfaction. Are you partnering with your classmates? Is this reliable? Father Chen asked. It's okay. The company is mine alone. I won't lie to myself, right? Then where did you get the money to start a company? His mother was determined to get to the bottom of the matter. I learned about software development in school. I can get a lot of money by selling a piece of software. I earned all the money. I won't steal or rob. Xianxia knew what his mother was worried about and explained patiently. Well, you can start a business. If you need money, just tell us. Dad and Mom still have some savings, but you can't do anything illegal. Do you understand? Okay. Xianxia nodded. Next, they talked about some family matters. In the middle, they also talked about Qianmo's marriage in the future, which gave Qianmo a headache. Brother, you didn't even blush when you bragged just now. Just after dinner, Zhang Xinxin ran to Qianmo. When did I brag? You're the one who said that you opened the Army Ant Company. Zhang Xinxin said, the Army Ant Company is a large enterprise now. It's worth hundreds of millions. Who would believe you? Dad, Mom, and Auntie don't know. You can't fool me. Okay, I'm bragging. Qianmo looked at this girl speechlessly. Seeing Qianmo's expression, Zhang Xinxin hesitated. Brother, don't tell me you really opened the company? I'm lying. Then if I believe you are the boss of the Army Ant Company, can you give me a butterfly iPhone? Zhang Xinxin asked. You didn't believe me just now, and now you believe me? You want to trick me? No way. Qianmo laughed. Brother, look at my phone now. I've been using it for 3 years. Dad and Mom won't give me money to change my phone. Since you are a big boss, you must have money. When you get into university, I'll buy you whatever you want. Not now. You are already in the revision stage. What's the use of giving you a phone? To show off? Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Zhang Xinxin stuck out her tongue as her eyes darted around. Then brother, are you a billionaire now? No, I'm just bragging. Qianmo said. Brother, you won't lie. I believe you are a big tycoon. When we go shopping later, can you buy me clothes? I'll reluctantly agree. Just treat it as a New Year's gift. Brother is still the best. After cleaning up the table, the group left home to go shopping. Today was the New Year, so there was a lot of traffic. The group didn't get home until nighttime. As soon as they got home, Qianmo collapsed on the bed in exhaustion. Today, Xinxin dragged him everywhere to try on clothes. He experienced the horror of a woman shopping. Even with his strengthened body, he felt tired. Looking at the ceiling, Qianmo thought about the problem of the AI's personality design. According to the standard, he felt that Xiaoyu's personality was especially good. Xiaoyu's personality was the best he had ever seen. However, with Xiaoyu's personality as the model, there seemed to be some shortcomings, but he couldn't figure out what. Unable to figure it out, Qianmo picked up his phone and dialed Xiaoyu's number. Xiaoyu, Happy New Year, Qianmo said. Happy New Year. Xiaoyu's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Qianmo, when you arrive in Binhai City, let me know. I will send you a surprise. Okay, every time you say it's a surprise, it makes my heart itch. You don't want it? Yes, how can I not want it? I want to see what kind of surprise it is for you to be so secretive. Qianmo laughed. You will know when the time comes. Qianmo looked at the ceiling and thought about it. He didn't know what to say next. Do you have something on your mind? Xiaoyu felt that something was wrong. Not really. Qianmo woke up and found that he was a little lost in thought. Can you tell me about it? If it's something unhappy, I will share half of it with you. Nonsense, with you, what can I be unhappy about? I was thinking, if you were to create an artificial intelligence robot with your personality, what are the shortcomings? I was a little lost in thought, Qianmo said. You think about this nonsense all day long. Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone blushed. Why don't you buy a silly girl? Why are you looking for a girlfriend? Silly girl? Qianmo raised his eyebrows and suddenly realized. Xiaoyu's personality was mostly obedient and gentle. She was not as cold as she used to be. If artificial intelligence was added with the silly girl's personality option mode on the magic phone, it could choose different personalities to increase the freshness of communication with artificial intelligence. Her words woke him up. Xiaoyu, I love you. You are my silly girl. Qianmo sat up from the bed with a smile on his face. Xiaoyu was not used to Chen Mo's sudden words of love. Her voice was shy and she did not know how to answer. This Chen Mo was purposely trying to get information out of her. How embarrassing. I am not a silly girl. In my heart, you are a silly girl, hee. I am not talking to you anymore. Xiaoyu hurriedly hung up the phone. She was afraid that Chen Mo would say such words of love again. She would be too ashamed to show her face. This bad guy is getting more and more mushy, but why am I so happy? Xiaoyu threw the phone on the bed. Her face was red, but there was a sweet smile on her lips. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo smiled and immediately turned on the computer to perfect the artificial intelligence's personality. Sometimes, a moment of inspiration was needed to make a big breakthrough in research. Now that there were reference materials and patterns, the artificial intelligence's personality design would be much smoother. He believed that the first artificial intelligence programmed with Chinese characters would be released soon. 10 days passed in a flash. During these 10 days, Chen Mo was inspired. He did not go out and stayed in his room to perfect the personality design of the artificial intelligence. After all, inspiration was not easy to come by. Low-level artificial intelligence did not have its own personality and emotions. Therefore, its personality and emotions had to be defined by the developer. An emotionless creation would always be a cold machine. Even if this artificial intelligence was there to assist him, if there was no mechanical voice, it would become boring over time. The essence of artificial intelligence was to simulate the process of human thinking and information processing. It involved many disciplines such as mathematical logic, linguistics, computer science, and control science. If he did not obtain the knowledge and theory of low-level artificial intelligence development from the scientific library as a foundation, it would be almost impossible for Chen Mo to build an artificial intelligence framework in a short time. There were 2 ways to implement artificial intelligence on a computer. The first way was to use programming techniques to make the computer system appear intelligent. It did not take into account whether the computer's thinking method was the same as that used by humans. The second way was to use simulation techniques. The simulation technique was to achieve the thinking method of the computer, which was similar to that of humans or animals. Genetic algorithms and artificial neural networks were both simulation techniques. What Chen Mo was using now was programming technology to make the computer system appear intelligent. Even if the analysis of artificial intelligence development was very clear, it was not easy to achieve. During this period, he realized that the artificial intelligence framework was completely like that of a newborn baby. He also understood why Elder Shu did not let him share the technology at the time. After continuous improvement, this baby had slowly grown. However, Chen Mo did not know to what extent. At this time, Chen Mo was sitting in front of the computer and clicked the mouse in his hand. Seeing the success prompt on the compiler, Chen Mo collapsed on the chair. During this period, his brain had been working crazily. It made him feel very tired. It was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue. After drinking a glass of water and catching his breath, Chen Mo saved the source code on the compiler, climbed onto the bed, and entered the scientific library. After opening the dark red book, Elder Shu immediately appeared on the screen. You're here. It's been a month. You now have a random selection technology. Do you want to use it? Elder Shu asked. Let's use it first, Chen Mo said after thinking for a while. This random selection was a bit of a scam. It was once a month, and the last few times had made him very depressed. He did not know if it would be something that he could use immediately this time. Okay. Elder Shu nodded. Densely packed books surrounded the scientific library. Looking at the spinning book, Chen Mo prayed silently in his heart. Not long after, a book appeared in Elder Shu's hand. Production process of ultra-thin rubber cover boom. Chen Mo felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. His lips were also trembling. Could he be any more deceitful? Production process of ultra-thin rubber covers? There were already countless companies producing these things, and they came in all kinds of shapes and colors. Chen Mo was shaken out of his psychological trauma by this random selection. Do you want it? Ha ha ha. Elder Shu couldn't help but laugh out loud. There were countless technologies in the scientific library. He didn't know how to describe Chen Mo's luck. Yes. Chen Mo took a deep breath and told himself to calm down. Next was the artificial intelligence. Elder Shu smiled and placed the book in his hand into Chen Mo's head. Next is the shared technology, right? Yes, shared technology. Chen Mo revealed an ugly smile. Okay. Elder Shu tapped on Chen Mo's forehead and casually pointed in the air. A holographic screen descended. It was still the familiar Chinese programming code. Different from the previous time, the Chinese programming code this time was much more complicated. The branches of a certain tree were already covered with branches and leaves. Not bad, very good artificial intelligence. Elder Shu looked at the Chinese programming code and nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the holographic screen descended. A little girl appeared in front of the two of them. She was wearing a white dress. Her two exquisite big eyes looked very cute, just like a little princess in ancient times. Now, this little girl's eyes were lifeless and had no intelligence. It was just like a projection. After this little girl was formed in the scientific library, Chen Mo wasn't surprised. This was because the image of this little girl was designed by him. It was just that the projection was cuter and prettier than the image. This image is very good. Elder Shu looked at this little girl with satisfaction. She is different from the artificial intelligence I have seen. Among the low-level artificial intelligence, she is very good. It might be because the programming language is related to the architecture you designed. Are you willing to share the technology? Of course. Chen Mo immediately agreed. Then let's begin. Elder Shu said and casually pointed in the air. On the holographic screen, the Chinese programming code began to change, delete, and add. The little girl in front of the two of them also had a slight change in her appearance. The lines of her face became softer and her skin tone became more natural. She looked even cuter than before. Not long after, the code changes stopped. The brand new source code was listed on the holographic screen. Chen Mo's gaze followed the flow of the holographic screen and memorized the optimized parts in his heart. These optimizations could make this low-level artificial intelligence even more perfect. Not long after, the holographic screen slowly shrank and turned into a book. The projection of the little girl disappeared and appeared on the cover of the book. Give the artificial intelligence you created a name. Elder Shu looked at the book floating in the air and said. Mahest girl, Mo from the Mo family. Chen Mo thought and said. This was the first real work of the Chinese programming language. It was also left in the scientific library. Therefore, he thought of a more meaningful name. It had the same pronunciation as his Mo. Moreover, it was an artificial intelligence he created. Therefore, Chen Mo chose this name. As soon as he finished speaking, the two words Mahest girl appeared on the book. Finally, it turned into a ray of light and flew into the depths of the scientific library. Not long after, a ray of light descended and formed a book in Elder Shu's hand. After seeing the cover of the book, Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. The black book gave people a heavy sense of mystery. Artificial intelligence development and upgrade. This is to upgrade artificial intelligence? Chen Mo pointed at the book and asked. Yes, this is how to upgrade artificial intelligence. You are now a low-level artificial intelligence. This book will teach you how to improve the intelligence of artificial intelligence and upgrade it to a high-level artificial intelligence or a super-artificial intelligence. Elder Shu said, this is a book that shared artificial intelligence will definitely get. However, upgrading it is not that simple. Take a look at it yourself. Then, Elder Shu slapped the book into Chen Mo's head. After exiting the scientific library, Chen Mo sat in front of the computer and modified the optimized source code. After modifying and confirming that there were no mistakes, Chen Mo could not wait to put the source code file on the computer desktop and run it. Artificial intelligence activated, identifying the identity of the creator. A young female voice came from the computer's sound system. Then, the computer's camera automatically turned on. Chen Mo did not say anything and pointed the camera at his face. Identification complete, please enter the name of the artificial intelligence. Mahest girl. Artificial intelligence name confirmed, Mahest girl, please select your personality. Obedient, cold, shy, two-faced. The computer sound system sounded again. Obedient, Chen Mo said into the computer's microphone. Personality selection successful, artificial intelligence successfully activated. After the computer's sound system sounded, the artificial intelligence source code file on the computer desktop disappeared. There was no movement at all. Chen Mo stared at the computer screen with a face full of confusion. Didn't it succeed? Where did the artificial intelligence go? After searching for a while on the computer, he still could not find where it disappeared. Did the artificial intelligence escape to the internet? Just when Chen Mo did not know what to do, a young voice sounded. When Chen Mo heard the voice, he was dazed for a moment. He looked around the room and stretched his head out of the window to take a look. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, Chen Mo turned his attention back to the computer. Dad. The voice on the computer sounded again. Chen Mo felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was sure that this was not an auditory hallucination. Mahast girl? Chen Mo asked in surprise. He searched the computer but still could not find the source code of the artificial intelligence. I am Mahast girl. The childish voice sounded again. The computer desktop suddenly turned black and turned into an audio interface. Dad. Pfft. Chen Mo covered his face and almost vomited blood. The feeling of being called dad made him speechless. He had an artificial intelligence daughter out of the blue? Mahast girl, don't call me dad. Chen Mo touched his forehead and said. You created me. Didn't you call me dad? Then call me mom? The waveform on the audio kept vibrating. Don't call me mom. Chen Mo almost hit his head on the computer and died. Then what should I call you? Hubby? Chen Mo was shocked to the point that he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. He was paralyzed on the computer chair. After he calmed down, he looked up at the audio on the computer screen. Call me Brother Mo or Mr. Mo. Brother Mo, the waveform of the audio jumped. Can you show me your image? Chen Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the computer desktop turned into a simulation screen. The screen showed the little girl that Chen Mo saw in the library. The Mahast girl was wearing a white dress. Her eyes were bright and she looked cute. People liked her at first sight. What do you know how to do? Chen Mo asked. I don't know many things now. I need to learn. After I learn, I will know how to do them. The Mahast girl said. How do I learn? Chen Mo continued to ask. I can only learn if you let me. Chen Mo sat in front of the computer and kept asking questions. His understanding of artificial intelligence only existed in books. He had to thoroughly understand the artificial intelligence that he had created. After answering all the questions he wanted to ask, Chen Mo said, then go and study. All right, thank you, Brother Mo. I'm a fast learner. As long as there's a network signal and equipment, Brother Mo, I'll come out when you call me. After the Mahast girl finished speaking, she disappeared from the simulation interface, and the computer screen returned to normal. Chen Mo sat in front of the computer screen, deep in thought. From the questions he asked just now, he had a preliminary understanding of the Mahast girl. The Mahast girl had begun to develop self-awareness. However, they did not have their own emotions or personality. When it came to the same thing, there was no such thing as good or bad. She could improve herself through learning, and she would only listen to his orders. She would only do what Chen Mo told her to do. Chen Mo did not know how to define the Mahast girl's level with the current concepts. According to the current concepts, the Mahast girl had self-awareness, reasoning, and thinking abilities. She should belong to the category of strong artificial intelligence. However, the Mahast girl's thinking and reasoning abilities were restricted by Chen Mo. It was only when he told the Mahast girl to reason that the Mahast girl would think and reason. Otherwise, any question in front of the Mahast girl was just a pile of words without any warmth. The Mahast girl would not leave Chen Mo's orders and actively reason these questions. Therefore, Chen Mo did not know how to define the Mahast girl's current state. She should still belong to the category of low-level artificial intelligence defined by the scientific library. As for high-level artificial intelligence, it was very troublesome to upgrade it. The goal was to let the Mahast girl have human emotions and be free from Chen Mo's orders. She could think and reason on her own. The 7 emotions and 6 desires were the most complicated human emotions. It was a very complicated process to let an artificial intelligence have emotions. It would take a long time to achieve it. During this time, the Mahast girl had to simulate the neural network of the human brain. This was recorded in the Artificial Intelligence Upgrade book. However, the brain was the most complicated and mysterious part of the human brain. It was impossible to simulate the neural network of the human brain with the current amount of computing power. It was impossible to upgrade the Mahast girl in a short period of time. Now that the Mahast girl had completed the initial stage, Xianxia was much more relaxed. Mo, come out and eat. Okay. Xianxia rubbed his forehead and looked at the time. He realized that it was already past 5 in the afternoon. When he walked out of the room, he saw that his parents were already waiting at the dining table. Mo, who were you talking to in the room? His mother asked as soon as he sat down. I was video chatting with a friend. Xianxia did not expect his mother to overhear his conversation with the Mahast girl. It was a girl, right? Yes. That's good. I won't ask about other things. You are a grown-up now. You need to think about your own things. Come, eat more. Hearing Xianxia's answer, his mother smiled. When are you going to school? Xianxia, who was drinking beside them, asked. Tomorrow. So soon? His mother was a little disappointed. Mom, why don't I buy a house over there and you and Dad move in? Xianxia saw his mother's disappointment. Where did you get the money to buy a house? Xiaoxiumei asked immediately. Didn't I start a company? I made some money. It's not a problem to buy a house. Xianxia did not tell her how much money he made. In half a year, her son had suddenly become a billionaire. His mother would think that there was something wrong with his brain. You made so much money? His mother looked at Xianxia in surprise. Yes, quite a lot. You don't have to buy a house. Your mother and I are used to living here. We don't like to move around. Also, we don't have any relatives or friends over there. You have money. Keep it for your marriage. Xianxia's tone was firm. Xianxia did not force him. He knew that his father always meant what he said. Then, he took out a card from his pocket and handed it to his mother. There is 1 million in this card. The password is your birthday. From now on, I will transfer 20,000 into this card every month. Dad, you don't have to go out in the sun and rain anymore. You can bring Mom out for a trip. If you don't have enough money, call me. So much money? His mother's hand trembled when she received the card. Her face was full of worry. Where did you get this money? I earned it legally. Mom, don't worry. You can keep this money for your marriage. Dad, you don't have to worry about the money for my marriage. It's here. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yes, Mom will help you keep it. It's for your marriage. Mom, this money is for you. You don't have to worry about my marriage. If you are worried about this, I will transfer another 1 million into the card. No need. You can keep it. His mother immediately refused. Dad, you should bring Mom out for a trip. She doesn't have to work in the sun and rain. Otherwise, I won't be able to work in Binhai City. Under Qianmo's persuasion, his father agreed. His son was successful. In the future, he would not have to worry about this family anymore. After dinner, his mother chatted with Qianmo. After all, her son was leaving the next day. She was a bit reluctant to leave. However, other than company matters, the other topics were urging him to quickly find a wife. Qianmo did not know whether to laugh or cry. That afternoon, Qianmo opened the door of his rented room and put his luggage away. He glanced at the room, rolled up his sleeves, and began to clean the room. An hour later, Qianmo put away the mop and rag and lay on the bed. He was back in Binhai City again, but he couldn't be as relaxed as he was at home. After a while, he got up from the bed and turned on his work computer. Mahast girl. Qianmo turned on the computer's microphone and called out. Brother Mo, Mahast girl is here. The desktop of the computer quickly turned into an audio interface, and a young voice came out of the speaker. What did you learn? Chen Mo asked. I learned a lot. I seem to know everything, the Mahast girl said. Can you control my phone? Yes, Mahast girl can control anything that can be controlled by the internet, but it needs Brother Mo's instructions, the Mahast girl said in a young voice. This sentence made Chen Mo's back feel cold. The Mahast girl could control anything that could be controlled by the internet. It was scary just thinking about it. No wonder many people were worried about the artificial intelligence crisis. There was indeed such a danger when artificial intelligence went out of control. Then you can talk to me on the phone. Buzz buzz buzz, as soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Brother Mo, as soon as Chen Mo picked up, the Mahast girl's young voice came through. I mean control my phone, not make a call. Brother Mo's instructions just now were to talk to Brother Mo on the phone, not to control it. To control the phone, Mahast girl needs to modify the phone system. Brother Mo, are you willing to modify the phone system for Mahast girl? Okay, you modify it. Mahast girl, roger that. It will take 1 minute to modify the phone system. As soon as the Mahast girl finished speaking, the phone fell silent. After a minute, an audio interface popped up on the phone. It was the same style as the audio interface on the computer. Brother Mo, the phone system has been modified. Turning it off and rebooting it now. Open WeChat. Open the Squirrel browser. Close the music player. After the phone was rebooted, Chen Mo gave the Mahast girl a few commands, and all of them were completed. His phone was now a real smartphone. It felt pretty good. Contact Xiaoyu. Phone or WeChat? The Mahast girl asked. Phone. As soon as he finished speaking, the interface to call Xiaoyu appeared on his phone. After a while, the call was connected. Chen Mo, have you arrived at school? Xiaoyu's gentle voice came from the phone. I just arrived today. Then I'll send you the surprise tomorrow. What kind of surprise? Why are you being so mysterious? Chen Mo asked. I won't tell you for now. Xiaoyu smiled. Okay, then I'll see what the surprise is. Did anything fun happen recently? Chen Mo asked. Yes, there was something very interesting, but I won't tell you for now. I'll tell you later. Xiaoyu's sweet laughter came from the phone. Something that happy? Hearing Xiaoyu's laughter, Chen Mo's mood also became better. Of course, I'll tell you later, Xiaoyu said, I have something to do. I'll hang up now. Remember to receive my surprise at the rental house tomorrow. Okay. After Chen Mo hung up the phone, he looked at the computer. Mahast girl, help me organize the information on the carbon crystal-based lithium-ion battery. I'll tell you, and you'll remember. Okay. The next day, Chen Mo left the rental house early with his laptop bag and went to the company. Although he did not participate in the management of the company was still his. He usually did not pay much attention to it. Now that he was back, it was necessary to go there. Moreover, he also wanted to see how the construction of the laboratory he needed was going. Now, he needed a complete set of experimental equipment to synthesize the carbon crystal. This kind of carbon crystal was formed by graphite under high pressure for a certain period of time. Therefore, professional equipment was needed. His shop did not have any equipment related to physics and chemistry at all. After arriving at the company, Chen Mo was led by the receptionist into Zhao Min's office. You're done with your vacation? Mr. Chairman. After Chen Mo came in, Zhao Min put down the documents in her hand, rubbed her eyebrows, and sat down on the sofa. This new year, the butterfly eyes sales were good. Now the company is slowly stabilizing. The construction of the headquarters is also on the agenda. I've already asked people to design it. I believe that the drawings will be ready soon. Take me to my laboratory. This time, I need to start researching batteries. Chen Mo said. Okay. Zhao Min stood up from her seat, and the two of them walked out of the office side by side. As soon as the two of them appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the office. Zhao Min was the general manager of the company. In the company, there were only a few people who could walk side by side with Zhao Min. Moreover, this person was wearing ordinary jeans and a t-shirt. Could it be President Zhao's boyfriend? Seeing the two of them walking side by side, a thought appeared in their mind. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Zhao Min took Chen Mo to the elevator and went up to the next floor. During the new year, we delayed for a few days. Now the construction of the laboratory is nearing its end. Only some of the equipment is not here yet. Zhao Min took Chen Mo to visit the laboratory. Not long after, old Luo hurried over. Old Luo, this is the chairman you've been wanting to meet. He is old Luo, the person in charge of the research and development system. This time, I'll let their technicians be in charge of the installation and debugging of the laboratory equipment. Hello, Chairman. Old Luo hurriedly greeted Chen Mo, but his heart was full of surprise. Chen Mo rarely appeared in the company. Even if he did appear, he would look for Zhao Min alone. He was busy with research, so this was the first time he saw Chen Mo, the chairman. He knew from Zhao Min that the chairman was a young man, but now he saw that the chairman was a bit too young. Was this the creator of the army ant system? If Zhao Min didn't introduce him personally, old Luo would never believe that this was the legendary chairman. Hello. Chen Mo shook hands with old Luo. How long will it take for the laboratory to be completed? Because of the new year, the workers were resting, so it was delayed for a few days. Now it will take at most 5 days to complete, old Luo said. There are no other workers in this area? Chen Mo asked. No, this is your laboratory. It is an important area and requires identification to enter. Next is the computer room, this is the physics lab, this is the chemistry lab, and next to the window is your daily office. Zhao Min led the group and introduced them as they walked. After walking around the laboratory, Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. They had spent a lot of time and effort on this laboratory. I need to change the computer in my office. Old Luo, get someone to assemble 10 computers according to the current configuration and put them in the laboratory and office. The current configuration is probably more than 50,000, old Luo said. No problem, money is not a problem. Last night, he asked Mahast Girl to help him organize the carbon crystal data. In the end, Mahast Girl ran for less than half an hour before the computer was so hot that it almost burned. There would be a lot of things that he would need Mahast Girl's help in the future. If it was a normal computer, it wouldn't be able to support Mahast Girl for too long. After briefly understanding the company, Chen Mo left the company with his backpack. 3 days later, he would come here to take over the laboratory. On the way back, his phone suddenly rang. After seeing that it was Xiaoyu's number, Chen Mo smiled. Xiaoyu. Chen Mo, where are you? My surprise for you is here. Go back and sign for it. So fast? Yes, go back and sign for it in half an hour. Otherwise, there won't be any more surprises. Okay, I'll go back now. Chen Mo rushed all the way back to the rented house. Looking at the empty door, he was depressed. Didn't they say half an hour? It was only 20 minutes since he came back. Why was there nothing? Was it taken away? With a depressed mood, Chen Mo dialed Xiaoyu's phone. No one answered. Chen Mo was even more confused. With a depressed mood, he opened the door. As soon as he walked in, he stopped and looked in front of him in disbelief. On the sofa, Xiaoyu was sitting quietly with a smile on her face. Next to her, there was a suitcase. Her long black hair was tied up, with 2 dragon beard bangs on her forehead. She was wearing a high-collared sweater and jeans. Her temperament was delicate and elegant. Here is the surprise for you. Sign for it. Xiaoyu stood up from the sofa with a sweet smile. Okay, sign for it. Chen Mo walked over with a smile, hugged Xiaoyu and kissed her. Woo, woo. A minute later, Xiaoyu buried her head in Chen Mo's chest, panting slightly. Her face had turned red with shyness. You bully me as soon as you come. Sign for it. Chen Mo smiled. Will you live here in the future? Am I not welcome? Xiaoyu said. Welcome, how can I not welcome you? Chen Mo said without hesitation. At first, he thought of many ways to let Xiaoyu move out, but he didn't succeed. Now, it was a huge surprise. This place is too small. I will find a big house later and we will move there. No, I think it is very warm here. How can that be? I can't let you be wronged. I said no, you have to listen to me. Xiaoyu kissed Chen Mo on the face. Okay, I will listen to you. If one day you want a change of environment, tell me, and we can go anywhere. Chen Mo hugged Xiaoyu and said. Alright, stop being so mushy. Xiaoyu broke away from Chen Mo's arms and blushed. I have an appointment with Ruashi today to report to the internship company. I'm going to find her now. Alright, be careful. After Xiaoyu left, Chen Mo found a few physics books and began to read them. When he was researching computer languages, he read the 400th book and took the second book on the creation of computer languages. While researching artificial intelligence, Chen Mo only occasionally read books. The scientific library had given him the task of reading 1,000 books, and he had only read about 490 books so far. He still needed a few more books to reach 500 books. If he wanted to upgrade the access level of the scientific library, this was a task that had to be completed. Since I have time now, I'll finish the 500th book today. After entering the state, Chen Mo was completely immersed in it. 3 hours later, Chen Mo threw down the 6th book with a relaxed expression on his face. He had read a lot of books in the field of physics, so he could understand a lot of knowledge. Therefore, he could learn very quickly. The 500th book had been completed. Next, it was time to get the technology. Chen Mo lay on the bed and entered the scientific library. Elder Shu, it's time to get the technology. Yes, the 500th book is already more than half done. Elder Shu nodded. You now have the right to choose. What do you want to choose? Show me all the styles of the butterfly iPhone, Chen Mo said. Now that the butterfly iPhone had been launched for a while, it could be said that it was already in the game. Next, it was necessary to launch a second phone to gain a foothold in the market. Because there were not many breakthroughs in mobile phone technology, in the current mobile phone market, modifying the phone system or changing the chip and screen would only make money. However, because the design of the butterfly iPhone was too special, Xiaomin did not dare to launch a second phone rashly. If the second phone was launched recklessly, the appearance would become ugly, and there would not be many breakthroughs in the technology. The reputation that had just been established would collapse instantly. That's why Xiaomin mentioned the second phone to Chen Mo. After all, the first phone was designed by Chen Mo, and no one else could take over this design. After Chen Mo finished speaking, Elder Shu waved his hand, and hundreds of books appeared in front of Chen Mo. The trainee Butterfly i-series phones are all here, Elder Shu said. Every product had inherited the beautiful design of the Butterfly i-series. Chen Mo immediately looked at the introduction of the books. Butterfly i Smartphone, Product Introduction, Smart Assistant, Xiao Dai. Can use voice control to chat. Butterfly i Twin Butterfly Mobile Phone, Product Introduction, Dual Processor, can run dual operating systems. Butterfly i Full Memory Concept Mobile Phone. Chen Mo browsed through all the phone introductions, but this time, he paid attention. Chen Mo memorized the most beautiful butterfly iPhone's appearance and design on the cover of the book. It will take a long time to apply for a patent for these exterior designs. That's why he decided to design all the exterior designs in one go and apply for a patent. This way, he won't have to go through so much trouble to design and apply for a patent in the future. After memorizing the exterior designs, Chen Mo looked at the Butterfly i Smartphone in front of him. The phone Smart Assistant can use voice control without touch. This is a big selling point. After all, there is no real phone in the market that can use voice control without touch. Elder Shu, is Xiao Dai's source code in this book? Chen Mo asked. Yes. This is the biggest feature of this phone. Just like the waterproof port, the source code of the Smart Assistant is also here. This is it, Chen Mo said immediately. Elder Shu nodded, grabbed the book, and slammed it into Chen Mo's head. After getting the design of the butterfly iPhone and the source code of the Smart Assistant, Chen Mo chatted with Elder Shu for a while before leaving the scientific library. As soon as he walked out of the room and was about to tidy up the design of the butterfly iPhone, the door of the rented house opened. Xiaoyu walked in with a few big bags. Chen Mo took the bags from Xiaoyu's hands. Why did you buy so many things? Some daily necessities and some food to cook. These are the clothes I bought for you. Your clothes are all old and there are only a few sets of them. I only bought 2 sets for you. Having a girlfriend like you is a huge gain. Chen Mo smiled. You just found out. Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose at him. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I have already reported to the internship company today and will start work tomorrow. What do you do? Chen Mo asked. Assistant to the general manager. Assistant to the general manager? You just started your internship and already have such a position. Is there something wrong with it? Why don't you just quit? I'll introduce you to a job. You can be my assistant. I'll provide you with food and accommodation, and you can decide the salary. Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu with slight jealousy. Jealous? Xiaoyu stared at Chen Mo with a smile on her face. No. Then you want me to be your babysitter? That won't do. I won't get paid if I follow you. I can't spend your money right from the start. I have to have my own job. Otherwise, what will happen in the future? Xiaoyu said. I just feel that it is not good for an intern like you to be the assistant to the general manager. The general manager is a woman. She won't have any ulterior motives. Are you relieved? The original assistant has changed jobs. There is no suitable candidate for the position. I am lucky. I was originally an accountant in the finance department. But the general manager saw me and said that I looked familiar. She needs an assistant, so she asked me to be her assistant temporarily. Is that so? Why does the general manager look familiar to you? Have you seen her before? Chen Mo asked in confusion. No, I have never seen her before. Xiaoyu shook her head. What is the name of the company? Chen Mo continued to ask. Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu. His heart was full of surprise. Then his face became weird. The assistant to the general manager of the Army Ant Company was Zhao Min's assistant. Zhao Min was there when Chen Mo saved the baby that night. Maybe she saw Xiaoyu at that time, so she thought Xiaoyu looked familiar. She just didn't remember that Xiaoyu was Chen Mo's girlfriend. Should he tell Xiaoyu about the Army Ant Company? Chen Mo hesitated. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiaoyu blushed under Chen Mo's stare. How come I don't know about your internship at the Army Ant Company? Chen Mo asked. You didn't ask me. Last semester, the Army Ant Company went to the school to recruit. Ruashi and I went for the interview and we both passed. Ruashi went to the marketing department, and I went to the finance department. When I went to register today, I bumped into the general manager. She asked me to be her assistant. Xiaoyu said, what's the matter? No, the marching ant company is very promising and has great prospects for development. To be able to become the general manager's assistant, I feel that my girlfriend is not only beautiful, but also outstanding. Chen Mo smiled. How can you praise your girlfriend like that? Xiaoyu complained, but the sweet smile on her face betrayed her. I'm just telling the truth. Truth my ass. I'm going to cook. Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and walked to the small kitchen. Xiaoyu went to cook. Chen Mo hid in the room and called Zhao Min. It was fate that Xiaoyu joined the Army Ant Company. As her boyfriend, he couldn't interfere with Xiaoyu's decision, but he could help her secretly. Chairman, what's the matter? Did you find an assistant today? Chen Mo asked. How did you know? She was an intern from Binhai University, a pretty girl. She looks familiar to me, but I can't remember where I've seen her before. It just so happens that I'm lacking an assistant. Although she has no experience, her qualifications are not bad and can be trained. I'll let her be my assistant for the time being. What a coincidence, Chen Mo said. What? Do you have designs on my assistant? Zhao Min asked jokingly. Don't even think about it. She's mine. Chen Mo was speechless. Yours? Zhao Min's voice was filled with surprise. She fell into deep thought. After a while, she suddenly understood. I was wondering why she looked so familiar. So she's the girl who was with you that night. Wait a minute? She doesn't know that the company is yours? I didn't tell her, Chen Mo said. Then you're amazing. You've opened such a big company, and your girlfriend doesn't know about it. Zhao Min's voice was teasing. Are you going to hide it from her forever? My plan is to let nature take its course. If she asks, I'll tell her. In the future, she'll slowly discover it herself. I won't tell her suddenly. I don't want to affect her life because of this. Today, she came back and told me. Only then did I know that she has joined the company. So you called me to inform me about this? No, it's in the company. You can guide her and let her be independent, Xianxia said. With him around, there was no need to worry about money. But he didn't want Xiaoyu to become a housewife and a vase in the future. This was unfair to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked weak, but her heart was strong. She would never accept the life of a vase. Okay, Mr. Chairman. I'll train her well. But I advise you to tell her about it earlier. From a woman's point of view, it's unfair to her to keep hiding it, Zhao Min said. Well, I'll take care of it, Xianxia said. Is there anything else? Yes, prepare the second mobile phone. I'll send you the specific design tomorrow. Okay, I'll arrange it. After dinner, Li Ruoxi asked Xiaoyu to go shopping. Xianxia also started to organize the smart assistant for his mobile phone. Mahest girl, Xianxia said as he put on his earphones. In front of him, there was a laptop and a desktop computer. If he wanted the Mahest girl to run normally, he had to swap the work of the two computers. Otherwise, the computers wouldn't be able to handle the Mahest girl. Brother Mo, Mahest girl is here, Xianxia said, and the Mahest girl's voice came from his earphones. Now, follow the framework I said and organize the modules and code, Chen said in a low voice. Otherwise, if Xiaoyu heard him, she would think that he was crazy. Okay, Brother Mo. Go ahead, Mahest girl said. Chen spoke into his earphones and started to explain the design of the smart assistant for his mobile phone. With the Mahest girl's help, he didn't need to do anything. He only needed to explain the modules and functions, and the Mahest girl could organize the code immediately. In less than 3 hours, with the help of the Mahest girl, the smart assistant and the motherboard design were already organized. This speed made Chen feel terrified. The efficiency of artificial intelligence, especially artificial intelligence that could think independently, was not something that humans could compare to. Chen took a deep breath. With the help of the Mahest girl, the work became simple. He only needed to act as the commander. Any order he gave would be completed by the Mahest girl in the shortest time possible. The power of artificial intelligence also showed through the power of its auxiliary research. The efficiency of the research increased by more than just a little. No wonder so many giant companies wanted to research artificial intelligence. If they could really develop a strong artificial intelligence, the production efficiency would be raised to a terrifying level. This was a truly revolutionary technology. Even the great emperor of Beijing believed that the leader of this field would become the ruler of the world. Chen now intuitively understood the meaning of this sentence. If he wanted to, he could let the Mahest girl attack the global network, and the entire world would be paralyzed. It was really scary for artificial intelligence to fall into the hands of people with ulterior motives. The Mahest girl couldn't be exposed for the time being. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The existence of the Mahest girl was definitely more terrifying than nuclear weapons. Brother Mo, do you need any help? The Mahest girl's voice came from the earphones. The last one is the design of the mobile phone casing. Click, just as Chen opened his mouth, the door of the rented room opened. It should be Xiaoyu coming back. I'll do the design of the mobile phone casing. You go and learn, Chen said. The design of the butterfly had to be done by himself. After all, it was difficult to describe the pattern of the butterfly with words. Moreover, if he talked to the Mahest girl here, Xiaoyu would think that there was something wrong with his head. Okay, thank you, Brother Mo. If you need any help, you can call the Mahest girl. After the Mahest girl finished speaking, she became silent. Xiaoyu walked into the room, threw her bag on the bed, and collapsed on it. I'm so tired. I won't dare to go shopping with Ruoxi anymore. Go take a hot bath. You won't be tired. Chen looked at Xiaoyu and said. Okay. Xiaoyu got up from the bed, took her clothes, and walked into the bathroom. The sound of water in the bathroom sounded. Chen Mo also focused on the Photoshop software in front of him and began to draw the exterior of the mobile phone. Not long after, the sound of Xiaoyu's footsteps came from the room. Chen Mo, help me blow dry my hair. Xiaoyu sat on the sofa and stared at the variety show on her laptop. She let Chen Mo dry her hair with a sweet smile on her face. Today's surprise is a bit big. When did you plan for it? Chen Mo asked as he dried Xiaoyu's hair. When I said I wanted to give you a surprise. But you lied to me, so I decided to postpone it. Who told you to be dishonest? Xiaoyu snorted and wrinkled her nose. What if I lie to you again in the future? Chen Mo asked. You dare? If you lie to me, I'll move out and live with Ruashi. You'll have to wash your smelly socks. Xiaoyu laughed. Is it that serious? Can you do it in another way? No. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll bully me in the future. Xiaoyu said. After drying Xiaoyu's hair, Chen Mo put away the hairdryer and sat back on the sofa. He hugged Xiaoyu in his arms. I have to work tomorrow. Tonight. Xiaoyu snuggled in Chen Mo's arms. Her eyes were filled with shyness. Don't worry. You'll be mine sooner or later. Let me know when you're mentally prepared. Chen Mo said. Shameless. Who's yours? Xiaoyu smiled faintly. You're destined to be mine after I pounced on you in the library. The night went by uneventfully. The next morning, Xiaoyu had already prepared breakfast. After breakfast, Chen Mo went to the store. Xiaoyu also went to the company. Xiaoyu, even I'm a little jealous of your luck. Li Ruashi and Xiaoyu walked into the company side by side. You just reported and the CEO took a fancy to you. You're directly promoted to the CEO's assistant. That's a position countless people dream of. I don't know why, Xiaoyu said, I'm a little worried now. After all, I don't have any experience in this field. Do your job well. Everything starts from unfamiliar to familiar. When you become successful in the future, just remember me as your best friend who once shared a bed with you. Li Ruashi smiled. Let's part ways here. Work goes smoothly. All right. Xiaoyu looked around and walked towards Zhao Min's office. After entering Zhao Min's office, Xiaoyu suddenly became nervous. After all, it was his first day at work, and he had heard that Mr. Zhao had a very strong personality. President Zhao. Zhao Min looked up at Xiaoyu carefully. Xiaoyu looked very delicate and pretty. Although she wasn't a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country, her gentle and wild temperament was very unique and made people's eyes light up. Sit down. Zhao Min smiled at her. Your name is Xiaoyu, right? Yes, as in the name of a fisherwoman. Xiaoyu nodded. Not a bad name. I'll call you Xiaoyu from now on. You don't have to call me President Zhao. It makes me sound old. You can call me Sister Zhao or Sister Min. Xiaoyu was stunned and didn't react. She looked at Zhao Min and blinked her eyes. Anyone could feel that Zhao Min seemed to treat her differently. Sister Zhao. Although she was confused, Xiaoyu still called her. Yes, Department Headley told you the specific things to do yesterday, right? Today is your first day at work. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask. Also, this is the company's information. Take a look and ask me directly if you don't understand. Seeing that Zhao Min wasn't as serious as she thought, Xiaoyu secretly sighed in relief. If the general manager was a strong woman who was difficult to deal with, her life in the future would be difficult. Now that she saw Zhao Min, she was relieved. Okay, Sister Zhao. Xiaoyu took the folder from Zhao Min and left the office. Chen Mo sat in the shop with his headphones on. He was instructing Mahist girl to draw the design of the phone's casing. 4 computers were working at the same time. He wished he had 4 mouths now. Mahist girl, change the 3rd color pattern of the eye spiral to a blue gradient. The pupil in the middle is where the camera is. Change the surrounding lines to black. Mahist girl was very fast, but he couldn't control her. Also, the color pattern was different from what he saw in the scientific library. He recalled the pattern of the butterfly eye and described it. With his strong memory, he completed the preliminary design. If there were any flaws in the pattern of the butterfly eye, it would completely destroy the beauty. Therefore, after the preliminary design was completed, he had to modify many parts himself. 2 hours later, Chen Mo slumped in his chair. In his opinion, designing the phone's exterior was more difficult than designing the phone's motherboard. With the help of Mahest Girl, designing the phone's motherboard, he only needed to tell the components and the connection of the wires. The Mahest Girl could complete the design in a short time. But the design of the butterfly eye, the colors, and the lines were not as simple as connecting the components. In 2 hours, he completed 4 designs. They copied the design of the butterfly eye from the scientific library. With the help of Mahest Girl, this speed was not slow. Mahest Girl, send the design information of the phone's exterior and motherboard to the company's president, Zhao Min. Chen Mo said. Okay, Brother Mo, the email has been sent. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, the Mahest Girl's tender voice sounded. After a while, Chen Mo's phone rang. Connect. Chen Mo said. Connected. Mahest Girl said. Chairman, I have received the email. I really want to open your head and see what's inside. It's a pity that you don't want to be an artist. As soon as the phone was connected, Zhao Min's voice came through. I don't know anything about art. Don't make a fuss. These are only 4 designs. There are a few more in my head. I will send them to you when I have time. It will save me a lot of trouble in the future. Okay. Zhao Min said. How's Xiaoyu? She just came to the company and is familiarizing herself with the company's situation. Why are you so worried? Why don't you come to the company? Zhao Min joked. I will go after the lab is done. Chen Mo said. When the time comes, won't she know your identity? Aren't you afraid that she will cut you up? Zhao Min laughed. We will cross that bridge when we come to it. It's not like I will hide it forever. Chen Mo said. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo turned his attention back to the computer. Mahest Girl, embed the smart assistant into the Army Ant system. The most important function of the mobile phone that was released this time was the smart assistant function. Currently, there was no phone on the market that could be controlled completely without contact. As long as the butterfly eye with the smart assistant appeared on the market, it would cause a second sensation. Okay, Mahest Girl, got it. As soon as the Mahest Girl's tender voice fell, the decoder on the computer was opened. Dense lines of code flowed out like water on the decoder. Brother Mo, Mahest Girl has finished embedding. Change my phone system to the Army Ant system with the smart assistant. Chen Mo said. Brother Mo, please wait. Mahest Girl fell into silence. After a while, the phone automatically rebooted and turned on again. In the settings, there was an additional smart assistant option. Mahest Girl, I will try the smart assistant now. Don't control my phone for the time being. Chen Mo opened the smart assistant and said. Okay. Open the browser. Mahest Girl's voice went silent. After the voice recognition, Chen Mo spoke. Zhao Min looked at the information sent by Chen Mo and her expression turned serious. Smartphone assistant. According to Chen Mo's information, this smart assistant could open and close apps, browse apps, input voice, search, and chat. It could completely control the phone with its voice. The most familiar voice assistant was Apple's Siri. However, Siri couldn't browse apps, but the smart assistant could. It was more powerful than Apple's Siri. This was no small matter. This was already in the category of artificial intelligence. Apple bought Siri for $200 million USD. It took years of improvement to reach this level. Now that it was surpassed by Chen Mo's smart assistant, it would cause a huge impact if it was announced. After sorting out her emotions, Zhao Min copied the source code of the smart assistant and the Army Ant system code into the smart assistant, deleted the email, and left the office. Xiaoyu, come with me. Okay. Xiaoyu put down the documents in her hands and followed Zhao Min. When Zhao Min walked into the R&D office, there was a commotion. After all, President Zhao rarely appeared here. Soon, old Luo and Wang Xijiao walked over in their lab coats. President, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Old Luo's expression turned serious when he saw Zhao Min's serious expression. You two, go to the lab and check the things inside. Zhao Min handed the USB to old Luo. Okay. Old Luo took Xiao Min's USB carefully and led the way to the lab. It must be something important for Xiao Min to be so careful and send it over personally. Xiaoyu, you should come with me too. Big sister Xiao, is it okay for me to follow? Xiaoyu wasn't stupid. She knew that there was something important inside. It's okay. Come with me and take a look. Xiao Min called Xiaoyu and followed Old Luo and Wang Xijia into the lab. After opening the USB drive, Old Luo and Wang Xijia began to read it seriously. The layman watched for the excitement, while the expert watched for the skill. Xiao Min could only read through the information that Chen Mo had sent her. She did not understand the technical terms and only knew the functions of the smart assistant. Old Luo and Wang Xijia were professionals. When they saw some things inside, their expressions immediately became serious. Wait, I'll go get a phone to try. Wang Xijia ran out and soon came back with a butterfly iPhone and handed it to Old Luo. While waiting for the system to write, Old Luo and Wang Xijia looked at Xiaoyu and hesitated. President Zhao, She's not an outsider. If you have something to say, just say it. Zhao Min said. President Zhao, is our company conducting artificial intelligence research? As the person in charge of the research and development system, Old Luo had no choice but to ask because he was in charge of the research and development system. He had never come into contact with the technology of the smart assistant. No. Zhao Min shook her head. Where did this document come from? Old Luo frowned. The chairman came up with it. Zhao Min looked at Xiaoyu and said, I have no way of knowing about the chairman's research. Xiaoyu was also confused by Zhao Min's look. Impossible. Old Luo shook his head. How could he come up with this kind of smart assistant by himself? This is already in the category of artificial intelligence. Xiaoyu was speechless. She did not expect the CEO to let her come into contact with such core technology on her first day of work. Nothing is impossible in his hands. He even invented the army ant system. He alone is equivalent to 2 teams. How else do you think the company grew? Does the chairman have a team behind him? Old Luo still could not believe this fact. His heart was filled with shock. We shouldn't ask about the chairman. Zhao Min's face darkened. Old Luo also realized that he said the wrong thing and did not dwell on this topic. If the chairman really came up with it alone, he could not imagine what kind of monster he was. I forgot myself. I was just too excited when I saw this document. Old Luo said. Let's test the smart assistant's function first. Wang Xijia brought the topic back to the smart assistant. She picked up Butterfly Eye, which was already installed in the new system, and could not wait to turn on the smart assistant. Please perform voice print recognition. After Wang Xijia turned on the smart assistant, a synthetic female voice came out of the phone. After the voice print recognition was successful, Wang Xijia entered her name as the address. Jia, Butterfly Eye Smart Assistant Xiao Dai. Glad to be of service. After Wang Xijia confirmed the name, the interface disappeared and the phone returned to its original screen. The smart assistant could not be seen. Make a call. No card, can only make emergency calls. Just as Wang Xijia finished speaking, Xiao Dai's voice came out of the phone. Connect to Wi-Fi. You have entered the wireless network interface. Wi-Fi enabled. Please select. Wi-Fi connection successful. Signal normal. Open the browser. Wang Xijia continued. Just as Wang Xijia finished speaking, the phone immediately jumped to the browser page. Browser opened. Open the news and technology channel. Wang Xijia said one command after another. She did not need to touch it all to open and close the video, and browse the article. However, there was a limitation. What she said was the words on the phone screen. Wang Xijia was still in disbelief until she stopped. Xiao Dai's function had already surpassed the known mobile assistant. It was in the category of artificial intelligence. Its front-end technology is very good at user interaction. Its voice recognition is very accurate. Its function is more powerful than Apple's Siri. Apple's Siri cannot close or control applications. It can only be recognized in the Siri interface. Xiao Dai is the background recognition and control system and applications after it runs. It can achieve true contactless voice operation and is a very good smart assistant. Old Luo looked at Wang Xijia's test with surprise. President Zhao, you should know its value, right? According to the motherboard and design that I brought over today, use the fastest speed to test the second mobile phone prototype. Also, package the smart assistant as a paid software and change the icon to butterfly eye. Also, prepare the smart assistant's PowerPoint. Zhao Min said. PPT. For what? Wang Xijia asked. For the press conference. Understood. Old Luo said. Save the data. Zhao Min said, unplugged the USB and left with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, inform the marketing department to prepare the second mobile phone's publicity plan for me. Also, ask Department Headley to send someone to arrange the press conference as soon as possible. Zhao Min said to Xiaoyu as soon as they left the lab. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded. After returning to the office, Zhao Min dialed Chen Mo's phone. This guy suddenly gave her a voice assistant. She almost didn't know what to do. Chairman, you're researching artificial intelligence? Zhao Min asked as soon as the call was connected. Today, she was shocked. Chen Mo had come up with this without a word. The importance of this system was definitely not inferior to the marching ant system. Why do you ask? Chen Mo asked in confusion. You didn't know about the smart assistant you sent over? Zhao Min was speechless. That smart assistant is the feature of the next mobile phone. Its function is limited to controlling the phone. Of course, we can optimize it and use it on the computer. Chen Mo said. There's still some time before the second mobile phone is released. I plan to release the smart assistant as a software first to increase its popularity and user experience. I will remove the software before the phone is released. Zhao Min said. Okay, I'll be in charge of the product. You should think about how to make money. After chatting with Zhao Min for a while, Chen Mo hung up the phone, picked up the book beside him and started reading quietly. Now that the lab was not completed and he didn't have any technology projects on hand, it was rare for him to have some free time. Reading was a good thing. In the CEO's office, Xiaoyu sat opposite Zhao Min with confusion in her eyes. After today, she felt that the CEO seemed to treat her differently. She was just an intern who had just joined the company, but the CEO kept her by his side and exposed her to the most important things. Thinking about it carefully, she felt that something was wrong. Xiaoyu, it's your first day at work. Have you gotten used to it? Zhao Min asked. It's okay. Xiaoyu wanted to say something but stopped. You're wondering why I'm taking care of you, right? Zhao Min saw that Xiaoyu wanted to say something but stopped. She smiled slightly. Yes. Xiaoyu nodded. Do you remember when your boyfriend saved the baby on the shopping street? I was the one whose bag was stolen by the robber. Zhao Min said calmly, I felt that you looked familiar yesterday, but after I went back and was reminded by someone, I remembered. Xiaoyu looked at Zhao Min in surprise. At that time, the crowd was too chaotic. Her attention was all on Chen Mo, so she didn't notice Zhao Min at all. You're taking care of me because of this? Xiaoyu asked. Of course not. Your boyfriend is a very outstanding person. You're also a very outstanding girl. Thank you. Xiaoyu smiled, but she didn't really think so. No matter how outstanding she was, it was impossible for her to be exposed to the highest level things as soon as she entered the company. It's time to get off work now. Zhao Min smiled. Oh, goodbye, Sister Zhao. After Xiaoyu left, Zhao Min called Chen Mo. Chairman, I have something to ask you. Go ahead. Are you really not going to tell Xiaoyu? Zhao Min asked. This problem is really a headache. I'll mention it tonight. Chen Mo, who was sitting in the shop, looked a little helpless. He knew Xiaoyu. If Xiaoyu knew about this, she would definitely feel burdened and it would affect her life. Now that Xiaoyu had entered the company and the laboratory was completed in a few days, he would also have to go to the company. It was time to confess. Since you said so, I'm relieved. Xiaoyu is my employee now. I won't meddle in other people's business. I should get off work now. Goodbye, Mr. Chairman. Zhao Min said. In the shop, Chen Mo put down his phone and let out a sigh of relief. He continued to look at the design of the phone on his computer. Xiaoyu was full of doubts. After packing up her things, she left with her handbag. As soon as she walked out of the company, Li Ruoxi walked up to her. Xiaoyu, how was work today? It's pretty good. President Zhao takes good care of me. Xiaoyu kept thinking about what Zhao Men had said, and he felt that it was not a lot. But she couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong. Did you hear? The handsome guy beside Ms. Zhao yesterday is our company's most mysterious chairman. Everyone thought he was Ms. Zhao's boyfriend. I didn't expect him to be the chairman. He's so young. He looks like a fresh graduate. He doesn't have the aura of a tech geek. He's sunny and handsome. It must be a blessing to be his girlfriend. Xiaoyu and Li Ruoxi walked out of the company's entrance. Two female white-collar workers walked out together, chatting and laughing. Graduate? Tech geek? Sunny? Hearing their conversation, a figure appeared in Xiaoyu's mind. She quickly took out her phone and searched. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Looking for an answer. Xiaoyu was nervous. Her body tensed up. Not long after, Xiaoyu bit her lip and put away her phone. She became absent-minded. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Li Ruoxi saw Xiaoyu's expression and immediately felt that something was wrong. I'm fine. It's just that the answer surprised me, Xiaoyu said calmly. What answer? Li Ruoxi asked. I'll tell you later, Xiaoyu took a deep breath. Xiaoyu, don't be so mean. I'm your best friend. Why don't you tell me what's going on? Is it about Chen Mo? Are you guys, Li Ruoxi's smile was a little mischievous, as if she knew what was going on. Xiaoyu was interrupted by Li Ruoxi. Her face turned red. Don't think too much. Let's go. Otherwise, there will be a traffic jam. That night, Chen Mo sat on the sofa and read quietly. At the same time, he was also thinking about how he should tell Xiaoyu later. Not long after, footsteps came from the living room. Xiaoyu sat down beside him in her nightgown as usual. She turned on her computer and watched the show quietly. How was work today? Chen Mo asked. It was okay. The CEO took good care of me. I don't know why she's so nice to me, Xiaoyu said calmly. Xiaoyu, what would you do if I hid something from you? Chen Mo put down his book and hugged Xiaoyu's shoulder. He let her lean on his shoulder. That depends on what it is. Xiaoyu let Chen Mo hug her. No one knew what she was thinking. Didn't I help you kill the virus back then? Because of this, I made a mistake in the library. Chen Mo thought for a while and said. Xiaoyu chuckled as soon as he finished. When she recalled the blunder in the library, she wanted to laugh. And then? Xiaoyu asked. During the global virus crisis, I developed a virus detection software that could kill viruses. I sold it to 7 tigers. That was my first bucket of gold. Later, I used that money to register a company. Don't say any more. Xiaoyu interrupted Chen Mo's words. Let me be quiet. Xiaoyu leaned on Chen Mo's shoulder and looked at the computer screen. Chen Mo was a little scared. He had never seen Xiaoyu like this. It made him unsure, but he didn't say anything. Xiaoyu didn't speak until the program ended. Why are you suddenly telling me this? You're already in the company. You'll know sooner or later. It's better to take the initiative to tell me. When did you find out? Chen Mo smiled bitterly. Don't care when I found out. If I don't enter the company, you won't tell me? No. Don't talk now. I want to hit you. Before Chen Mo could react, Xiaoyu clenched her fist and punched Chen Mo's shoulder. After a while, Xiaoyu cried out in pain and rubbed her fist. Seeing this, Chen Mo laughed. Once again, he hit someone and hurt himself. You're still laughing. Xiaoyu's face turned red. She clenched her fist and punched him. Xiaoyu didn't stop until she was tired. Not angry anymore? Chen Mo grabbed Xiaoyu's red hand. Very angry. Don't move. I want to bite you. After that, Xiaoyu buried her head in Chen Mo's shoulder. Oh, Chen Mo didn't resist. He held Xiaoyu in his arms and comforted her gently. If Xiaoyu was angry, then it was fine. He was afraid that she would be silent like before. After half a minute, Xiaoyu let go. She looked at the bloody teeth marks on Chen Mo's shoulder and frowned. Does it hurt? How can you ask if it hurts after biting someone? You deserve it. Who told you to hide such a big thing from me? Xiaoyu snorted. She got up and rummaged in the cabinet. After a while, she came back with a bottle of red medicine and cotton swabs. She began to treat Chen Mo's wound. Not angry anymore, right? Ask again and I'll bite you. As soon as Chen Mo entered the room, he saw Xiaoyu sitting absent-mindedly on the bed. Her eyes were unfocused, and he didn't know what she was thinking about. Seeing this, Chen Mo walked over and sat down beside her. Xiaoyu. Oh. Go to sleep. Being called by Chen Mo, Xiaoyu woke up. She glanced at him and then lay down on the bed. Are you still angry? If you are still angry, you can hit me or scold me. Chen Mo said softly. No, after biting you, I'm not angry anymore. Xiaoyu turned around and looked at Chen Mo. Then why are you so sad? Chen Mo asked. When I got off work today, I heard my colleagues say that they saw the chairman. Then their description reminded me of you, and what Sister Zhao said. Most importantly, when I turned on the phone you gave me, the army ant logo was on it. I was just confused before, but I didn't think about it. Today, I connected all the dots. Xiaoyu said softly. And then? Chen Mo hugged Xiaoyu and asked softly. I looked up the Army Ant Company's news on the internet. The legal person of the Army Ant Company, the chairman, Chen Mo, was only heard of but not seen. Do you know how I felt when I saw the name Chen Mo? How did you feel? Chen Mo smiled bitterly. Happy and angry. Xiaoyu said, happy because my boyfriend is very outstanding, and angry because you hid it from me. If you didn't tell me tonight, it wouldn't have been as simple as biting you. Thinking about how she found out about Chen Mo's identity in the company today, Xiaoyu's mood was complicated. If Chen Mo didn't tell her tonight, she didn't know if she should pretend that she didn't know in the future. After Chen Mo confessed, she was relieved. At least she didn't have to pretend that she didn't know anything in the future. I'm sorry. I promise I won't hide anything from you in the future. There's no need to apologize. I'd rather not know the truth now. You're still the ordinary you. Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. Right now, I'm thinking about how to punish you. Tell me, I'll accept any punishment. Seeing Xiaoyu's state, Chen Mo felt relieved. I wanted to give you everything I have this weekend, but you hid it from me for half a year. So for the next half a year, you can't touch me. After saying that, Xiaoyu laughed happily. No way? Hearing this, Chen Mo's expression became gloomy. What? Unwilling? Then as punishment for lying to me, I'll move out and live with Ruashi. I'll let you wash your own smelly socks. Xiaoyu said. Who says I'm not willing? I've been here for so many years, why would I be afraid of half a year? You'll be mine sooner or later anyway. Who's yours? Right now, you're under observation. If you hide anything from me again, I'll go home and go on a blind date. Thinking about the blind date, Xiaoyu laughed even more happily and buried her head in Chen Mo's arms. The next day, seeing the faint smile on Xiaoyu's face when he woke up, Chen Mo's heart relaxed. Yesterday's incident didn't affect Xiaoyu, so he was relieved. After breakfast, Chen Mo brought Xiaoyu to the company. Xiaoyu, are you torturing the dog in the company? Li Ruashi just happened to appear at the entrance of the company. Seeing the two holding hands, she teased, don't tell me you want him to work here too? He's really going to work here in the future. Xiaoyu said. No way? You're really torturing the dog? Chen Mo, which department are you in? Li Ruashi looked at Chen Mo. No department. Chen Mo smiled. Don't tell me you're here to apply for a job? Li Ruashi asked. Chairman. Just as Li Ruashi finished speaking, Zhao Min walked over with a smile on her face and looked at Chen Mo and Xiaoyu. Director. Director Dong? Li Ruashi didn't react immediately and stared blankly at Chen Mo. The amount of information was too much for her to process. Chen Mo is the chairman of the company. Xiaoyu whispered in Li Ruoxi's ear. Haha. Li Ruoxi's smile was a little stiff. Stupid Xiaoyu, why are you only telling me now? Do you know how embarrassing it is? Hello, chairman. Li Ruoxi hurriedly greeted Chen Mo. Zhao Min's greeting of the chairman immediately attracted everyone's attention to Chen Mo. This was the first time Zhao Min revealed her identity as the chairman in front of the employees. Hello, everyone. Chen Mo greeted everyone. Hello, chairman. No one dared to hesitate. Work hard, everyone. Let's talk inside. Ruoxi, come here too. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he led the way to Zhao Min's office. Let's go. Xiaoyu pulled Li Ruoxi and followed Chen Mo and Zhao Min into the office. As soon as everyone left, the office was in an uproar. I was wondering why Xiaoyu became the CEO's assistant the moment she came. I didn't expect her to be the chairman's girlfriend. The chairman is so young and handsome. Yes, handsome. Department head Li is here. Hurry up and get to work. After the four of them walked into the CEO's office, they all looked at Chen Mo. I'm here to meet the company's management, Chen Mo said. Are you tired of playing or have you thought it through? Zhao Min teased. From the start of the company until now, the number of times Chen Mo came to the company could be counted with two hands. Every time she reported to Chen Mo about the company's finances and situation, it was always over the phone. Usually, she couldn't even see him. However, she also enjoyed Chen Mo's trust in her and had always been cautious and conscientious. She was the backbone of the company and Chen Mo was her reassurance. Now that Chen Mo was back, she could do things more freely and boldly. Otherwise, she was always afraid that something big would happen to the company. Chen Mo only smiled at Zhao Min's words. I'll go out now. Inform the people for a meeting. Today is the day to prepare for the conference of the smart assistant. The managers of all the departments are here. After Zhao Min finished speaking, she left the office. She asked someone to inform them and returned to the office. From tomorrow onwards, I will come to work. Get someone to finish my office and speed up the laboratory, Chen Mo said. Ruoxi, go to the administrative system and let Li Lingfeng take care of her for a while. Me? Li Ruoxi pointed at herself in disbelief. Why me? Back then, you sold Xiaoyu to me. I still owe you a favor. Li Ruoxi stuck out her tongue. She remembered that when she appeared in the library, she sold Xiaoyu's information to Chen Mo. Now that she thought about it, it was quite interesting. However, she didn't expect Chen Mo to become the chairman of a big company. Until now, she still couldn't wrap her head around it. What about Xiaoyu? Do you want your girlfriend to be your assistant? Zhao Min's teasing made Xiaoyu blush. She didn't refute and just sat quietly beside Chen Mo. No need. Let her continue to learn from you. If she follows me, I can't teach her anything. Not long after, the management arrived at the meeting room. After Chen Mo and Zhao Min received the notice, they also brought Xiaoyu and the others to the meeting room. Tomorrow was the day he officially joined the company. Today, he had to meet with the management. After the four of them walked into the meeting room, the room immediately quieted down. Everyone's eyes were on Chen Mo. They had received news that the chairman, who was always elusive, had arrived at the company today. He planned to stay in the company in the future. The moment Chen Mo walked in, he sat in the middle and glanced around the meeting table. After a simple introduction, Chen Mo sat in the middle of the room. It was his first time attending such a high-level meeting, so he didn't know what to say. However, no matter how simple it was, he didn't have too many restrictions. The purpose of this meeting was to show his face and let everyone in the company know about his existence as the chairman. Introduce yourselves to the chairman. Zhao Min said, Old Luo, you can start first. Nice to meet you, chairman. My name is Luo Yonghao. They call me Old Luo. I'm currently in charge of the company's R&D department. Nice to meet you, chairman. My name is Wang Xijia. I'm the deputy of the R&D department and a senior engineer. I'm mainly in charge of the development of the army ant system. After Old Luo finished speaking, Wang Xijia stood up and stared at Chen Mo. It was as if she wanted to see through Chen Mo. After developing the army ant system and creating an AI assistant, Chen Mo was now a godlike existence in Wang Xijia's eyes. Zhang Yi, you can continue. Zhao Min interrupted this infatuated girl. She really didn't know what to say to this impudent cousin of hers. After a simple introduction, Chen Mo looked at Zhao Min. Next is the planning and publicity for the AI assistant. Zhao Min looked at the person in charge of the conference, Yang Lin. The conference has entered the preparation stage. The invitations from all the major media outlets have been sent out. The conference will be ready in 5 days at the latest. The specific layout of the venue, process, and personnel arrangements, Chen Mo sat in the main seat and listened quietly. It was his first time attending a meeting. He really didn't know much about company management. That was why he gave Zhao Min full authority. After the meeting, Li Ruoxi happily left with Li Lingfeng. Xiaoyu returned to her position to familiarize herself with the company's affairs. Under the lead of Zhao Min, Chen Mo went to the laboratory floor. Chairman, did you really develop the army ant system? On the way, Wang Xijia, who was beside him, curiously looked at Chen Mo Jejia. Zhao Min glared at her impudent cousin. Chairman, she is the cousin I told you about. She used to be a senior engineer at Xuanfei Company. She is a computer genius and was poached by me. Now she is in charge of the development of the army ant computer operating system. Upon hearing that she was Zhao Min's cousin, Chen Mo looked at Wang Xijia with a strange expression. However, from the looks of it, he should have a carefree personality. The army ant system was indeed developed by me, Chen Mo said. That AI assistant was developed by you too? Wang Xijia looked at Chen Mo with admiration. Jia, I'm fine. Chen Mo interrupted Zhao Min. He still liked Wang Xijia's carefree personality. The AI assistant was also developed by me. You're amazing. Can you teach me? I can be your experimental assistant. Wang Xijia looked at Chen Mo with bright eyes. I don't need an assistant for the time being, Chen Mo said. The existence of the Mahist girl was too sensitive. Once her information was found out, he would be in big trouble. The importance of artificial intelligence was comparable to nuclear weapons. Chen Mo thought for a while and said, since you are developing the computer operating system, I have some ideas that I can teach you. Army Ant and Linux are very different, but there are many similarities. For example, when developing the kernel tree, you can refer to the idea of Linux parallel development. You can let the system freely develop within a controlled range and track defects without affecting the stability of the system. Chen Mo and Wang Xijia talked about the idea of developing the computer operating system. After all, they were developing based on the army ant system. He knew the structure of the army ant system very well. Zhao Min did not expect Chen Mo to really teach Wang Xijia these things. She did not interrupt and just watched quietly. She couldn't see through this chairman's demonic abilities. Wang Xijia narrowed her eyes and listened. All kinds of ideas kept surging in her mind. Chen Mo told Wang Xijia about the general idea of developing the computer operating system and some parts that could easily go wrong. He did not explain in depth. This was because he did not know how far the development of the computer operating system had progressed. If he explained his idea in detail, he would not be able to finish it even after a day and night. After a while, Chen Mo stopped. This is my general idea for reference only. Report to me about the progress of the computer operating system next time. If there is anything you do not understand, you can ask me. After he finished speaking, Wang Xijia looked at him with admiration. Okay, Jia, ask me if you need anything in the future. Zhao Min interrupted Wang Xijia. She was really afraid that this wild girl would talk nonsense. It would be troublesome if the situation became awkward. After Wang Xijia stopped talking, Zhao Min looked at Chen Mo. In your personal laboratory, there are only a few instruments that have not been installed. Since the day before yesterday, I have asked people to work 24 hours a day. It will probably be completed by tonight. The office can also be renovated. Now you can work here. Zhao Min walked into the office with Chen Mo. This was the upper floor of the office building and also Chen Mo's office area. Looking down from the window, one could clearly see the traffic in Binhai City. The view was very wide. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. Is there anything else you need? Zhao Min asked. Ask someone to put a few bookshelves next to this place and put some books on them. When I have time, I need to read, Chen Mo said. It was impossible to rush to the library of Binhai University to read books, so he could only read books in addition to his research. After all, half of the 1,000 books were not completed. He had been thinking about what the next level of authority for the scientific library was. Okay, I will arrange it. Zhao Min nodded. One last thing, help me see if there is a small villa with a good environment. By 1. Living in the corner of the rented house is not a solution. Hey, Mr. Chairman, I am not your servant. Zhao Min was so angry at Chen Mo that she laughed. It's your house. Don't you know how to look for it yourself? Okay, I will do this. You are the boss and you pay me. In the end, Zhao Min reluctantly accepted her fate. Okay, there is nothing else, Chen Mo said. This is the magnetic card and password for the laboratory. There is a spare magnetic card in my safe. Only you and I know the password. The door of the laboratory is equipped with face recognition, fingerprint recognition, and iris recognition. This is your private territory. Without your permission, no one can enter the laboratory. Zhao Min took out a magnetic card and handed it to Chen Mo. Your assistant is being recruited. I haven't found a suitable one yet. I will bring it over when I have one. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. There are a lot of documents waiting for me to deal with in the company. Okay. After Zhao Min left, Chen Mo turned on the 5 computers on his desk. This was his request. They were the most advanced computers on the market. The main purpose was to support the operation of Mahast Girl. Next to the computer was the company's computer room. He did not have to worry about the computer not being able to support the operation of Mahast Girl. Mahast Girl. After the microphones and the internet were turned on, Chen Mo sat in the office chair and looked at the screens of the 5 computers. Brother Mo, Mahast Girl is here. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, a little girl in a white dress appeared on the desktop in front of him. Chen Mo trusted Zhao Min very much. If you don't trust someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't doubt them. Therefore, when he handed the company over to Zhao Min, he didn't ask about the company's situation except for occasionally looking at the financial statements. But just because he trusted Zhao Min, it didn't mean that there wouldn't be any parasites. The company's finances were the most important thing in the company. Money moved people's hearts. He couldn't guarantee that his subordinates wouldn't touch these things. When Mahast Girl was formed, he wanted to let Mahast Girl monitor the company's financial system and accounts. But he didn't come to the company at that time, so he didn't do it. Now that he was in the company, he needed to monitor the company's finances. The parasites in the company couldn't be allowed to exist. Otherwise, it would easily shake the company's foundation. Mahast Girl, roger that. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Mahast Girl's voice sounded. The bank accounts have been monitored. The financial system has been monitored. Summarizing the data. The calculations have been completed. There is no problem with the accounts. Chen Mo nodded and focused on the computer in front of him. Now, organize the data on the carbon crystal-based lithium-ion battery, Chen Mo said. Carbon crystal was a new battery material. Before graphene battery technology matured, carbon crystal batteries were very promising. As long as the carbon crystal-based battery was created, it would be very beneficial for electronic products. The renovation of the laboratory would be completed soon. After organizing the technical data, he could immediately start the experiment. Time flew by. 4 days passed quickly. Today was the day of the Army Ant Company's product launch. The news of the Army Ant Company's product launch had been released through the company's official Weibo 3 days ago. The last time the Army Ant's product launch was quietly announced, the Army Ant system and the Butterfly Eye mobile phone, which attracted a lot of attention. After a few months, the Army Ant's product launch attracted a lot of attention. The Butterfly Eye mobile phone was also rated as the most beautiful mobile phone of the year. The Army Ant Company also used the Butterfly Eye to enter the mobile phone market. They quickly gained a foothold and gained the recognition of young people. Because of the production limit, the Butterfly Eye had only sold about 2 million units so far. However, this sales volume was already very terrifying for a new company. The Army Ant Company had been unwilling to increase their production, so there was still a shortage of butterfly eye mobile phones in the market. Now that the Army Ant was announcing a new product in such a grand manner without telling the public what it was, people couldn't help but wonder if it was another product that was comparable to the Army Ant system or a new phone. With a mysterious veil, the product launch of the Marching Ant Company also became the focus of attention. None of the invited media was absent this time. They had already arrived in Binhai City early. Many media outlets wanted to interview Xiao Min in advance, but without exception, they were all rejected. At this moment, Xiao Min was walking towards Chen Mo's office. The Smart Assistant's press conference would be held at 2 in the afternoon, but the chairman was still leisurely doing experiments in the laboratory, which made her feel very helpless. The laboratory had been completed 3 days ago. From that day onwards, Chen Mo would go into the laboratory to do research every day when he arrived at the company. She finally understood why Chen Mo didn't have time to deal with the company's affairs in the past. He was a typical technology geek. In the entire company, only Xiaoyu could call the chairman. After confirming her identity through facial recognition, Xiao Min entered Chen Mo's laboratory. Chen Mo's gaze was fixed on the iron can in front of him. On the table in the laboratory, there were many black substances on it. Some of them had already formed into sheets and were covered with regular patterns. There were also some substances that were attached to them, but they were not pure. Because the data was not accurate, these were all failed products. Therefore, Chen Mo had been trying to find the best conditions for the synthesis of carbon crystals during this time. From start to finish, he had already failed 17 times. This was the 18th experiment. Mahast girl, how high is the pressure now? 1013 kPa, 10 standard atmospheres of pressure, the Mahast girl's tender voice sounded. How high is the temperature? Chen Mo picked up the notebook and started to record the data. These data were the key to his experiment. 1347 K, just reached the boiling point of lithium. Looks like it's still not working. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he started to adjust the instrument in front of him. Add 1 K to the temperature and 50 kilopascals to the pressure. Remind me when it reaches this number. Okay. Not long after, Chen Mo sighed when he saw the graphite crystal fragments in front of him. He failed again, but this time the results were better than the last time. He was one step closer to success. The crystal fragments were now a little bigger than before. According to the current situation, he would be able to get the accurate data very quickly. The book on carbon crystal-based lithium-ion battery technology only recorded the conditions for the synthesis of carbon crystals. It did not mention the specific data. When it came to synthesizing materials, a small mistake could lead to a huge difference. Just a mistake in the condition would cause the experiment to fail, so he could not rush it. Mahast girl, combine all the experimental data and analyze it. Then show me the data table, Chen Mo said. Okay, Mahast girl understands. Not long after, the printer next to him printed a table with the data comparison of many failed experiments. Looking at the data table, Chen Mo was slightly lost in thought. Brother Mo, Xiao Min has entered the experimental area, the Mahast girl reminded Chen Mo when he was thinking about the reasons for the failure of the laboratory and the data. Oh, okay. Chen Mo put down the crystal fragments in his hand, took off his lab coat and gloves, washed his hands and walked out of the laboratory. As soon as he came out, he saw Xiao Min in the hallway. Chairman, how come you know every time I come? Xiao Min asked. She remembered that every time she entered the experimental area, Chen Mo would know and come out of the laboratory. Didn't you want facial recognition? Once it's recognized, I'll be notified. Chen Mo took the lead and walked to the office. Why are you here this time? How's the experiment? It's still a failure, but there's some progress. It should be successful soon. I'll send you the equipment list later. You can ask someone to buy the equipment and build a factory. It'll be convenient for mass production in the future. Okay, the conference for the Smart Assistant will be held today. It's 2:00 in the afternoon. There's still an hour and a half left. I'll find you and go together, Xiao Min said. Okay, since I'm free, I'll go take a look. Chen Mo put on his coat and left with Xiao Min. He also wanted to use this time to think about the reasons for the failure of the carbon crystal synthesis. You don't plan to go on stage? Zhao Min asked. Why would I go on stage? The company didn't hire a big star to endorse, but you're the president of an internet celebrity. You'll save a lot of endorsement fees. It'll be a pity if you don't use such a big star. Chen Mo laughed. Do you know that you're exploiting me? Can't you give me a raise? Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him. This president just doesn't want to appear in front of the public. On the other hand, after she became an internet celebrity, she had a lot of trouble. I don't think there are many people in the country who have a higher salary than you. When he asked Zhao Min to help him manage the company, he gave Zhao Min a 5% bonus. Just last year's revenue alone, Zhao Min's bonus was tens of millions. And this was just the beginning. If you don't want a raise, can you at least treat me to a meal? Okay, you can pick the place. Chen Mo laughed. Where do you want to go? I want to go to the food stall near my school. The skewers there are not bad. Zhao Min looked at Chen Mo speechlessly. After they left the company, the two were escorted by the staff into the car that was already prepared and left the venue of the conference. This time, the conference was held in the Binhai Grand Theater. This was the second conference of the Army Ant Company. Compared to the previous one, which was held in a hotel, it was much grander. This time, there were more than 500 people from the media. The biggest media outlets were among them. There were also fans of Butterfly Eyes in Binhai City. Several major domestic cell phone companies had also sent representatives to attend the event. Many media outlets and self-media people came uninvited. This time, there were nearly 2,000 people at the conference. It was completely different from the previous conference. As a rapidly rising technology star in the country, the Army Ant Company had always been the focus of attention. This mysterious press conference had piqued the appetite of many people. Many people on the internet were already guessing the products of the Army Ant Company. Although all kinds of guesses were flying around, the Army Ant Company didn't respond directly. The employees of the Army Ant Company also kept their mouths shut. Some people didn't know, and those who knew couldn't say anything. Otherwise, they would lose their jobs. Chen Mo walked into the venue and was surprised to see the packed audience. This was completely different from the first press conference. People's Daily, Global News, Sina, Phoenix, Penguin, Squirrel, CCTV. In the media area, there were at least a few hundred people present. In the crowd, Chen Mo also saw many famous foreign media outlets with all kinds of cameras. Chen Mo wanted to ask Zhao Min how she managed to invite so many media outlets. What surprised him even more was that even some entertainment media outlets were present at the press conference. It was probably because of the previous press conference and the topic of the beautiful CEO that these people found the potential for news in this area. Among them, there were many people who did not receive an invitation. However, there was a free channel to spread the news, so they did not reject it. Chen Mo sat down in an empty seat in the guest area and waited quietly for the press conference to begin. An army ant that had just left its nest. The theme of this press conference was similar to the first one. However, this time, the ant had slowly grown up and was no longer an unknown ant in the corner. Not long after, the venue quieted down. Zhao Min's confident figure appeared on the stage, holding a butterfly iPhone in her hand. Seeing the phone in Zhao Min's hand, there was a slight commotion in the audience below the stage. Was the Army Ant Company going to release a second phone? This was the first thought in everyone's mind. On the live broadcast platform, some fans were also in a commotion. The bullet screen was crazy. The vision of an astronaut. The phone in Zhao Min's hand is Butterfly Eye. It's not a new phone. What new features will the phone have this time? Army Ant knows hunger marketing. I hereby swear that no matter how good the Army Ant Company's product is this time, I will never buy it. I will go back on my word and cut my dick live. On the stage, Zhao Min scanned the audience below the stage. Let's begin. As soon as she finished speaking, the big screen on the stage changed instantly. The virtual space on the screen slowly appeared. It was made up of countless letters, numbers, and symbols. It was like a data world in a sci-fi movie. A 3D female face formed by lines dominated the big screen. Hello, human. The robotic female voice and the 4 short words caused an uproar in the arena. All the reporters' cameras were aimed at the image on the big screen. The people watching the live broadcast in front of their computers also began to lose their composure. The people who saw this were all agitated. This kind of scene made people instinctively think of 2 words. Artificial intelligence. The product released by the Army Ant Company this time was artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence had always been a hot topic. Ever since AlphaGo defeated a Korean Go expert, artificial intelligence had become the hottest topic. Currently, the world's most powerful countries, the top technology companies, schools, and teams were all researching artificial intelligence. This was the future of technology. On the internet, there were different opinions on the debate about artificial intelligence. Now that the Army Ant Company had suddenly appeared with an artificial intelligence, it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder. This was practically an announcement to the world that the Army Ant Company had entered the field of artificial intelligence research. The press conference became noisy. Seeing that Zhao Min did not say anything, the audience also quietened down and waited for her to continue. Go on, please introduce yourself. Zhao Min had a smile on her face. After the stage quietened down, she spoke lightly. I am a product of the Army Ant Company. I am Xiao Dai, a smartphone assistant. I hope that I can be your friend in the future. As soon as Zhao Min finished her words, the simulated human face on the big screen spoke again. What are your functions? Zhao Min asked. Xiao Dai's functions include voice recognition, unlocking, chatting, searching, voice input. The most important function is that Xiao Dai can help you control the phone. How do I control it? Voice control. You speak and Xiao Dai can complete your orders. The conversation between Zhao Min and the voice assistant quickly spread through the live broadcast. All the important points were highlighted. Voice control of the phone. This function was too similar to Apple's Siri. The people who saw this scene thought of the scene in the movies where the voice assistant could control the phone by speaking appeared in their minds. After the introduction of the functions, Xiao Dai on the big screen stopped speaking. Then, the image changed and a picture of the phone's desktop appeared. Zhao Min clicked on the Smart Assistant software on the phone. The image of the Smart Assistant software appeared on the big screen. Connect to the Wi-Fi network. Zhao Min placed the phone on the platform provided by the staff and said. As soon as she finished speaking, the settings of the phone's desktop opened and automatically jumped to the network connection page. Wireless network has been activated. Please select the Wi-Fi signal. Army Ant Company. Wireless network selection successful. Signal connection successful. There was a commotion at the press conference. Just a moment ago, everyone was comparing the Smart Assistant to Siri. Now, they realized that they were all wrong. This Smart Assistant's function was completely superior to Siri's. It could control the phone without touching it. There was a thunderous applause. The audience looked excitedly at Zhao Min on the stage. If the news was true, this Smart Assistant would completely change the current state of smartphones. It would achieve true hands-free control. This is awesome. My wallet has been thirsty for a long time. Come out when you were cutting your chicken. Remember, don't use it. Otherwise, I'll scold you, you damn eunuch. I'll go buy a hen now. Could it be controlled by someone behind the scenes? Why does it look so mysterious? The live broadcast was already in chaos. There were praises and doubts. However, most of them were concerned about the Smart Assistant. Was it really that powerful? According to Zhao Min's demonstration, it could even control the browser to flip pages, take photos, and play videos. This function had far exceeded everyone's expectations. This meant that the era of hands-free was coming. After the demonstration, the staff removed the things. Zhao Min pressed the PowerPoint button. The software icon of the Smart Assistant appeared on the big screen. It was a butterfly eye pattern. This is the product of our press conference. It's the Smart Assistant for phones, Xiao Dai. Its function is completely superior to any other phone assistant on the market. There's no need for comparison. Our products don't need to be compared because they are not on the same level. Zhao Min's voice was full of confidence. After the press conference, the software will be available on our company's official website. You just need to download the software and install it on your phone. Then, you will be able to control your phone with your voice. On the big screen, all the advantages of the smart assistant were listed. Zhao Men also introduced these functions in detail. Many media personnel were taking photos on the screen to rush the article. If the functions of the smart assistant were true, it would be a revolutionary product. The press conference had not ended, but many people were already waiting for the smart assistant to be available. However, the smart assistant Xiaodai has some shortcomings. It's not a perfect product. Just as everyone was feeling ecstatic, Zhao Min's solemn voice poured a bucket of cold water on the fiery atmosphere. The commotion quietened down once again. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Min. They knew that the information she was about to give would be important. After all, not everyone would dare to say that their own product was lacking at a press conference. Zhao Min remained calm and opened the PowerPoint presentation on the next page. There is no perfect product in the world, not even an AI assistant. The first problem is compatibility. The current phone system is only compatible with the Army Ant system and the Android system. It is not compatible with the Apple system, and it does not have an iOS application. Zhao Min's words were like a small stone falling into a calm pond, causing ripples. Not being compatible with the iOS was undoubtedly a big problem. Apple's mobile phone market share was not low at the moment. Was she trying to kill Apple? If the functions described above were true and it was not compatible with the iOS application, people would definitely not buy Apple first when buying mobile phones in the future. This would undoubtedly be a huge blow to Apple. Why was it not compatible with Apple? This question popped up in the minds of those who heard it. Zhao Min seemed to know what everyone was thinking and continued speaking. If an AI assistant wants to control a mobile phone, the mobile phone system is an obstacle that cannot be bypassed. The Android system is open source and can be compatible with Xiaodai. Apple is closed source and the AI assistant cannot automatically control the status of the application. Moreover, the iOS has Siri and does not need an AI assistant at all. Hence, there is no iOS application. Hearing Zhao Min's words, everyone was speechless. The AI assistant was so powerful that Siri could not be compared to it. However, many people did not care because they did not use Apple phones at all. Moreover, many people had two phones. They did not need to worry about this problem. I think I can see Apple trembling. This is a small ant. It can't even finish an apple. Two phones, you can do whatever you want. If you don't use it, it's my loss. Great, actually, I'm more concerned about the price of this AI assistant. If this thing is free, I think Apple will really jump. After Zhao Min said that there was no Apple application, the comments section of the livestream went into a frenzy. On the stage, Zhao Min was still smiling confidently. Next is its second problem. Xiaodai has just been formed, and for the time being, it can only communicate in Chinese and English. We are working hard to import more languages. In the future, Xiaodai will cover all the mainstream languages in the world. Not many people were surprised by this question. Even those who had objections did not know about the Army Ant's AI assistant. For the time being, the smart assistant's main market was still in China. Finally, there's the issue of Xiaodia's fee, which is also the topic that everyone is most concerned about. Now the price of Xiaodai is 20 yuan per month, and the first 10 minutes are free. Zhao Min said. The price was 20 yuan per month. When Zhao Min announced the price, there was a slight commotion, especially in the area where the media was. As an intelligent assistant, according to Zhao Min's introduction, its functions were far superior to similar software on the market. The monthly rent of 20 yuan was not expensive. It was almost equivalent to using 20 yuan to upgrade a mobile phone. Almost everyone who had a mobile phone could afford this fee. But the important thing was that the market for such a high-end AI assistant was close to zero. No one knew how many Android phones there were in the world. Even if only 1/20th of the Android users used it, the profits from it would be terrifying. The AI assistant was like a chicken that laid golden eggs. It would bring a steady stream of money to the Army Ant company. After Zhao Min's speech, it was the Q&A session with the reporters. The audience and fans also entered the product experience section and started to download the AI assistant experience. The product experience section displayed the future concept products of the Army Ant Company. It included AI office software, computer operating system, AI robots, and cloud computing, big data, etc. However, these technologies were still in the early stages of the Marching Ant Company. In fact, they weren't even in the early stages. Therefore, the most important thing for the fans and reporters was to head to the experience area of the Smart Assistant and download it. The press conference had not officially ended, but the reports on the internet had already caused a huge commotion. Many people who went to the experience section to download videos of the AI assistant and uploaded them to their circle of friends. It attracted a lot of envy and doubt. Soon, the video of the AI assistant experience was uploaded to the internet and attracted a lot of attention. The Army Ant Company and the AI assistant Xiao Dai also quickly became the hot search topic. A small AI assistant almost raised the overall level of a smartphone. It was difficult to not attract attention. As soon as the Marching Ant press conference ended, the news on the internet was overwhelming, and the bombardment mode started. In this era, anything related to AI would become a hot topic. Now, the Army Ant Company released an AI assistant without any warning. Its functions were more powerful than Apple's mobile assistant, Siri. It gave people a cool feeling. Army Ant out of the nest, People's Daily, how far is AI from us? Global News hello. Humans. Squirrel headlines. All the mainstream media in China wrote articles and published in-depth comments about the Army Ant Company's AI assistant. AI became a hot topic again. Why didn't the Army Ant Company embed the AI assistant in the next generation of mobile phones? Now, the Army Ant Company only wants to open up the market and enhance the user experience. At the same time, they are testing and collecting data to enhance their database. In the future, they will remove the AI assistant from the shelves and embed it in the second generation of mobile phones. The high-end mobile phone market is almost open to them. This is so cool. I downloaded the AI assistant when I came back from the press conference. Now, I am holding snacks with both hands, watching TV and commenting. Ha 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 ha. After the press conference ended, the internet was in a state of shock. The Army Ant Company was also not calm. Zhao Min stood in the technical backstage and looked at the technician in front of her operating the computer. After coming out of the theater, she rushed back to the company. The news had been released, but it was still spreading. The next test was the release of the AI assistant, which was the most important thing. She had already seen the response on the internet. As expected, the AI assistant was more popular than the Army Ant system. Other than the media, it was also because of the AI assistant. The mobile phone operating system market was already saturated. So, when the Army Ant system was released, there was a stir. But because it was not open source and the Army Ant Company was powerful, it could not shake the position of the three major operating systems. Now, it was different. The mobile phone AI assistant market was almost empty. This market was completely laid out in front of them. The profits here were unimaginably huge. President, the number of visitors has exceeded 1 million. The technician sitting in front of the computer said. Is the server okay? Zhao Min asked. After the attack last time, we have expanded and upgraded the server. There is no problem with 1 million visitors at the same time. Old Luo said. Put Xiao Dai on the shelf. Zhao Min said. Everyone in the company was nervous. Chen Mo sat in his office and looked at the backstage page of the official website. No one knew what he was thinking. After the AI assistant was put on the shelf, Chen Mo's eyes became focused. Chen Mo raised his eyebrows and became alert. He knew that things wouldn't go so smoothly. He didn't expect hackers to invade the server the moment the AI assistant was released. Needless to say, the hackers came for the source code of the AI assistant. After all, the source code of the AI assistant was worth a lot of money. The benefits of the AI assistant were enough to tempt people. Protect the data in the database and encrypt all the data. Create a fake encrypted file and implant the tracking code. Let them take the fake data, Chen Mo said after thinking for a while. If these hackers returned empty-handed, they would definitely come back often. They were not afraid of thieves stealing, but they were afraid of thieves thinking about them. Let them steal the fake data and slowly crack it. Pretend that they succeeded, and their company would be quiet for a while. By then, the market for the AI assistant would have opened. Okay, Mahast girl said, Brother Mo, there are other hackers coming from different places. Chen Mo frowned, how many? 7. All the IPs are fake. The hackers used these fake addresses as a springboard to invade, Mahast girl said. Find out their exact locations. Okay, Mahast girl understands. Mahast girl's tender voice sounded. After a while, she spoke again, all the addresses have been found. 3 are in North America, 2 are in Island State, and 2 are in Europe. The exact locations are, after hearing the Mahast girl's report, Chen Mo went into deep thought. Being targeted by so many hackers at once, it was true that money moved people's hearts. However, based on the addresses given by the Mahast girl, he didn't know who these hackers were working for. Don't rush to let them in. Let them slowly crack it. If it's too easy, they will have doubts. Chen Mo thought for a while and said, find out all the information about these hackers and find out who they are working for. Okay. Mahast girl went silent. After a while, a few documents popped up on his desk. It was all densely packed information in English or Japanese. Translate it all into Chinese. It will be more comfortable to read, Chen Mo said. Alright, Brother Mo, please wait a moment. The information on the table disappeared and reappeared. It had been translated into Chinese. Seeing this information, Chen Mo was overjoyed. Lady Mo sent all the information of these people over to him, including their bank account passwords, remittance information, and the passwords of all the major social media accounts. Without exception, she sent all of them to him. An umbrella company? A technician from Apple? Chen Mo quickly noticed 2 of the people's information. 2 of them were from the 2 companies he was talking about. Chen Mo was not too surprised. There were too many things involved in an intelligent assistant. The technology involved would definitely be of great help to the current artificial intelligence. When it came to artificial intelligence, many people wanted a piece of the pie. Brother Mo, the hackers from Island State have broken the firewall and entered the database. They are copying fake files, the Mahast girl said. Ignore him. Chen Mo said. After thinking for a while, he said again, copy the information from this hacker's computer. Alright. The Mahast girl's tender voice sounded. 2 minutes later, a few folders appeared on the desktop of the computer. Open the folder and show me the information, Chen Mo leaned on the chair and said lightly. He wanted to see what kind of ability this hacker had to be the first to hack into the company's server. Iku, a video popped up on the table. The sound of ecstasy caught Chen Mo off guard and gave him a fright. Ms. Hatu? Chen Mo almost vomited blood. Mahast girl, why are you playing this for me? Brother Mo, you asked me to put the information here. Is there a problem? The Mahast girl said in a tender voice. Nothing else? Chen Mo was speechless. Yes. As soon as the Mahast girl finished speaking, another video popped up. The female lead was still Ms. Hatu. Chen Mo did not know whether to laugh or cry. He guessed that this hacker was Ms. Hatu's biggest fan. Don't play it. Copy the information from the other hackers, Chen Mo said. While he was paying attention to the hacker's intrusion, everyone in the company was busy and did not know what was going on. How many downloads are there now? Zhao Min asked. 2 million downloads and more than 1 million paid users. The numbers are still rising, the technician sitting in front of the computer said. Manager Zhao, the company server needs to be upgraded. If the numbers continue to increase, the company's server might not be able to handle it, Old Luo said. Okay, go and do it. Upgrade the server as fast as possible. Don't worry about money, Zhao Min said. The current smart assistants were crazier than money printing machines. If the numbers continued to increase, she would have to think about how to spend the money. It was almost certain that their position in the smart assistant market was unshakable. The Army Ant Company was busy, and the internet was not calm either. After the smart assistant was released, it caused an uproar. After experiencing the smart assistant, they realized that the term black technology was referring to this smart assistant. News about the smart assistant, Xiaodai, was on the headlines of all the news. This smart assistant was more powerful than any mobile phone assistant on the market. The monthly rental of 20 renminbi was the most reasonable price. The price was within the range of the average person. Most people chose to pay after experiencing the power of the smart assistant. There were many foreign media who attended the Army Ant press conference. That night, the news about the smart assistant spread quickly in North America and Europe. Because it was an artificial intelligence, all the news spread quickly after it appeared on the internet. Some famous international media also commented and reported on the smart assistant. Smart assistant from a red country, spyware. BBC artificial intelligence? No. Washington Post Army Ant smart assistant discriminates against Apple? Why is there no iOS? The Times. Thief. Fake Siri? CNN, all the major media outlets reported on the Army Ant Company's smart assistant. However, the reports used a large amount of space to belittle the smart assistant. Spyware, identity theft, surveillance, discrimination, and fake were the most common words. There were also many people who thought that the Army Ant Company stole the source code of Apple's Siri and created a fake smart assistant, Xiaodai. This view quickly became the mainstream. Even so, the smart assistant inevitably appeared in front of everyone. $4 and £2 were enough to upgrade their phones, which was almost nothing to them. However, the overseas version was not available. They could only go to the Army Ant Company's official website to download it. However, some people had already installed the smart assistant and posted a video of the experience on the internet. Once the video was released, it immediately attracted a lot of attention on the internet. Oh, unbelievable. Even if it's a fake, it's better than Siri. They're famous for being fake, from airplanes, high-speed trains, shoes, and clothes. Which fake isn't better than the original? There are scary people. Reverse engineering is unbelievable. Don't be jealous. At least the Xianxia people did it, and they did it better than us. With this software, the Xianxia people will know what color bra you're wearing tomorrow. Apple's share price fell by 1% within an hour of the market opening. $2 billion was wiped off the market value. Apple's share price was still fluctuating. It fell for 3 days before stabilizing. It fell by almost 4% in 3 days. For any company, this was a huge drop, especially for a giant like Apple. The last time there was such a huge drop was when Apple announced that it would charge Apple tips. This sudden drop reminded people of the smart assistant. Apple's operating system was closed and could not support the smart assistant. They would no longer have an advantage in the mobile phone market. Apple's mobile phone was the most profitable business. Therefore, Apple's share price fell. Although the drop was not huge, the impact was obvious. This impact caused an uproar in the market. Many media outlets started to report on this topic. Has the Army Ant taken shape? The New York Times a rising giant? The Wall Street Journal an aggressive Army Ant? The Times, countless reports were everywhere. They were all discussing the threat of the Army Ant. While it was lively outside, Apple's headquarters was not peaceful either. A researcher with a hooked nose and beard looked at the code on the computer screen with a gloomy face. It had been a week since they hacked the files from the Army Ant Company's database. In this week, he had been trying to find a way to crack the files. After trying for so long, he only made some progress today. He did not expect the Army Ant Company to be so difficult to deal with. They even encrypted the files. The company's stock price was not doing well recently. The higher-ups kept urging him to crack the data package and get the source code of the smart assistant. Otherwise, he would be scolded. Okay. The man sitting on the computer chair finally smiled. Soon, the man's smile froze on his face. He saw a bunch of random codes on the screen. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The computer screen went black. The computers next to it also went black. This scene made the man's pupils shrink. Fuck. The man shouted and punched the keyboard. Needless to say, the Army Ant Company had planted a virus in the data package. He had been fooled. As the computer screen went black, there was a commotion in the office. Army Ant Company. Chen Mo smiled when he heard the Maoist girl's report. He had already asked the Maoist girl to implant a tracking virus in the data packets. As long as the data packets were cracked, the virus would spread and the computer would be destroyed. This was just a small lesson for them. Standing up from his seat, Chen Mo put on his lab coat and walked into the laboratory. Chen Mo's place was very peaceful, but the Chinese internet was not. With the popularity of smart assistants, more and more interesting things were exposed on the internet. On Weibo, someone posted that his girlfriend had quarreled with the AI assistant and smashed her phone in a fit of anger. After the video was uploaded to the internet, it attracted a lot of attention and laughter. Xiao Dai's chat function was also shown in this short video. This was not an isolated case. The Army Ant Company's official Weibo account had already been flooded with complaints. I've never seen such an arrogant AI assistant. Every time I scold it, it doesn't talk back. It even asks me to smash it. Is it bullying me because I don't dare to hit it? Let's not talk about it. I just bought a new phone. There's a quality problem. Army Ant, you have to pay for my phone. I scolded it and it asked me to put it in water. I forgot that it wasn't a butterfly eye. Looks like I'm not the only one injured. Luckily, it's only the screen that's broken. It can be replaced. Brothers, support me. My phone is a Nokia. Although the style of the video was funny, many people saw the main point. With such a flexible voice interaction function, this undoubtedly told everyone that the Army Ant Company's artificial intelligence was at the forefront of research. Artificial intelligence was the main development trend of future technology. Whoever made a major breakthrough in this field would dominate the future market. The artificial intelligence market had been researched a long time ago. Many technology companies had invested a lot of money into the research of artificial intelligence. Many market evaluation companies began to evaluate the Army Ant Company. In the end, Morgan Corporation came up with a valuation of $10 billion. This valuation shocked the financial market. But many people did not agree with Morgan Corporation's estimate. They thought that the valuation was too low. Not to mention the Army Ant system and the butterfly iPhone, just the existence of the smart assistant alone was worth more than $10 billion. In the future, when it entered the global market, even if only 50 million mobile phone users paid for the smart assistant, the Army Ant Company's annual revenue would be $12 billion dollars. This was only the lowest estimate. There were billions of smartphones in the world. With the smart assistant, the Army Ant Company's future was limitless. Moreover, there were many derivative products of the smart assistant. $10 billion was only the lowest estimate. The Army Ant Company was not yet developed. In the future, the Army Ant Company's market value would definitely be comparable to those giants. The rise of the Army Ant caused a huge sensation in China. All kinds of reports about the Army Ant were overwhelming. For a time, the Army Ant Company became the focus of everyone's discussion. In less than a year, the Army Ant Company had become one of China's technology giants after 2 product launches. It was a legendary rise. There had never been a technology company that could rise so quickly. In the eye of the storm, the Army Ant Company was busy. After the Smart Assistant was released, the Army Ant Company had another chance to expand. Zhao Min sat in her office and went through a pile of documents. She was having a headache. After the Smart Assistant was released, the Army Ant Company had entered its greatest period of development. This time, they had no choice but to expand. The company's popularity had reached a peak. They had to expand the scale of the company to operate better. But this was the problem. If the company expanded too quickly, it would be easy for problems to arise. There were all kinds of reports about how powerful the Army Ant Company was. No one knew it better than Zhao Min. Now, the Army Ant Company had a shortage of talents. The speed of training talents could not keep up with the company's development. When the butterfly iPhone was released, the company had already set up shop in the major cities in China. Now that the company had expanded, the talents could not keep up. In order to develop faster, the headhunting company recruited capable managers and sent them to the major cities to set up branches. Currently, the company was preparing to recruit talents from all over the country. The Army Ant Company was like a large machine. It needed the combination of small gears to operate. Troublesome. Zhao Min put down the documents and patted her head. She took a deep breath. The smart assistant was selling like crazy. During this period of time, the company's income could be described as a lot of money. With more money, there were more troublesome matters. As soon as Zhao Min and Xiaoyu entered the reception room, a man stood up from the sofa. He was Yu Qingnan, the consumer CEO of Huawei Terminal Company. He was one of the most influential people in the technology industry. Nice to meet you, Mr. Yu. Zhao Min reached out and shook Yu Qingnan's hand. She sat across from him and said, "It's our honor to have you here, CEO Yu. Don't stand on ceremony. I like to be direct." Yu Qingnan shook his head and smiled at Zhao Min. "I like to be direct too." Zhao Min smiled. "Are you here for a collaboration?" Yu Qingnan straightened his body. "Mr. Zhao, is your company planning to sell its shares? Our company can buy some of your company's shares. With the two of us working together, 1 + 1 is definitely more than 2. No. Let's put it this way. I've already sent away the people from IDG, Ollie, Jioding, Sequoia, and Penguin. Do you think we are still short of money and need to raise funds and sell our shares?" Zhao Min asked. "That's not it. It's just that there are rumors in the industry that the shares of the Army Ant Company are in the hands of your chairman. This piece of meat is too juicy for him to swallow. Someone wants him to spit out some of it. I'm here this time because I want to collaborate with you," Yu Qingnan said without hesitation. "You want him to spit out some of it?" Zhao Min smiled and shook her head. After knowing Chen Mo for so long, she understood Chen Mo's personality. Although this chairman was usually calm, easy to talk to, and liked to joke, he was always decisive. But when it was necessary, he was definitely a strong person. It was impossible to take away the shares of the Marching Ant Company from him. Now, the main products of the Army Ant Company were all produced by him. He couldn't give away the wealth he had created for himself to others. "Mr. Yu, you don't have to worry about us. The company has been through a black hand once and survived. It's not a big deal to go through it again," Zhao Min said. "Can I talk to your chairman?" Yu Qingnan asked with a smile. "Xiaoyu, go and inform the chairman to come down and have a chat with President Yu," Zhao Min said to Xiaoyu, who was standing beside her. "All right." Xiaoyu nodded and left the reception room. A few minutes later, Xiaoyu returned with Chen Mo. "This is our chairman, Chen Mo," Zhao Min introduced after Chen Mo and Xiaoyu walked in. "Hello, Director Chen." Yu Qingnan looked at Chen Mo with surprise in his eyes. There were no photos of Chen Mo on the internet, but he knew that the chairman of the Army Ant Company was a young man. Only after seeing him did he realize that he was too young. If not for the fact that Chen Mo was standing right in front of him, he would never have believed that such a young man was the true leader of the Army Ant Company. "Hello, President Yu. I've heard a lot about you," Chen Mo shook hands with Yu Qingnan. "I'll get straight to the point. I'm here for 2 things. First, it's about investing in the Army Ant Company. Second, it's about our cooperation. Originally, I'm not supposed to do these things, but since I happen to be here, I thought I'd drop by," Yu Qingnan said. Chen Mo sat down opposite Yu Qingnan and said, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I don't plan to sell my shares for the time being, but we can talk about our cooperation in detail." "There's no room for discussion about the shares?" Yu Qingnan asked. "No. Our company is not short of money at the moment, and we don't need to adjust the company's share structure," Chen Mo said without hesitation. "All right then. Let's talk about our cooperation." Yu Qingnan did not dwell on this issue. Chen Mo had made it very clear. If he continued to dwell on this issue, it would only cause resentment. "How do you want to cooperate, President Yu?" Chen Mo asked. "Patent sharing. Our 2 companies can sign a patent sharing agreement to share some of our patents," Yu Qingnan said. "Our company is new, and we don't have many patents. It's only a memorandum of understanding now. There will be opportunities in the future. Of course, if you are willing to share your AI assistance technology with us, we can license many of our technologies to you." Yu Qingnan looked straight at Chen Mo. He could not see through Chen Mo. This was the most confident young man he had ever met. I don't intend to license the AI assistant. Chen Mo said casually, we can sign a memorandum of understanding. After all, this is an open era, and cooperation is a win-win situation. Director Chen is a straightforward person. Since we have time today, let's talk about the direction of our cooperation. Huawei is a technology giant in China, and it is very powerful. Army Ant Company is considered a rising star. But Chen Mo is confident that the Army Ant Company will surpass Huawei. So, when they talk about cooperation, both parties are on equal footing. During this period, Chen Mo also asked Huawei to upgrade their server. During this period, the number of AI assistant users is increasing rapidly, and the speed of the server upgrade is not fast. This is a good opportunity to ask Huawei for help. Both parties are willing to cooperate, so the discussion about the cooperation went quickly. After discussing the cooperation, Zhao Min brought a group of people to have a simple meal and socialize. After that, she sent Yu Qingnan off. Director, the impact of the AI assistant is very big this time. I'm afraid someone is going to do something behind the scenes. The profits are too big, and many people are watching. This is more troublesome than the Army Ant system. Zhao Min said on the way back to the company. Zhao Min is very clear that there are many alternative options for the mobile phone system. Plus, they are closed source, so the outside world's reaction is not as big as expected. But the AI assistant market is different. Currently, there are no alternative products, and they have a monopoly. Once a market reaches a monopoly level, the profits will be terrifying, no matter what they are selling. Before releasing the AI assistant, she had this concern. But she will not give up on the AI assistant because of this concern. Now, there are not many things happening in the company, but she feels that a storm is brewing. Don't worry. We will deal with it as it comes. The company now is not the same as before. You are so optimistic. What else can I say? Zhao Min said helplessly. How's the planning for the company's headquarters? I am asking someone to design it, and I have sent someone to follow up. The blueprint should be out soon. We are also preparing to open the bidding for the construction. Zhao Min said. Tell me about the direction of your development. I will pave the way first so that I won't be flustered later. This time, you suddenly threw me an AI assistant. Such a sudden thing will mess up a lot of plans. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. Next, we will enter the manufacturing industry. I am researching battery materials. You can go and buy a few factories first. Battery production and parts processing factories. Do you want to invest fully or invest? Zhao Min asked. Invest fully. All right. Anyway, the company's money is all yours. I have no place to spend it. I can only listen to you. Zhao Min said, one more thing. I am preparing to buy an advertising company. In the future, we will have our own channels and planning for our product promotions. Also, we have a platform and can receive many advertising services. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. Chen Mo stood in the lab and observed the purity of the carbon crystal on the table. After a long time, he stood up and exhaled. Another failure. The carbon crystal synthesis conditions were close, but the purity had always been a fatal problem. If the purity of the carbon crystal could not be solved, even if the carbon-based lithium-ion battery was made, the battery life would be greatly shortened and the battery capacity would be reduced. It seemed that the data still needed to be calibrated. Chen Mo stretched, took off his gloves and put them on the table. Just as Chen Mo was about to leave the lab, the Mahist girl's tender voice suddenly sounded, Brother Mo, the company's server is under a traffic attack. The computing resources of the company's server are being occupied. Chen Mo frowned, can you tell if those are legitimate data? Yes, the Mahist girl replied. Divide the legitimate data packets and malicious traffic. Intercept and filter the malicious traffic and put it into the traffic black hole. To block the malicious traffic, the Mahist girl needs to invade the service provider's network. Invade, Chen Mo said. The Mahist girl was like an intelligent network creature. She could easily enter all the network entrances at any time. As long as the data was connected to the internet, it was no secret to the Mahist girl. After a while, the Mahist girl's voice sounded, "The traffic has been intercepted successfully." "Did you detect the source of the attack?" Chen Mo asked. In the past few days, the company had not encountered any attacks, which made him feel strange. He did not expect the attack to come now. It seemed that the opponent came prepared. The opponent used a puppet machine and set up a timed attack. "The source is in Germany, Europe," the Mahist girl said. "Do you know the identity of the opponent?" Chen Mo asked. This person, as soon as the Mahist girl finished speaking, a profile and profile picture immediately popped up on the screen in the lab. Chen Mo looked at the other party's information and fell into deep thought. This was a professional hacker who was specifically used by others to attack certain companies in order to earn profits. Since the opponent came to find him, he did not mind letting the opponent reflect. Send his information to the German security department. Send it anonymously and don't leave any traces. Okay, it has been sent, the Mahist girl reminded him. Establish a cloud defense system, Chen Mo said. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. There would definitely be more similar attacks in the future. DDoS attacks were one of the most difficult network attacks to defend against. Its purpose was to occupy the target's service resources and worsen the experience of legitimate users, causing their companies to worry. If it weren't for the Mahist girl, it would have been very difficult to defend against this kind of attack. Supervisor, the DDoS attack has disappeared. The server is now back to normal. The company's network security technical team heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the service had returned to normal. The sudden malicious attack just now caught them off guard. Everyone else, keep your eyes peeled. The company might not be peaceful these days, said a technical supervisor in charge of network security. Not many people knew that the company had just survived a cyber attack. On the cyber battlefield, there was no smoke of war to begin with. This was just the beginning. A storm targeting the Army Ant Company was emerging on the internet. Insider news, the Army Ant Company is under a large-scale cyber attack. Army Ant user information leaked? Army Ant Company about to be acquired? Butterfly iPhone explodes? Smart Assistant steals user information? In less than 2 hours, all kinds of articles had appeared. The scale this time was much larger than the previous one. Almost instantly, it covered all the news channels. It was an obvious smear campaign targeting the Army Ant Company. For a moment, the internet was in an uproar. There was a heated discussion about this incident. No company had ever received such high-level treatment. Army Ant Company, please explain the user information leak immediately. Trash Army Ant, is it so easy to be taken care of? The phone quality sucks. The butterfly iPhone I used is no longer waterproof. Army Ant, please give me an explanation. Such an obvious smear. Only a fool would believe this news. Sitting in the office, Zhao Min's face darkened. What was going to happen had happened. The Army Ant was too fat, and people were jealous of him. But this time, the scale of the attack was so big that it came without any warning. Just as Zhao Min was about to inform Chen Mo, Xiaoyu knocked on the door and walked in. Sister Zhao, the tax bureau sent a notice. They want to check the company's accounts. Okay, I got it. Zhao Min stood at the window of the office with a dark face. She looked at the sky in the distance and tried to calm herself down. Now that there was an overwhelming smear campaign on the internet, it made her very unhappy. They couldn't find anything wrong with the company, so they came up with a smear campaign. This kind of disgusting method was very annoying. The tax bureau suddenly sent a notice to check the company's accounts. It must be someone who was using it. After a while, Zhao Min let out a sigh of relief. The best way to deal with this kind of trick was to remain silent. Otherwise, it would only make things worse. But she didn't want to remain silent. That wasn't her character. After thinking about it, Zhao Min called Li Lingfeng. News about the Army Ant was everywhere on the internet. Some were real, some were fake, and it attracted a lot of people. The news this time reminded many people of the time when the Army Ant system was first released. At that time, there was also a smear campaign. But this time, it was even crazier than the previous one. After half a day of smearing the Army Ant Company responded on their official Weibo and website. If you have any other dirty tricks, just use them. If you take a step back, it's our loss. A short sentence immediately ignited public opinion on the internet. Mighty and domineering. Never bow down to villains. That's the army ant I like. Kill them. The business world is like a battlefield. After the smart assistant was released, I guessed that someone would take the opportunity to make a move. There was no movement a few days ago. So it turns out that they were preparing a big move today. This kind of unfair competition, shouldn't the relevant departments do something about it? Someone wants to kill you when you're just starting out. If the relevant departments don't do something about this, who would dare to talk about starting a business in the future? The Army Ant Company used such a high-end product for ordinary people. This time, I'm on the Army Ant's side. As soon as the response came out, the internet was full of praise. The 2 press conferences made the Army Ant rise, and there was another giant in the country. But they were smeared twice, and no one could stand it anymore. Xianxia sat in his office with a calm expression. With such a big thing happening, he didn't have much time to think about it. 2 days ago, Yu Qingnan had discussed the cooperation with them and had already told Zhao Min about the smear campaign. He thought that it would happen yesterday, but he didn't expect that the other party would wait until today to make a move. And once they made a move, it was a mess. Attacks on the internet, attacks on public opinion, and even reported to the tax bureau for an audit. What would the other party do next? Would they poach people from the company like last time? Mahast girl. After pondering, Xianxia sat up straight and looked at the computer screen in front of him. Brother Mo, the Mahast girl is here. As soon as he finished speaking, the computer screen turned into a simulation. A little girl in a white dress appeared on the screen. Help me find out which company is involved in the smear campaign, Xianxia said calmly. Okay, Brother Mo, please wait a moment. I found it. Neural Network Operation Company, Pegasus Network Company. The Mahast girl said the names of 10 companies in a row. Help me find out who bribed these companies. Chen Mo's voice was still very calm. Zhu Lang sat in front of his computer and browsed the hot news on the internet with a smile on his face. The paid internet trolls were working. Even if the Army Ant Company responded, it was just a small boat in the sea of trolls. As soon as the news came out, it was drowned out by the trolls. Right now, the mainstream on the internet was hating on the Army Ant Company. Now that the boss's task was completed, the next step was to receive his reward. After Zhu Lang turned off his computer, he turned around in his office chair and dialed a number on his phone. Mahast girl, record his call, said Xianxia calmly as he sat in his office. Okay, Brother Mo. As soon as the Mahast girl finished speaking, an audio interface popped up on the computer screen. Hello, boss. I have completed the task you asked me to do. Have you heard about the Army Ant Company? Zhu Lang asked excitedly. Good job. You didn't leave any evidence behind, right? Otherwise, it will affect our reputation, said a deep voice from the other side of the phone. Mahast girl, find out the information of the person he was talking to. Okay, Brother Mo. Please wait a moment. Not long after the Mahast girl's voice stopped, a file popped up on the other computer screen. Dong Shun. Joined Long River Capital 7 years ago. He invests in new energy, electronic products, and innovative technology. Currently, he is the chairman of Donghai Venture Capital. When Xianxia saw the information on the computer screen, he leaned back in his chair and quietly listened to the conversation between the two. Boss, I have prepared the reporters and the trolls. As soon as the people from the tax bureau enter the Army Ant Company, they will be photographed by the reporters. When the time comes, the news of the company falsifying the accounts will go viral on the internet. They will not be able to defend themselves. Not bad. Keep up the good work. I will treat you well. Thank you, boss. After the call, Xianxia leaned back in his chair and looked out the window. He sighed and said, Mahast girl, check the accounts of Long River Capital and Donghai Venture Capital. Alright, Brother Mo. After the Mahast girl finished speaking, she fell silent. Not long after, 2 compressed files appeared on the desktop. Brother Mo, this is their financial information for the past 3 years. Long River Capital falsified their financial information last year, and Donghai Venture Capital has been evading taxes for 3 consecutive years. Send it to the market supervisor. Send it anonymously, and use a fake IP address, Xianxia said. Many companies would find some high-level accountants to do the accounts. As long as it was not too excessive and there were not too many flaws, it would be difficult for the tax bureau to find out. Now that the other party had come to disgust him, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to take revenge. He was not a person who could be easily bullied. Since the tax bureau came to check his account, he did not mind giving them a taste of their own medicine. Okay, brother Mo, it's been sent, the Maoist girl said. Keep an eye on the company's finances. If there are any abnormalities, inform me immediately. I've been monitoring it. After everything was arranged, Xianxia stood up, took 2 books from the bookshelf, and sat back down to read them quietly. He was not in the mood to experiment, so he just read. As for the rumors on the internet, he could ask the Maoist girl to delete them all. But if they did so, it would mean that they were guilty. So, Xianxia did not care at all. After this incident, he could do whatever he wanted. The bombardment on the internet continued. For the entire day, the internet was flooded with articles that slandered the army ant. These articles were written on the side and did not touch the bottom line. They were either clickbait or clickbait. So, there was no way to do anything to the media that spread these articles. But this kind of flooding made the discussions on the internet even crazier. Did the army ant company dig up these people's ancestral graves? When can these fake reviewers return the internet to its original state? Are some departments not doing anything? Profits move people's hearts. I heard that some time ago, many giants approached the army ant, but the army ant was not willing to transfer his shares. With the market value of the army ant company's smart assistant, the profits are too high. It's so high that all capitalists want a bite. Furthermore, this army ant is not fully grown yet. In the past, the Rockefeller family was so powerful, but Mobil Oil was split into 34 companies. Microsoft's shares were also restructured. Why? The profits are too high, and everyone is tempted. But now, the army ant company is in the limelight, and the oligarchs are afraid of damaging their reputation. They will not do anything. Needless to say, the ones who are in a hurry to make a move must be the small and medium capitalists. If they do not make a move now, the army ant company will gain a foothold, and the small and medium capitalists will not even have the right to participate. The truth is out. Even if the army ant is toppled, the small and medium capitalists will not be able to enjoy it. They will only be paving the way for others. The army ant now cannot be compared to Mobil and Microsoft in the past. At most, the army ant is just a small ant. In the past, Mobil monopolized the U.S. oil market, and it is not a government company. That's why the U.S. government is worried about national security and had to break up Mobil. The army ant should not be able to reach this level, right? Army ant has the potential to do so. If the rise means death, who dares to start a business in the future? Who dares to develop technology? The Chinese market is not controlled by the big capitalists, right? The discussions on the internet are crazy. The army ant is rising rapidly, and it is the new technology star in the Chinese market. Many people believed that this was only the white-bone spirit of the 81 calamities. Only by surviving this calamity would the marching ants be able to gain a foothold in the domestic market and continue moving forward. From the conversation between the AI assistants, Feng Yu knew the army ants' AI research had overtaken the Chinese market. The potential of AI is the future, and who doesn't want a piece of it? 2 days passed, and the army ant company is still in the limelight. All kinds of rumors are still circulating on the internet. The army ant company is affected by the netizens' actions behind their backs. But most of the departments are working as usual. There are many reporters waiting at the entrance of the company, but all the employees of the army ant company remain silent and do not accept any interviews. At this time, Xianxia is sitting in his office and reading a book quietly. He looks out of the window from time to time. The company is managed by Zhao Min, and he does not need to participate in the daily affairs. So, Zhao Min is very busy, but he is very relaxed. The company's servers are attacked every day. But with the Maoist girl, all the attacks are blocked and have no effect on the company. Now that the company is in the limelight, no one dares to openly attack the Army Ant Company. They are not a listed company, and it is impossible for them to do anything to the stock market. So, they can only use cyber attacks or other small tricks. Today is the day when the tax bureau will audit the company's accounts. Brother Mo, someone changed the company's accounts without permission. When Chen Mo is reading, the Mahist girl's voice suddenly sounded. Chen Mo's pupils constricted, and his face darkened. He put down the book in his hand. Today is the day when the tax bureau will audit the company's accounts. Changing the company's accounts at this time is obviously to cause trouble. Chen Mo immediately picked up the landline and dialed Zhao Min's office number. Chairman, what's the matter? Not long after, Zhao Min's voice came from the phone. Go to the finance department and take a look at the accounts. Chen Mo said and put down the phone. He got up and left the office. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Min immediately left the office and went to the finance department. Chen Mo's phone call was strange. He usually did not manage the company's affairs. This time, he suddenly called to check the accounts. What's wrong with the finance department? Zhao Min did not dare to neglect. Today was the day of the tax bureau's audit. They were notified 2 days ago. If there was really a problem with the accounts, it would be big trouble. Sun Hong held the receipt in his hand and looked at the computer. The weather was not hot now, and his forehead was covered with slight sweat. After correcting the account of the receipt, Sun Hong quickly put the receipt back in his pocket and continued to take out another receipt from the account book and began to modify it. Sun Hong, what are you doing? A voice sounded from behind, making Sun Hong's heart tighten and his pupils shrink. Minister, I'm doing the accounting, checking the company's accounts for last month. Give me the account book and wait for the president to come. Zhang Yi said. Okay. Sun Hong hurriedly closed the account book in his hand and handed it to Zhang Yi. Are you sweating? Are you sick? Zhang Yi looked at Sun Hong's somewhat flustered face and frowned. No, my clothes are too thick. Minister, I just need to pee and go to the toilet. Okay. Zhang Yi frowned and nodded. Looking at Sun Hong's anxious back, his eyes were a few times surprised and tentatively said, Wait, Sun Hong, the account book seems to be wrong. As soon as these words came out, Sun Hong's heart tightened and he almost fell to the ground. Without saying anything, he ran away. Catch Sun Hong. Zhang Yi's pupils shrank and immediately pointed at Sun Hong's back and shouted. Hearing the shout, the staff who had just appeared at the door immediately blocked Sun Hong's way and threw him to the ground. Let me go, I didn't do anything. It's none of my business. Sun Hong, who was caught, struggled desperately. Then 2 other male staff members also held Sun Hong. Chen Mo and Zhao Min had just arrived at the finance department when they heard the noise inside. All the staff's eyes were focused on the 2 of them. Chairman. President. The voices in the finance department immediately quieted down. All the employees' eyes were focused on the 2 of them, and they became nervous. Zhao Min was puzzled. She followed behind Chen Mo and walked in. When she saw the scene in front of her, her heart sank. In the middle of the crowd, Zhang Yi and a few employees were holding down a man. On the other hand, Zhang Yi's face was extremely gloomy. What happened? Zhao Min frowned and asked. Chairman, President. Just now, I came to check the accounts. When I arrived, I found that he was tampering with the accounts. Fortunately, I discovered it quickly. He almost ran away. Zhang Yi said with a dark face. Now the company was in troubled times. At this critical juncture, the problem appeared in the finance department. Fortunately, Zhao Min asked him to come over and take a look. At this critical juncture, this bastard came to make trouble for him. He actually wanted to tamper with the accounts. If he hadn't discovered it in time and the people from the tax bureau came over, he would probably have packed up and gone home. Is it serious? Zhao Min's face darkened. It's not a big deal. He just changed a few accounts and I came over. The original receipts were also found on him. Now I'm asking someone to change them back. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he looked at the man who was caught with a dark face. Sun Hong, the company treated you well, right? Why did you do this? Someone gave me 500,000 yuan to change the accounts. Sun Hong, who was caught, cried. Let me go this time. I was blinded by money. Give me a chance. Blinded by money? Zhang Yi's face darkened. If we hadn't discovered it earlier, do you know the consequences you brought to the company? I have my difficulties. Sun Hong's face was painful. Difficulties? Difficulties of living on one hand and betraying another? Zhang Yi's face was gloomy. During this time in the company, although rumors were everywhere outside, there was no problem inside. He didn't expect that such a big problem would appear in the finance department. He didn't know how to explain it to Xiaomin. I was forced. I have a family to support. My wife is hospitalized for surgery. I have spent all my savings. There is also the mortgage and car loan. I have no choice. I need money. I have a wife and a son to support. Sun Hong's voice became hysterical. This is the reason for you to commit a crime? I sympathize with your experience, but I don't agree with what you did. We are not children. You should be responsible for what you did. Zhang Yi shouted angrily. Call the police. This matter must be dealt with seriously. Let me go. I can't go to jail. I still have a family. You can't destroy my family. It's you who destroyed yourself. Zhang Yi's tone was gloomy. This kind of behavior must not be easily let go. If it was not investigated, the company would be in big trouble in the future. It just so happened that the people in the finance department were watching. It was a warning. The finance department was related to the company's lifeline. Zhao Min trusted him, so she handed over the finance department to him. If there was a problem here, the company would be in trouble. Seeing Sun Hong being taken away, the people in the finance department had a complicated look, but there was no sympathy. No excuse was a reason to do this. If Sun Hong succeeded today, many of them would lose their jobs. Everyone's eyes were on Chen Mo and Zhao Min. At this time, the chairman and the president came over. It seemed that this time they were going to be scolded. Everyone else go back to work. I don't want this to happen again. If you don't want to work, resign. Don't ruin your future because of a moment of impulse. After Sun Hong was taken away by the security guards, Zhang Yi roared at the onlooking employees. In an instant, all the employees scattered and returned to their posts. Chairman, President, I am responsible for this matter. Zhang Yi said with his head down after he followed Chen Mo and Zhao Min back to the office. Zhao Min did not say anything and looked at Chen Mo. She was also very unhappy. But fortunately, they found out early and did not suffer any losses. Or else, they would be in trouble when the tax bureau came to check the accounts. The people outside were eager for their company to be in trouble. This kind of thing, you did not know in advance. You can't prevent it. I will not hold you responsible this time, but this will not happen again. I hope that this kind of situation will not happen again. Go back and check the accounts. The tax bureau will be here soon. Chen Mo said. Okay. Zhang Yi was relieved when he heard that Chen Mo did not pursue the matter. He was slightly grateful. Inform the people below that after this incident, everyone will be given half a month's salary as a bonus. Chen Mo thought for a while and said. There were many things to do in the company now. If this kind of thing happened, the company would be dead if they did not give the employees some motivation. Also, the sales of the smart assistant were crazy. The employees must be rewarded. Okay. After Zhang Yi left, Zhao Min looked at Chen Mo. How did you know that there would be problems in the finance department? Would you believe me if I said it was a coincidence? I just thought that the tax bureau would be here, so I asked you to check the accounts. I was afraid that someone would tamper with the accounts. I didn't expect it to be true. Chen Mo said. Of course, he would not tell her about the Mahast girl. After all, it was not appropriate for others to know about artificial intelligence. Zhao Min rolled her eyes, a look of disbelief on her face. But at this time, this was the only explanation. That day, a reporter took a picture of a police car appearing at the Army Ant Company's office building. Not long after, people from the tax bureau were seen entering the Army Ant Company. This explosive news spread quickly on the internet. Army Ant Company evading taxes? Suspected CEO of Army Ant Company arrested. Is the message true? Army and company stealing technology from other companies? That afternoon, all kinds of photos and articles were circulating on the internet. They were all about the Army and company. Recently, there were a lot of things happening. At this time, a police car appeared at the entrance of the Army and company's office building. This undoubtedly meant that something unknown had happened in the Army and company. President, because of the rumors, some mobile phone parts suppliers have stopped working with us. The production of the Butterfly IOEM has also stopped. The factory wants us to pay in full before they are willing to continue production. In the meeting room, Zhao Min listened to Julie's report. She frowned and did not look good. The press conference at the Marriott Hotel was packed with people. This was the first press conference held since the Army and company was defamed. Except for the short sentence at the beginning, the Army and company had remained silent in the face of the defamation. Would they not remain silent today? All the reporters present were anxiously waiting for the press conference to begin, including some foreign reporters. After the introduction of the smart assistant, many things had happened. Because of the lack of compatibility with the smart assistant, the sales of Apple mobile phones in the latest week in the Greater China region had dropped. Apple's stock market was also affected, which was also falling along with the drop in sales. Therefore, many foreign media wanted to take this opportunity to learn about the news related to this. This was a last-minute press conference, but there were still many well-known media outlets present. Yesterday, when the Army and company released the news of the press conference, many of them rushed to Binhai City without stopping. Backstage, Zhao Min looked at the time and walked into the venue with Xiaoyu. Now, Zhao Min was the public image of the Army and company, and she was currently the biggest internet celebrity. As soon as Zhao Min and Xiaoyu appeared in the venue, there was a slight commotion in the crowd below. All the cameras were aimed at her, and the rest was the sound of shutters and continuous flashes. As soon as they sat down at the long table, the venue gradually quieted down. "Hello, everyone." After a simple greeting, they got to the point. Many reporters took out their notebooks or phones, ready to record the news and write a draft. This reporter with glasses. As soon as Zhao Min sat down, she pointed to a reporter in the first row. "Thank you." The female reporter with glasses took the microphone and looked at Zhao Min. "I am a reporter from Binhai Daily. Yesterday, someone saw a police car appear in front of your company's office building and take away a man. Rumor has it that he is the chairman of your company? Is this news accurate? Why was this man taken away? I can tell you clearly that this news is not accurate. That is not our chairman. Yesterday, the police took away an employee of our company, and we were the ones who called the police. Because he had harmed the company's interests, the company would not condone it. As for what he did, I can't say much for the time being. The police are investigating. We believe that the police in Binhai City will give us a fair and satisfactory answer." Zhao Min's voice was calm, and no one could tell whether she was happy or angry. The one in the middle, the man in the white shirt. Zhao Min continued to ask questions. Since they were holding a press conference this time, she would let them ask all the questions they wanted to ask to avoid future trouble. "Thank you, I'm a reporter from Southern Newspaper. Yesterday, people from the tax bureau entered your company, and there are rumors on the internet that the Army and company is committing tax evasion. What is your response to this? I haven't read these articles. If there are such rumors, then they are just rumors. I'll get the people in the company to follow up on it. If someone really spreads such rumors, I don't mind letting them receive a lawyer's letter. Yesterday's inspection by the tax bureau was just a routine inspection. If they can confirm the news that we are evading taxes, then I won't be sitting here talking to you. Our Army and company has only been established for a short period of time. The reason why we have today's achievements is because we abide by the law. We focus on technology and let technology bring benefits to people's lives. We won't make a fuss about such small things." Zhao Min's voice was calm, and she still looked calm. Next, this gentleman. "Thank you, I'm a reporter from Youth Daily. There are many articles on the internet saying that the Army and company might be stealing or copying other companies' technology. What is your response to this? This idea is ridiculous. Whose technology are we stealing? Who has the technology for us to steal? From Ant Office, Army Ant System, Butterfly Eye, and finally the AI Assistant, these technologies are unique to our company. Innovation is the soul of our company. Speaking of stealing, I have a set of data with me. Since the establishment of our company has been attacked by a total of 349 network attacks. A large number of traffic attacks and Trojan horse invasions. Although we have seen through and resolved them, I'm afraid that we are not the ones who want to steal the technology. The press conference went on for 1.5 hours. Zhao Min calmly answered all kinds of tricky questions. They did not do anything wrong, so they were not afraid of any attacks. After the press conference ended, Zhao Min left Wanhao Hotel with Xiaoyu and rushed back to the company. Everything that needed to be said had already been said. The repercussions that would follow were not something they could predict. After the press conference ended, there was indeed a big reaction on the internet. Recently, the king of the hot topics was the Army Ant Company. This press conference could be interpreted a lot of questions and the attitude of the Army Ant Company. The attitude of the Army Ant Company was very obvious. It was still the same as before. They were not afraid of those dirty tricks and challenges, and they would not back down in any aspect. The company's confidence was based on the AI assistant. No matter how bad the outside world was, the number of users of the AI assistant was still increasing. Even if it was just one product, the Army Ant Company was not afraid of the problem of money. There is no end to it. In Chen Mo's office, Zhao Min rubbed her temples. Recently, there were a lot of things to deal with, and there were also a lot of annoying things. The King of Hell is easy to deal with, but the little demons are difficult to deal with. Chen Mo thought for a while and smiled. But I saw your speech. You can be the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Get lost. Zhao Min rolled her eyes at Chen Mo and returned to the topic. I don't know what those people will do next. The benefits of the AI assistant were too great. Many people wanted a share of the profits. These people would never give up if they did not get what they wanted. She was even doubting whether it was right or wrong for her to publicly release the AI assistant. But it was useless to talk about whether it was right or wrong now. For those capitalists, if it was within their reach, they would crazily bite and bite. They would do anything to get a piece of it. When they were high up in the air, they would not dare to touch you. They could only suck up to you and wag their tails. However, the Marching Ant Company had not yet reached the point where people would be deterred. What are you afraid of? When the water comes, we'll use earth to block it. Of course you're not afraid. It's not like I'm annoying you. Just sit here and study. Zhao Min rolled her eyes and turned to look at Xiaoyu, who was beside Chen Mo. I'll ask Xiaoyu to deal with these troublesome things another day. Let's see if you'll feel bad. What does it have to do with me? Xiaoyu blushed. She did not expect to be teased by Zhao Min. Be optimistic. The storm will pass, Chen Mo said. What are the company's main tasks next? Recently, we've been busy with acquisitions. We're evaluating the value of factories and advertising companies. The construction of the company's headquarters and setting up branches in major cities in the country. Zhao Min and Chen Mo reported on the company's recent affairs. After they finished talking, Zhao Min and Xiaoyu started to get busy. Chen Mo also returned to his office and read quietly. That night, in a small rented house not far from Binhai University, Xiaoyu snuggled in Chen Mo's arms. She stared at the program on the computer and smiled from time to time. During the day, the night was the only time they could spend together. Seeing Xiaoyu smile in his arms, Chen Mo also smiled. He was most relaxed when he was researching every day with Xiaoyu. He did not have to think about anything or talk about work. Occasionally, they would go out for a walk, go shopping, or watch movies like a young couple. Xiaoyu, let me show you something. Chen Mo took out 2 keys from his pocket and waved them in front of Xiaoyu. Seeing the keys in Chen Mo's hand, Xiaoyu was surprised. Why do you have the keys? I asked Zhao Min to buy the house for me. What's wrong? What's wrong? Chen Mo said. Sister Zhao asked me to look for it for her. She didn't say you were going to buy it. Xiaoyu also grabbed the keys in Chen Mo's hand and looked at them twice to make sure they were correct. I didn't expect her to ask you to go. Only she could think of that. Chen Mo did not know whether to laugh or cry. When he asked Zhao Min to buy the house for him, he wanted to give Xiaoyu a surprise. He did not expect her to ask Xiaoyu to look at the house. Let's find a time to move there. Don't move yet. Although it's a little small here, it's quite warm. Let me get used to it first, okay? And the house is so big that I can't clean it. Xiaoyu said helplessly. Okay, I'll listen to you, but I want a reward. Woo-woo. After 2 minutes, Xiaoyu breathed heavily in Chen Mo's arms. Her face was still red. Knock knock knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Xiaoyu hurriedly got up from Chen Mo's arms. She tidied up her nightgown that was messed up by Chen Mo, snorted softly, and ran back to the room with a red face. Chen Mo shook his head with a smile and stood up from the sofa. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a middle-aged man in a suit standing at the door, looking at him with a smile. The man's skin was dark, but his eyes revealed power. His aura was very sharp, and he did not look like an ordinary person. Hello, you must be Mr. Chen Mo. The middle-aged man did not wait for Chen Mo to ask and hurriedly introduced himself. My name is Li Qingji. I'm sorry to disturb you so late. What's the matter? Chen Mo sized him up. He was sure that he had never seen this person before, and he was slightly vigilant. After all, it was an eventful period. The other party knew his address, so he must have paid special attention to him. Can we talk inside? Li Qingji smiled and said, Don't be nervous. I don't mean any harm. I'm here alone to talk business. Chen Mo, there's a guest. Aren't you going to invite him in? Just as the two of them were sizing each other up, Xiaoyu changed her clothes and walked out of the room. Sorry, I don't want to talk business now. If possible, you can come to my company tomorrow. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he was about to close the door. Wait. Li Qingji stopped Chen Mo. He took out a document from his pocket and placed it in front of Chen Mo. Actually, I don't want to disturb you so late, but it's really special. Soldier? Chen Mo took the document and looked at it. His face became serious. In the country, anything that involved the military was not a small matter. He did not expect that the higher-ups would send someone to look for him. Needless to say, it must be because of the AI technology in his hands. Can I come in and sit? Li Qingji smiled and said. Come in. Chen Mo thought and said. Drink some water. Li Qingji just sat down on the sofa, and Xiaoyu brought a glass of water over. Xiaoyu, go to sleep first. I have something to talk to him about. All right. Xiaoyu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She walked back to her room. Chen Mo looked at Li Qingji again, his face still calm. What a nice girl. Mr. Chen Mo is really lucky. After Xiaoyu left, Li Qingji said, This time, I came here mainly for 2 things. The first thing is to invite you to join the Chinese Academy of Engineering. What about the second one? Chen Mo's face was expressionless. He had not confirmed whether the other party's identity was real or fake, so he was just listening. After all, there were a lot of people who forged documents. Some bold people might take the risk. Secondly, I want to make a deal with you in exchange for your company's AI assistant technology. It's a fair trade. If you have any conditions, you can state them. Li Qingji's attitude was very humble. As he said, he was here to talk business. Chen Mo was not surprised. From the moment the other party revealed his identity, he had already guessed the other party's motive. The source of Siri was announced by the Advanced Research and Planning Agency of the U.S. Department of Defense. CALO Plan, a digital assistant with learning, organization, and cognitive abilities to simplify the complicated matters in the military. The civilian software derived from this plan was Siri. In the end, Siri was acquired by Apple for $200 million. It became Apple's personal assistant, Siri. China's military must have similar plans. It's just that they did not announce it to the public. The AI assistant was more advanced and powerful than Siri. The technology in it was close to the military's requirements. If they could get their hands on the AI assistant technology, the research progress in this area will be greatly accelerated. The country's AI research will also speed up. Some time ago, the country had included AI in the National Development Strategy. The appearance of the AI assistant will definitely attract the country's attention. It's a fair trade. We will try our best to fulfill your conditions within our capabilities. Of course, if you are not willing to make the deal, we will not force you. Li Qingji looked at Chen Mo, who was deep in thought. His heart was in his mouth. If Chen Mo rejected the offer, it would be difficult to complete the rest of the plan. After all, according to their investigation, Chen Mo was an out-and-out genius with a limitless future. How can I verify the authenticity of your identity? Chen Mo did not show much emotion. This was not a small matter. If his identity was not confirmed, the consequences would be severe. This is my ID. Li Qingji took out his ID from his pocket and passed it to Chen Mo. I have checked it just now. I can't verify its authenticity. Chen Mo had to be cautious about this matter. He admired the people's soldiers. However, this was his first time coming into contact with someone from the top of the military. Li Qingji was not angry at Chen Mo's question. Instead, he smiled. He looked at Chen Mo with even more admiration. This is hard to prove. How about this? You tell me your conditions first. I will go back and report it. I will look for you tomorrow. Li Qingji said. I will tell you my conditions after you have verified your identity. You can look for me at my company tomorrow. Chen Mo said. Okay. See you next time. Li Qingji did not hesitate. He got up and left. After Li Qingji left, Chen Mo closed the door and walked into the room. Xiaoyu was playing with her phone on the bed with headphones. When she saw Chen Mo come in, she put down her phone and said, "Let's sleep." Okay. Chen Mo climbed onto the bed and hugged her from behind. Xiaoyu, let's move there this weekend. Today, Li Qingji came to him and made him realize a problem. He was no longer an ordinary person. If his competitors wanted to find trouble with him, it was not safe here. There were many rich people living in a high-end residential area. The security would be better. Okay, I will listen to you. Xiaoyu, who was huddled in Chen Mo's arms, nodded. You agreed? Aren't you going to ask why? Chen Mo remembered that Xiaoyu had asked him to stay here for a while. He did not expect that Xiaoyu would agree when he asked. You definitely won't go back on your word so easily. Since you changed your mind, there must be a reason. Why should I ask so much? Moving is not a big deal. There is no need to object. I just think that the house is too big. I will be exhausted from cleaning in the future. If I knew that you were going to buy it, I would have chosen a smaller one, Xiaoyu said. Me too. The two of them gradually calmed down. They did not speak for the whole night. The next day, Chen Mo rushed to the company with Xiaoyu after breakfast. As soon as they arrived at the company, they saw the employees around them talking and laughing with the people next to them. This kind of situation rarely happened during this period. Hello, Chairman. Two employees hurriedly greeted Chen Mo and Xiaoyu when they saw them. What's the good news today? Chairman, don't you know? This morning, all the rumors about our company on the internet disappeared. I heard that the person in charge of the Internet Water Army Company was arrested. There are rumors on the internet that the person who bribed the Internet Water Army Company was also arrested. Oh? Chen Mo was also surprised. It seemed that everything happened too suddenly. You can go to work. Okay. After saying goodbye to Xiaoyu, Chen Mo returned to his office. Mahist girl. Brother Mo, the Mahist girl is here. Help me find a military officer's ID. The serial number is. As soon as he turned on the computer, Chen Mo said the serial number of Li Qingji's military officer's ID that he memorized yesterday. The sudden disappearance of the rumors about the army ant on the internet was the first thing that came to his mind. It had something to do with Li Qingji's visit last night. He had to confirm Li Qingji's identity personally. After all, he had to be careful when it came to the military. If the other party's identity was fake, then he would be in trouble. Brother Mo, I found the information. Xiaoyu was carefully reading the documents that Zhao Min had given her. During this time, she had learned a lot from Zhao Min. In school, she majored in management, so in many areas, Zhao Min only needed to guide her, and she could understand. What she lacked most now was experience. A lot of the knowledge she learned in school was theoretical, which was not very useful in company management. Zhao Men let her do a lot of things by herself. She had to learn from the beginning, and she was exposed to everything. Although it was very tiring, it was very fulfilling. When Xiaoyu was reading the documents, a girl at the front desk, with two middle-aged men, stopped in front of her desk. Xiaoyu, there are two gentlemen looking for the chairman. Oh. Xiaoyu put down the documents, and when she looked up, she saw two familiar faces. One was the middle-aged man who came to their rented room last night, and the other was Zhao Yi, the head of Binhai City, who she had met once with Zhao Min. Hello, we met last night. Li Qingji smiled and greeted Xiaoyu. Hello, sir. Xiaoyu hurriedly stood up from her seat. The sudden arrival of the head of the company almost scared her. It was done silently, without any notice. Hello. Yaoi nodded slightly. Can I see your chairman? We made an appointment last night, Li Qingji said. He is doing experiments upstairs. Please wait, I will inform the president first. Xiaoyu walked to Zhao Min's office. When Li Qingji came to their rented room last night, she didn't even know his name. She didn't expect him to come to the company today. After a while, Xiaoyu followed Zhao Min out of the president's office. Secretary Yao, hello. After Zhao Min came out of the office, she hurried to greet them. President Zhao, today I am here as a private person, not for work. You don't have to be so polite. Today's main character is Mr. Li, Yaoi pointed to Li Qingji and said. Hello. Mr. Li, Zhao Men looked at Li Qingji and shook his hand with a smile. Hello, I made an appointment with your chairman last night. Can you take me to see him? Li Qingji asked calmly. Please wait a moment. Zhao Men took out her mobile phone and dialed Chen Mo's number. After all, the person who could be accompanied by the head of the company in his personal capacity must be someone important. After talking about last night, he thought about how all the articles defaming the army and company had disappeared overnight. Everything seemed to be explainable. Chairman, Mr. Li wants to see you. Come to my office with him. I'll leave once I'm done with this experiment. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo stared at the instrument, paying attention to the changes in the data. Increasing the purity of the carbon crystal was not difficult, but it required patience. Since the beginning, he had failed more than 80 times. Fortunately, there were some gains. Temperature, pressure, and time would all affect the purity of the carbon crystal. If there was a slight difference in these conditions, the purity of the carbon crystal would not be enough, and the material might even be destroyed. Now that he was exploring, he was getting closer and closer to the correct answer. Mahest girl, report the data. Chen Mo said. Pressure and temperature 1403 K. 120 seconds left before the set time. Okay. Chen Mo only waited for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, the instrument automatically stopped. He couldn't wait to take out pieces of carbon crystal, transferred them to the instrument next to him, and began to test the purity. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo sighed and stood up. As expected, the purity had increased, but it was still not enough to be used as a battery. Mahest girl, record the other data. Okay, Brother Imo. Chen Mo put away the instrument, took off his lab coat and gloves, and walked out of the laboratory. When he returned to the office, Zhao Min and Li Qingji were already sitting on the sofa in the office. We meet again. Li Qingji stood up and shook hands with Chen Mo, then pointed to Yao Yi. This is my good friend Yao Yi, who is also the leader of Binhai City. Today, she came here as a private person to prove my identity. Is this enough? Li Qingji thought it was funny. He didn't expect to find a leader to help him confirm his identity. In order to complete the task as soon as possible, he had to find someone important. Otherwise, Chen Mo would not believe him, and he would be in trouble again. After some pleasantries, Zhao Min said, Secretary Yao, it's rare for you to come here. Why don't we have a cup of tea together? As a private person. Okay. Yao Yi agreed immediately. They all knew what was going to happen next. There were some things they shouldn't know, so they left the room to the two of them. After the three of them left, Chen Mo and Li Qingji also got to the point. Mr. Chen, what do you think? We won't take it for free. If you have any questions or conditions, just say it. If you don't want to, we won't force you. Li Qingji came to Chen Mo out of helplessness. The smart assistant hadn't been patented, so the government didn't know the technology. That was why he came to ask. After all, this technology could improve the country's research progress on artificial intelligence. It's not impossible to give you the technology of the smart assistant, Chen Mo said after thinking about it. Chen Mo's words made Li Qingji smile. As long as Chen Mo agreed, the other conditions were negotiable. With this technology, they could speed up their research in many areas, especially artificial intelligence research. For research, time was more important than money. But it's not free. After all, I'm a businessman, Chen Mo said. I said it from the beginning. It's a fair trade. We can't take it for free. Li Qingji laughed heartily. Then I'll say it. The first condition is that I want 2 years of tax exemption. Chen Mo also grinned. Hearing this condition, Li Qingji's face twitched. Although Li Qingji was not proficient in mathematics, he knew the annual revenue of the army and company from the sales of the smart assistant. The annual tax is not a small amount. I will raise this condition with the higher-ups, Li Qingji said. The second condition is that the intelligent assistant, including the derivatives developed with it as the core, can be used for research. But it cannot appear in the commercial market for 5 years. If it appears in the commercial market after 5 years, we will collect a certain amount of patent licensing fees. That's all. That's all? Li Qingji asked. That's all. There's one more condition. Do you have any better retired personnel to be the company's security guards? The salary will not be low. Li Qingji had thought about the company's security for a long time. The company's employees need to be protected. Now, the company is developing too fast, and it will arouse the jealousy of some people. That's why they must increase their security. Many of the better retired personnel were hired by the company. There's no reason not to use such good resources. Okay. Li Qingji nodded. I will go back and report your conditions to the higher-ups. Now, there's another question. As mentioned yesterday, are you interested in joining the Chinese Academy of Engineering? I'm not considering this for now. I like to do research freely. Today, I am researching software. Maybe one day, I will be researching aphrodisiac drugs. Chen Mo laughed. Li Qingji's eyelids twitched. He looked at Chen Mo speechlessly. Then I will go back and report your conditions. I will come back when I have news. I will wait for your good news, Chen Mo said. Mahest girl, can you report the current temperature? The temperature is 1408 K. Now increase the pressure to pressurization. Don't be too fast, keep the temperature constant. Inside the laboratory, Chen Mo calmly stared at the instrument in front of him. It had been 10 days since the last time Li Qingji came to talk about the deal. During this period of time, he had been constantly experimenting and failing. Now, it was finally the most critical moment. The temperature increased by 5 degrees Celsius, the pressure increased by 152 kilopascals, and the pressurization time increased by 3 seconds. This data was the final data he obtained after 10 days and hundreds of failures. Chen Mo looked at the countdown on the computer next to him and his heart skipped a beat. The laboratory fell into silence. Only the sound of the instrument operating could be heard. 3.5 minutes was not long, but Chen Mo felt like a long time had passed. When the set time of the instrument was up and it stopped operating, Chen Mo calmed down and slowly opened the reaction tank of the instrument. Familiar carbon chips. Chen Mo took out pieces of carbon crystals from the reaction tank. These carbon chips were of different sizes and were stacked like shredded paper. These carbon crystals were only 1 millimeter thick and were not brittle. They were similar to cardboard. There was no need to worry about accidentally turning into powder. The small carbon chips were mixed with countless specks of light. It was like a starry night sky. It looked beautiful. It was not much different from the carbon chips in the previous experiments. However, this was mainly the difference in purity. It was impossible to tell with the naked eye. Chen Mo put the carbon crystals into the instrument and began to wait. Not long after, the instrument's test was completed 82% purity. When Chen Mo saw the data displayed on the instrument, he smiled. It jumped from 79 to 82 and finally reached the goal of 80%. This purity was enough to be used as a raw material for batteries. Chen Mo picked up a biscuit-sized carbon chip and carefully examined it under the light. This material was a new type of battery material. The completion of the carbon crystal was equivalent to the completion of a super container. Next was the lithium-ion insertion process. Lithium ions had the characteristics of graphite. This process was fast and reversible. It was not as troublesome as synthesizing carbon crystals. Lithium ions could only form a real carbon crystal base if they were successfully inserted into the carbon crystal. Chen Mo did not continue with the experiment. He had already completed the synthesis of the carbon crystals today, so the next step would be much simpler. There was no need to rush. Mahast girl, record the data of the carbon crystal synthesis conditions, Chen Mo said after some thought. All right, brother Mo, the Mahast girl's tender voice fell silent. After a while, it sounded again, brother Mo, the data recording is complete. Sort out the technical information of the carbon crystal material and store it in the database, Chen Mo said. All right. After letting the Mahast girl finish the work, Chen Mo began to tidy up the instruments on the table. After everything was done, he left the laboratory and walked back to the office. The next thing he needed to do was to obtain technology. Unknowingly, a month had passed. The level of the trainee could be randomly selected once a month. Today was the first day of the month. Although the randomization was a bit of a scam, he still had to take it. Back in his office, Chen Mo lay down on the sofa, closed his eyes, and entered the scientific library. It was still a familiar smell. After Chen Mo glanced around the library, he opened the dark red book on the table. As soon as the book was opened, Elder Shu appeared in the library. You're here. Elder Shu nodded at Chen Mo. Do you want to obtain technology? You have the right to choose randomly once. Use it. Chen Mo wiped his face. He just thought that he should not be scammed this time. Otherwise, he would really be traumatized by the random selection in the future. Elder Shu pointed his finger and a dense number of books quickly appeared in the library. Then, they slowly rotated. The books were getting fewer and fewer. Chen Mo's heart was also staring at the sky. The last book fell into Elder Shu's hands. Chen Mo looked at it and his face fell. Pregnancy test kit production technology. Seeing this technology, Chen Mo almost vomited blood. He covered his face and squatted on the ground. He was now doubting his life. He now completely believed that this randomization was a scam. This technology was worse than the breast enlargement formula and aphrodisiac. Elder Shu, tell me. Is there no good technology in this random selection? Chen Mo wanted to cry but had no tears. There is. It's just that there are too many random technologies. After all, your luck is good. Elder Shu laughed. Fine. Consider it my bad luck. Chen Mo said with a depressed face. Elder Shu smiled and patted the book in his hand on Chen Mo's head. Then, he looked at Chen Mo. You still need more than 430 books to complete the 1000 books mission. It's better for you to complete it earlier and enter the next level. Chen Mo nodded. What's the next level of authority? You will know when the time comes. Elder Shu said. Coming out of the scientific library, Chen Mo's face was depressed. This time, he returned empty-handed. That damned random selection made him happy for nothing. But thinking about it, it doesn't matter. He still has a lot of technologies. He can't use them all if he doesn't enter the medical field. It's impossible for him to take out so many technologies at once. After coming out of the library, Chen Mo picked up a book and began to read quietly. It's rare for him to have some free time. Now is the best time to read. Brother Mo, Zhao Min and Xiao Yu came in with a man. Chen Mo was engrossed in reading when the Mahast girl's tender voice interrupted him. Not long after, Zhao Min came in with a man. Chairman, this is the best employee selected from the people introduced by Mr. Li. His name is Wan Hai. He is a retired Special Forces soldier. In the future, he will be your full-time driver and bodyguard. Hello, Chairman. Wang Hai glanced at Chen Mo. His face was expressionless, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect the chairman of the newly risen army ant company in China to be so young. Hello. Chen Mo also looked at Wang Hai and nodded slightly. Wang Hai had short hair and dark skin. He wasn't tall at 1.75 meters. He looked ordinary and wouldn't attract attention in a sea of people. He didn't have the aura of a soldier. But Chen Mo wasn't a fortune teller, so he didn't care about this. You go out first. I have something to discuss with the chairman. After Zhao Men asked the two of them to leave, she looked at Chen Mo. Chairman, the notice from the city has been issued. The company will be exempted from taxes for 1.5 years for the second year. Chen Mo nodded. Not bad. He knew that it would be difficult to exempt the company from taxes for 2 years. This was already a big concession. Let's talk about the new material. Have you prepared the production equipment I asked you to buy? Soon, I will need to conduct mass production experiments. Chen Mo's face became serious. The carbon crystal had been completed. Next, it must be mass-produced. Otherwise, it would be useless to them in the laboratory stage. It's already prepared. The equipment has been placed in the factory. The new material is successful? Zhao Men looked at Chen Mo in surprise. Today, the laboratory stage is successful. Ask people to prepare the raw materials. We will conduct mass production experiments in 3 days. Chen Mo said. Positive electrode material, lithium cobalt oxide gel, negative electrode material, carbon crystal. Limited voltage 386 V, limited charging voltage 4.5 V, rated capacity 8,500 mAh. While the Mahist girl was reporting the battery data, Chen Mo was carefully observing the battery in his hand. In 3 days, Chen Mo finally successfully made the first carbon crystal-based lithium-ion battery according to the size of the butterfly eye battery. Like all ordinary batteries, carbon crystal-based batteries also included a positive electrode, a negative electrode, and an electrolyte. The only difference was the material. Carbon crystal could greatly increase the charging and discharging capacity of lithium-ion and the number of charging times. This made the capacity of carbon crystal-based lithium-ion batteries better than batteries made of other materials. Carbon crystal had defects in its atomic structure, so it was not very rigid, tough, and ductile. Therefore, it did not have as many uses as graphene. Its only use was as the negative electrode of the battery to embed lithium-ion. It was this single use that limited its continued development. Therefore, it was a low-level technology. However, before the graphene battery technology was fully developed, carbon crystal-based batteries were a very good product. Because its capacity was about twice the capacity of lithium-ion batteries already on the market. Mahist girl, print out the relevant patent application information for carbon crystal synthesis. Chen Mo put down the battery in his hand and said. Okay, Brother Mo. After a while, the printer connected to the computer in the laboratory rang. After receiving the patent information for carbon crystal synthesis technology, Chen Mo left the laboratory. Today was the day of the mass production experiment. Zhao Men was already waiting for him. When he walked to Zhao Men's office, Chen Mo handed her the patent application information in his hand. This is the patent application information for carbon crystal. So fast? Zhao Men picked up the information and glanced at it. There were a lot of technical terms on it. She just glanced at it and put it down. New material. Zhao Men was extremely curious about Chen Mo's brain. What was in it? How long did it take from the discovery of the new material to the application? This kind of research cycle was terrifyingly short. Those who did not know would think that Tesla was reincarnated. I've been sorting out the data since the beginning of the experiment. Let's go to the factory now. The batteries have been produced, and the materials have been confirmed to be useful. Next up is the mass production experiment, Chen Mo said. How big is the battery capacity? Zhao Men asked curiously. You're using butterfly eyes now, right? The new battery is out. Preliminary calculations show that it can last for 35 hours. Zhao Min sucked in a breath of cold air, her eyes full of surprise. In the current market, the average mobile phone's battery life was only around 10 hours. Chen Mo's number meant that the battery life of the mobile phone had been increased by more than 2 times. Let's go to the factory. Zhao Min followed Chen Mo out of the office. When the two of them walked out, Xiao Yu also carried the documents and followed Chen Mo. They sped all the way to the factory. Ever since Chen Mo said that he wanted to enter the industry, Zhao Min had started to acquire factories. This factory was the closest to the company's office building, so it was also transformed into a test factory for research purposes. The equipment that Chen Mo asked them to buy had already been installed here. The raw materials for graphite were also prepared. As soon as they arrived at the factory director hurried out to greet them. The factory director was called Wan Mingi, a middle-aged man in his 40s. When the factory closed down, the boss went abroad with the money and defaulted on bank loans and employee salaries. The court auctioned off the factory and equipment. In the end, all of them were bought by Zhao Min. The workers were still the original factory workers, and they were very familiar with the production process. When Wan Mingi saw Chen Mo and Zhao Min, he became cautious. Now, the Army Ant Company. Anyone who paid attention to the news would know this name, especially the people in Binhai City. Where is the production workshop? Chen Mo asked. Here, Wan Mingi said. Ask a few smart technicians to come over. I'll tell you the production process and some precautions later, Chen Mo said. Okay. Wan Mingi selected a few technicians from the factory workers and followed Chen Mo into the production workshop. Seeing the machines and high-pressure reaction tanks in the workshop, Chen Mo walked over, turned on the equipment's control system, and began to set the parameters. The production of carbon crystals, this data was the most important. If there was a mistake, the purity of the carbon crystals would be affected. Start feeding now, Chen Mo said. 2 people come and operate the reaction tank. Chen Mo shouted to the staff behind him. Hua, De Chang, you 2 go over, Wan Mingi said to the 2 young technicians beside him. Boss. After the 2 walked to Chen Mo's side, they greeted Chen Mo cautiously. This boss, who was younger than them, made them admire him. In this position, what you have to do is very simple. You are responsible for the switch of the reaction tank. After the raw materials are fed, the reaction tank will be opened. I have already set the specific parameters. When the temperature indicator light is finished, you turn on the pressure button. Chen Mo explained all the necessary steps to the 2 people. After making sure that both of them understood, he stopped. Chen Mo did not tell anyone the specific data. Data is the key to carbon crystal synthesis. If the data is exposed, then his efforts will be in vain. Next, I will demonstrate the operation once. After the raw materials were fed, Chen Mo turned on the reactor. The people behind him all looked at the reaction tank. After about 15 minutes, the high-pressure reaction tank stopped running. After the reaction tank was opened, a large pile of carbon crystals of different sizes were all poured on the assembly line. All the machines stopped, and the factory employees all looked at the carbon crystal pile in the assembly line. This dark and swarthy thing was what they were going to produce. Chen Mo took a piece of carbon crystal from the assembly line, walked to the instrument, and put it in. Not long after, seeing the 79% purity displayed above, Chen Mo frowned. The purity was 3% lower than the laboratories, lower than the standard 80%. This was understandable. After all, the instruments and equipment in the laboratory were much more sophisticated than here. Under the same conditions, a slightly lower purity was completely acceptable. This batch of materials, destroy all of them. Continue to feed the raw materials. Chen Mo picked up the notebook and wrote down the current parameters. After a little calculation, he walked back to the instrument and began another experiment. The degree of precision of the equipment was different, which had an impact on the production. After modifying the data, Chen Mo took the opportunity to explain other things to the others while they were waiting. Director 1, when you start the production in the future, let people randomly select 20 pieces of materials for testing. If there is a piece with a purity lower than 80%, just like just now, that batch of materials will all be destroyed. Okay. Wan Mingi nodded. 2 hours later, Chen Mo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the purity was 82%. After 4 data modifications, the purity finally increased. In the future, we will produce according to this data. The reaction tank must be controlled well. Understood. Wan Mingyi nodded. The success of the mass production test made many people breathe a sigh of relief. After explaining some things clearly, Chen Mo rushed back to the company with everyone. After telling Zhao Min to buy a few more factories and prepare for the battery production, Chen Mo returned to the office. Mahast girl. Brother Mo, Mahast girl is here. As soon as Chen Mo opened his mouth, the Mahast girl said. First. Zhang Wo, is there any big news from the Army Ant Company? No. After the cleanup last time, those fake reviewers became more obedient. The Army Ant Company has been peaceful for the past half a month. There hasn't been any big news. They are probably developing quietly. There is a lot of news about them acquiring factories and hiring people. Zhang Wo took out the butterfly iPhone he had just bought and connected it to his computer. He was ready to download a smart assistant. The smart assistant was not expensive, and it was good for voice interaction. It could be used for voice input. It was very convenient for people like him. Also, the Army Ant Smart Assistant could let him experience the feeling of futuristic black technology. As soon as he entered the official website of the Marching Ant Company, a newly updated message on the official website caught his attention. New material? Zhang Wo clicked on the announcement and read it quietly. After a while, his face lit up with surprise. Big news! The Army Ant Company has announced that they have discovered a new battery material, carbon crystal. Zhang Wo almost shouted this sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, a few colleagues in the office immediately surrounded him. Is the Army Ant Company going to do something big again? I think so. Hurry up and write the article. Catch the news, they were not the only ones who received the news. The Army Ant Company had been in high spirits recently. Any big news was huge news. Ever since the Smart Assistant was released, the Army Ant Company had become one of the few technology giants in China. As long as they had a firm foothold, it was almost certain that another unicorn company would appear in China. After the previous defamation incident, the fake reviewers were taken down because of spreading rumors. The Army Ant Company had been quiet. There was not much news about the Army Ant Company. This time, there was a new battery material. The news spread quickly on the internet. Many media outlets did not rush to write and republished the Army Ant Company's announcement. The news came again. Many people started to grab the news. Anyway, during this period, there was not much new news in China except for the news of celebrities getting divorced, having affairs, and falling in love. The Army Ant Company had always been a hot topic. Therefore, many people chose to report on the Army Ant Company's new material. However, the Army Ant Company's announcement stated that the battery capacity of the new material was only 2 to 3 times that of the current battery. Moreover, it was only used for one purpose. Therefore, when the news came out, it did not cause as much of a stir as the AI assistant. To be honest, I thought it was some big news. This new material has too many restrictions, so it doesn't have much research value, right? With the current cutting-edge technology, increasing the capacitance by 2 to 3 times was a matter of minutes. If we spend a huge amount of money to research carbon crystals, I'm afraid the gains will not make up for the losses. No matter what, it's a new material. If carbon crystal technology can be quickly matured, or at least used as an overuse material, the battery life of our mobile phones, tablets, personal PCs, and other electronic products will be increased by 2 to 3 times, which is already very fortunate. Graphene batteries are just a gimmick. In theory, graphene can only improve charging and discharging efficiency, but not capacity. This kind of gimmick was greater than its practical value. Moreover, the material is expensive. It's almost impossible to use ordinary batteries as electrodes. I'm optimistic about this carbon crystal. The internet was in a heated discussion, with different attitudes. In this era, new battery materials were constantly being discovered. The legendary graphene battery was one of the best. However, many people had different attitudes towards graphene batteries, and the debate never stopped. This time, the discovery of carbon crystals could only increase the capacitance by 2 to 3 times, so it did not cause much of a stir among ordinary people. This was just a new material that did not affect their lives, so most people did not pay attention to it. Zhao Min was thinking about how to produce mobile phones. The AI assistant and the new battery were definitely a big selling point. However, the problem with the new battery was only the discovery of the carbon crystal material. The new battery was still in testing, and the AI assistant did not intend to be taken off the shelf so soon. Therefore, it would take some time for the second mobile phone to be mass-produced. Just as she was thinking about how to deal with a lot of problems, Xiaoyu knocked on the door and walked in. Sister Zhao, he posted an announcement on the official website about the carbon crystal material. It's already spread on the internet. Xiaoyu, I want to talk to you about something. Sister Zhao, go ahead. Go home and discipline him. Zhao Min knocked her head helplessly. The company was already in a mess, but this guy came out and gave her another problem. This? I can't discipline him. Xiaoyu blushed when Zhao Min said that. She was not very thick-skinned, and now she was being teased by Zhao Min. That's good. Zhao Min opened the announcement on the official website and sighed in relief. Xiaoyu, can you show him the design of the company's headquarters? Also, leave the carbon crystal to me to deal with. The company doesn't have the energy to deal with it now. You can talk to him. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded. After Xiaoyu left, Zhao Min rubbed her eyebrows. Chen Mo was not involved in the management of the company, so he did not know how complicated the company's affairs were. Now that the company was expanding, there were a lot of things to do. The headquarters was also about to be built. The mobile phone business, the smart assistant, the establishment of the research institute, the acquisition of factories, and the company. Chen Mo did not need to manage these things. She had to deal with them. If they added another battery, the company was already short of manpower, and there was no way they could spare manpower to manage this. In the office, Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu and blinked innocently. He really did not know that there were so many things going on in the company. But now that Xiaoyu said it, he realized that it was true. Ever since the defamation incident, Zhao Min had been keeping a low profile. She did not release any news. Now that the Army Ant Company was too big, Zhao Min's purpose was to divert the public's attention so that the Army Ant Company could quietly expand. But she did not expect that Chen Mo's announcement would let the Army Ant Company show its existence in front of the public. It seemed that one could not get fat in one bite. The company was indeed developing too fast. It needed to calm down and stabilize. Then what should we do? Chen Mo said. Sister Zhao said that she will take care of the carbon crystal battery. So, during this period of time, you should keep a low profile and quietly read and research. Also, see if there is anything you are not satisfied with in the design of the headquarters. If you are tired, you can go out for a walk. Xiaoyu picked up the books on the table and stuffed them into Chen Mo's arms. That's good. I can relax and be at ease. Chen Mo smiled. Elder Shu asked him to finish reading 1,000 books quickly. Now, he still had more than 430 books. He did not have any technology that he was interested in, so he could read some books. When he was free, he would study the breast development medicine and human reproduction medicine. Although he did not plan to enter the pharmaceutical market for the time being, he could study it first. Once he entered the market in the future, the profits would be unimaginable. After Xiaoyu left, Chen Mo sat on the sofa and read quietly. Carbon crystal was not a super material like graphene. It attracted limited attention, but it still needed to be kept a secret for the time being. Zhao Min directly asked the factory to stop production. Then, she released the news that the technology was not mature. She was glad that Chen Mo did not say that the carbon crystal technology was mature in the announcement. He only said that a new material was discovered. Otherwise, it would cause trouble again. Time passed slowly. Because of the Army Ant Company's cold treatment and the announced technology was not mature, the carbon crystal material faded out of the eyes of ordinary people. Chen Mo's days also calmed down. Every day, he would walk around the company twice. The rest of the time was spent reading and occasionally making medicine. It was rare for him to be free. 1. Island State again? Xianxia frowned. He remembered that the company had been under a lot of attacks recently. A lot of them came from the Island State. It's the fan of Hitano. Mahist girl said. Xianxia's face twitched. He remembered this hacker. Last time, he asked Mahist girl to copy all the information from the hacker's computer. In the end, all the information from the hacker's computer was Hitano's movies, posters, and torrents. From her debut to her latest work, there was nothing missing. Why is he here again? Xianxia was confused. Was the lesson from last time not enough? He stole the information last time to crack it. After he cracked it, the viruses in the computer, the movies, posters, and torrents were all gone. Mahist girl said. Xianxia almost laughed when he heard Mahist girl's words. This guy, could it be that he hacked the company's server for revenge? Mahist girl, open a port in the fake database for him to enter. Since he is here, let him go back empty-handed. Give him a gift. Xianxia thought for a while and laughed. Since he had nothing else to do, he would play with him. What gift? Mahist girl asked. You program an invisible virus and let him take it. Put Hitano's movies into it and encrypt the file. Let him crack it. Xianxia really wanted to know how wonderful the hacker's expression would be when the video of Bordeaux popped up on the computer screen after he spent a lot of time and effort to crack it. Okay, brother Imo, Mahist girl said. In just 1 minute, Mahist girl successfully created the fake database. According to Xianxia's idea, Mahist girl opened a hidden port for the hacker to hack into. In a corner of Island State's Kyoto, in a dark room, there was a rotten smell. The wall was covered with posters of the most popular actress, Hitano. A man was sitting in front of a computer. His fingers were typing on the keyboard. His brows were knitted. His face looked pale and gloomy under the fluorescent light of the computer. On the other side of the computer, there was a movie playing. The room was filled with sounds that made people's blood vessels dilate. Suddenly, the man's knitted brows relaxed, revealing his white teeth. It was very creepy. He had no progress in hacking, but he suddenly found a backdoor that allowed him to succeed. After copying all the information and erasing all the traces, the man left triumphantly. Before he left, he didn't forget to put the virus into the database. The last time his computer was infected with a virus, all the movies that he had painstakingly collected were destroyed. This time, other than stealing the information, he was also here for revenge. Looking at the encrypted information, the man didn't crack it. He unplugged the USB drive on the computer and dialed a number impatiently. Japanese, Mr. Nakamura, I've got what you want. The man sounded very excited. Suga, I'll go find you now. A duck-like voice came from the other side of the phone. Mr. Nakamura, where's the rest of the money? The man asked. After I get the information, I'll transfer it to you. Hey. The man ignored the information on the computer and shifted his gaze to the computer beside him. His face was filled with excitement. An hour later, there was a knock on the door. The pale-faced man hurriedly wiped his hands and ran to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a middle-aged man in a suit with 2 bodyguards following behind him. Mr. Nakamura, you're here. This is what you want. The information inside is encrypted and you need to crack it. I didn't see what's inside. The man took out the USB drive as if it was a treasure. Okay. The middle-aged man took the USB drive and looked into the room with a look of disdain. Mr. Nakamura, when will you transfer the money to me? The man was a little impatient. I want to use this money to find Ms. Hitano to make a movie. After saying that, his eyes became fiery. Bring me in. I'll transfer the money to you. Okay. The man hurriedly stepped aside. As soon as he walked in, he saw the situation in the room. The middle-aged man frowned and the disgust on his face deepened. Let me check the information. Please. The middle-aged man was just about to sit on the chair when he saw a pile of liquid on it. He hurriedly stood up and inserted the USB drive into the computer. After confirming that the information inside was encrypted, the middle-aged man pulled out the USB drive. Are you sure? Mr. Nakamura, where's the rest of the money? I want to find Miss Hitano to make a movie. Well done. I'll burn it for you later. The middle-aged man took out his sunglasses and turned to leave. The two bodyguards beside him understood. They grabbed the pale-faced man and took out a piece of cloth to cover his nose. After a while, the man stopped moving and stopped breathing. After removing all traces, they put the man's body back on the seat and left the room. The next day. Island State, Water Caltrip Corporation headquarters. Nakamura Kazuo stared at the computer operated by a technician. He watched the cracking process on the screen with joy on his face. Mr. Nakamura, the password has been cracked. A computer technician wiped the sweat on his forehead. Yoshi. Nakamura Kazuo clapped his hands and smiled happily. He immediately dialed a number. President, I've got the thing you want. After putting down the phone, Nakamura Kazuo looked at the folder on the computer. You, open this information and take a look. In the meeting room, Ijisho, who had just put down his phone, smiled. Everyone, Mr. Nakamura just called and obtained a very precious technology. Next, what we're going to develop is... Yeah mate, yeah, Icho. As soon as Ijisho finished speaking, a video immediately popped up on the projection in the meeting room. Ms. Hitano, who was red all over, was panting and shouting. The board of directors in the meeting room fell into dead silence. In the entire meeting room, there was only the scene and the screams that made people's blood vessels dilate. President Ijisho, what are we going to develop next? What's going on? Not this. Ijisho's face was red. He looked at the computer and his expression changed drastically. His computer was also showing the same scene. They were all infected. Not only in the meeting room, but also on the computers in the headquarters of Water Caltrip Corporation. The computers were out of control and could not be turned off even if they wanted to. Even the sound system in the building was playing the same rhythm. Chen Mo was sitting in the office reading a book when he was interrupted by the Mahast girl's voice. Brother Mo, the invisible Trojan horse has been activated at the headquarters of Water Caltrip Corporation in the island state. Bring back the surveillance video. Chen Mo put down the book in his hand and walked back to the office chair. Looking at the surveillance video sent by the Mahast girl from the headquarters of Water Caltrip Corporation, Chen Mo laughed. He could see the wonderful expressions on the faces of the directors of Water Caltrip Corporation, comparable to a circus performance. Bring back some important information from their company's computer. Chen Mo said. Okay. Now, the headquarters of Water Caltrip Corporation was in chaos. All the computers in the company were out of control and were playing wonderful action movies. The computers of Water Caltrip Corporation were invaded by a virus. Now, the company's computers were occupied by the movies. Even if they unplugged the power and rebooted, it was still the same scene. Baka, Nakamura, what the hell is going on? Ijisho slapped Nakamura Kazuo's face. At this moment, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. All the computers in the company were playing unsightly scenes. As the president of the company, he didn't know how to explain this to the board of directors. Now, there was an even more serious matter. The information was still on his computer and hadn't been sent to storage. If that information was lost, he couldn't be the president anymore. President, I don't know. After I opened the information I got from Ito, all the computers in the company became like this. Nakamura Kazuo wanted to cry but had no tears. Baka, idiot. You don't even know about the virus? Where is Ito? Ijisho was trembling with anger and slapped him again. He's dead. Nakamura Kazuo said. Then you said he stole the smart assistant of the army and company. Where is the information? Where is it? Ijisho grabbed his collar and wanted to kill him. I don't know. Nakamura Kazuo was so scared that the flesh on his face trembled. Then what did he say before he died? He said the information is encrypted and we need to crack it ourselves. What else? He also said that he wanted the money to find Miss Hitano to make a movie. Nakamura Kazuo said hesitantly. Don't mention Hitano in front of me. Hearing the word Hitano, Ijisho almost went berserk. Now, the whole company, as soon as he turned on the computer, was filled with Hatano's image. Ah. Hatano. Baka. Hearing this, Ijisho completely went berserk. He grabbed the decoration in his hand and directly smashed it on the computer playing the battle image. Are you that short of money? Why don't you give him the money and take the real information? Go and find it for me. Ito must have hidden the information. If you can't find it, you can go and make a movie. Hey! Nakamura Kazuo's face was full of bitterness and he almost cried. Chinemo didn't know that his prank happened to be a scapegoat. At this time, Chinemo was in the office, waiting for the information of the Mahast girl. First, Chinemo sat up straight with an expectant look on his face. The Water Caltrip Horn Group was an island state military corporation. It must have a lot of secrets. He wanted to see what information the Mahast girl had brought back from the corporation. Open it, Chinemo said. Okay. As soon as the Mahast girl finished speaking, a document appeared on the computer screen. After browsing the document, Chinemo became cautious. The Mahast girl had obtained a lot of special information, including the formulas of 2 special materials. Chinemo didn't read much about the research on cars and ships. When he saw the research on weapons, his face became serious. He couldn't come into contact with firearms, at least not for now. However, this was information on ordinary weapons and the design of an airborne cannon. Special weapons couldn't be stored in the company's database so easily. There must be a separate storage point. When he saw the last document, Jinmo's pupils shrank and his face became gloomy. This document was full of data and research reports on the country's terrain, environment, weather, and water patterns. It also included the locations of some bases and important research institutes. There was also information on many researchers and special agents working for the corporation. Chinemo was shocked. After reading this document, Chinemo began to think of a way to deal with it. This was not an ordinary document. He wasn't sure if the corporation had a copy. It was a tacit practice for countries to send spies to each other. Whether they could catch them or not was a test of the ability of the National Intelligence Agency. Some time ago, many spies were caught publicly, but no one knew how many were kept secret. Mahast girl, send this document to the National Security Agency. Write that you got it from the corporation. Send it anonymously. Don't let the address be traced. Otherwise, there will be trouble, Chinemo said. This was not something he should care about. However, since he knew about this, he would pretend to be a popular guest and hide his achievements. This was his country, and he had this responsibility. As for the content of this document and how the higher-ups would deal with it, it was not something he should care about. Brother Mo, the message has been sent successfully. There are no traces left behind. After instructing the Mahast girl to deal with the information, Chinemo sat back on the sofa and continued reading. This information is encrypted at the highest level. Don't let anyone see it. At the Security Bureau office. Director, I just received a special piece of information. I need you to come and take a look. Li Jijing rushed into the director's office. He didn't even knock on the door. His face was dignified. Is it that urgent? It's urgent. Zhu Ming, who was about to deal with his affairs, hurriedly put down the documents in his hands. He didn't ask any questions and hurriedly put down the things at hand. He quickly followed Li Jijing out of the office. He knew his subordinate very well. Normally, Li Jijing would never rush in so quickly. There must be something very urgent. This is the document. When the two of them arrived at the office, Li Jijing asked the technician in front of the computer to open the email. The surrounding people all quieted down, their gazes fixed on Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming's expression became more and more solemn. In the end, he frowned. Who sent it? Zhu Ming asked. I don't know. The other party is a master. He used a fake address. I can't trace any information about him. The technician sitting in front of the computer said. Can you confirm the accuracy of this information? Zhu Ming looked at Li Jijing. It should be true. 2 of the island state people on this list are the targets of our surveillance. We have just confirmed the news. Half an hour ago, the Island State Water Caltrip Group headquarters was indeed hacked. Now all the computers in the headquarters are paralyzed. Li Jijing said. Copy the document and give it to me. I need to report it to the higher-ups. Can you find the person who sent us the information? Zhu Ming asked. I'm afraid not. The other party didn't leave a trace. It seems to be the handiwork of a red guest. The technician sitting in front of the computer said. Set up a team. Jijing will be the leader. He will be responsible for monitoring the activities of the island state people on this list. I will inform the other teams to protect the researchers on the list. The incident of Water Caltrip Group being hacked quickly appeared on the international news and became a hot topic. It became a hot topic not because of the impact it caused, but because it was too strange. All the computers in the company were playing the short movie. Even if the computer was unplugged and rebooted, as long as the computer was turned on, the same image would continue to play. It was said that the best technician in the island state was hired by Water Caltrip Group, but in the end, he was helpless. This unknown virus had been stored in the computer's hard drive. As long as the computer was turned on, the virus would automatically activate, lock the system, and play the short movie. The computer's hard drive had to be reformatted and the system reinstalled. As for who hacked Water Caltrip Group, no one knew. The person behind the scenes had not made a public statement. As for what the company had lost, the outside world did not know. Water Caltrip Group was affected by the hacking incident. The shares of the listed companies under the company, and even the companies that cooperated with it, all fell. This was because no one could guarantee what information the hacker had taken from Water Caltrip Group and whether there would be any leaks in the future. This incident also made many companies pay attention to the issue of network security. This was not a small matter. Morgan Corporation had been hacked and the information of more than 20 million users was leaked. This kind of incident was a fatal blow to any company. After the matter of Water Caltrip Group was settled, Chen Mo's days became peaceful again. 3 days later, Chen Mo closed the book in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. During this period of leisure, he had been reading. Today, he finally completed the requirement for the 600th book. This time, he had the freedom to choose from the library. Rubbing his tired eyebrows, Chen Mo lay on the sofa and entered the scientific library. What technology are you looking for this time? Elder Shu asked Chen Mo as soon as he came out. Where is the sensor technology? I'll look for it myself, Chen Mo said. Chen Mo did not choose the software. He could get Mahist Girl to help him compile the software. What he needed now was the hardware technology. His research would require a lot of hardware support in the future. This time, his goal was the laser sensor technology. He had already asked Xiao Min to acquire a car factory. The purpose was to prepare for the future self-driving car test. The self-driving car market was quite mature in terms of software. Baidu, Umbrella Company, and Tesla, these companies' self-driving software technology were very mature. What limited the popularity of self-driving cars was the hardware. Currently, the laser sensors in the market were too big and too expensive. The technology was not mature, which limited the popularity of self-driving cars. Laser sensors had a wide range of uses. In the future, they would also need laser sensors to research robots. Therefore, this laser sensor would be of great use to the development of other products in the future. Elder Shu nodded and said, on pages 1606 to 1789, they are all trainee-level sensor technology. Okay. Chen Mo began to flip through the dark red book and began to look for sensors. Ultrasonic sensors, acoustic sensors, large acoustic sensors. The densely packed sensor technology dazzled Chen Mo. According to the classification, Chen Mo quickly found the technology he needed. Soaring Dragon Laser Sensor Technology, Field, Physics, Electronics, Authorization Level, Trainee, Product Introduction, Maximum Measurement Distance of 1000 meters, Accuracy of 5 millimeters, Fast Speed, Strong Resistance to Light and Electrical Interference, Small Size, 10 centimeters Diameter, Low Production Cost. Volume, Cost, Performance, these indicators completely met the requirements of the sensor technology he was looking for. This is it. Chen Mo pointed at the technology in the book and said. Okay. First, the Army Ant Company started its explosive buying mode. Because the company was developing too quickly, many parts of the company were empty. With Chen Mo's permission, Zhao Min used money to fill in the blanks. Finally, she set up an investment and M&A department and hired an experienced consultant to evaluate the value of the companies that were about to be acquired. Small car manufacturers, advertising companies, software development companies, parts factories, sensor companies, and factories were bought by the Army Ant Company at an extremely fast speed. On average, there was one company every 5 days. Those who were paying attention to the Army Ant Company's movements in the market were confused. The Army Ant Company's acquisitions were too complicated and involved too many fields. No one knew what was going on. Every once in a while, there would be news of the Army Ant Company acquiring a company or factory on the internet. Many people were already numb to it. Some people described the Army Ant Company as a fat tycoon who threw money everywhere. It was a complete waste and didn't understand the company's development at all. However, they didn't know that the Army Ant Company was acquiring these small companies and factories mainly for experimental research and development purposes. The company's industrial park was still under construction. They needed some places for their research and development and to expand the company's size. Other than that, the Army Ant Company had already set up shop in the major cities in the country. They cooperated with some universities and invested in the research of some technical teams to recruit talents. What the Army Ant Company lacked was time and talent. These problems could be solved with money. None of them were problems. Zhao Min's idea was simple. She wanted to use money to buy time for development. The company's current revenue was only from the Smart Assistant, Butterfly iMobile phone, and Ant Office. They also used the platform of the Smart Assistant and Butterfly i to earn advertising fees. Other than that, there was also the licensing fee for the waterproof interface. Other than transferring some capable people to the headquarters, the acquired companies and factories maintained their original business structure. Some of them were independently managed. Even if these factories couldn't make money for the time being, at least the company didn't need to incur losses to maintain the development of these factories. After more than a month of crazy expansion, the company had entered a stable track. The development problems had temporarily come to an end. The company's embryonic form was complete and had the potential to reach higher heights. "Sister Zhao, you were looking for me?" Xiaoyu walked into Zhao Min's office and asked. At this time, Xiaoyu looked a little tired. She was not as energetic as when she first entered the company. "Inform the advertising company and ask them to come up with a publicity plan for the second Butterfly iPhone as soon as possible," Zhao Min said. Regarding the second Butterfly iMobile phone, Chen Mo had handed over the design, and they were already preparing for production. Because of the AI assistant's interruption in the middle, and then because of the defamation incident, it was interrupted again. Now that the design and planning of the company's headquarters had been completed and they were entering the construction stage, she had already asked people to follow up on the progress of the project. The company's expansion had also been completed. There wasn't much to do in the company now. After this period of preparation, it was time to release the second mobile phone. "Oh, okay." Xiaoyu nodded. "Also, go to the publicity department and be in charge of the preparations for the press conference. During this period of time, you've learned everything you need to learn. Now, you need to accumulate experience and discover your shortcomings in practice," Zhao Min said. "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded. When she first entered the company, Chen Mo had asked Zhao Min to guide her around to familiarize her with the company's operations and various tasks. Now, she knows what to do with the company's important matters. But now, Zhao Min was giving her a platform to practice. "Xiaoyu, let me teach you one last thing. As a manager, you need to know how to use people. There are many things that you don't need to do personally. Just like how your boyfriend orders me around," Zhao Min said. "He orders you around?" Xiaoyu asked curiously. After working with Zhao Min for so long, she had never seen Chen Mo ordering Zhao Min to do anything. Instead, it was Zhao Min who asked her, as his girlfriend, to restrain Chen Mo from causing trouble. "You don't understand, right? The higher-ups will decide the general direction, and the rest will be left to the employees. It's up to them how to solve the problem. This is using people to test the employees' abilities." You only need to make the final decision. It's your job to decide whether to use his method or not. If his method is wrong, and you still decide to use it, then your decision is wrong. This is a test of the higher-up's vision. You are now a higher-up, and don't use low-level thinking to define high-level work. There are many things that you don't need to do personally. Using people to control the company's strategic direction is what the higher-ups should do, Xiaomin said. I understand a little. Xiaoyu said, not fully understanding. I have never touched a mobile phone manufacturing machine. My daily work is to look at the documents, sign the documents, and mobilize the employees. Do you know why the company can still develop so well? Xiaomin said. I think I understand a little. If the content of this document is not in line with the general direction in your heart, you can reject it and let the people below you do it again, Xiaoyu said. Oh, it's just like building a high-speed railway. It says to build a road from the capital to Donghai. This is the general strategy. That's it. The higher-ups don't care about the route, budget, and construction. They will leave it to the people below. If the design and construction plan meet the requirements, the design will be approved. Once the designed route is not in the general direction from the capital to Donghai, the higher-ups will reject it and let the people below think of another way until they know that it is in line with the strategy of the higher-ups. Xiaomin patiently taught Xiaoyu. Chen Mo is the person in charge of the grand strategy. As the saying goes, it's easy to talk. I am in charge of seeing if this road is in line with his grand strategy. The rest of the company's employees are the basic construction workers. This is called employing people and management. The rich don't care about anything. They can make money by talking. That's because they only need to say the right direction to make money, and the people below can help them realize it, just like Father Ma. I understand. Xiaoyu heard Father Ma and immediately smiled. She didn't expect Xiaomin to be so humorous. It's good that you understand. Let go of your worries and do it boldly. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Don't worry just because you are the chairman's girlfriend. With your current position, even if you make mistakes, the loss is not big. It can give you experience. I won't blame you, and he won't be willing to blame you. With such a good platform, you have more advantages than others. Xiaoyu had been working under her for so long. She was also clear about some of Xiaoyu's concerns. The whole company knew that she was the chairman's girlfriend, so she was easily labeled as someone who relied on relationships to get to the top. This also became an invisible burden for her. Because she was the chairman's girlfriend, she couldn't make a lot of mistakes and had to do better. Once she made a mistake, the people below would definitely label her as someone who relied on relationships to get to the top. Although they didn't say it on the surface, they would definitely think so in private. So Xiaoyu had been with her for so long. She would do things herself and do her best. She didn't want to make any mistakes. The status of the chairman's girlfriend gave her a lot of pressure. It was just that Xiaoyu usually didn't show it and just bore it herself. This was a girl who was soft on the outside but strong on the inside. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded. She was suddenly enlightened by Zhao Min's words. Even if she was Chen Mo's girlfriend, she was still her, the unique Xiaoyu. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu's heart seemed to relax a lot. Her face regained its spirit and she became much more confident. You go and inform the second generation of Butterfly Eye. I'll leave the press conference to you. Zhao Min said. 1. That afternoon, the news of the second generation Butterfly Eye was updated on the Army Ant Company's official Weibo and website. As soon as the news came out, it immediately attracted attention. The first generation Butterfly Eye was too beautiful. In terms of appearance, it beat all the models on the market. Since the appearance of that phone, it had been selling like hotcakes. Until now, sales had reached nearly 10 million units. The Army Ant Company also made a lot of money. In terms of performance and the phone system, it was as advertised by the Army Ant Company. It was a mid-range phone with high-end performance. Coupled with the appearance of the smart assistant, the Army Ant Company's reputation had been established in the country. Speculations about the performance and shape of the Butterfly Eye were also noisy. In the midst of all kinds of discussions, the day of the Army Ant's press conference quietly arrived. Backstage, Xiaoyu looked a little nervous. This was the first time she was in charge of a press conference. This week, she had to understand the progress of various work every day, the rental of the venue, and the arrangement of the current staff. If it weren't for Xianxia hugging her to sleep at night, she would definitely have insomnia. Today was finally the day of the press conference. This was the first time she was in charge of an event alone. Naturally, she didn't want anything to go wrong. What's wrong? Why do I feel that you are more nervous than Zhao Min, who is going on stage? Xianxia walked behind Xiaoyu and said. Of course I'm nervous. This is the press conference I'm in charge of, Xiaoyu said. It's useless to be nervous. Now that the press conference has begun, let's just sit here and watch. Xianxia pulled Xiaoyu to sit down and watch the press conference quietly. The press conference had already begun. A high-tech video started and it raised the eager hearts of many audience members. The moment Zhao Min stepped on stage, everyone's eyes were on her. The Army Ant Company was now worth more than 10 billion yuan. Now, Zhao Min was one of the most influential figures in the domestic business world. So far, the Army Ant Company had held 2 press conferences and directly became one of the unicorn companies in the country. Now, in the country, they had successfully gained a foothold in the mobile phone market. Hello, everyone. As soon as Zhao Min stepped on the stage, the big screen behind her lit up. The main character of this press conference is this, Butterfly Eye Butterfly. Zhao Min did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. As soon as she finished speaking, a second phone with a butterfly eye appeared on the big screen. The moment the exquisite pattern appeared, there was a burst of exclamations. The design of this butterfly eye was similar to the style of the first butterfly eye. However, the 2 different patterns gave people a completely different feeling. Following the first generation's exquisite appearance, almost everyone present took out their mobile phones and took pictures of the butterfly eyes on the big screen. This didn't look like a phone, but more like a piece of art. 2 cell phone cameras were placed in the middle of the butterfly eye pattern. This position was designed just right. The 2 cameras were embedded in it, just like the tyrant's polychoria. They were integrated into one, and there was no sense of disharmony. Moreover, the butterfly eyes, coupled with the camera's double pupils, gave people a strange feeling. Equipped with the 4th generation Lycra camera, 20 million front and rear dual cameras, Xiaolong 865 chip, a new Army Ant system, Intelligent Army Ant, Super Endurance. Its 2 most prominent features are the Intelligent Army Ant system and Endurance. We have perfectly embedded the artificial intelligence technology into the Army Ant system. There is no need to download the Smart Assistant. After turning on the intelligent function, you only need voice recognition and you can use voice control to control the entire phone without delay. It now supports 50 mainstream languages and has a powerful chat function. I believe that those who use the Smart Assistant know its powerful chat function. In addition, you can name the Smart Assistant. Other than that, it also has a prominent feature, Super Endurance. It uses a new type of carbon crystal-based battery developed by our company. The battery capacity is 9,500 milliamperes, and it can be fully charged in half an hour. In addition to the low energy consumption of the Army Ant system, this phone has a non-stop endurance of 48 hours and more than 15 days of standby. Wow, Zhao Min threw out the second bomb, and the scene was in an uproar. This news came too suddenly. Carbon crystal-based battery? 48 hours of endurance. This endurance was 4 times higher than the current cell phones. There were many reporters present. When the Army Ant Company had announced the discovery of a new material, they had reported on the carbon crystal. They still remembered, but the Army Ant Company had said that the carbon crystal technology was not mature yet. In the end, it slowly came out of everyone's sight. They did not expect to see it again. The Army Ant Company had already used the carbon crystal technology in the phone battery. Everything came too suddenly. There was too much information in just one phone. The newly upgraded Intelligent Army Ant system, plus the 48-hour non-stop endurance, and the carbon crystal battery. They thought that the Butterfly iPhone would be the same as the previous one. At most, they would add the Smart Assistant technology. They did not expect it to have so much information. The new material, carbon crystal, had been officially used by the Army Ant Company. This technology matured too quickly. It was faster than the graphene batteries and the rumors. The scariest thing when going out with a phone now was to see that the phone only had 10% battery left. It was as if they had lost the whole world. How much is this phone? I want to sell my kidney. Apple is trash compared to the Army Ant phone. Huaxiaobu? I feel that all the phone manufacturers are trembling in front of the screen. Apple is out to make money by changing the phone case. The Army Ant only released a new phone after the technology has completely broken through. They are simply the conscience of the industry. Support domestic products. The people watching the live broadcast of the press conference began to comment wildly. They had never been so excited before. This phone was simply a collection of black technology. Zhao Min did not know about the excitement of those people. With a confident smile, she said, "This phone combines the best of our company's technology. Next is the price that everyone is most concerned about. 64G, the official standard is 6,600. The supreme version of the Butterfly Eye is 11888. Wow, the press conference erupted in exclamations again. The first generation of Army Ant was still a high-end phone. This time, the Army Ant directly entered the high-end market. This is crazy. My kidney, is this the rhythm of the high-end market? Competing with the other phones with this kind of performance is completely comparable to the other phones." The huge response set off a wave of discussion on the internet. This perfect appearance and extreme performance made those who wanted to buy the Apple S give up the idea. After the introduction of the Smart Assistant, it was not compatible with Apple. This had already dealt a heavy blow to Apple. Now, they did not hesitate to seize this market. Soon, the product introduction ended and the press conference entered the routine Q&A session. "You must have a lot of questions to ask me," Zhao Min said to the reporters with a smile. Then, she pointed to the front row and said, "The lady in glasses in front." The female reporter who was called immediately stood up and took the microphone from the staff. "Thank you, I am a reporter from Southern Daily. Will the Smart Assistant be taken off the shelves after your company's Butterfly Eye? Will your carbon crystal battery technology be licensed to other phone manufacturers? Will carbon crystal batteries enter other battery fields in the future?" First, the female reporter's question hit the nail on the head. If the Army Ant company removed the Smart Assistant, it would mean that Butterfly Eye was the only Smart Assistant company. Without a doubt, this would solidify the Army Ant company's position in the high-end mobile phone market. This was because they were the only mobile phone company with smart controls. During this period of time, many people had fallen in love with the Smart Assistant software. When they were bored, they would chat with Xiao Dai and tell jokes. Moreover, the content of their chat was not rigid. Sometimes, they would even use classic cold humor. The monthly rent of 20 renminbi was a piece of cake for such high-end technology. Other than being defamed in the beginning, the Army Ant company's reputation in the market was very good. If the Army Ant company removed the Smart Assistant, it would attract a lot of criticism. Now, all the reporters turned their attention to Zhao Min. This was because Zhao Min's answer would determine the future direction of the Army Ant company. That's 3 questions. These questions are very incisive and well asked. Zhao Min answered the female reporter's question. First, we will not remove the Smart Assistant for the time being. However, we will not update the new version for the time being. Originally, Zhao Min had planned to remove the Smart Assistant after it was released. However, the impact of the Smart Assistant was too big. If it was removed suddenly, it would only attract criticism to the Army Ant company. Moreover, the Smart Assistant in the market could continuously collect data for them and improve the voice interaction function of the Smart Assistant. It would also generate a considerable amount of income. It was not bad to put it in the market. We can also authorize the battery technology. We are businessmen. We are in it for the money. When Butterfly Eye was first released, I said that we are not afraid of competition. The market will only be lively when there is competition. We want to be a first-class company. We want to set the standard. As soon as Zhao Min finished speaking, there was a commotion in the crowd. For now, the Army Ant company's biggest advantage was the Smart Assistant and the battery technology. However, now that Zhao Min had authorized one of her advantages, they could not help but be shocked. This is the mentality of the strong. This army ant company is destined to rise strong. I am convinced. A company with a conscience will either survive or be destroyed in the competition. This is what it means to be proactive. It is 100 times better than those companies that change phone cases to make money. Zhao Min's words made the people watching the live broadcast and those at the press conference fall into a frenzy of discussion. Everyone was discussing the impact of Zhao Min's words. Clearly, many people were convinced by Zhao Min's bold words. There had never been a company that dared to license their core technology so openly. Chen Mo, do you really want the authorization? Xiao Yu, who was watching the press conference, turned to look at Chen Mo. She was no longer worried about any problems at the press conference. Why not? The previous defamation incident was a good example. We need contacts and connections. Otherwise, no one will help us when we are in trouble, Chen Mo said. For a sole proprietorship like his, such connections were more important. As a joint stock company, they naturally had strong connections and resources. They didn't have to worry about being banned by others. They were sole proprietorships and had to accumulate these resources to form a coexisting partnership. If they were tied together, no one would easily touch them. I asked her to say this. We can't monopolize this market. Moreover, we can't monopolize it. We can only produce 1 million batteries a month. It's enough for our own use. If the authorization is given out, those factories can produce 10 million batteries a month. We will collect 15% to 20% of the technology patent fees. We don't have to do anything or use any materials. The money we get will be more than what we earn by producing it ourselves. Xiao Yu nodded and stared at Chen Mo. This is just the beginning. There will be more cooperation in the future. This is a win-win era. The power of one company is limited. Moreover, these technologies are not that important, Chen Mo said. These technologies were not that important to him now. So, there was no need to hide it and make people hate him. Half an hour later, Zhao Min finished answering the reporters' questions and the press conference ended. The internet was already in full swing. The news of the Army Ant Company's announcement about the discovery of carbon crystal materials was dug up again. Only now did they realize that the Army Ant Company's carbon crystal technology could be used. It was only last time that the Army Ant Company downplayed the news in order to cover up the news. It took such a short time for a new material to be discovered and used. Many materials experts were already interested in carbon crystal materials. Even if it had only one use, it could replace other existing battery materials in a short time due to its low cost and quick application. Other than carbon crystal batteries, the news of the Butterfly Eye cell phone also became the topic of discussion. Under the Army Ant's official Weibo, a group of complaining jokers gathered again. Shocking. My wife is acting coquettishly with me again, shocking. My wife said that the son in her belly has to play with butterfly eyes before he can be born, shocking. My daughter found a rich boyfriend. History is always so similar. Ha 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 ha. There were all kinds of jokes on the official Weibo. However, this time, there was not much defamation on the internet. Instead, there were more praises because of the Army Ant's open attitude. The official pre-sale page had been opened at the same time on the official website and Black Cat Mall. In just 3 hours, the pre-sale volume had exceeded 300,000 units. This number shocked many media outlets. Many people even said that the Army Ant Company would replace Apple as the most popular mobile phone. Whether in terms of performance or appearance, the Army Ant's Butterfly Eye had inherited the unique characteristics of the Apple Jobs era. Not only in China, many mainstream media outlets had also reported on the Butterfly Eye. However, the content was not friendly. A mobile phone from the future? European Times, the next Huaxia Apple? San Francisco Daily, the terrible Huaxia knockoff Army Ant. BBC Army Ant should develop smart energy source code. CNN. This time, the Army Ant Company once again entered the world's attention after the smart assistant. Butterfly Eye was too beautiful. It was more like a mobile phone from the future. The video of the Butterfly Eye's press conference was quickly posted on famous foreign social media sites. In just an hour, it attracted hundreds of thousands of views. The comments were filled with envy and jealousy. I can't believe this is a product from Huaxia. Is it a knockoff? When it's released, I want to travel to Xianxia and buy this phone. Oh my god, God's masterpiece. This kind of product looks beautiful, but it's useless. Aren't you afraid that it will spoil after a day? I don't dare to use Xiaoxia's quality. Ignorant Westerners. Although I'm also a Westerner, at least I'm not poisoned by the media. Xiaoxia is better than you think. Army Ant's appearance was too perfect. In the end, many people were conquered by the powerful performance in the introduction. The price was similar to Apple's, but the performance was far superior to Apple's. It was very lively outside. The Army Ant company was also very lively. After Zhao Min said that the battery technology could be licensed, many battery manufacturers came to the company the next day to obtain the license. They had to hurry. If the Army Ant company regretted, they would have no chance. The Army Ant company was once again busy producing mobile phones and licensing technology. But everyone in the company was overjoyed. If the company's business was good, it meant that their year-end bonuses would be higher. The chairman would never be stingy with his bonuses. As long as they worked hard, it would be like the previous 2 times. Everyone in the company was busy, and Chen Mo was not idle either. During this period of hard work, the laser sensor had been completed. The accuracy and performance were tested, and it was completely in line with the introduction. The next step was to take the sensor out of the laboratory and use it in practical applications. Just when Chen Mo was thinking about how to use the laser sensor, Xiaoyu walked into his office and found him. Chen Mo, the people in charge of the 4 major mobile phone companies will be coming over tomorrow. Mr. Zhao asked if you want to go and meet him first. The next morning, Chen Mo was ordered by Xiaoyu to put on a suit and head to the company. Chen Mo was a little surprised that the leaders of the 4 major mobile phone giants were here today. Logically speaking, the leaders of the 4 major mobile phone giants shouldn't be here for a battery technology authorization issue. I didn't expect you to look so handsome in a suit, Zhao Min teased as soon as she saw Chen Mo and Xiaoyu appear in the company. Usually, Chen Mo would appear in the company in casual attire of a typical tech guy. It was rare to see Chen Mo in formal attire. She didn't expect that Chen Mo would look so calm and confident in it. I think I'm quite handsome too. Chen Mo nodded seriously. I'm talking about the clothes. Zhao Min smiled. Xiaoyu picked out all my clothes for me. They'll definitely look good. When I changed into this, Xiaoyu's eyes were glued to me. As soon as Chen Mo said that, Xiaoyu, who was sitting next to him, blushed and wrinkled her nose at him. Zhao Min rolled her eyes at the 2 of them. But this tie makes my neck uncomfortable. Normal clothes are more comfortable. Chen Mo loosened his tie and said. It's better to dress more formally since it's the first time you're meeting someone, Xiaoyu interrupted. If she didn't ask him to wear it, Chen Mo would have come in casual attire as usual. President, you will be here at 9. He should be here soon. Zhao Min looked at the time and said. As soon as she said that, Yu Qingnan walked in with the staff. Long time no see, President Chen, President Zhao. When Yu Qingnan saw the 2 of them, he smiled and shook their hands. We were just talking about you. Please come in. Zhao Min led the few of them to the company's reception room. Yu Qingnan had just sat down in the reception room when he said, the first reason I'm here this time is about the carbon crystal-based battery. By the way, I'd like to ask if the Smart Assistant can be authorized? The Smart Assistant is already in the software store. I don't need authorization for this, right? Chen Mo laughed. That's the bilingual version. I'm talking about the multilingual version. After all, we have a lot of business in Europe and a lot of business around the world. Yu Qingnan went straight to the point. This is a bit troublesome, Chen Mo said. Director Chen, what do you need? Feel free to state your conditions. We signed a memorandum of understanding as strategic partners last time, and now we are also partners, Yu Qingnan said. It's not impossible for me to give you the multi-language AI assistant. How about this? We'll cooperate equally. You provide your company smart chip to my company, and I'll give you the multi-language AI assistant. Now, Huawei's NPU was made using the 10 nanometers technology. It was the top artificial smartphone chip. The Army Ant system and Smart Assistant were installed on the smart chip, and their performance would be improved once again. However, Huawei's smart chip had not been sold to the public, just like Apple's Apple chip. Chen Mo's words made Yu Qingnan fall into deep thought. Both technologies were unique to both companies. Once the smart chip was given to the Army Ant Company, it would mean that the uniqueness of the mobile phone would be gone. In terms of appearance, it would not be able to compete with the Army Ant Company. This is Director Chen's condition, right? I need to go back and discuss it with the board of directors. After all, I don't have the final say in this area, Yu Qingnan said. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. Then let's officially sign the strategic cooperation agreement from last time? Yu Qingnan laughed. No problem. Chen Mo nodded. After signing the strategic cooperation agreement and sending Yu Qingnan off, Chen Mo returned to his laboratory. However, not long after, Chen Mo was called down by Xiaoyu again. This was because Lei Jun from Demi Company had arrived. Other than the battery technology, Lei Jun was also here to talk about the smart assistant. However, Chen Mo did not agree for the time being. After all, the smart assistant was their company's trump card. Unless there was something that could move Chen Mo, it was impossible to authorize the multilingual smart assistant in a short period of time. In addition to the people in charge of Opel and Vivo, Chen Mo spent the entire day in social activities. That afternoon, Zhao Min announced the strategic cooperation agreement with the 4 mobile phone giants. This news caused quite a stir. This meant that the Army Ant Company had been recognized by the 4 mobile phone giants. A new mobile phone company in the country had entered the market. The mobile phone market would be more interesting in the future. However, the Army Ant Company mainly focused on the high-end market. Their main competitors were Apple, Huawei, and Samsung. It did not have much impact on the other mobile phone companies. Samsung's market share in the country was almost eliminated. Hence, their main competitors were still Huawei and Apple. On the way back, Chen Mo leaned on the car seat and turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window. Today, he realized that social activities were more tiring than his research in the laboratory. Is there something on your mind? Xiaoyu noticed that Chen Mo was acting strangely. No, I just feel a little tired from today's social activities, Chen Mo said. Then rest. You're researching every day. You don't have to be so tense. Now that the company is stable, you don't have to work yourself to death every day, Xiaoyu, who was sitting beside him, said. Why don't you go out with me tonight to relax? Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu and smiled. Looking at Chen Mo's expression, Xiaoyu did not reject and nodded slightly. That night, Chen Mo brought Xiaoyu and asked Wang Hai to send them to the trade plaza. It was the place where they went shopping on their first date. There's a gold jewelry store here. Let's go take a look. Just as they entered the mall, Chen Mo saw a gold jewelry store not far away. Seeing that Xiaoyu's hands and neck were empty, Chen Mo did not wait for Xiaoyu to reject and pulled her hand and walked over. Every time he bought something for Xiaoyu, she would find all kinds of excuses to reject him. Chen Mo also knew that Xiaoyu just did not want to spend his money. It seemed that after dating for so long, he had never bought a single flower for Xiaoyu. Instead, Xiaoyu took care of his daily life every day. This boyfriend seemed a little incompetent. Why do you want to buy these things? After being forcefully dragged to the jewelry store by Chen Mo, Xiaoyu said helplessly, I don't need to wear these things. That won't do. Zhao Men said that I mistreated you. Be my girlfriend, I won't give you anything and you have to work for me. Did Sister Zhao say that? Who worked for you? Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose at Chen Mo. Hello, what do you need? After Chen Mo pushed the unwilling Xiaoyu into the jewelry store, a female shop assistant smiled and asked the two of them. Necklace. Chen Mo said. Okay, the necklace is here. The female shop assistant led the two of them to a glass counter. Pick one that you like and I'll give it to you. Help me choose. Xiaoyu said in a low voice. Okay, take this one out. Chen Mo pointed at a beautifully crafted jade Buddha pendant necklace on a model. Sir, you have a good eye. This necklace is the most exquisite necklace in our store. It's unique. Its name is Buddha's heart. This Maitreya Buddha pendant is made of jade. It was sculpted by a famous jade carving master. The chain is made of platinum. It means not to provoke the mortal world and always smiles. It suits her very well. I'll help her put it on. Chen Mo took the necklace carefully handed over by the shop assistant and helped Xiaoyu put it on. Sir, your girlfriend is so beautiful. This necklace suits her very well. With her temperament, wearing this necklace is much better than wearing other kinds of necklace. The shop assistant looked at Xiaoyu and said with a smile. Chen Mo also turned Xiaoyu around and looked at her carefully. She is indeed beautiful. Xiaoyu's temperament is gentle and quiet. Wearing this necklace, it sets off that temperament. Noticing Chen Mo's gaze, Xiaoyu's face blushed, and her face was filled with happiness. How much is it? Chen Mo asked. 188,000 yuan. We have an event, 5% discount. So expensive? Before Chen Mo could say anything, Xiaoyu's face was filled with surprise. She hurriedly reached out to her neck and tried to take off the necklace. Don't take it off. Chen Mo grabbed Xiaoyu's hand and handed the bank card to the shop assistant. Take me to see the ring. Not only was Xiaoyu shocked, but even the salesgirl in the jewelry store looked at Chen Mo in shock. After reacting, the salesgirl looked at Xiaoyu enviously. As a salesgirl in a jewelry store, she had seen many rich people. The bank card Chen Mo gave her was a special CCB black gold card. People who had this card were either rich or noble. Being proposed to by a rich second-generation heir in such an obvious manner was something she could only dream of. Is there a problem? Chen Mo looked at the dazed salesgirl. No problem, come with me. The salesgirl hurriedly left the counter and led the two to the ring counter. There was a big order this time, and the commission was definitely a lot. This month's salary was going to be doubled, the salesgirl thought excitedly. Xiaoyu was a little confused. She didn't react until Chen Mo pulled her to the counter. Chen Mo, do you really want to buy this? Xiaoyu was a little nervous. She hadn't given herself to Chen Mo until now, but Chen Mo suddenly bought a ring. This seemed to be too fast. Otherwise? Chen Mo smiled and looked at the salesgirl. Take out this pair of rings. Don't buy it first. Xiaoyu hurriedly stopped Chen Mo. All this happened a little suddenly, and her brain circuit hadn't been straightened out. Tonight, she accompanied Chen Mo out to relax. She didn't expect this at all. What's wrong? Chen Mo asked. Xiaoyu didn't know what to say. She should be happy about this kind of thing, but all this came too suddenly. Can you buy it next time? At least you should give people a surprise, right? Xiaoyu was confused for a long time before these words came out. Hearing Xiaoyu's confused words, Chen Mo laughed. Aren't you surprised now? How can you surprise people like this? Xiaoyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From the beginning of their relationship, Chen Mo had not even given her a single flower. Now that he suddenly wanted to give her a ring, she was not prepared at all. Miss, this ring is very suitable for you. Do you want to try it? It was made of platinum. Every design of this kind of ring was unique. Your boyfriend dotes on you so much. You're so lucky. The female shop assistant was worried about Xiaoyu. She wished she could replace Xiaoyu. Why wasn't she lucky enough to meet a rich second-generation heir who pampered her so much? She had to persuade Xiaoyu. If Xiaoyu agreed to buy it, she would get more commission. Don't buy it yet. Not at the moment. Let's settle the bill first, Chen Mo said. All right. The shop assistant looked at Xiaoyu with envy and jealousy. If it were her, she would have agreed immediately, but she didn't have the luck to do so. Coming out of the jewelry store, Xiaoyu held Chen Mo's hand. She was still a little confused. Suddenly, she thought of something and her face turned red. She hugged Chen Mo's arm tighter. Where are we going next? Chen Mo asked. Tell me. Then let's go buy clothes. You've always bought clothes for me. I'll choose for you this time. Okay. Xiaoyu didn't resist this time. Chen Mo accompanied Xiaoyu to go shopping all night. It was rare for her to have such an opportunity. Therefore, Xiaoyu also let go of her mind and put a sweet smile on her face all the time. Tonight, she regained the feeling she had when she first dated Chen Mo. She also knew that even if life had changed, the person beside her still doted on her. This was enough. You really don't need to buy that ring? On the way back, Xianxia said. Why are you asking me about this? Xiaoyu blushed. Should she ask Xianxia not to buy it? Then she would be digging a hole for herself. But now that she bought it, she wasn't ready. At this time, her mood was also very complicated. After the two finished shopping, they returned to the car and walked by the sea like a young couple. They didn't leave until night. On the way back, Xiaoyu had fallen asleep on Chen-mo's shoulder. Looking at Xiaoyu's sleeping appearance, Chen-mo felt a little distressed. During this time, Xiaoyu also had a lot of work. She must be very tired. This time, she was still willing to accompany him to relax. After shopping all night, she was a little excited just now and didn't feel anything. Now that they were going back, she fell sleepily on his shoulder. Wang Hai seemed to know that Xiaoyu was asleep. He drove very smoothly and didn't feel any bumps at all. In Chen-mo's impression, Wang Hai, the driver and bodyguard, rarely spoke. He never took the initiative to speak. He would only speak when Chen-mo asked him. Chairman, a car is following us, Chen-mo was thinking about Wang Hai. Wang Hai glanced at the rearview mirror and said lightly. Following? Chen-mo frowned. Yes, 2 cars. They followed us all the way back from the commercial square, Wang Hai said. Chen-mo turned around to look at the car behind them. Sure enough, he saw 2 vans following closely behind them. Chen-mo took out his phone and entered the words "investigate the people following them" in the interface with the Maoist girl. Wang Hai was present. It was not convenient for him to communicate with the Maoist girl. Otherwise, it would be easy to be exposed. Soon, the Maoist girl sent the information to his phone. A professional Pengxi gang. 2 cars, 8 people. Seeing this message, Chen-mo heaved a sigh of relief. If they were targeting him specifically, it would be a bit troublesome. After all, his identity was different now. If someone targeted him, it would be very dangerous. But this time, it reminded him. Let's get rid of them, Chen-mo said. Okay. Wang Hai slowly accelerated. After overtaking a few cars, he directly changed his route. Wang Hai, what did you do in the army before? After getting rid of the cars behind them, Chen-mo focused on Wang Hai. Wang Hai had been with him for a long time. He rarely spoke, so he didn't know much about Wang Hai. Ordinary soldier, Wang Hai said. Chen-mo didn't believe this answer at all. Wang Hai's wrist had gunshot wounds and some knife wounds. These scars were not something an ordinary soldier should have. But since Wang Hai didn't say anything, he couldn't continue to ask. With the Maoist girl, he could go back and investigate. In the past, he didn't care about Wang Hai's identity, but now he was a bit interested. Soon, Wang Hai sent the 2 back to the villa. When the car stopped, Chen-mo woke Xiaoyu up. I'm going to take a shower first. After returning to the villa, Xiaoyu put down her things and ran into the room with a red face. Looking at Xiaoyu's cheerful appearance, Chen-mo shook his head with a smile and turned on the TV. After about 20 minutes, there was movement in the room. Xiaoyu came out with a hairdryer and handed it to him directly. Help me dry my hair. Okay. Chen-mo took the hairdryer and said. Tonight, Xiaoyu seemed to be a little nervous. After Chen-mo took over the hairdryer, Xiaoyu's body tensed up and she did not move at all. It was completely different from usual when she asked him to help her dry her hair. Xiaoyu, are you not feeling well? Chen-mo asked. No, I'm just struggling with something. Xiaoyu lowered her head and let Chen-mo dry her hair. Her 2 hands grabbed her nightgown and twisted together, as if she was making a decision. She was very conflicted. What are you struggling with? Are you struggling with the fact that I didn't buy a ring? No, it's not about that. Forget it, don't struggle with it. We'll talk about it later. Xiaoyu whispered, it's your fault for not taking the initiative. Idiot, you deserve it. What's the matter? Chen-mo didn't understand and didn't think about it at all. Something good. I wanted to give you a gift, but I changed my mind now. Xiaoyu snorted and said. Don't change it. What gift? We'll talk about it later. Xiaoyu stood up from the sofa with a smile and swaggered back to the bedroom. Looking at Xiaoyu's back, Chen Mo thought for a while and still didn't know what he missed. The next morning, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu came to the company and went straight to the office. Last night, they were followed by the Pingxi gang, but Wang Hai's keen observation made him a little curious about Wang Hai's identity. Mahist girl. Chen Mo sat in front of the computer and said. Brother Mo, the Mahist girl is here. End of chapter 76. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.